The evening at Haishi City was somewhat cold. Qin Feng, carrying a great saber on his back, pushed open a creaking wooden door. The wound on his left arm was still seeping blood, bitten by a creature from the underground caverns. In the courtyard, his younger sister Qin Xiaoyu was sorting medicinal herbs. She was 16 years old, her eyes covered by a strip of gray cloth. Hearing the movement, her ears immediately twitched as she tilted her head and revealed a relieved smile. "It's me." Qin Feng smiled as well and walked over quickly. A black dog suddenly ran up, nuzzled Qin Feng's shin, then squatted back at Xiaoyu's feet, its eyes fixed on the courtyard wall. This was a black-coated village dog named Lao He, unusually sturdy and strong. Usually when Qin Feng was away from home, it was Lao He who protected Xiaoyu. How was today? Qin Feng crouched down to look at the herbs. Xiaoyu had divided them into 3 piles, her fingers tracing the veins on the leaves. Xiaoyu picked up a leaf and sniffed it. This batch of hemostatic grass won't do. It was picked from the southern swamp and got rained on. Only half its medicinal effect remains. Qin Feng looked at his sister. Though her eyes were covered, she could distinguish good herbs from bad by smell and touch. Such a skill should be valued in Haishi City, but she was a blind girl. In this place, being unable to see made even the best talents a burden. As long as it's usable, that's fine. Qin Feng ruffled her hair, then took out a small cloth bundle from his chest. Uncle Wang from the patrol team gave this. Your medicine powder last time healed his injury. Inside the bundle were 5 dry ration cakes and a small piece of smoked meat. Xiaoyu felt the smoked meat and pushed it back to Qin Feng. Brother, you eat it. You still have to go to the city wall tomorrow. I've already eaten. Qin Feng smiled and firmly pushed it back into her hand, then stood up. Nothing happened during the day, right? Nothing happened. Xiaoyu smiled and stroked Lao Hei's head. The black dog lowered its head, its eyes still fixed on the courtyard gate, looking dutiful and alert. Qin Feng walked to the corner of the wall, took down that long saber from his back. The blade edge had chipped in several places and was covered in rust. He picked up a whetstone and began sharpening it. The grating sounds echoed through the courtyard. Brother, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke, her voice quieter. This afternoon the ground shook 3 times. The sharpening sound stopped. Qin Feng looked toward the east of the city. That was the direction of the black rock wasteland where the underground caverns' energy had been unstable lately. The city lord's residents claimed it was just ordinary ley line tremors, but on his patrol he had smelled a fishy scent in the wind, the smell of underground creatures. Maybe some big family is mining over there. Qin Feng resumed sharpening. Xiaoyu nodded, her fingers rolling a stem of hemostatic grass between them, and said, as if making small talk, during the second tremor 3 peppers from the chili string in the yard fell off. Their landing sounds were all different. One hit the roof tile, one fell into mud, and another bounced twice on the stone slab. The force of the 3 tremors came more and more from the east. Qin Feng's fingers tightened slightly. His sister's ears were abnormally keen. She could hear the direction of underground water flow, distinguish the sound differences when herbs were being crushed, and even 20 breaths before Qin Feng came home, she could tell his footsteps and whether he was tired. If this ability belonged to a martial artist, it would be a remarkable combat instinct. But for her, it only made the dangerous world clearer and crueler at her ear. In a few days I'll ask the captain, Qin Feng said. He continued sharpening. The blade slowly began to catch some light. The night deepened. Lao He lay behind the door, ears pricked, eyes gleaming faintly in the dark. Qin Feng helped Xiaoyu into the house, then himself lay on a straw mat in the main hall, hugging his saber. He couldn't fall asleep. His mind churned through the day's events. The city defense team was short 2 people supposedly reassigned, but the captain's eyes had looked wrong. The Zhang family's carriages from the inner city had been coming and going frequently these past few days, dark red mud on their wheels, and that fishy smell carried in the wind. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the saber, a trace of worry heavy between his brows. The situation in Haishi City was growing increasingly tense. Qin Feng felt uneasy, wanting to grow stronger as soon as possible and obtain more resources. His sister Qin Xiaoyu's blindness was not innate. When she was 7, their parents died in battle. She fell gravely ill after the fever broke her eyes, could no longer see. The city's pharmacist said it had damaged the meridians in her brain. Unless one used treasures like the Clear Heart Jade Dew elixir or the Earth Heart Spirit Milk, it could not be healed. The Clear Heart Jade Dew could only be refined by a master-rank pharmacist, and such a figure did not exist in a small place like Haishi City. The Earth Heart Spirit Milk. That was a legend from deep within the mineral veins. They had mined Haishi City for 30 years, yet no one had truly seen it. But Qin Feng had to find it. He had promised his parents. He gripped the saber hilt, his knuckles white, a fire burning in his chest, scorching his throat dry and his eyes stinging. Suddenly, Lao He leapt up sharply, a low whimper rising from its throat. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open. He seized his saber and rolled over. Almost at the same moment, a tremor ran through the ground. Xiaoyu, hide in the cellar. Don't make a sound. No matter what happens, don't make a sound. He closed the door behind him and rushed back into the courtyard. Lao He had already arched its back, first standing on, and its gaze locked on a spot on the courtyard wall. The yellow earth wall was crumbling, dirt falling steadily. Gradually a crack spread upward from the base of the wall. Qin Feng lowered his body and slowed his breath. He was in the bone-tempering stage of the body refinement realm. His strength could split stone, his speed could match a horse. He was considered a minor expert in Haishi City's outer district. But if the opponent was an underground creature? He had no time to think further. The crack on the wall grew wider. Boom, With a muffled roar, the courtyard wall collapsed. A black shadow stumbled out of the dust, landing in the courtyard, its twisted silhouette stretching under the moonlight. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. The thing was half a person's height, moving on all fours, covered in gray fur, a row of bone spikes along its back, head like a rat, but grotesquely large. Its open mouth revealed 2 rows of serrated teeth, saliva mixed with dark red blood dripping down. An underground creature, a shadow rat, and an adult one, at least at the meridian opening realm. Its cultivation far surpassed Qin Feng's. The shadow rat's left forelimb was crooked, on its belly was a vicious wound, too clean along its edges to be a bite. It looked as if it had been cut by some sharp blade. Dark green liquid was seeping out, hissing as it dripped onto the ground, corroding small pits. It was gravely wounded, but the madness and hunger in those red eyes had not diminished at all. It had caught the scent of living things. Qin Feng raised his saber and forced himself to stay calm, analyzing the situation. The shadow rat may be at the meridian opening realm, but it is heavily wounded. There's still a chance. A man and a beast faced each other in the dim courtyard. The shadow rat suddenly pointed at Lao He with one claw, grinned, and slowly began to speak. Human whelp, hand over that black dog, and I will spare your life. When a strange beast cultivated to the meridian opening realm, it could speak. Qin Feng took a deep breath, ignoring the shadow rat's trickery. He suddenly stepped forward, launching instantly, and slashed his saber toward the shadow rat's neck. Die! The shadow rat grew furious. It had planned to first devour that dog, recover some of its strength, and then consume this brat. Since you refuse to see reason, this king shall make you a snack first. Though heavily wounded compared to body tempering realm Qin Feng, it still held the upper hand. It leapt suddenly, twisting bizarrely in midair, and Qin Feng's blade grazed past its fur. Even so, the shadow rat's old wounds were aggravated. SSS. Agonizing pain shot through its body. The shadow rat could not help but draw a sharp breath. It gritted its teeth in secret fury. The moment it landed, it pounced again, determined to end the battle. Fast. Too fast. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Facing mortal danger, his mind raced, and in an instant he made his decision. If I can't dodge, then I won't dodge. Qin Feng charged straight into the attack, saber raised. The shadow rat's claws tore through his clothes, leaving 3 wounds on his flesh so deep that bone was visible. The searing pain made Qin Feng's vision darken, but he gritted his teeth and bore it. His right hand exerted force, and the saber came down in a natural arc. It struck true. The blade sank into the shadow rat's wound, producing a grinding sound that set one's teeth on edge. The shadow rat shrieked sharply, thrashing wildly. Human, I shall kill you. Its fury had reached its absolute peak. Already gravely wounded, it suffered another grievous blow. The shadow rat felt that its luck today had reached rock bottom. Unless it refined and consumed the human before it could never quench the hatred in its heart. Qin Feng was pulled off balance by the thrashing, nearly falling. He clutched his saber tightly, refusing to let go. If you want to kill me, then wager everything you have. Qin Feng gripped the saber with both hands, channeling all his remaining strength downward, trying to drive the blade in deeper. But the shadow rat's strength exceeded his expectations. With a sudden violent twist, Qin Feng was sent flying, crashing heavily into the water vat in the courtyard. The shadow rat wrenched the blade from its bone, and more green blood poured from the wound. Utterly enraged, it locked its gaze on Qin Feng and advanced step by step. Let's see how long that stubborn mouth of yours can hold out. Qin Feng coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam, struggling to his feet. The wound on his left shoulder burned terribly, and 1 or 2 ribs might be broken. Cough, cough. The gap between the meridian opening realm and body tempering realm is after all far too vast. If the shadow rat had not already been severely wounded, perhaps Qin Feng would have been utterly crushed in a single exchange. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and rose. The instant the shadow rat lunged, he rolled violently beneath its body. Then he snatched up a broken vat shard from the ground and hurled it viciously at the wound on the shadow rat's hind leg. The shadow rat shrieked in pain, its movements faltering. Now, Qin Feng pounced forward, both hands clamping around the shadow rat's neck, using his full body weight to pin it to the ground. The shadow rat thrashed wildly, its claws tearing open gash after gash across Qin Feng's chest. Blood quickly soaked through his clothes, the warm liquid streaming down his body. Cannot let go. Letting go means death. Qin Feng felt his vision begin to blur, but the strength in his hands did not diminish in the slightest. Gradually the shadow rat began to panic, crying out desperately, "Brat, let me go, don't force me into mutual destruction." Shadow rat, I will wager my life against yours. Qin Feng knew that losing too much blood meant he would eventually lose strength. But at this moment, he absolutely could not show any weakness in his spirit. The shadow rat's struggling grew more violent. Driven by its will to survive, it finally unleashed the strength that the meridian opening realm should possess, prying Qin Feng's fingers open one by one. A cruel grin spread across the shadow rat's face, its claws creeping slowly closer. Just as they were about to touch Qin Feng's neck. At this moment, Qin Feng had completely run out of strength. With no other choice, he spat a wad of phlegm into the shadow rat's mouth. Huh. 2A. The shadow rat froze, then flew into a rage. Brat, you truly deserve to die. It exerted its strength viciously, intending to tear Qin Feng's body apart completely. At that critical moment, a black shadow darted out silently from behind. It was precisely Old Black, the black dog that had disappeared earlier in the battle. Its body streaked through like a shadow, precisely positioning itself between Qin Feng and the shadow rat. Then the black dog raised its head sharply and bit down hard on something held in its mouth. Click! A barely audible mechanical sound rang out. Immediately after, a flash of black light shot violently into the shadow rat's mouth. The shadow rat's body stiffened abruptly. It spoke in disbelief. Poison. There is poison. Boom. The shadow rat collapsed violently, its entire body convulsing with terrible spasms. In only a moment it fell silent. At the very last moment of its life, it stared fixedly at the black dog with only one thought remaining in its mind. Whose good dog carries a concealed weapon in its mouth? Qin Feng slumped on the ground, his vision going black in waves. He forced his head up to look at the black dog. Old Black, I owe you my life this time. The black dog, its eyes glowing red, stood beside the shadow rat's corpse and lowered its head to spit out a small leather sheath. It was the mouth crossbow that Qin Feng had commissioned from a black market craftsman for 3 months' wages. Fitted inside Old Black's upper jaw and triggered by the force of biting, it contained a steel needle soaked in deadly venom. No one could have anticipated this move. Old Black walked over, licked the blood from Qin Feng's face, and let out a low whimper from its throat. Qin Feng patted Old Black's head, tried to stand, but his legs had no strength at all. The wound on his left shoulder showed bone, and the claw wounds across his chest burned fiercely. Even breathing feels like knives scraping inside. The ribs must be broken. Qin Feng quickly assessed his own condition. He was already as injured as he could possibly be. But at least, I'm still alive. Qin Feng forced a smile. So close. Just a little more, and he would have died. Just as waves of agony struck, and Qin Feng could not help but faint, a humming sound rang out in his mind, as if something had shattered. Immediately after, deep within his mind, a single point of golden light ignited. That radiance rapidly spread, outlining shapes, and transformed into an ancient weathered panel. Lines of text floated clearly upon the panel: realm body tempering, realm bone refinement, 92, cultivation, method basic body forging art, great completion, 92, martial technique, wind-breaking saber art, lesser completion, 45. Beside the panel, a golden figure identical to him in appearance sat cross-legged. With each breath, that tiny figure practiced the very same basic body forging art he had cultivated countless times. As the little figure performed, Qin Feng felt a slender stream of warmth stirring within his body. At the same time, the cultivation method row on the panel gradually began to change. Basic body forging art, great completion, 92-93. What is this? Qin Feng's mind gave a sudden jolt as he broke free from his inner vision. Meanwhile, from the fiery burning sensation in his left shoulder wound, an extremely faint warm current seemed to have seeped in, no larger than a thumb. Those clear percentages, that self-practicing golden humanoid figure, and the warm current surging within his body. All of these were overturning Qin Feng's understanding. In a trance, a piece of information suddenly surfaced in his mind. Golden humanoid figure. Assisting cultivation. Warm current. Accelerating wound recovery. For each breakthrough in realm, the number of golden humanoid figures doubles, and the warm current's effects double. The golden humanoid figures never cease. They can practice on their own deduce techniques and martial arts. The speed of cultivation and deduction increases with Qin Feng's growing strength, and simultaneously consuming external energy can also accelerate the golden humanoid figures' operations. In all special circumstances, the golden humanoid figures can also provide correct guidance. The warm current can accelerate wound recovery. Self-cultivation. Accelerated recovery. Qin Feng's heart pounded wildly as he forced himself to stay calm. In Haishi City, he had encountered many martial artists and heard of various innate gifts and abilities, but he had never come across anyone whose gift involved multiple little figures in their brain helping them practice and even heal wounds. This was no longer merely a gift. It was an opportunity. He attempted to guide that faint warm current toward his severely painful left shoulder, and something miraculous occurred amidst the fiery tearing sensation. A wisp of cool tingling permeated, and he could clearly feel the flesh and blood gently wriggling and drawing together. Although the speed was slow, this was by no means a result that natural healing could achieve. Phew. Qin Feng let out a long breath, suppressing the shock within his heart. Qin Feng knew well that although he possessed some talent, it was limited to Haishi City. Beyond Haishi City, compared to those martial arts prodigies, his modest talent would be utterly insufficient. But now that his gift had awakened, years of arduous cultivation finally awaited a turning point. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Feng staggered toward the inner room. The cellar door was slightly ajar, with a pair of small hands gripping its edge tightly, knuckles white. Xiaoyu, he tried to keep his voice steady. It's all right now. Come out. Help your brother. Get the wound medicine, and also wine. Qin Xiaoyu propped herself upright and threw her arms around him. Brother, your injuries are severe. Xiaoyu's hands searched his chest, finding his soaked clothes, her voice trembling. Superficial wounds. Qin Feng pulled her hand away. You sit first, I'll tidy up. He had Xiaoyu sit by the bed, then walked to the main hall, himself rummaging through a broken wooden chest in the corner to find a cloth bundle. Inside was the last bit of medicinal powder mixed by Xiaoyu herself. Unfastening his clothes, he revealed 3 deep claw marks on his left shoulder that went down to the bone. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, sprinkled the powder over the wounds, and tore a relatively clean cloth strip to wrap around several times. Inside his mind, the golden humanoid figures never stopped. Qin Feng stared for a while and noticed that the figure's movements were different from his usual practice, smoother, and the rhythm of breathing more distinct. He tried to draw a breath following the figure's method. A wave of warmth rose from his dantian flowing upward along his meridians, and when it passed his left shoulder wound the pain eased slightly. It really worked. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Forcing himself to stand, he walked to the courtyard. Pale moonlight illuminated the corpse of the shadow rat. The beast lay dead with its red eyes, glaring mouth, half-open black blood from its venomous stinger oozing from the corner of its mouth. Qin Feng crouched down to carefully examine the wound on its belly. Too neat. Obviously inflicted by a blade. To leave such a wound, the person responsible must be at least at the opening meridian realm or above. Who did this? Qin Feng frowned, feeling a hard object in the shadow rat's fur. Pulling it out, he found a thumb-sized black stone emitting a faint glow under the moonlight. Carved on the stone was a tiny symbol, somewhat like a crooked Zhang character. Zhang. The Zhang family of the inner city of Haishi. Qin Feng's fingers tightened. The Zhang family was one of the largest clans in Haishi City, controlling over 30% of the city's mineral veins. Clan head Zhang Lai was a master at the Burning Blood realm. Martial arts have the mundane and the transcendent. The mundane realm consists of 3 stages: body tempering, opening meridians, and burning blood. Body tempering lays the foundation, refining skin, flesh, sinews, bones, and blood. Qin Feng was currently at the bone tempering stage of body tempering. Opening meridians involves unblocking the meridians, allowing qi and blood to flow freely throughout the body. At this realm, each punch and kick carries the force to crack monuments and split stones, marking a true entry into the path of martial artists. Burning blood entails igniting qi and blood, transforming them into force capable of injuring others from a distance. In Haishi City, those who have reached the Burning Blood realm can be counted on one hand: the city lord and the heads of the 3 great families. Beyond that, Qin Feng knew little. It was said that for such powerhouses, moving mountains and overturning seas were merely commonplace. Shadow rats were creatures of the earth pits. How could it be carrying Zhang family belongings? Qin Feng recalled the Zhang family's unusual movements over these past days. A terrifying suspicion surfaced in his mind. Could the Zhang family have already defected to the earth pits? Qin Feng shook his head and stuffed the stone into his chest. Whatever the Zhang family intended, he currently lacked the strength to stop them. Accelerating his cultivation was his most urgent task. Qin Feng lifted his broadsword. With a swift stroke, he precisely split the shadow rat's chest, locating 3 drops of dark red liquid at the heart position. Essence blood condensed from the rat's entire vitality. Upon reaching the opening meridian's realm, whether human or earth pit species, essence blood would condense at the heart. This was an excellent resource for assisting cultivation. However, swallowing it directly, the medicinal effect was too fierce, and one could not fully absorb the energy within the essence blood. Therefore, humans typically combined it with other medicinal herbs to refine into pills. Qin Feng carefully bottled it. Xiaoyu, can you mix this essence blood into a pill? Qin Xiaoyu took the small bottle and held it to her nose for a gentle sniff. She dipped a fingertip into it, rubbed it between her fingers, and felt carefully. I can give it a try. She looked up. Shadow rat essence blood is heavily cold-natured. It must be neutralized with warm-natured herbs, at least requiring sanyang grass, qi yin flower, and also a dose of dangui to consolidate the foundation. These herbs. Qin Feng frowned. We don't have any at home. Qin Xiaoyu whispered. Sanyang grass and qi yin flower are not uncommon. The black market should have them. Dangui might be a bit expensive. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, then took out the few silver coins he had from his chest. Far from enough. He looked at the shadow rat's corpse in the courtyard. Claws, fangs, bones, skin, meat, all could be sold for money. In the outer city of Haishi, there was a dark street that closed during the day and opened at night, where anything could be bought and sold. I'll go to the black market, Qin Feng said. Now, Xiaoyu grabbed his sleeve. Your injuries. It's nothing. Qin Feng patted her hand. Old Hay is watching the house. I'll be back soon. He walked to the corner of the wall, picked up his machete, then retrieved a burlap sack from under the bed, dragging the shadow rat's corpse inside. Lock the door. Well, don't open it for anyone. Qin Feng pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped into the night. The night in the outer city of Haishi was pitch black. Few lamps flickered in this outer district, and with the moon mostly obscured by heavy clouds, one could barely discern the path beneath their feet. Qin Feng intentionally stuck to the narrow alleys, carefully avoiding the patrol squads. As he neared the dark street, he veered into a narrow alleyway. At the very end of the lane stood a dilapidated wooden door adorned with a row of unlit lanterns. Qin Feng hesitated for a brief moment before raising his hand to knock on the door. 7 rapid taps, a short pause, and then 8 more. A moment later, a turbid eye peered through the crack of the door. Who is it? Selling goods, buying medicine. The eye scrutinized him up and down for a moment before the door creaked open. Qin Feng walked in, hoisting the burlap sack over his shoulder. The small courtyard was brightly lit with torches thrust into all 4 walls. Several tables were set up in the center, around which a few figures gathered, speaking in hushed tones. Cages lined against the walls held various bizarre creatures: 6-eyed rabbits, hedgehog cats, blood-red turtle doves. A short, stout man walked over and cast a glance at the sack. What goods? Shadow rat meridian, opening realm, newly deceased. The short, stout man peeled open the sack to take a look, then felt the wound. How did it die? Poison. The short, stout man glanced at him and asked no further questions. He gestured for 2 men to hoist the shadow rat onto the table for a thorough inspection. The claws are intact, the teeth aren't broken, and there's minimal damage to the pelt. Though the poison entered through the mouth, it didn't damage the bones. He turned around and said, "Name your price." Qin Feng raised his hand and held up 3 fingers. 30 silver coins. Little brother, this shadow rat has been mostly drained of its blood, and its flesh is laced with poison. It's not worth that much. Then how much do you say? Qin Feng's tone was flat. 20. 20 at most. 28. Qin Feng refused to yield an inch. The short, stout man's face fell. After several rounds of fierce verbal sparring and bargaining, the two finally agreed on 25 silver coins. The moment the price was settled, the short, stout man who had looked utterly pained just a second ago instantly beamed with a fresh smile. Qin Feng's face darkened, silently cursing himself for quoting too low. Are you still buying medicine? 1 portion each of 3 yong herbs, scarlet flame flower, and angelica. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Feng added, also prepare a few bottles of the finest blood-stanching powder and internal injury medicine. Although the warm white current could accelerate his recovery, supplementing it with medicinal herbs would naturally yield faster results. The short, stout man led him to the medicine shelf, retrieved the herbs, and wrapped up 5 bottles of blood-stanching powder and 3 bottles of internal injury pills. That's 12 silver coins in total, leaving 16 remaining. As Qin Feng pocketed the money and turned to leave, he suddenly remembered the black stone in his bosom. He pulled out the stone. Do you recognize this? The short, stout man took 1 look, and his expression shifted dramatically. Where did this come from? I picked it up. This is a Yin soul stone specifically used for raising Yin corpses and refining Yin poison. Anyone who gets involved with this stuff meets a miserable end. He shoved it back into Qin Feng's hand as if it were a hot potato. I see. Qin Feng remained silent, tucking the stone back into his bosom before turning to leave. With the herbs and medicine bottles tucked away, his shoulders were lighter, yet his heart felt heavy. The Zhang family is suspected of colluding with the catacombs, and they are also using Yin soul stones to raise Yin corpses. Qin Feng felt more and more that Haishi City was no place to stay for long. Just as he turned out of the alley, footsteps echoed ahead. More than one person. Qin Feng slipped into the shadows of a wall corner. Several figures approached from the other end of the alley, all clad in black, their footsteps incredibly light. The tall man leading them held a lantern with the character Zhang painted on it. Members of the Zhang family. Qin Feng held his breath. The group stopped at the entrance of the alley. The tall man raised his lantern to illuminate the area. Boss, there are no signs of destruction by the shadow rat here. Keep searching. The family head said if it is alive, we must see the rat. If it is dead, we must see its corpse. Mark anyone who might have come into contact with the shadow rat, and await the family's reckoning. The men dispersed to search. Silence returned to the alley. Qin Feng waited in the shadows for a long time, only stepping out slowly once he was certain their footsteps had completely faded away. The moonlight fell upon his face, casting a somber gloom over his features. While the traces of battle at home could still be cleaned up, the wall damaged by the shadow rat could not possibly be restored in a short amount of time. Such a flaw would eventually be discovered by the Zhang family. Qin Feng took a deep breath, the icy air stinging his throat. Reason told him that he was already deeply entangled in a deadly trap. Even if he proactively returned the Yin soul stone, he would likely still be silenced by the Zhang family. No, not just him. Even Xiaoyu and Lao He would probably fall victim to their cruel hands. At this thought, Qin Feng's face flushed red. He felt as though his heart were being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. Why did it have to be now? I have only just awakened my talent. The Zhang family. Qin Feng's surroundings felt heavy with a terrifyingly low pressure. Every inch of his muscles tensed in absolute fury. Time. I need time. Qin Feng hurried back toward his home. Along the way, at regular intervals, he would deliberately damage several courtyard walls by the roadside. He had to create a trail of false clues to throw them off. By the time Qin Feng pushed open the courtyard door, the horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Placing the herbs and the medicine vial onto the table, Xiaoyu groped her way over. Brother, you're back. Yes. Qin Feng untied the coarse burlap sack and produced 3 kinds of herbs. Take a look. Is this enough? Xiaoyu took the herbs, lightly rubbing them between her fingers. The leaves of the sanyang grass were thick and fleshy, carrying a warm touch. The petals of the Qin flower were dry, exuding a scorching aura. The roots of the angelica were intact, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. It's enough, they are all top grade. She lifted her head. Brother, I'll concoct the medicine right now. Go lie down on the bed. Qin Feng shook his head. I'll assist you. No need. Do you need to build the fire? Grind the herbs. Or control the water temperature? Qin Feng interrupted her. Xiaoyu bit her lip, finally nodding then. Brother, help me build the fire. Keep it on a gentle heat. Soon the earthen stove in the kitchen was lit, and a clay pot was placed over the fire. Xiaoyu groped about, tearing the sanyang grass into fine shreds, crushing the Qin flower, and slicing the angelica into thin pieces. Her movements were slow but exceptionally steady. The weight of each herb relied entirely on the measurement of her fingers. Such precision was born of sheer talent. Watching his sister's focused profile, a surge of complex emotions welled up in Qin Feng's heart. If not for that severe fever that ruined her eyes, with Xiaoyu's talent, she would have long been recruited by a medicine shop, or even a noble clan in the inner city. Yet now she could only concoct medicine in the dark within this dilapidated courtyard using the most primitive tools. Brother, the water is boiling. Xiaoyu's voice interrupted his train of thought. Qin Feng lifted the kettle and poured the hot water into the clay pot. Xiaoyu placed the herbs inside one by one and covered it with the lid. Simmer it over a gentle heat for half an hour until the medicinal properties fuse. She said, only then can we add the essence blood. Qin Feng guarded the stove watching the flames dance. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu uncovered the clay pot. The medicinal liquid had brewed into a dark red, emitting a peculiar fragrance, a blend of herbal freshness and a scorching aura. Brother, the essence blood. Qin Feng handed over the porcelain vial. Xiaoyu carefully poured in a single drop of shadow rat essence blood. Sizzle. Fine bubbles surfaced on the liquid, its color shifting from dark red to deep crimson before gradually settling into a dark gold. It is done. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, drink it while it's hot. Qin Feng took the clay bowl. The liquid was warm and slightly bitter to the taste, but it instantly transformed into a torrent of heat that slid down into his abdomen. Boom. It was as if a fire had been ignited. The hot current erupted from his stomach, surging toward his limbs and bones. Every inch of his flesh trembled, and every single bone crackled loudly. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan, sat cross-legged, and fully circulated the basic body tempering art. In his mind, the speed at which the golden figure practiced accelerated abruptly. The text on the stone tablet flickered frantically. Cultivation, method, basic body tempering art, grand mastery, 94, 96, 97. Martial technique, wind cleaving blade technique, mastery, 53, 64, 78. The hot current rampaged wildly inside his body. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, guiding this surge of energy to impact his meridians. He could clearly feel that the bones throughout his body were becoming harder and denser, like iron being repeatedly tempered. This was the absolute limit of the tempering realm, bone refining. Time ticked away. The sky outside gradually brightened. As the first ray of morning light shone into the kitchen, a crisp crack echoed from within Qin Feng's body. It felt as if some sort of shackle had been shattered. Immediately after, an unprecedented sensation of power surged through his entire body. He opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing across them before vanishing. Looking down at his left shoulder, the 3 claw marks had completely scabbed over with tender pink new flesh growing along the edges. The wounds on his chest and abdomen had also mostly healed, leaving only faint red marks. The text on the ancient panel in his mind was now completely refreshed. Realm tempering realm, blood refining, 3. Cultivation, method, basic body tempering, art, perfection, 3. Martial technique, wind cleaving blade technique, mastery, 94. A breakthrough. From the tempering realm, bone refining, he had stepped directly into the blood refining stage. The progress of his wind cleaving blade technique was equally gratifying, nearing grand mastery. Qin Feng stood up and clenched his fists. It was different now. The bones of his entire body felt as if they had been reforged hard as iron. Even more miraculous was that he could clearly feel the blood surging through his veins. Every heartbeat was more powerful. Every breath was longer and deeper. This was blood refining, the final stage of the tempering realm. At this realm, one's vital energy and blood are as abundant as a furnace, vastly improving strength and endurance. In Haishi City, he could now be considered a minor expert. One step further, and it would be the meridian opening realm. Brother, Xiaoyu asked softly, how is it? I've broken through. Qin Feng's voice carried an irrepressible excitement. The blood refining stage. Xiaoyu was stunned, then a smile bloomed on her face. Really? It's only been one night. It's because your medicine is superb. Qin Feng smiled. Xiaoyu, the potions you concoct are far more potent than those sold on the black market. You are simply a genius. This was by no means an exaggeration. Most apothecaries in Haishi City had limited skills. The essence blood potions they concocted did not even possess half the efficacy of those refined by Qin Xiaoyu. This was talent. There are still 2 drops of essence blood left, Qin Feng said. Rest first, and we can concoct more later. Qin Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodded with a smile, and did not push herself further. Concocting a potion with essence blood for the first time was indeed a heavy strain. Qin Feng helped her back to her room to rest, then walked out into the courtyard. He intended to take advantage of these 3 days of injury leave to thoroughly boost his strength. The day was fully bright. Qin Feng took off his tattered shirt and stood bare-chested in the morning light. Although the scar on his left shoulder remained, it no longer hindered his movement. He picked up his saber and swung it casually. The wind of the blade pierced the air. It was at least 50% faster than yesterday. A sharp light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and with a thought he focused his mind. In his mind, the golden figure began to frantically practice the wind-cleaving blade technique. Martial techniques were divided into 4 realms: beginner mastery, grand mastery, and perfection. With each progression to a higher realm, the power would increase significantly. It was said that when a martial technique reached perfection, it would possess unimaginable power. Residual effects of the potions still lingered, so the golden figure's practice remained swift and fierce, each move sharp and aggressive. He aligned his saber strikes with the rhythm of the figure. Every strike was as swift as lightning. At the height of his practice, Qin Feng suddenly felt a wave of comprehension. The blade turned with his body, and his body moved with his steps, transforming him entirely into a whirlwind. The blade light shone like a sheet of white silk, kicking up a cloud of dust in the courtyard. Whoosh! As the final strike slashed out the bowl-thick wooden post in the corner of the yard, snapped the cut as smooth as a mirror. Qin Feng sheathed his blade and exhaled deeply. The inscription in his mind shifted once more. Martial technique, wind-cleaving blade technique, Grandmastery 1. A look of delight washed over Qin Feng's face. The aura surrounding his entire body felt dense and profound. With the breakthrough in his saber technique, its power had increased tremendously, even causing his temperament to undergo a subtle transformation. Saber technique at grand completion combined with my strength at the blood refining stage. If I were to encounter that meridian opening realm shadow rat again. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and quickly reached a conclusion. 3 moves. Within 3 moves I will surely take its life. Qin Feng calmed his inner agitation. A grand completion saber technique was sufficient for the time being. Qin Feng directed the little golden figure to focus its primary energy on his cultivation technique. Just as he was about to continue practicing, shouting and clamor suddenly echoed from outside. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He walked over to the door and peered through the crack. 3 men dressed in black were knocking on doors from house to house. The leader was none other than the tall man he had seen in the alley last night. They were men of the Zhang family. They had searched their way to this street. Qin Feng whispered a few instructions to his sister. The black dog lay silently behind the door, its ears pricked up. Knocking sounds came from next door. Zhang family on official business. Open the door immediately. The door of old Chen's house next door opened, and a subservient voice drifted over. My lords, what is the matter? Did you hear any unusual noises last night? Did you see any suspicious characters? My lord, this lowly one heard several loud crashes last night, but did not dare to go outside. Upon waking up this morning, I found that my courtyard wall had collapsed. The men of the Zhang family exchanged glances. Another collapsed wall. That shadow rat truly has a bizarre obsession with walls. Search the place. Although many families' courtyard walls had collapsed last night, a search still had to be conducted regardless. Immediately after, the sounds of drawers being rummaged through and furniture being overturned rang out. Qin Feng gripped his saber hilt tightly, while the little golden figure in his mind remained entirely unaffected, continuing to cultivate. At the same time, the little golden figure faintly transmitted a clear thought: stay calm. He took a deep breath, put down his saber, and walked over to the water vat, pretending to draw water. Soon the knocking arrived at his door. Open up. Qin Feng slid back the door bolt. The tall man stood outside, flanked by his 2 subordinates. The 3 of them sized Qin Feng up with sharp gazes. Did you hear any unusual noises last night? The tall man asked. I did. Qin Feng replied, his expression unchanging. It sounded like something was crashing into the walls, but I didn't dare go out to look. Why not? My lord must be joking. Qin Feng pointed to his left shoulder, where the faint trace of a scar was still visible. With my weak constitution, how could I dare get involved? The tall man stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, you were injured. How did it happen? While on duty at the city wall a few days ago, I was slashed by a crypt creature. If my lord does not believe me, you can ask Captain Zhao of the 7th Squad. The tall man remained silent. His gaze swept across the courtyard wall, and a wave of speechlessness washed over him. He muttered, demolishing dozens of walls in a single night. That damn shadow rat is a total beast. No matter how powerful our Zhang family is, we cannot wipe out dozens of households and over 100 people at once. Let alone the city lord's mansion. Even the other families would not agree to it. The family head will just have to figure out a way to deal with this mess. After a long moment, the tall man shook his head and gave his 2 subordinates a look. Search. The 2 rushed into the house. Qin Feng hastily followed them to his sister's room. The room had already been cleaned up. The shadow rat's corpse had been sold, while the Yin Soul Stone and the remaining essence blood were hidden in the cellar. As expected, a moment later the 2 subordinates came out and shook their heads. The tall man glanced at Qin Feng again and suddenly asked, your vitality is not weak. What stage of the body tempering realm are you at? Just broke through to blood refining. Qin Feng replied truthfully. He knew his surging vitality could not be hidden at all, nor was there any need to hide it. Unless he chose not to reveal his strength for a very long time. Blood refining. The tall man pondered for a moment and dismissed his suspicion. Even an injured shadow rat was not something a person who had just broken through to blood refining could withstand. After a long while he finally nodded. Very well. If you notice anything unusual again, report it immediately. Understood. The 3 of them left and proceeded to knock on the next door. Qin Feng closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long breath. Xiaoyu came out of the room, her face pale. Brother, it's fine now. Qin Feng patted her shoulder. Though he spoke reassuringly, a sense of urgency grew even stronger in his heart. Although the shadow rat's corpse had been sold, and the short fat man in the black market had not seen his true face. But one could never be too careful. He had to become stronger as quickly as possible. Xiaoyu, Qin Feng said, we will continue brewing the medicine today. Xiaoyu nodded. I'll go prepare it right now. Qin Feng walked into the courtyard, picked up his cleaver, and continued practicing. The little golden figure in his mind tirelessly demonstrated the cultivation technique. A warm current circulated within his body. His injuries were healing at an accelerated pace. His strength continued to grow. The morning sunlight flooded the courtyard, illuminating his resolute face. Body tempering realm blood refining was only the beginning. After yesterday's attempts, Qin Xiao, you had become much more proficient at compounding the medicine. Brother, sit down and regulate your breathing. The medicine will be ready soon. Qin Feng sat cross-legged as told, but he did not enter meditation immediately. As he watched Xiao Yu's busy figure, his desire to become stronger grew even more intense. If not to protect Xiaoyu, if not for this peril-laden world. Within the clay pot the medicinal liquid boiled, and a dark golden glow gradually emerged. When the second dose of medicine was ready, Qin Feng noticed the detail. The color of the liquid this time was deeper than the first, and its fragrance was much more concentrated. Brother, try this. Xiaoyu handed over the clay bowl. I adjusted the proportions. I added half a mace of 3 yang grass and reduced the angelica by 3 candarines. Qin Feng took the bowl, and without hesitation threw his head back and drank it all. Boom. The heat wave this time was at least 30% more violent than the last. If the first dose was like lighting a fire, then this second dose was like pouring oil onto the flames. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan as the bones throughout his entire body crackled and popped. Fine beads of blood even seeped out from the surface of his skin, a result of the violent energy washing through his body. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. His body at the blood refining stage was resilient enough, and the little golden figure frantically circulated the basic body tempering art. A warm current gushed from his dantian, guiding this surge of energy as it coursed through his meridians. The runes on the steel flickered wildly. Cultivation technique, basic body tempering art, perfection 8. 16. 24. A quarter of an hour later the efficacy of the medicine began to subside. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a red light flashing across them before vanishing. He could clearly feel that the vitality within his body was over 50% more abundant than before. Every heartbeat sounded like the beating of a drum. This time Qin Feng felt that if he fought the shadow rat again, a single move would suffice. But it was still not enough. The third dose, he said, looking at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's hand paused slightly. Brother, your body. I can take it. Qin Feng's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable resolve. The Zhang family won't give us much time. Xiaoyu bit her lip and handed over the final dose of medicine. The color of this dose was almost dark gold. Qin Feng took it and drank it down once more. This time, upon entering his stomach, the medicinal liquid transformed into a gentle yet enduring energy. Like the warm spring sun, it slowly permeated his limbs and bones. Qin Feng could clearly feel this energy nourishing his bones and strengthening his marrow. This was blood refining in the truest sense. The speed of the little golden figure's demonstration was even faster than before. The runes on the steel changed once more. 35. 47. 67. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The sharp light in his eyes was restrained, but the fluctuations of vitality emanating from his body made even Lao He feel somewhat uneasy. He stood up and stretched his limbs. The bones throughout his body let out a series of crisp pops, as rapid as beans popping in a hot pan. A thin layer of black grime seeped out onto the surface of his skin. Those were the impurities expelled from his body. Qin Feng casually threw a punch. Bang! A wave of air rolled up, accompanied by the faint sound of breaking wind. Late blood refining stage. Qin Feng muttered. In just half a day he had leaped from newly breaking through to the blood refining stage directly to the late blood refining stage. Qin Xiaoyu leaned against the stove, her eyes shining with excitement. Brother, how does it feel? Excellent. Each dose is stronger than the last. Opening my meridians is just around the corner. Qin Feng smiled, sparing no praise. As expected of our family's genius young pharmacist. Upon receiving the praise, the smile on Qin Xiaoyu's face grew even brighter. A moment later Qin Feng helped Qin Xiaoyu back to her room to rest. As for himself, he changed into a clean set of clothes, took his saber, and walked to the center of the courtyard to adapt to his brand new strength. He had to make the most of these 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, Qin Feng pushed open his room door. The morning light fell upon his face, and a faint crimson glow seemed to circulate beneath his skin. It was a manifestation of vital energy filled to its absolute peak. Brother, breakfast is ready, Qin Xiaoyu called out as she groped her way out of the kitchen holding a tray of food. Are you going to the city wall today? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, I've rested at home for 3 days. If I don't go now, the captain might come looking for me himself. Be careful at home. After I leave, stay in the cellar with Lao He. Even if you hear someone entering the house, ignore it. Just wait until I return. Okay. Lao He crouched by the doorway, his dark golden eyes filled with earnestness. For the past few days he had been guarding the entrance, never leaving for even a single step. Qin Feng patted his head, watched the house. Lao He let out a low whimper, as if saying, don't worry. At the Haishi outer city, the city walls rose dozens of feet high, packed with people. When Qin Feng ascended the city wall, Captain Zhao Fan was standing on the watchtower with a grim expression. However, upon seeing Qin Feng approach, he managed to force a smile. Fengzi, looks like you've recovered well from your injuries over these past few days. Zhao Fan turned around and was about to say something when he suddenly seemed to sense something, his entire body freezing. Holy crap. Fengzi, this vital energy of yours. Don't tell me you're still in the body tempering stage. Qin Feng smiled. Just a lucky breakthrough. Upon receiving Qin Feng's confirmation, Zhao Fan's face instantly filled with a mixture of pleasant surprise and shock, and he burst into hearty laughter. What a lucky breakthrough. A wonderful stroke of luck indeed. This is the best news I've heard all day. Laughing heartily, Zhao Fan slapped Qin Feng on the shoulder. I knew you had potential ever since you were a kid. You truly are the most talented member of our city defense squad. You've really done us proud. Seeing Zhao Fan's joyous expression, a smile also appeared on Qin Feng's face. When he first joined the city defense squad, he had only just stepped into the body tempering realm. He had been the youngest and weakest member of the entire squad. Over the years, had it not been for Zhao Fan's constant care and protection, he would have likely perished at the hands of the subterranean creatures long ago. After sharing a few light-hearted moments, Qin Feng asked, "Captain, I noticed your expression seemed off earlier. Is there another invasion of subterranean creatures?" At this, the smile vanished from Zhao Fan's face, replaced once again by gravity. Yes, something isn't right. Zhao Fan walked to the edge of the wall and looked out. The Haishi wasteland was dead silent. Normally one could always spot scattered subterranean creatures wandering around, but today there wasn't a single one. It was far too quiet. An anomaly always portends danger. The earth veins vibrated 7 times last night. Captain Zhao lowered his voice. Word came from the eastern mining caves that the Zhang family has been highly active lately, as if they are planning some major move. Qin Feng's heart tightened. Zhao Fan patted his breastplate. "Stay close to me today, and don't wander off. This atmosphere. I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen." No sooner had his words fallen than a long drawn-out alarm suddenly blared. Woo, 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 enemy attack. But it was not coming from outside the city. Within the city walls, several residential houses near the inner city suddenly exploded, and dozens of dark figures surged out of the rising dust. Subterranean creatures, someone shrieked in horror. How did they get into the city? Qin Feng's pupils contracted. Moles, earth tapers, shadow wolves, stoneskin, tusked boars. Among them, several shadow wolves and stoneskin tusked boars were actually in the meridian opening realm. Even more terrifyingly, they had appeared inside the city. The high walls no longer offered any defense. Damn it! Who let them in? A traitor. Someone let them into the city. Zhao Fan's eyes turned blood red as he roared. "Shut the hell up, all of you. Kill them first, then we'll find the traitor." With that, Zhao Fan took the lead, immediately charging down the city wall and rushing toward the subterranean creatures. Qin Feng responded, instantly leaping down right behind him. "Kill." Seeing this, the others followed suit and charged into the fray. Qin Feng confronted several subterranean creatures below the meridian opening realm, brandishing his saber and slashing forward. A flash of cold light gleamed. Splurt! A mole's head went flying. Immediately after, Qin Feng and a dozen veteran soldiers quickly converged, forming a circular formation back-to-back. They were all seasoned warriors who had faced life and death for years. With their rich experience, they quickly stabilized their footing. However, other areas were not so fortunate. The subterranean creatures were too numerous, and with the surprise attack from behind, many recruits panicked instantly and fled in all directions. The city fell into utter chaos. Standing on the outer edge of the circular formation, Qin Feng swung his blade relentlessly. His saber was incredibly fast, slaughtering these body-tempering realm subterranean creatures as easily as slicing vegetables. But soon stronger enemies appeared. 3 meridian opening realm stone-skin tusked boars lunged from different directions. They were as large as calves, completely crimson, with exposed menacing tusks. "Fengzi, watch out!" Captain Zhao Fan shouted anxiously. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and his consciousness quickly swept across his status panel. Realm body tempering, realm blood, refining, 93. Cultivation, method, basic body tempering, art, consummate, 93. Martial technique, wind cleaving, saber technique, consummate, 100. Limit breaking skill, mountain collapse. The blade cleaves the wind, its momentum capable of shattering mountains. Over these past 3 days, Qin Feng had not only made gratifying progress in his cultivation realm. Even his saber technique had reached consummation, which in turn gave rise to the limit-breaking skill, mountain collapse. Qin Feng had tested it once at home. Once mountain collapse was unleashed, it was no longer just about riding and cleaving the wind. Instead, it condensed the absolute speed of the wind into a monumental force as heavy as a mountain. With a single slash, the wind whipped up the blade energy, carrying an unstoppable momentum like a collapsing mountain. With this thought, Qin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, taking a decisive step. In his mind, a golden figure instantly deduced the attack trajectories of the 3 stone-skin tusked boars. The one on the left was the fastest but slow to turn. The one on the right possessed the greatest strength, but was slow to react. The one in the middle was the weakest. Qin Feng charged directly at the weakest one. With a flash of blade light, he aimed straight for the throat of the middle stone-skin tusked boar. Realizing something was wrong, the boar tried to dodge, but Qin Feng was far faster. The blade, like a viper baring its fangs, pierced precisely into its throat. Splurt! Blood sprayed. A single strike, a single kill. Enraged, the remaining 2 stone-skin tusked boars lunged at him simultaneously. Qin Feng sidestepped the pounce from the left, executing a backhand slash across its hind leg. Crack! The bone shattered, and the stone-skin tusked boar collapsed to the ground, squealing in agony. The one on the right had already reached him, its sharp tusks aiming directly for Qin Feng's head. Instead of retreating, Qin Feng swept his blade upward. The edge sheared right through the tusk and pierced straight through the skull. In an instant, all 3 stone-skin tusked boars were slain. The surrounding defenders watched in utter bewilderment. Since when did this kid become so strong? Someone muttered. Captain Zhao Fan was also stunned. He knew Qin Feng's talent was extraordinary, but he never expected Qin Feng to be able to defeat a meridian opening realm opponent while still in the body tempering realm. Furthermore, he had won so effortlessly in a manner of absolute devastation. Great job, Fengzi. Zhao Fan laughed heartily and roared. The power of his strikes instantly doubled, forcing the meridian opening shadow wolf opposite him to retreat repeatedly. Right at that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from beneath the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. It sounded as if some colossal beast was approaching. Everyone peered down, their faces turning deathly pale. At the city gate, a colossal beast covered entirely in black bone armor slowly approached. Standing nearly 30 feet tall, it resembled a rhinoceros, yet 3 rows of bone spikes lined its back, and its tail whipped like a steel lash. With every step it took, the ground trembled. "Is that an ironclad earth dragon?" Someone stammered, their voice trembling. "A crypt creature at the peak of the pulse opening realm. How could it appear here?" The ironclad earth dragon at the peak of the pulse opening realm possessed a thick hide and tough flesh impervious to ordinary blades and spears. An ordinary martial artist of the pulse opening realm could not even scratch its outer armor. Encountering it meant fleeing for one's life. Even more terrifying, it was trailed by over a dozen pulse opening realm ironback wolves and shadow rats, forming a miniature horde. "We are doomed. The experts from the city lord's manor still haven't arrived," someone whispered in despair. Within the city defense guard, Zhao Fan was the strongest, yet he was only at the late stage of the pulse opening realm. Facing a peak pulse opening realm ironclad earth dragon, there was absolutely no hope of victory, let alone against the dozen other pulse opening realm crypt creatures behind it. The previous high spirits of the crowd inside the city vanished instantly, their morale plummeting. Even Zhao Fan could not stop cold sweat from drenching his back. This time they would likely all perish. Zhao Fan swallowed hard, turned to Qin Feng, and whispered, "Feng, something is wrong. The powerhouses from the city lord's manor and the 3 major clans still haven't arrived. I fear there is a traitor among them. Once the battle begins, do not lose your head. Find an opportunity to retreat behind the crowd. You are still young, and without you Xiao you won't survive in this Haishi city. Take her and leave Haishi city immediately." At this, Zhao Fan looked at Qin Feng with deep reluctance. "In the blink of an eye you've grown so strong. Time truly flies." In the end, Zhao Fan feigned composure and forced a smile. "Be good, kid. This is your captain's final order." With that, Zhao Fan turned resolutely to face the ironclad earth dragon. Qin Feng gripped his heavy saber, firmly grabbed Zhao Fan's slightly trembling arm, and smiled. "Captain, let me handle this instead." The peak of body tempering against the peak of the pulse opening realm, an entire major realm of difference. It was not enough. But what if I open my pulses now? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qin Feng grabbed the essence blood of the strongest stone-skinned fanged boar and refined it instantly. Buzz. In an instant, the essence blood rampaged violently within Qin Feng's body. He could clearly feel his heart pounding fiercely, his mind screaming warnings, and steam rising from his body as an unbearable pain washed over him. At this critical moment, the warm white current within his body unleashed its vitality to the absolute limit, continuously repairing his damaged meridians. The golden figure in his mind began to spin frantically. The interface flickered rapidly. Cultivation method, basic body forging art, consummate 94, 98, 99, 100 boom. At this instant, the vital blood in his body boiled and the bottleneck loosened. The pulse opening realm required the clearing of 12 primary meridians. Right now, the Shaoyin meridian, the one closest to his heart, was instantly cleared. Suddenly, Qin Feng's mind cleared. The interface displayed a new change. Breakthrough body tempering. Blood refining to pulse opening realm. Pulse opening 1. The golden figure in his mind suddenly stopped spinning, split down the middle into 2 identical golden figures, and their operating speed doubled. The warm white current within him surged, expanding to the size of a fist. Qin Feng could distinctly feel that the internal injuries caused by directly swallowing the essence blood were being healed one by the warm current. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his physical state reaching its absolute zenith. He could clearly feel his entire body brimming with power. His condition was better than ever, and he had never felt so powerful. Qin Feng looked up at the ironclad earth dragon, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Early stage of the pulse opening realm against the peak consummate stage of the pulse opening realm. The advantage is mine. Feng Yu. Beside him, Zhao Fan's eyes widened, utterly paralyzed by shock. What was he witnessing? In the span of a single turn, his young brother had actually swallowed the essence blood, directly disregarded its violent nature, and just like that, broken through a major realm. Seriously, brother, is that how you were supposed to use essence blood? And why is this major realm breakthrough process completely different from mine? If you can do it like this, then what was the point of me painstakingly tempering myself for 2 years at the peak of blood, refining and nurturing my qi for another half a year, before finally daring to attempt the pulse opening realm? Qin Feng smiled. It was only natural for Zhao Fan to be astonished, as he knew nothing of Qin Feng's talent. "Captain, wait right here and don't move. I'm going to test its mettle." "Are you insane? That is the peak of the pulse opening realm." Zhao Fan cried out in shock. Qin Feng offered no further explanation. He leaped forward, charging straight at the ironclad earth dragon. "Feng!" Captain Zhao shouted anxiously, but he knew he could not stop him. Gnashing his teeth, he ordered, "Archers, prepare. Cover Qin Feng." The archers on the city wall notched their arrows, but against the ironclad earth dragon's bone armor, ordinary arrows were utterly useless. The ironclad earth dragon spotted Qin Feng. It let out a low growl, a flicker of contempt crossing its eyes. "A mere insect who has just breached the pulse opening realm dares to block my path." Moving its 4 massive legs, it charged straight ahead. When the ironclad earth dragon closed in to within 30 feet, Qin Feng had already gathered his full power. He erupted instantly, pushing his consummate wind-cleaving saber technique to its absolute limit. A flash of saber light accompanied by a crisp ring surged toward the beast's head. The ironclad earth dragon smirked, feeling playful. It charged head-on into the blade, intending to crush Qin Feng into paste and terrorize the crowd. Clash! The saber light collided with the head armor, erupting in a shower of sparks before a thunderous crack resounded, the sound of the bone armor shattering. The ironclad earth dragon had already opened its massive maw, preparing to mock the boy's weak strike, when a sharp piercing sensation suddenly shot through its head, sending a wave of agony straight to its brain. The sneer on the ironclad earth dragon's face gradually faded, freezing in place. Drip, drop. The shattered armor leaked a stream of warm blood that flowed down and dripped onto the ground with a soft patter. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell dead silent. Then the human forces erupted in a frenzy of astonished cries. How is this level of strength possible? An early pulse-opening cultivator fighting above his realm to suppress a peak pulse-opening beast and actually gaining the upper hand. To think our Haishi city possesses such a prodigy. Heaven has not abandoned Haishi city. The joys and sorrows of humans are not shared, and this truth applied to the crypt creatures as well. Unlike the ecstatic humans, the remaining crypt creatures looked utterly aghast, plunged into extreme shock and terror. How is this possible? Is this the legendary martial prodigy of the human race? Lord Earth Dragon's armor wouldn't sustain a single scratch, even if an ordinary peak pulse-opening expert attacked it all night, yet it was shattered by someone at the early pulse-opening stage. Both the humans and the crypt creatures were utterly transfixed by this earth-shattering sight. The ironclad Earth Dragon lowered its head, staring at the pool of blood. Its thoughts were completely derailed as it stood frozen in place, as if it could no longer even feel the pain. What is this? Qin Feng paid no heed to what it was thinking, his whole body's blood, and she exploded once more as he gathered strength anew. Still unsatisfied that a single strike had failed to fell the iron-armored Earth Dragon. In his eyes, whether it was the iron-armored Earth Dragon or the creatures of the underground caverns, be they at late meridian opening or the peak of it, their true quality was nowhere near his own early meridian opening cultivation. After all, their cultivation realms had been honed merely by time, making them unstable and insubstantial. Qin Feng himself, however, was different. His cultivation realm was achieved purely through his unparalleled talent and unremitting effort, polishing every single stage to its utmost limit before breaking through. The contrast made the disparity clear at once. With that in mind, Qin Feng finally held nothing back. His blood and chi surged to their peak, and the wind-splitting blade art was driven beyond its absolute limits. Limit-breaking technique. Mountain collapse. In an instant, the wind-splitting blade art was no longer merely about riding and splitting the wind. Instead, it compressed the ultimate speed of the wind layer by layer, then unleashed all of it at once, transforming into a power capable of toppling mountains and overturning peaks. The immense might of this limit-breaking technique radiated outward, blade light flashing wherever it passed. Only then did the iron-armored Earth Dragon shake itself back to awareness. At that moment, a bone-piercing chill penetrated straight through its armored scales. An overwhelming dread surged from the depths of the iron-armored Earth Dragon's heart, and a strong urge to retreat was born, its mind filled with nothing but the desire to survive. Damned legs. Run. It wanted to turn around. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the face of mountain collapse, its colossal body had no time to dodge, let alone retreat. This time the blade light tore through its armored scales without resistance and swept straight across the Earth Dragon's body. Poochie. Blood gushed forth. The iron-armored Earth Dragon shuddered violently, and then a massive head flew off its body. The head arced through the air and landed squarely in front of the dozen or so dumbfounded cavern creatures, showering them with blood. Dead. The iron-armored Earth Dragon at the peak of meridian opening was dead. Inside Haishi City, deathly silence reigned. Everyone's gaze fell upon Qin Feng and the Earth Dragon's corpse, their shock beyond measure. Too insane. After slaying the Earth Dragon, Qin Feng's blood and chi continued to churn, and his blade momentum showed no sign of waning. He took a single step forward, tearing through the wind as he moved. With no intention of resting even a moment, he raised his blade and charged toward the petrified cavern creatures. Captain Zhao Fan was the first to react, his face flushing red and a wide grin splitting from ear to ear as he roared excitedly, "Fengzi. Well done." The rest of the group snapped back to their senses and burst into ecstatic cheers, the sound waves soaring into the sky. Well done. Qin Feng, you're a badass. Heaven has not abandoned Haishi City. Kill. Brothers, follow Master Qin and charge. Slaughter these goddamn cavern bastards. Under Qin Feng's lead, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot as they charged at the remaining creatures. The cavern creatures wanted to flee, but they forgot they were inside the city. Earlier, the city wall of Haishi City had seemed utterly useless, filling them with secret glee and contempt. But now it had become their death warrant. In that short time, they simply could not get around this several zhang high wall. In an instant, the cavern camp fell into utter chaos. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Since you've come, why leave?" With a flick of his blade, he sliced off one head after another. The remaining meridian opening cavern creatures could not even withstand a single strike from him. Soon, apart from a few captives kept for interrogation, the remaining remnants were slaughtered by the group. "Fengzi." Captain Zhao Fan walked over from the crowd and rushed to Qin Feng's side. "Are you alright?" "It's nothing." Qin Feng smiled and couldn't help but look at Zhao Fan a few more times. Those words urging him to flee earlier had truly come from the bottom of his heart. Under Qin Feng's gaze, Zhao Fan seemed to suddenly remember something, and his face flushed crimson. The dead memories came rushing back. "Oh, I can't do it, Fengzi. I've suffered internal injuries. Wait a moment. After you've finished interrogating the cavern creatures, and they've revealed the traitor, then wake me up." As those words fell, Zhao Fan's head lolled to one side, and he fainted on the spot. Qin Feng laughed. Then he walked aside, his gaze sweeping over the captured cavern creatures. One of them was a shadow wolf at the early meridian opening stage, its eyes vacant, as it involuntarily whimpered, "Mother, I regret it. Back then I didn't listen to you, left my homeland to seek fortune elsewhere, and now I've fallen to such a fate." Qin Feng pressed his blade against the shadow wolf's forehead. He had no interest in learning more about its regrets. "Who let you in?" Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried a murderous intent. "Speak clearly, and I'll grant you a quick death." The shadow wolf trembled all over and instinctively shrank back. Facing this ruthless killer who had slain the Earth Dragon Lord with a single strike, the shadow wolf was so terrified it couldn't utter a single plea for mercy. "Who let us in?" "I don't know." The shadow wolf's voice trembled with fear and tears. "We came under orders from Lord Shadow Dragon, entering Haishi City in groups at night 3 days ago." "Who is Shadow Dragon? What cultivation does he have?" "Shadow Dragon is the chieftain of our Shadow Wolf clan at the peak of Flame Blood." Qin Feng frowned. "Did he enter the city with you?" Although he asked this, Qin Feng already had a vague guess. "Sure enough." The Shadow Wolf spoke. "Shadow Dragon and I were both in the first batch to enter Haishi City. However, after entering the city, I never saw Lord Shadow Dragon again. I only received orders to cause chaos in the city today." Seeing that no more information could be extracted from the Shadow Wolf, Qin Feng sliced off its head with one stroke. Things having developed to this point, Zhao Fan's internal injuries instantly recovered. Though still feeling a bit embarrassed, he finally stood up. Zhao Fan coughed lightly, his expression gradually darkening. "These past nights, the ones on guard duty for the city defense were all Zhang family members. I'm afraid they've sided with the cavern creatures." Qin Feng nodded, lost in thought. Earlier he had only suspected the Zhang family, but he hadn't expected them to reveal themselves so soon. No one has come from the inner city, it's probably already completely in chaos. Moreover, this time, it isn't just the Shadow Wolf clan. Chieftains of other tribes are likely inside the city as well. I just wonder how many are at the Flame Blood realm. The news delivered by the Shadow Wolf was like a bucket of ice water, completely dousing everyone's soaring spirits. The Shadow Wolf Patriarch, a peak Blood Ignition realm powerhouse, along with the leaders of other clans and another contingent of elites, had already infiltrated and lain in ambush within Blackstone City. Their objective was crystal clear. This was no minor skirmish in the outer city. From the very beginning, their sights had been set on the inner city. To be precise, their target was the City Lord's mansion, which anchored the inner city. Blackstone City was in grave peril. How could this be? Having barely survived one crisis, an even greater catastrophe now loomed ahead, waiting for them. If the inner city falls, the outer city, lacking any powerful guardians, will be like a dead fish on a chopping board, someone in the crowd remarked, forcing a bitter smile. "Don't be so tense. City Lord Jiang, as the strongest cultivator in Blackstone City, is also at the great perfection of the Blood Ignition realm. Furthermore, of the heads of the 3 great clans, excluding the Zhang clan, the other 2 leaders are also in the Blood Ignition realm. Perhaps things aren't as dire as we think." He spoke to boost morale, but even he could not bring himself to believe his own words. Indeed, while their top-tier combatants seemed numerous, the most dangerous hidden threat, the Zhang clan, lurked right among them like a ticking time bomb. Zhao Fan's voice was dry as he said, "My fear is that the City Lord and the others are unaware of the Zhang clan's betrayal and still treat them as allies. If the Zhang clan launches a sneak attack from the shadows, the situation will become catastrophic. Should a single Blood Ignition realm expert be severely wounded or killed in a surprise attack, the human faction, already besieged by several Blood Ignition opponents of equal caliber, would collapse in an instant. Once the inner city fell, a ruthless purge would inevitably sweep through the outer city. Every human within Blackstone City would become nothing more than fodder for the crypt creatures." Qin Feng furrowed his brows, turning his gaze toward the inner city, where the sky was faintly warped by interwoven energies. Every tremor radiating from that direction tugged violently at everyone's heartstrings. Qin Feng remained silent. As his cultivation advanced, the golden figurines within his mind had been enhanced in every aspect. Currently, the 2 golden figures were still completely immersed in the joy of cultivation. Upon reaching the meridian opening realm, the basic body tempering art had ceased to be effective. Regrettably, Qin Feng possessed no meridian opening cultivation techniques, and time was too scarce to deduce one. He could only command the golden figurines to force open his meridians in the most primitive manner. He knew that every shred of strength he gained now would serve as his lifeline in the coming struggle. "Captain," Qin Feng suddenly spoke. His voice was quiet, yet it carried clearly to everyone's ears. "Staying here will not bring about a turning point." Zhao Fan whipped his head toward him, his lips trembling slightly. "Feng, do you mean?" "We head to the inner city," Qin Feng replied with absolute resolve. "We cannot sit idly by and wait for death. We must kill as many as we can, if only to relieve a fraction of the pressure on the City Lord and his allies." "All right." Zhao Fan wiped his face, turning to the crowd with a fierce determination that showed he was ready to burn his bridges. Did you all hear that? Qin Feng is right. We don't have many choices left. Either we flee Blackstone City alone and brave the wilderness gambling that we can reach the neighboring city before the crypt creatures spot us, or we head to the inner city to support the city lord. As his words fell, the expressions of the crowd shifted instantly. One man stepped forward swearing loudly. Old Forthshall, stop talking absolute nonsense. Who are you calling a coward? My wife, children, parents, and brothers are all here in Blackstone City. How could I possibly leave? As soon as he finished, the crowd roared in agreement. Exactly. Old Zhao, don't you dare treat us like cowards while you play the hero. At worst, it's just death. We fight them to the death. To hell with them. Seeing that everyone's fighting spirit was ignited, Zhao Fan and Qin Feng exchanged a glance. Then what the hell are we waiting for? To the inner city, let's kill those bastards. Gripping their weapons, the crowd rushed toward the inner city. Meanwhile, Qin Feng swiftly retrieved the essence blood of the armored earth dragon and several other meridian-opening beasts. In this desperate hour, he could no longer afford to worry about wasting energy. Warm current. Activate. Meanwhile, the situation in the inner city was critical. Zhang Lai. You absolute beast. The head of the Li clan suddenly roared in fury. A gruesome wound on his chest had nearly severed his body in two, and blood poured out relentlessly. The long sword in his hand hummed, but he swayed amidst the agonizing pain, and rage's aura rapidly dwindling. That backstabbing strike just now had been too swift, too venomous. The head of the Li clan was severely wounded, completely stripped of his combat capability. Brotherly. The head of the Wang clan's eyes nearly split from rage. With a fierce slash, he forced back the Ironback Wolf Patriarch, desperate to rush to his aid. Your opponent is still very much alive, the Ironback Wolf Patriarch hissed, coldly cutting off his path once more. Both were in the mid-stage Qi ignition realm, making it impossible for the head of the Wang clan to break through immediately. Zhang Lai's longsword hung low, its tip dripping with the blood of the Li clan head. Old Li, do not blame me. I have been stuck in the blood ignition realm for far too long. I yearn to transcend and reach the extraordinary realm. A cruel look of satisfaction washed over Zhang Lai's face. Beside him, two terrifying figures grinned maliciously, their laughter striking terror into the hearts of all who heard it. Yinglong, the Shadow Wolf Patriarch, possessed a peak Qi ignition cultivation. Beside him was the Mole Patriarch, a cultivator at the early Qi ignition stage, together with the Ironback Wolf Patriarch confronting the Wang clan head and Zhang Lai himself. The crypt forces boasted a total of 4 top-tier combatants. On the side of Blackstone City, however, the remaining peak combatants were only City Lord Jiang Boyue at the peak Qi ignition stage, and the head of the Wang clan at the mid-stage Qi ignition. Jiang Boyue, do you still intend to put up a desperate struggle? Zhang Lai asked mockingly. Surrender quietly, and I might grant you a dignified death. A traitor like you dares speak of dignity. City Lord Jiang Boyue roared in rage. Positioning his heavy sword before him, he stood alone to shield the dying Li Han. Blood-red flames erupted around his body as his aura at the great perfection of the blood ignition realm burst forth without restraint. For a moment, he single-handedly held his ground, stubbornly withstanding the joint assault of the 3 powerhouses Yinglong, Zhang Lai, and the Mole Patriarch. Yet the blood trickling continuously from the corner of his mouth revealed that maintaining this defense was no easy feat. Confronted by the onslaught of 3 blood ignition realm experts, every parry and counterattack drained a massive amount of his vital energy and blood. As time wore on, his defeat was inevitable. On the other side, the situation of the Wang clan head was equally grim. Yet even as he focused entirely on dealing with the Ironback Wolf, a chilling gaze suddenly swept over him from behind, sending a shiver down his spine. He whipped his head around only to discover a figure standing dozens of yards away, having appeared out of nowhere. The figure resembled a human, yet it was as stiff as wood. Its skin was a lifeless pale white etched with bizarre green veins. Within its hollow eye sockets, 2 pinpricks of eerie green soul fire flickered. Even more terrifying was the deathly energy radiating from it. Like a tangible wave of freezing cold, the energy fluctuations it emitted were on par with the blood ignition realm. This was a Yin corpse. You beast, Zhang Lai. To think you would use such an evil technique to refine a corpse. The head of the Wang clan cursed furiously. Zhang Lai let out a dark, cunning laugh. What evil or righteous methods? Any method that kills is a good method. You stubborn old fool, still acting tough at death's door. You've truly gone senile. Hearing this, the Ironback Wolf burst into laughter, its attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. As the Yin corpse drew closer, the Wang clan head found himself completely pinned down. Caught in a wave of panic, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. With the Wang clan head fully restrained by the Ironback Wolf, his back was left completely exposed. Should the Yin corpse close the distance, it would be the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. A sharp click echoed from the Yin corpse's rigid neck. It slowly raised a pale arm, curving its fingers into claws. A dense aura of death coalesced wildly at its fingertips, condensing into a speck of dark light that made the soul shiver. In the very next instant, this strike, condensed with the Yin corpse's entire reservoir of deathly energy, would silently fall upon the Wang clan head, severing all his life force. Jiang Boyue was tightly pinned down by 3 opponents, barely able to protect himself. The Li clan head was on the verge of death. There was no one left to save the day. The Wang clan head inwardly cried out that all was lost. Despair, like the ice of the abyss, froze the hopes of everyone in the inner city. A dead end. The outcome was sealed. Yet at that very moment, Traitor, die. A thunderous roar erupted like a bolt of lightning from the highest heavens, exploding over the blood-soaked inner city. The sheer killing intent packed into that voice instantly shattered the atmosphere of despair. Before the echo could even fade, a half-collapsed courtyard wall violently exploded. Amidst flying greenstones, a figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. In his hand, he gripped a blood-stained saber which burst with a chilling razor-sharp light that transcended the quality of the blade itself. Before the man even arrived, the peerless and all-severing saber intent had already shocked everyone present. Before the corpse could react, the brilliant blade energy erupted right above its head. Mountain Cleaver. With a thunderous boom, the corpse was sent flying backward, crashing through several courtyard walls and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settled, everyone finally caught sight of the newcomer's appearance. He stood tall and straight, his eyes burning like torches. His sharp, well-defined features exuded a vibrant youthfulness tempered with a resolute grit. It was none other than Qin Feng who had rushed ahead of the rest. At this darkest hour that would decide the fate of Haishi City, Qin Feng charged forward with unstoppable momentum, boldly breaking into the battlefield of the blood-burning realm. His blade gleamed with chilling light, pointing directly at the enemy's soul. Instantly, a dead silence fell over the entire field. Who are you? Zhang Lai was the first to react, his voice a mix of shock and fury. No, that's not right. You are not in the blood-burning realm. How could a mere meridian-opening realm cultivator possibly injure my corpse? Nothing is impossible. Zhang Lai, you old dog, you are utterly shameless. Colluding with the catacombs and betraying the human race. Today, I will surely slay you. Qin Feng's tone was calm, yet it brimmed with chilling intent to kill. On his way to the inner city, Qin Feng had consumed 2 drops of Liaozhu essence blood, advancing his strength even further. It was precisely because of this that he could pose a threat to the corpse. Furthermore, the mountain collapse strike he had just unleashed had consumed more than half of his blood chi. At this moment, Qin Feng was dividing the warm current within his body into 2 paths. One path rapidly restored his blood chi, while the other repaired the internal injuries caused by forcibly consuming the essence blood. Good lad. Well done. The patriarch of the Wang family felt his pressure suddenly ease. His spirits lifted as he slashed, sending the iron-backed wolf flying. Today this traitor must die. Even the city lord Jiang Poyu, who had been struggling to hold his ground, was invigorated by this sight. With a fierce roar, the power of the heavy sword in his hand surged instantly, putting immense pressure on the trio from the catacombs. Yinglong's face turned grim, his crimson gaze locking onto Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai, is this your so-called trump card? Ruined by a single strike from a mere meridian-opening realm brat. Cooperating with you is simply the greatest disgrace of my life. Zhang Lai's face turned pale as he hurriedly explained, No, Lord Yinglong, this is just an accident. The corpse has been nurtured by me for many years and possesses genuine blood-burning realm combat power. There is no way that brat could match it. It must be a lack of energy. Yes, it must be a lack of energy. I still have another trump card. A flicker of heartache crossed Zhang Lai's face, but he quickly steeled himself. Pulling half a stone from his robe, he looked toward his son. Quick. Feed this soul stone to the corpse, and it will obey your commands. He wanted to reactivate the formidable combat power of the corpse and turn the tide of the battle. In his eyes, since Qin Feng was merely in the meridian opening realm, even if he had managed to disable the corpse once, there was absolutely no way he could do it a second time. Seeing that Zhang Lai dared to plot right in front of him, how could the city lord allow him to succeed? He immediately went all out, unleashing his most ferocious onslaught upon Zhang Lai. For a moment, Zhang Lai was beaten back repeatedly, completely unable to hand over the half-piece of the soul stone. Seeing this, veins bulged on Yinglong's forehead, his expression growing even more unsightly. Unable to suppress his rage any longer, Yinglong whipped around and roared at Zhang Lai, Curse you! Lord Yinglong, let me explain. Zhang Lai was scared out of his wits. In this most critical section of the battlefield, the atmosphere instantly became bizarre, and both sides fell into a temporary stalemate. Just then, Qin Feng, who had been adjusting his breathing nearby, suddenly curled his lips into a smirk. He slowly reached out and pulled a stone radiating dense energy from his robe. Compared to the one in Zhang Lai's hand, this stone looked similar, but was much larger. Furthermore, they shared the exact same name, the soul stone. As if sensing something, Zhang Lai whipped his head around to look at Qin Feng. The moment his gaze fell upon the soul stone in Qin Feng's hand, his pupils contracted sharply, and the shock on his face instantly erupted into a wave of towering rage. It's you! Zhang Lai suddenly shrieked. You killed Shu and took the soul stone from him. Zhang Lai was absolutely furious. The Zhang family had spent 20 years of painstaking effort in the mines to obtain a total of 2.5 soul stones. One of them had been stolen 3 days ago by Shu, whom he had personally led into the city. Heaven knew how enraged he had been upon receiving that news. He had wished nothing more than to tear Shu into 1,000 pieces and scatter his ashes to the wind. And indeed, he had acted on it. That night, he had severely injured Shu, yet he refrained from pursuing too, openly fearing others might discover Shu's presence. In a moment of carelessness, the suddenly desperate Shu had managed to escape. Now this very soul stone had actually ended up in Qin Feng's hands, and at such a critical juncture. Zhang Lai's face paled drastically as a terrifying thought took root in his mind. In sheer panic, he cried out, Quick! Stop him! Don't let him get near the corpse! Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he produced the Yin Soul Stone, Qin Feng had already surged his blood qi, lunging straight toward the Yin corpse lying on the ground. Under Zhang Lai's furious wide-eyed gaze, Qin Feng shoved the Yin Soul Stone ruthlessly into the Yin corpse's mouth. The Yin corpse shuddered violently, its glowing green eyes snapping open. From this moment on, the tide of the battle was about to turn. Go, slay the iron-backed wolf. Qin Feng smiled coldly, issuing his command. That's mine. Zhang Lai roared in impotent rage. Unfortunately, since he hadn't provided the Yin energy, his words carried no weight. Under the terrified gaze of the iron-backed wolf, the Yin corpse turned and locked its eyes onto it. In the next instant, the Yin corpse lunged. On the other side, the remaining blood-burning realm combatants also panicked upon seeing this. They wanted to offer aid, but they could not break free from the city lord. The iron-backed wolf was horrified and attempted to flee, but it was pinned down relentlessly. A smug grin flashed across the face of the Wang family patriarch. Old wolf, your opponent is far from dead yet. Despair filled the iron-backed wolf's eyes. Just as the wolf was being attacked from both sides, Qin Feng did not idle either. Leaping into the air, he brought his blade down in a fierce slash toward the crown of the iron-backed wolf's head. Only a brief moment passed. The iron-backed wolf was dead. The expressions of the other three blood-burning realm combatants from the catacombs camp changed drastically. Not good. From the Yin corpse's first appearance to Qin Feng's entry to the Yin corpse switching sides. In less than 15 minutes, the situation on the battlefield had undergone an earth-shattering reversal. Instantly, the gazes of all the catacombs creatures shifted toward Zhang Lai. Even Yinglong showed a hint of hesitation. Terrified, Zhang Lai hurriedly covered his mouth. As if to prove his loyalty, he suddenly gathered his strength, no longer dodging the city lord's heavy sword, but instead charging forward to clash with it head-on. The long sword and heavy sword collided, producing a massive resounding clang. From this single clash, Zhang Lai was severely injured and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Lord Yinglong, please believe in my loyalty. The city lord cared nothing for what they were thinking. Having gained the upper hand, he abandoned all defense and unleashed a barrage of offensive techniques. Yinglong had no time to think and hurriedly parried. Yet with Zhang Lai wounded, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand the city lord's onslaught. What was even more perilous was that the now freed Wang family patriarch and Qin Feng had also joined the fray, one after another. The scales of victory on the blood ignition battlefield were slowly tilting in favor of Haishi City. Qin Feng raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, suppressing his churning vital energy, and whispered to the head of the Wang family. Senior Wang, pinned down the mole. I will go and slay Zhang Lai first. All right. The two of them reached a tacit agreement, forcefully isolating the mole and Zhang Lai from the main battlefield. City Lord Jiang Poyu instantly felt his burden immensely alleviated. The stifling frustration of being besieged just moments ago transformed into an ocean of towering rage pouring out entirely. After all, Jiang Poyu had guarded Haishi City for decades. Even among those at the peak of the blood ignition realm, he was a formidable powerhouse, otherwise he could not have withstood the onslaught for so long. Now freed from all constraints, he let out a cold sneer, swinging his heavy sword and forcing the shadow dragon to retreat repeatedly. Wang Jinyuan, the head of the Wang family, firmly pinned down the mole patriarch. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, cooperating with the blood ignition Yin corpse, drove the already injured Zhang Lai completely into a corner. Damn it! Damn it! Zhang Lai was furious, yet he had no other recourse. What chilled him even more was that the Yin corpse, which the Zhang family had nurtured for many years, was now obeying an outsider's command, pressing him step by step. Zhang Lai cursed in a fit of rage. You ungrateful beast, you traitorous wolf. You are utterly unworthy of being a corpse. Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled and mocked him mercilessly. You yourself are an ungrateful beast and a traitorous wolf. What kind of decent thing did you expect to raise? You. Zhang Lai violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The shadow dragon's crimson eyes swept across the battlefield, completely losing its composure. It realized that if this continued, death was certain today. It had to risk everything. The shadow dragon suddenly threw its head back and roared, its voice piercing through the entire battlefield. All those in the meridian opening realm, heed my command. Stop those two humans for this king. The one who contributes the most will be heavily rewarded after the battle. This king promises to help them break through to the blood ignition realm. This command exploded like a clap of thunder. Roar. Dozens of meridian opening realm crypt creatures who were locked in a fierce battle with the city lord's guards turned their heads in unison, breaking through to the blood ignition realm. Such a reward was simply irresistible to these meridian opening creatures. They risked their lives, left their homes, and infiltrated human territory to cause chaos. Was it not all for resources and power? Roar. A stone-skinned tusk boar was the first to pounce, its tusks aiming straight for the back of Qin Feng's neck. Immediately after, Shadow Wolf's moles. More than a dozen meridian opening realm crypt creatures surged toward Qin Feng and Wang Jinyuan like a tide. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. Instantly, his saber light cascaded like a waterfall as he executed the perfection stage wind-breaking saber technique. A fleeting afterimage flashed, and the stone-skinned tusk boar was instantly decapitated. A one-strike kill. Yet the other crypt creatures showed no panic. They continued to charge forward with sinister grins. They firmly believed in one thing. As long as they swarmed him together, no matter how much vital energy Qin Feng possessed, he could not sustain such a massive consumption. Moreover, Zhang Lai would definitely seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Surrounded by numerous crypt creatures, Qin Feng's eyes held not a single trace of panic. He was waiting for a group of people, judging by the time they should be arriving. Boom. Suddenly a familiar furious roar erupted. Get the hell out of my way. A blood-stained spear broke through the outer perimeter of the crypt creatures, piercing the skull of an iron-backed wolf with absolute precision. Zhao Fan was covered in blood, his armor shattered, but his gaze remained as fierce as a tiger's. Behind him, dozens of City Defense Force veterans charged in formation. A forest of spears instantly tore a gap in the crypt creature's encirclement. Foam, leave this to us. Old Zhao, cut the crap, and let's kill these bastards. The crowd formed a battle array and struck together. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile, then combined forces with the Yin corpse, launching another attack on Zhang Lai under his despairing gaze. Zhang Lai could no longer hold out. Wait, young man. I am old and my talent is limited. I am destined to never pose a threat to you in the future. Spare my life, and in return I will give you all the resources of the Zhang family. Hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but burst into laughter. You are in no position to negotiate with me. Once I kill you, the Zhang family's resources will still be mine. No. Listen to me. Save those words for the abyss. At this moment, the Yin corpse held Zhang Lai in a death grip, while Qin Feng quietly gathered his strength. Mountain collapse. The saber glow flashed, instantly exploding over Zhang Lai's head. The second blood ignition realm cultivator, Zhang Lai dead. Phew. Qin Feng exhaled, shaking his slightly trembling arm. As expected, it was still too forced. Unleashing consecutive bursts of power to participate in a blood ignition battlefield with only a meridian opening cultivation. Even with the aid of the warm current, Qin Feng was now nearing his limit. But fortunately, the outcome was good. Qin Feng forced himself to rally his spirits, lifting his saber to charge once more toward the battlefield where Wang Zhenyuan and the mole fought. Wang Zhenyuan had been immersed in the mid-stage blood ignition realm for many years, whereas the mole had only recently entered the blood ignition realm. In this battle, the mole was already at an absolute disadvantage. Once Qin Feng and the Yin corpse joined in less than 3 exchanges, the mole was cleaved in 2 by Wang Zhenyuan's blade. At this moment, only one enemy remained on the battlefield, the Shadow Dragon. The city lord wielded his heavy sword with the devastating force of a sledgehammer, suppressing the Shadow Dragon and driving it into a perilous situation. It was clear that the Shadow Dragon was at the end of its rope and could not hold out much longer. Seeing the last of its blood ignition allies perish, the Shadow Dragon's crimson eyes swept over the corpses of its kin and allies scattered across the ground, finally landing on Qin Feng. It suddenly burst into wild, raspy laughter. Meridian opening realm. What a remarkable meridian opening realm. Had it not been for an anomaly like you today, Haishi City would already be in my grasp. Qin Feng stood with his saber raised, offering no response. If a genius like you grows up, you will surely become a powerhouse of the human race. Who knows how much trouble you will cause us then? The Shadow Dragon looked around and sighed. But to a dying fellow like me, none of that matters anymore. Only in the final moment of my life. Future powerhouse of the human race, tell me, what is your name? Qin Feng still gave no reply. The Shadow Dragon smiled miserably. What a cautious fellow. Or do you think I possess some secret technique to transmit your information out? Ha ha, kid, do not underestimate the heroes of this world. Taking advantage of the Shadow Dragon's distraction, the city lord quietly gathered his strength and severed its left arm with a single sword strike. The Shadow Dragon acted as if nothing had happened, even bursting into another fit of wild laughter. Finally, as if recalling something, it turned its gaze toward all the surviving crypt creatures, its voice gradually deepening. My fellow compatriots, in this battle, I, the Shadow Dragon, have failed you. I shall take my leave first. Let us meet in the next life. City Lord Jiang, you need not trouble yourself with this ruined body of mine. As those words fell, the Shadow Dragon's eyes began to glow red. Its body then swelled irregularly, eventually bloating into a sphere. The surviving crypt creatures showed expressions of grief and pity. Lord Shadow Dragon. Its final gaze, however, remained fixed on Qin Feng. It nodded slightly as if bidding farewell. Boom. With a deafening roar, the Shadow Dragon's entire body exploded, kicking up a shroud of gray mist. The people of Haishi City sighed in relief. Only Qin Feng frowned in secret. Even ants strive to survive, let alone a blood ignition powerhouse like the Shadow Dragon. Qin Feng suddenly recalled saying these very words to his younger sister. Amidst the cheering crowd, Qin Feng sank his consciousness into his mind. Receiving his instructions, 2 tiny golden figures began to sense their surroundings. Before long, a small fragment of information was transmitted from them. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Lifting his blood-stained saber, he walked into the area of the Shadow Dragon's explosion. With a flick of his blade, he retrieved it, revealing an extra shadow clinging to the edge of the blade. It was considerably larger than an ordinary rat, but far uglier. From its terrified gaze and frantically flailing paws, it was easy to see that this creature was significantly more clever than a normal rat. Qin Feng smiled and said, "The tragic hero, Lord Shadow Dragon, is it correct for me to address you as such?" Shadow Dragon. I really almost let you slip away. Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon widened its eyes, its mouth twitching frantically. What on earth are you babbling about? Qin Feng indicated that he could not understand. At this moment the shadow dragon felt that the human before it was absolutely insane. It had set the stage for so long, not hesitating to consume nearly half of its essence blood, and even utilizing a life-saving secret technique with immense side effects, all just to escape through a feigned death. But what on earth was this? It had gone to such lengths to fake its death, so why could the man before it still detect it? As a human, do you not have a heart? Why couldn't you just let me escape peacefully? The shadow dragon trembled with rage. Unfortunately, Qin Feng did not understand what it was saying, nor was he in the mood to study the language of rats. With the fall of Qin Feng's blade, a generation's rat king, a hero of the world, a tragic powerhouse, the shadow dragon dead. Finally, Qin Feng quietly reached out and extracted 2 drops of essence blood from the shadow dragon's body, a brilliant smile fully blooming on his face. Faking its death was indeed a wonderful move. These 2 drops of peak blood ignition, essence blood, were now his. The sky over Shatter City had dawned. Morning light pierced through the mist, painting a golden glow upon the weary faces of the people. Cheers, wails, and groans intertwined in the air. The survivors began to gather the dead and tend to the wounded. Qin Feng leaned on his blade, silently watching the scene before him. In this battle, many acquaintances from the city guard had fallen. Fengzi, Zhao Fan dragged his injured leg forward. Though exhaustion marred his face, his eyes shone with a fierce light. It's over. The remaining cavern creatures have been cleared out. Captain, your leg. Qin Feng frowned. Just a minor wound, nothing serious. Zhao Fan grinned, slapping him on the shoulder. You kid. Really made our captain proud. Opening your meridians and igniting your blood in battle. Hardly anyone would believe it if word got out. As he spoke, City Lord Jiang Piyu and Wang Jinyuan approached. Jiang Piyu's face was pale, his breath slightly labored. Clearly the sustained high-intensity combat had taken a heavy toll. Yet his spine remained straight, and his gaze toward Qin Feng carried unmistakable respect and admiration. Young friend Qin, Jiang Piyu said in a hoarse voice. Had it not been for your continuous turning of the tide, Shatter City would likely have fallen. You deserve the greatest merit in this victory. The younger generation is awe-inspiring, Wang Jinyuan added. Our Wang family owes you a debt. Qin Feng shook his head. Without the city lord and senior brother Wang fighting to the last, without Uncle Zhao and the brothers paving the way with their lives, what could one person accomplish? We defended Shatter City together. Qin Feng's sincerity was evident in his eyes. Seeing this, the admiration in Jiang Piyu's gaze deepened. Humble, yet capable, a young man of such talent and modesty was rare indeed. After a moment's thought, Jiang Piyu withdrew a palm-sized black token from his robe and offered it to Qin Feng. With this token you may enter and exit the city lord's secret treasury at will. All techniques and martial arts within shall be yours to choose. Pausing, Jiang Piyu continued, additionally you may select any 3 resources. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng received it with solemn reverence. The token was cold to the touch, engraved with the characters, Hey Sure, on its face and intricate cloud patterns upon its reverse. This was more than a reward, it was recognition. Thank you, City Lord. He was in dire need of cultivation methods and weapons. His long blade, merely a common low-grade yellow-tier weapon, had borne the brunt of numerous fierce battles and was now notched and nearing its limit. Jiang Piyu smiled. This is what you have earned. Then glancing across the devastation, his voice grew grave. Although we have one, Shatter City has suffered grievous losses. Over half the inner city lies in ruins, and more than 40% of our combat-capable warriors are dead or wounded. We shall require a long period of recovery, and during this time the caverns will not rest. Their next assault will surely be far more ferocious. The burden upon our shoulders is heavy indeed. The atmosphere grew somber. Wang Jinyuan quickly spoke up. Our Wang family will fully assist in rebuilding Shatter City. The Li family. He glanced toward the Li clan patriarch being carried away for treatment. Brother Li's injuries are severe but not fatal. His family's foundations remain intact, and he will surely contribute his share. As for the Zhang family. At the mention of them, Jiang Piyu's expression turned icy. The Zhang family has shown their wolfish ambition, openly colluding with the caverns. I have already dispatched troops to surround their estate. In 3 days their entire clan, men, women, and children, will be executed at the East Gate as a warning to any with treacherous intentions. Treason against the clan is punishable by death. Qin Feng and Wang Jinyuan nodded in agreement. Betrayal was an unforgivable line. With that, Jiang Piyu turned back to Qin Feng, warmth returning to his countenance. Young friend, your talent is astonishing and your future is boundless. However, Shatter City is simply too small to contain your growth. Should you wish it, I shall write a letter of recommendation for you to sit the entrance examination of the Great Qin Dragon Martial Academy. The Great Qin Dragon Martial Academy. Does our Shatter City truly hold a recommendation quota for such a premier institution? Wang Jinyuan exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze snapping toward Jiang Piyu. Jiang Piyu smiled. Have I not told you? Though Shatter City is remote and lacks the strength of greater metropolises, we do withstand the cavern invasions in full measure. As such, we are granted 1 recommendation quota each year. However, upon my appointment as City Lord, the candidates I put forward fared disgracefully in years past. Since then, no promising youths have emerged, which is why we had not recommended anyone for several years. The last person to pass the examination did so 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Wang Jinyuan pondered. There was only one genius who had risen to prominence then, a name that matched the description perfectly. Surely only one person came to mind. He looked up sharply and met Jiang Piyu's subtly triumphant gaze. The one who passed 3 years ago was Xiaowan. Jiang Piyu nodded, pride impossible to conceal. Jiang Xiaowan. His own daughter possessed of extraordinary martial aptitude. Could you not have noticed that Xiaowan has never appeared in public these past 3 years? I was waiting for the both of you to notice and ask me yourselves. Jiang Piyu laughed. Wang Jinyuan stared in utter disbelief. Old Jiang, you are truly ruthless. A matter worth boasting about for the rest of your life, and you kept it hidden for 3 whole years without saying a word. Had I disclosed it myself, the effect would have been halved. I assumed you would have discovered it sooner. Wang Jinyuan. He turned to Qin Feng, envy in his voice. Young friend, I half wish I could accept on your behalf. That is the Great Qin Dragon Martial Academy, the most prestigious martial institution in all of Great Qin. Heisher City fell under Qin Province, which was one of the 24 provinces governed by the Great Qin Domain. The Dragon Martial Academy was situated in Qindu at the very heart of the domain. It was said that each year numerous graduates of the academy ascended to the realm of the transcendent. Qin Feng admitted to himself that his resolve was shaken. Such a grand academy must surely house a grandmaster pharmacist. If he could gain admission, his sister's eyesight might yet be restored. Clasping his hands, he bowed deeply. Then I shall trouble you, City Lord. Do not call me City Lord. If you do not mind, address me as Uncle Jiang. Should circumstances allow in the future, I ask that you look after my inadequate daughter on my behalf. Uncle Jiang. Within the inner courtyard of the City Lord's mansion, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, his breathing and aura gradually stabilizing. Holding the cold black iron token in his hand, he sank his consciousness into his mind. Realm Meridian Opening Realm 25. Cultivation Method Basic Body Tempering Art Consummate. Martial Technique Wind Cleaving Saber Art Consummate. Limit Breaking Skill Mountain Shatterer. After a night of blood-soaked battle and life and death struggle, forcibly consuming several drops of Meridian Opening Essence blood had allowed Qin Feng to break through 3 meridians by force, causing his Meridian Opening progress to surge to 25%. Digesting resources is indeed the most optimal utilization of one's talent. Qin Feng opened his eyes and muttered to himself. He retrieved the items from his vest, taking stock of his spoils from this battle. 3 drops of peak Meridian Opening Essence blood and an astonishing 24 drops of Essence blood from other levels of the Meridian Opening realm. This was merely what remained after Qin Feng had already consumed a portion of the Essence blood, though otherwise the count would have been even greater. A faint smile played at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Of course, Qin Feng's greatest harvest from this battle was still the Essence blood of the blood-burning realm. He produced an exquisite small vial. The Essence blood inside was a dark crimson red. Merely bringing it close, one could feel the majestic energy contained within, along with a lingering violent will. The life essence of a peak blood-burning realm powerhouse possessed immeasurable value. Once this is refined into a potion, I wonder how much my cultivation will surge. Filled with anticipation, Qin Feng looked forward to it. Aside from Ying Long's Essence blood, he had also been allocated 2 drops of mid-stage blood-burning Iron-backed Wolf Essence blood and 1 drop of early-stage blood-burning Mole Essence blood. It was truly a bumper harvest. Furthermore, the resources accumulated by the Zhang clan over many years had been divvied up by everyone. Qin Feng received a share, and a very substantial one at that. To make it easier to carry, Qin Feng exchanged most of his resources for high-age medicinal herbs, leaving only a small portion to be converted into coin. As for the blood-burning realm corpse, Qin Feng had proactively gifted it to the City Lord's mansion, considering it his own small contribution to Blackstone City. Next, Qin Feng needed to completely overhaul his cultivation methods and martial techniques, converting his available resources into raw strength to prepare for his journey to the Great Qin Longwu Academy. It is time to use this token. Holding the Blackstone token, Qin Feng walked slowly into the secret treasury of the City Lord's mansion. Inside, an elderly man of the Meridian Opening realm sat cross-legged on guard. Seeing Qin Feng approach, the old man immediately stood up and clasped his hands in greeting. He too had participated in the defense of Blackstone City and had witnessed firsthand Qin Feng's devastating prowess on the battlefield. Master Qin, the City Lord has already given instructions. Cultivation methods and martial techniques are in the left chamber, weapons and armor in the right, and natural treasures in the main chamber. Should you have any questions, this old man is at your service at any time. The old man said respectfully. Thank you, Qin Feng replied with a polite bow, stepping inside. At the end of the corridor stood 3 doorways, each radiating a distinct aura. He headed first toward the left chamber, cultivation methods and martial techniques. Inside, rows of ancient wooden shelves held hundreds of jade slips, beast skin scrolls, and even bamboo slips. Each item exuded a unique aura. Qiyang art yellow grade high tier, fierce and domineering. Xinshui scripture yellow grade high tier, continuous and profound, excellent for defense and healing, but slightly lacking in offensive power. As Qin Feng browsed through them one by one, he suddenly murmured in his heart, golden spirits, sense the cultivation method that suits us best. Within his mind, 2 golden figures glowed with circulating light, seemingly establishing a faint resonance with certain cultivation methods in the room. Following his intuition, he walked forward and finally came to a halt in an inconspicuous corner. On the wooden shelf lay a dark gray beast skin scroll. Qin Feng picked it up and slowly unrolled it. Zhou Heaven returning origin art fragmented yellow grade peak tier. Description left behind by an unknown powerhouse. The vital energy cultivated through this method is harmonious and long-lasting, possessing formidable power and establishing a profound foundation. It can connect the 12 meridians and ignite the body's blood qi. Because only the introductory volume remains, it can only be cultivated up to the peak of the blood-burning realm at most. Drawback: the cultivation speed is relatively slow. This is the one. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. A slow cultivation speed might be a disadvantage for others. But to Qin Feng, who possessed unparalleled talent, this was precisely the greatest advantage. The presence of the golden figures could completely compensate for the slow progress of the cultivation method itself. Moreover, robust, enduring vital energy and a solid foundation suited his taste perfectly. This show heaven returning origin art was practically tailor-made for Qin Feng. This will be my primary cultivation method. Afterward, Qin Feng thought of selecting a potion master's inheritance or cultivation method for his younger sister, but after searching for a moment, he found nothing. He had no choice but to give up. Next, he searched for saber techniques. Soon on another shelf, he found a jade slip of a saber technique named 3 Strikes of Shocking Thunder. 3 Strikes of Shocking Thunder, yellow grade high tier. Description harnesses the extreme speed and explosive nature of Shocking Thunder. It consists of 3 strikes: rushing thunder, thunder flash, instant explosion, and thunder burst area explosion. The moves are concise, the power concentrated, and it demands high explosive vital energy. Excellent. The wind-cleaving saber art is already at consummation, and Mountain Shatterer represents the ultimate single-point burst. Meanwhile, 3 Strikes of Shocking Thunder combines speed, single-target burst, and area of effect attacks, perfectly complementing my offensive arsenal. Qin Feng decisively took it. Leaving the left chamber, Qin Feng entered the right chamber. Here cold light gleamed sharply, displaying all kinds of weapons and armor. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks. Everything was present. His gaze swept directly toward the saber section, finally resting on a long, slender saber with a dark, subtly curved blade. Even before being unsheathed, a restrained sharpness and a faint aura of blood could be sensed. Blood Shadow Blade. Yellow grade high tier. Description: forged from century-old malevolent iron mixed with blood-veined steel. The blade is resilient and exceptionally sharp. After years of drinking blood, it can unleash the malevolent qi within, possessing power rivaling peak yellow-grade armaments. Qin Feng grasped the hilt and drew it slowly. Clang! A clear, resonant chime rang out as the dark red blade shimmered with a blood-like luster under the light of the crystals. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, but the weight distribution was superb, making it incredibly smooth to swing. Near the guard, 2 ancient characters were engraved on the blade: Blood Shadow. What a fine blade! Qin Feng could feel that when he channeled his vital energy into it, the flow within the blade became even smoother, and the edge even glowed with a faint red hue, emitting a trace of malevolent aura. This was easily several tiers above his standard-issue saber, which was covered in cracks. You're the one. Finally, he arrived at the main chamber. Natural treasures. Here a rich fragrance greeted his nose, and spiritual energy drifted like mist. Various jade boxes and wooden chests were on display, sealing away medicinal herbs or spiritual liquids and other treasures. Qin Feng had already made his plans. Searching carefully, he discovered 2 exotic flowers sealed in cold jade within a jade box. 3-leaf soul-condensing flower, 300-year-old. Description: nourishes the soul, calms the mind, and brightens the eyes. It has miraculous effects on soul damage and eye ailments. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Although it won't cure her directly, it is enough to significantly alleviate Xiaoyu's symptoms and lay a foundation for subsequent treatment. And there are actually 2 of them. Qin Feng carefully put them away, resolving to let his younger sister consume one after he returned. The other would be saved for concocting potions in the future. The trip to the secret treasury was highly successful. Filled with joy, Qin Feng walked out of the treasury carrying the Zhou Heaven returning origin art, the 3 Strikes of Shocking Thunder saber technique, the Blood Shadow Blade, and the 2 3-leaf soul-condensing flowers. The old man watched as Qin Feng departed. When Qin Feng returned to his small courtyard, the setting sun had already dyed the clouds at the horizon a vivid orange-red. Inside the cellar, Qin Xiaoyu sat upon a stone stool, tilting her head as she listened intently to something. Lao He lay crouched at her feet, his ears twitching slightly. The very instant Qin Feng pushed open the courtyard gate, the dog lifted his head, emitting a low, affectionate whimper from his throat. Brother. Qin Xiaoyu's face blossomed into a bright smile as she turned her gaze precisely in Qin Feng's direction. I'm back, Qin Feng said, walking over to her side and setting down the bundle he was carrying. I've brought back something good. Is it something delicious? Qin Xiaoyu joyfully clung to Qin Feng's arm, her nose twitching slightly. It seems. There is a very cool, refreshing fragrance. Because Qin Feng had dug the cellar very deep, Qin Xiaoyu, who had obediently stayed inside all day, was entirely unaware that a massive battle concerning the very survival of Haishi City had just taken place outside. And her brother Qin Feng was the absolute protagonist of this great battle. Yet with her acute perception, she still faintly detected the scent of blood lingering on Qin Feng's clothes. However, she was sensible enough not to ask further, wishing to spare her brother the effort of comforting her. To her, as long as her brother returned safely, it was the best possible outcome. Qin Feng gently ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's small head. It is 10,000 times better than anything delicious, Qin Feng said, his tone carrying an irrepressible joy. It is something highly beneficial for your eyes. Xiaoyu's smile froze slightly. Then beneath the gray cloth covering her eyes a faint light seemed to flicker. Her voice trembled slightly. Really? Is it true? Brother. It is true. Qin Feng smiled, gently placing the jade box into her palm. This is the three-leaf soul-condensing flower specifically used to nourish the soul, clear the mind, and brighten the eyes. Although it cannot restore your eyes to perfection immediately, it will certainly have an effect. Qin Xiaoyu's fingers carefully brushed across the surface of the jade box, sensing the vibrant vitality contained within. Taking a deep breath, she felt the cool, refreshing fragrance seep deep into her heart and mind. Brother, is this very precious? Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. Qin Feng gently stroked her hair. It was a reward from the city lord, so use it without worry. Moreover, there are 2 of them. He opened the jade box, revealing 2 peculiarly shaped plants lying side by side inside. 3 silver-white leaves were arranged in a triangular pattern, cradling a pale blue flower. The small blossom exuded a crisp, cool fragrance, making it immediately apparent that it was no ordinary herb. Let us consume one right now, Qin Feng said, his excitement clearly showing. Qin Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, sat cross-legged, and removed the gray cloth covering her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, betraying the inner turmoil of their owner. Qin Feng took out one of the 3-leaf soul-condensing flowers and carefully handed it to Qin Xiaoyu. Place it under your tongue, relax your mind, and slowly guide the medicinal efficacy upward, channeling it toward your eyes and the center of your brow. Do not rush, your brother will watch over you. Xiaoyu obeyed his words and placed the herb under her tongue. In an instant, a majestic surge of medicinal power carrying a faint fragrance dissolved in her mouth. Not daring to be careless, she quickly guided the medicinal power to flow slowly upward, just as Qin Feng had instructed. Qin Feng held his breath and focused his mind, standing vigil by her side. The golden miniature figure within him rotated furiously, releasing its perception to closely monitor the flow of vital energy and blood throughout Qin Xiaoyu's body. Lao He also kept a vigilant guard at the door, preventing any potential disturbance. As time ticked by, a faint, almost imperceptible silver-blue halo began to shimmer around Xiaoyu's body. The glow was most pronounced around her tightly closed eyes, appearing as if tiny specks of starlight were twinkling there. Her originally pale cheeks gradually took on a healthy rosy glow. An even more noticeable change occurred in her aura. Previously, due to her blindness and fragile constitution, Qin Xiaoyu's breathing and energy had always been somewhat weak and sluggish. But now her breathing became deep and steady. Her entire being faintly exuded an air of lightness and agility, as if her connection to the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth had grown stronger. Qin Feng's heart settled slightly. Judging by the situation, the absorption of the medicinal efficacy was proceeding exceptionally smoothly, and the results seemed even better than anticipated. A full 2 hours passed. Only when the moon reached the zenith of the sky did the halo around Qin Xiaoyu's body slowly recede. Exhaling a long breath, she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, Qin Feng saw an extremely faint, subtle glimmer of spiritual light flash deep within Qin Xiaoyu's otherwise tranquil pupils. Her eyes indeed appeared more spirited than before, no longer completely hollow. Brother. Xiaoyu's voice carried an unbelievable mix of excitement and choked emotion. I think I can perceive light. It is very blurry, as if separated by a thin layer of mist, but there really is light. It is no longer pitch black. She reached out tentatively, waving her hand in front of her face. Moreover, my perception seems clearer. No, not just clearer. Qin Xiaoyu struggled to describe that miraculous sensation. The world I hear seems clearer than before. I can even discern the different shapes of the leaves on the old scholar tree in the courtyard. Qin Feng was ecstatic. The effects of the 3-leaf soul-condensing flower were unexpectedly immediate. Although her vision was not fully restored, she had progressed from total blindness to weak light perception. Furthermore, it had significantly enhanced her already extraordinary perception. This was undoubtedly a monumental step forward. Great. Wonderful. Qin Feng actually appeared even more excited than Qin Xiaoyu. This was the very purpose of his relentless cultivation and pursuit of strength. It was also the promise he made to his parents to take good care of his sister. As long as it works, that is wonderful. We will save the other stock. In the future, I will find the other main ingredients for the clear heart jade dew for you. When used together, it will definitely restore your sight completely. Qin Feng babbled incoherently in his excitement. Qin Xiaoyu also nodded vigorously, unable to hold back her tears. Tears of pure joy. Brother, thank you for all these years. There is no need for such talk between siblings. Qin Feng said, wiping his own eyes and smiling. Qin Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. The moon climbed high into the branches. Outside the small courtyard lay a vast expanse of gray. Inside the courtyard, however, it was brightly lit. The following day, Qin Feng began to process the greatest harvest of this trip, the astonishing quantity of essence blood. He retrieved all of the essence blood and laid them out one by one in the small courtyard. The essence blood, radiating diverse energy fluctuations, resembled exquisite gems. Xiaoyu, Qin Feng said, turning his gaze toward Qin Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with trust. Next, I will need your expertise. Take these drops of essence blood, and according to their attributes and energy intensity, pair them with the aged herbs we have on hand to concoct the potion most suitable for my current consumption. Do not worry, brother. With my current perception, managing the dosage will absolutely be no problem, Qin Xiaoyu promised confidently. Even if the concoction fails, it does not matter. Oh, just consider it as gaining experience. This was a tacit understanding long established between the siblings. Qin Feng was responsible for securing resources and cultivating, while Qin Xiaoyu used her unparalleled talent in alchemy to transform these resources into the most optimal assistance. The moment she took the essence blood into her hands, Qin Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned solemn and focused. Although she still could not see clearly, her enhanced perception at this moment elevated her ability to discern the properties of medicinal ingredients to an entirely new height. Qin Xiaoyu deftly picked up various types of essence blood, sensing their characteristics and strength before pairing them with different auxiliary herbs to brew the potions. Most of these auxiliary herbs were aged medicinal plants that Qin Feng had exchanged using his share of the Zhang family's resources. Now they came in perfectly handy. In the entire process of concocting potions, every single step was of paramount importance. The properties and dosage of the auxiliary herbs directly determined the success of the potion. For any other apothecary, every step required the utmost care and absolute caution. Yet to Qin Xiaoyu, whose perception had been vastly heightened, these procedures seemed as natural as breathing. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu no longer seemed like a frail blind girl, but rather a master apothecary who held dominion over the mysteries of energy. Over the subsequent days, the kitchen of the small courtyard became a temporary apothecary workshop. Fragrances of medicines, sometimes rich and sometimes delicate, continuously wafted from the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the center of the courtyard, Qin Feng picked up a bottle of pale gold potion and drank it down in one gulp. Boom. As the liquid entered his stomach, it transformed into a powerful torrent, instantly merging into Qin Feng's body. Unlike the violent wildness of directly consuming essence blood, this medicinal force had been refined to be extremely gentle, making it far easier to absorb. Furthermore, the aged auxiliary herbs within caused the overall energy of the potion to surge exponentially. Within his mind, two miniature golden figures erupted with brilliant light. As if fueled by the finest propellant, the speed at which they practiced the Zhoutian Guyuan art suddenly accelerated. In an instant, a flood of comprehension washed over Qin Feng. He could clearly feel that the narrow meridians within his body were being gently widened and reinforced by the Zhoutian Guyuan art. His vital energy and blood surged and intersected, becoming increasingly unobstructed. The vortex of vital energy at his dantian grew more condensed by the day. With every breath he took, the vital energy throughout his entire body surged in resonance. Guided by the pathway of the new technique, his entire body's vital energy circulated with greater harmony, steadily improving in both quality and quantity. Qin Feng immediately sat cross-legged, fully circulating the Zhoutian Guyuan art to guide the medicinal potency. His cultivation progress increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Realm Meridian opening, realm 31 to 35, 37 I. After a long time, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within his gaze as his surrounding aura grew palpably more profound. With just a single potion paired with the new cultivation technique, he had made such incredible progress. And of such potions he still had an entire basket full. A whole basket. This Zhoutian Guyuan art is indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng felt the boiling vital energy within his body, his heart surging with excitement. Of course, while the technique was extraordinary, Qin Feng's own talent was by no means lacking. After reaching the meridian opening realm, the miniature golden figures had increased to 2, and their execution speed was far superior to before. Although the cultivation speed of the technique was described as moderate with abundant resources and the empowerment of the golden figures, Qin Feng's cultivation progress remained remarkably rapid. The path ahead was paved and the resources were fully prepared. What left to be done during this period of recuperation in Haishi City was to transform all these resources into absolute tangible strength. For the next half-month, Qin Feng immersed himself in cultivation every day. Once his meridian opening progress broke through 60% and the majority of his primary meridians were cleared, Qin Feng allocated one of the golden figures to focus on practicing the saber technique, 3 strikes of shocking thunder. This saber technique possessed concise forms, yet it perfectly epitomized the speed and explosive power of lightning. The first form, rushing thunder, emphasized condensing vital energy and blood into a single point at the tip of the blade. Once unleashed, the blade surged like a lightning strike, delivering ultimate single-target destruction. The second form, thunder flash, focused on the instantaneous burst and vibration of the blade under the empowerment of vital energy. Although this strike was less powerful than rushing thunder, its speed was vastly superior. The third form, thunder tempest, was the core of the entire saber technique and also the most difficult to master. It was no exaggeration to say that the sole purpose of rushing thunder and thunder flash was to lay the foundation for mastering thunder tempest. This move required channeling vital energy into the blade while moving at extreme speeds, producing an explosive area of effect shockwave. Not only was it immensely powerful, but its speed was also pushed to the absolute limit. It essentially combined all the strengths of rushing thunder and thunder flash. More importantly, when this strike was unleashed, it would carry the genuine booming roar of thunder. Qin Feng believed that when facing a siege of numerous crypt creatures, or when besieging them himself, Thunder Tempest would undoubtedly yield unexpected results. In the small courtyard, Qin Feng held the blood shadow saber, his figure flickering continuously. At first the blade light was merely swift, accompanied by the whistling sound of tearing wind. Later the rumbles of thunder began to echo frequently within the courtyard. As his training deepened, particularly when his cultivation advanced another step, Qin Feng's movement technique became increasingly elegant. Even the trajectory of the blade light began to leave faint blurry afterimages, and a low rumble of thunder could occasionally be heard between his moves. Old Wang next door was startled while repairing his courtyard wall. He thought the heavens had mistaken him for the rascal who had destroyed someone else's wall, scaring him so much that he did not dare step outside for days. To this day that wall remained unrepaired. One afternoon Qin Feng stood in the courtyard, his mind tranquil. Suddenly his figure blurred, leaping across several yards like a phantom. The blood shadow saber dragged a dark red afterimage in its wake. Thunder tempest. Boom. Accompanied by a flash of thunderous roar, several rows of wooden stakes exploded simultaneously, disintegrating into charred sawdust. Qin Feng smiled. The 3 strikes of shocking thunder has reached great accomplishment. Meanwhile on the other side, Old Wang next door hastily wrapped himself in his blanket, using both hands and feet to tightly seal every corner, making it completely airtight, as if doing so could shut out all danger. Good heavens, thunder on a perfectly clear day. Is the Lord of Heaven really going to strike me down? I am truly innocent, your heavenly justice. I really didn't break down anyone else's courtyard wall. If you don't believe me, open your eyes and look. Even my own wall has collapsed. Father, if the Lord of Heaven really does open his eyes to look, what will you do then? A child's puzzled voice suddenly chimed in from the side. Ouch. You little rascal, just you wait until I recover in a few days. When the morning sun leaped over the horizon, golden light bathed the small courtyard once more. News arrived from the city lord's manor. In 3 days a cloud vessel would pass by Haishi City. At that time Qin Feng could take the city lord's token and travel to Qindu to participate in the entrance examination for the great Qin Longwu Academy. Qin Feng glanced at the clouds on the distant horizon, gripped the blood shadow tightly, and summoned his status panel. Realm Meridian, opening realm. 10 meridians, 83, cultivation technique, Zhodian Guiyuan art. Great accomplishment, 83, martial arts, wind cleaving saber technique. Consummate limit breaking skill, mountain shatterer, 3 strikes of shocking thunder. Great accomplishment, 15, weapon blood shadow, yellow grade, high tier, initial nourishment. Over this half-month his strength had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. It was not just his cultivation. It was no exaggeration to say that if he were to face a living Zhang Lai in a one-on-one head-on battle again, Qin Feng was confident he could suppress him with a single strike. The road ahead was long and filled with obstacles. At this moment Qin Feng was fully prepared. Qindu Great Qin Longwu Academy, wait for me. Time always passes too quickly. After the banquet with Captain Zhao and his brothers from the city defense team, drinking and merrymaking together on the morning of the 3rd day, the sky was faintly bright. Outside the east gate of Haishi City, a large crowd had already gathered in the open ground. Qin Xiaoyu felt somewhat nervous, bent down, and rubbed Lao Hei's head, whispering softly, "Brother, should we bring Lao Hei? What if the cloud boat won't let us aboard?" "It'll be fine." The city lord bought 3 tickets. The cloud boat master wouldn't turn down money. Though he spoke reassuringly, Qin Feng harbored his own concerns. Lao Hei had traveled with them for years, and on this journey to Qin capital, he didn't want to leave Lao Hei alone in Haishi City. After all, Lao Hei possessed innate spiritual awareness far beyond ordinary dogs, and Qin Feng had made plans once they reached Qin capital, he would find a way to help Lao Hei evolve in the direction of a mutant beast. In the clearing besides the Qin siblings, there were also 7 or 8 young men and women accompanied by their parents. Most of these young people had no intention of spending their lives in a small place like Haishi City. They planned to venture to Qin capital to carve out a brilliant future. Their gazes mostly drifted toward Qin Feng, with 3 parts reverence, 3 parts curiosity, and 3 parts envy. These young people's vital energy was not weak. They were among the outstanding ones in the body-tempering realm. In Qin Feng's perception, the strongest among them was Wang Yuan, the youngest son of Wang Zhenyuan, head of the Wang family. Upon seeing the Qin siblings, amidst the surprised glances of others, Wang Zhenyuan led Wang Yuan as they jogged over. "Brother Qin, it's only been a few days since we last met, but your Zhou aura has become even more condensed. This strength of yours must be nearly equal to my own now." Before Qin Feng could respond, Wang Zhenyuan gestured as if to kick Wang Yuan. "Unfilial son, why haven't you bowed to your youngest uncle and aunt from the Qin family?" Hearing this, Wang Yuan showed no resistance whatsoever. He called out naturally, "Youngest uncle, aunt." Qin Xiaoyu turned slightly somewhat startled. She was only 17 years old, and the person before her appeared clearly older than her. Several young people around them couldn't help but inhale sharply. Wang Yuan was the recognized genius hero of Haishi City. Only 18 this year, it was said he had already broken through to the blood-refining stage of body tempering, destined to become a blood ignition powerhouse in the future. Someone like him actually calling someone his own age uncle so straightforwardly. Qin Feng chuckled. "Senior Wang, I'd rather just be friends with Wang Yuan as peers." But Wang Zhenyuan's expression turned serious. "That won't do. You and I are sworn brothers who've shared life and death. This kid must call you uncle." Wang Yuan immediately chimed in. "Youngest uncle, I call you that willingly. I only regret my shallow strength back then. I could only handle some lowly cave demons. If not for you turning the tide, there wouldn't be a today for us father and son." Watching the Wang father and son with their earnest expressions, Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Wang Zhenyuan's intentions were clear. Yet he had such a good attitude. Moreover, over these past days after learning that Qin Feng had a need for medicinal herbs, Wang Zhenyuan had specifically brought Wang Yuan to visit, bringing Qin Feng quite a few fine gifts, including several with heart-clearing and eyesight-enhancing properties. Seeing Qin Feng didn't refute further, the father and son exchanged glances, both pleased. While the few were conversing, a massive cloud boat appeared on the horizon. Drawing closer from the distance, it slowly descended onto the open ground. The crowd immediately emitted a series of low exclamations. The cloud boat's hull stretched over 100 zhang in length, its surface engraved with countless intricate and profound silver patterns, now radiating luminescence as spiritual energy flowed through them. Brother, this cloud boat. It's so big. Qin Xiaoyu gasped softly. This was the first time she had truly perceived the existence of a cloud boat. Before, she had only imagined what it looked like from Qin Feng's descriptions. I didn't expect such a massive cloud boat could fly so swiftly through the air. Qin Feng was also seeing a cloud boat up close for the first time. Previously, he had only occasionally spotted cloud boats passing across the sky during his shifts with the city defense team. But those cloud boats had flown so high up, far less impressive than viewing them at close range. Truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Wang Zhenyuan laughed from the side. This cloud boat can reach Qin capital in 3 days, spanning tens of millions of li, and requires at least 100 spirit stones worth of energy. And precisely because of this, the ticket prices have remained stubbornly high. From Haishi City to Qin capital, each person needs 10 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng understood. In this world, ordinary money was just common currency. Spirit stones, these mineral deposits that stored massive amounts of energy, were the universal currency of high-level martial artists in the martial world. 1 low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 gold coins, equivalent to 1,000 silver coins or 100,000 copper coins. In this Haishi city, there weren't many people who could spare 10 low-grade spirit stones. Calculating it this way, the number of people from Haishi City going to Qin capital this time was somewhat more than expected. From the Zhang family resources Qin Feng had been allocated, there were only a few hundred spirit stones at most. Qin Feng's cloud boat journey was still sponsored by the city lord. The tickets had been purchased in advance at the station. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the cloud boat's cabin door opened and an elderly man stepped out. We only have 15 minutes to inspect the tickets this time. Everyone please hurry. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately pulled out their tickets. On the side, Wang Zhenyuan hurriedly muttered instructions to Wang Yuan. When we arrive at Qin capital, don't wander around recklessly. Be extra careful when alone, stay vigilant. Wang Yuan tightened the resources on his person, his throat dry. I know, father. When we reach Qin capital, I'll rent a house near the Dragon Martial Academy. When it was Qin Feng's turn, the old man glanced at the quietly sitting Lao He and said, loud noises are prohibited on the cloud boat. This guest, please keep an eye on it and don't disturb the other passengers. Understood. Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyu exchanged a smile, their hearts instantly at ease. Being able to leave together was the best outcome. Boarding the cloud boat, Qin Feng discovered that besides those from Haishi City, there were dozens of other people. Thinking about it, if there were only those few from Haishi City for the entire journey, the cloud boat owner probably wouldn't even recoup costs. As the cloud boat slowly rose, Haishi City gradually shrank before everyone's eyes. Qin Feng watched the familiar city gradually recede into the distance, his heart filled with countless emotions. On the city walls, one could faintly see people waving farewell. Qin Feng waved back, silently bidding them goodbye. This city that held all his memories from his first 19 years. When he returned here again, who knew what year or month it would be? On the second day of the voyage, as the cloud vessel passed noon, it traversed the skies above a perilous mountain range known as the Blackwind Gorge. Beyond the porthole, the unbroken black ridges stretched like the spine of a colossal beast, jagged and precipitous. The sky bore an ominous ashen black hue, and even the sunlight seemed dimmed. Qin Feng was cultivating the Zhoutian Guyuan art inside his cabin when the vessel suddenly lurched. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu was feeding Old Black and stumbled from the abrupt jolt. Qin Feng frowned, quickly grabbing her arm to prevent her from falling. Before he could ponder further, a dense clattering sound erupted from outside. Moments later, a piercing alarm rang throughout the vessel. Alert! The cloud vessel is under attack by a swarm of blackwing bloodbats. This is an emergency. Capable martial artists among the passengers, please proceed to the top deck to assist in the defense. The vessel will compensate you according to your contributions afterward. Qin Feng rose instantly. Blackwing bloodbats. He recalled their description from the Demon Beast Compendium in Blackstone City. Blackwing bloodbats were gregarious flying demonic beasts that moved with tremendous speed. Their swarms often numbered in the hundreds or thousands. They were highly intelligent and exceptionally troublesome to deal with. Since martial artists below the transcendent realm were incapable of flight, encountering blackwing bloodbats usually meant choosing to avoid confronting them directly. Yet now aboard the cloud vessel, there was no escape. Qin Feng pushed open the cabin door. The corridor was already in chaos. Ordinary passengers sealed themselves inside their rooms while several powerful auras surged from cabins on every level, racing toward the upper decks. Qin Feng hesitated briefly, then entrusted Qin Xiaoyu to Wang Yuan's care and had Old Black stand guard at the door. Wang Yuan stood with his blade drawn, his gaze resolute. Don't worry, uncle. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect Aunt. Brother, be careful. Although Qin Xiaoyu was worried, she did not try to stop him. Qin Feng nodded, lifted Blood Shadow, and charged against the flow of the crowd toward the deck. By the time he arrived, the deck had already become a slaughterhouse. Looking out, an oppressive mass of bats nearly blotted out half the sky, surrounding the cloud vessel in a dense encirclement and slamming wave after wave against its protective light barrier. The barrier shuddered violently, flickering unsteadily, as if it could not hold much longer. These demonic beasts spanned nearly a zhang with their wings, their bodies covered in glossy black fur, while their scarlet eyes gleamed with ravenous hunger. They emitted high-pitched, piercing shrieks that battered the eardrums and rattled the minds of everyone present. A fierce battle had already erupted on the deck, where 7 or 8 passengers with imposing auras were fighting desperately to hold the line. The most conspicuous among them was a white-haired old man. He was the seemingly ordinary steward who had checked their tickets when they boarded. Observing the surging blood energy around him boiling like a blazing furnace, he was unmistakably a Bloodfire realm powerhouse. He wielded a dark golden short rod, and with every swing it carried the heavy rumble of thunderous wind. Wherever the rod's shadows passed, several blackwing bloodbats died and tumbled from the sky. Another eye-catching figure was a young woman dressed in moon-white martial attire embroidered with silver patterns, holding a longsword. She appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, her bearing upright as a green bamboo. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, yet her brows carried a heroic pride and aloofness that rivaled any man's. Her swordsmanship was remarkably exquisite. Each thrust precisely pierced a bat's skull. Based on the fluctuations of her blood energy, she had already opened all 9 meridians of the meridian opening realm. However, the battle situation was far from favorable. There were simply too many blackwing bloodbats. They seemed to operate under unified command. Some fearlessly hurled themselves at the vessel's shield to drain its energy. The others focused on harassing the martial artists on deck, using sonic waves to disrupt them, spitting corrosive venom, and engaging in skirmishes with ghostly speed. Fine as Su Qingyue's swordsmanship was, she began to struggle under the onslaught converging from all directions. A particularly cunning Bloodfire realm bat leader detected a lapse in her defense. It swooped down silently from her blind spot, its claws aimed squarely at her head. "Milady, beware." The old steward bellowed in alarm, but he was pinned down by 3 Bloodfire realm bats and could not come to her rescue in time. Sensing the danger, Su Qingyue's expression drastically changed as she barely managed to raise her sword in defense. At that critical moment, thunder flash. A dark red blade arc shot forth, arriving before the bat's strike, and landed with pinpoint precision on its extended claws. Crack! The claws snapped clean off. The blackwing bloodbat leader let out a piercing shriek of agony, its assault instantly halted. With the pressure relieved, Su Qingyue seized the opportunity and drove her sword forward, finishing off the beast. She breathed heavily for a moment, then turned to look at her savior. A young man in blue robes with firm features and a calm, steady gaze stood not far away, gripping a dark red longblade. The blood energy surging through his body was clearly a notch above her own. "Thank you, young hero." Su Qingyue's voice was crisp and clear as she nodded in gratitude, surprise flickering in her eyes. His blade art was astonishingly fast, and his cultivation was remarkably advanced as well. "Watch out, they're coming again." Qin Feng had no time for further words as more blackwing bloodbats were already diving toward them. The two stood back to back, quickly forming a simple coordination. Su Qingyue's sword light wove into a net that covered their front, while Qin Feng's blade struck from unexpected angles, targeting the flanks and blind spots. After tasting bat blood shadow was visibly more excited, its killing aura gradually emerging. However, the blackwing bloodbat swarm's assault grew ever more frenzied. The protective light barrier let out an overloaded groan, cracks beginning to show. Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. If the barrier broke and the bats slipped inside the vessel, the consequences would be catastrophic. With that thought, Qin Feng finally stopped holding back. The Zhodian Guiyuan art churned at full power. His blood energy, like a river bursting through its banks, surged into his arms and poured into the blade. The dark red radiance on the blade grew ever more intense, and wisps of crackling electric serpents began to dance across its surface. Thunderstorm. With Qin Feng's thunderous shout, a violent aura erupted from him in all directions, causing the very air around him to tremble. Boom. A muffled peal of thunder exploded above the cloud vessel. What came next was not a single blade light, but a sudden detonation of dark red blade shadows covering more than 5 zhang. Countless fine, yet ferocious blood-colored saber chi swept upward in a fan shape, from Qin Feng's position, shredding and reaping everything in its path. Shishishishi. It was like a red-hot blade slicing through butter. Every blackwing bloodbat engulfed by this thunderstorm, whether Meridian Opening Realm or Bloodfire Realm leaders, was instantly pierced and torn apart by countless saber chi. Blood and shredded flesh rained down like a torrential storm. With a single strike, more than 100 blackwing bloodbats, including 2 Bloodfire Realm leaders, perished together. The once impenetrable swarm was forcibly rent open with a massive gap. A deathly silence fell over the deck. Everyone stared in shock at Qin Feng as he slowly descended from midair. Is this really the Meridian Opening Realm? The old steward drew a sharp breath, his gaze toward Qin Feng, filled with shock and disbelief. Forget the area of effect. The sheer power of that single blow was enough to threaten even him at the late Bloodfire Realm. Could such an attack truly come from a mere youth in the Meridian Opening Realm? Su Qingyue, standing closest to Qin Feng, had her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. But the next moment, she snapped back to her senses and immediately issued an order. Elder Imo, quickly, steer the vessel through the gap and break free. Upon hearing this, the old steward cleaved away the bloodfire realm that he was locked in combat with. He wasted no time in accelerating the cloud vessel to its maximum speed, charging out through the gap in the bat swarm. Only after the blackwing bloodbats behind them had vanished completely did everyone finally let out a breath. The crisis had been resolved. The Yunzhou was thick with the scent of blood and the relief of those who had survived the ordeal. Steward Imo quickly organized his men to clean up the battlefield, repair the damaged protective barrier formations, and tally casualties and losses. Thankfully, it was Qin Feng's world-shattering blade strike that had turned the tide. The main structure of the Yunzhou had not sustained critical damage, and while the guards and passengers bore wounds, no lives had been lost. Su Qingyue steadied her breathing and returned her sword to its scabbard. Her moon-white fighting attire bore traces of bloodstains, lending her a striking heroic aura. Only now did Qin Feng notice that the young woman before him was quite beautiful. Su Qingyue walked directly toward Qin Feng, who was still cultivating, and offered a proper warrior's salute with graceful composure. I am Su Qingyue from the Su family of Qin province. I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention, which turned the tide of battle. May I ask your honorable name, young hero? Qin Feng from Haishi City. Qin Feng returned the salute and replied with a slight smile. Haishi City. A flicker of surprise passed through Su Qingyue's eyes. She had assumed that someone of Qin Feng's talent would hail from a major city as its rising star, never expecting him to come from such a modest town. Grandfather was right. Heroes are as numerous as fish in the Yangtze. I had underestimated the world while secluding myself to cultivate at home. Brother Qin. Su Qingyue clasped her fists, her tone sincere. If you had not intervened when you did, I fear I would have suffered untold misfortune. This kindness I shall forever cherish. Qin Feng replied, Miss Su is too kind. We were all on the same vessel. It was only natural to help one another. You are truly righteous, Brother Qin. Admiration deepened in Su Qingyue's gaze. This is hardly the place for further conversation. Brother Qin may first return to your cabin to cultivate. Later this evening I shall prepare tea in the cloud-viewing pavilion on the top deck as a token of my gratitude. Her manner was both dignified and forthright, carrying the grace of a noble lady yet the directness of a warrior, making it difficult to decline. Qin Feng contemplated for a moment and nodded. How could I refuse such a gracious invitation, Miss Su? Splendid. I shall await you at the cloud-viewing pavilion at the third watch of the U period. Su Qingyue smiled brightly, then turned to assist old Imo with the aftermath, her movements crisp and efficient. Qin Feng returned to his cabin, and Qin Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yuan immediately approached, visibly relieved to see him unharmed. Uncle Qin, what happened upstairs? That commotion earlier. It has been resolved. Qin Feng smiled. Then he sat cross-legged, took out the remaining blood essence elixirs, and consumed them, coordinating with the golden figure within to resume his cultivation. Within his mind, two golden figures were repeatedly analyzing every detail of the thunderstorm technique he had unleashed. They dissected that surge of devastating explosive power bit by bit, solidifying it into deeper comprehension. Martial art, 3 thunderblasts, great mastery, 3358. For a true warrior, every real battle was an opportunity for transformation. At the third watch of the U period atop the Yunzhou in the cloud-viewing pavilion. This was the vantage point with the finest view on the entire vessel, its 3 sides lined with floor-to-ceiling windows. Beyond the windows, the sea of clouds churned endlessly, and the setting sun dyed the sky in magnificent gold and crimson. Inside the pavilion, the furnishings were elegant, and a faint calming incense gently perfumed the air. Su Qingyue had changed into a pale moon-white robe, her battlefield edge softened by an ethereal refinement. She personally boiled water and brewed tea, her movements fluid and effortless, clearly a master of the art. Brother Qin, please be seated. Su Qingyue pushed a cup of clear tea toward Qin Feng. The liquor was crystal clear, its fragrance subtle and refreshing. This is cloud-hiding green orchid tea, which I personally cultivated as a child. It has a calming effect on the mind and spirit. It is truly a delight to have crossed paths with Brother Qin today. This tea is perfect for the occasion. There was a free-spirited boldness in Su Qingyue's words. Unknowingly, Qin Feng found himself growing fond of conversing with her. It was a strange and novel feeling, one he had never experienced in Haishi City before. He smiled. Then it is I who should feel honored. Tea leaves are but common things. They can be harvested many times over 10 years. If anyone should feel honored, it is the tea itself, to be savored by a hero such as yourself. Su Qingyue shook her head gently, then smiled. A smile like moonlight breaking through clouds. Qin Feng smiled in return. That strike of yours earlier, Brother Qin, was absolutely earth-shattering. Qingyue is deeply impressed. May I ask what brings you to the Qin capital? Is there anything I might assist you with? My journey to the Qin capital is primarily to take the entrance examination for the Daqin Dragon Martial Academy. Qin Feng did not conceal anything and stated it plainly. What a coincidence. I am going as well. A bright light sparked in Su Qingyue's eyes. Brother Qin's prowess is extraordinary. I am certain you will pass the examination. Should we end up at the same academy, I hope you will look after me. Raising her teacup, Su Qingyue proposed a toast with tea in lieu of wine. The two exchanged smiles and drained their cups. A moment later, Su Qingyue paused and composed herself. I wonder how much you know about the academy. Only hearsay, nothing substantial. I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Miss Su. Qin Feng sat up straight. This was precisely the information he wished to learn. Though Qin Feng was confident he could pass the examination, knowing the academy's true nature in advance could only be advantageous. Su Qingwei explained, "Let us begin with the examination. To ensure efficiency, the academy has decided against direct combat between candidates. Instead, new students will navigate the Dragon Martial Tower." The Dragon Martial Tower. The Dragon Martial Tower is the academy's greatest treasure. It can simulate various extreme environments and powerful foes containing infinite mysteries. It serves as the testing ground for formally enrolled students and has been specially activated for this examination. The Dragon Martial Tower has 9 levels, with each successive floor presenting opponents of exponentially greater strength. According to the Academy's regulations, graduating requires clearing at least the 5th floor. The opponent on the 5th floor is a Blood Ignition Peak Tier mutant beast. Qin Feng was slightly astonished. The Daqin Dragon Martial Academy truly deserved its reputation as the most prestigious academy in the Daqin region. Calculating this way, every graduate was at least equivalent to a shadow dragon. However, for us newcomers, clearing the 2nd floor is sufficient for admission. Su Qingwei continued, "Beyond the basic curriculum, all other resources at the academy must be exchanged using credit points." Credit points. Yes. The credit system is a special institution established based on the academy's principle that martial arts demands constant competition. You earn credits by slaying mutant beasts, completing designated missions, or advancing through each floor of the Dragon Martial Tower. Additionally, academy students may post their own tasks using credits. Some of the higher-paying tasks are occasionally taken up even by the academy's transcendent mentors. Hearing this, Qin Feng's mind stirred. The ability to post tasks meant that if he accumulated enough credits, he could directly obtain the remaining main ingredients for the Clear Heart Jade Dew pill by posting missions. Or even posting a mission to hire a pill grandmaster to refine the Clear Heart Jade Dew for him. Qin Feng raised his teacup. "Miss Su, this information is of great help to me. I shall spare the pleasantries. When we reach the academy, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Brother Qin is too modest. "These are merely basic details. I merely mentioned them in advance. Compared to your life-saving kindness, they are worthless. These are 2 different matters." Hearing this, Su Qingyue's face blossomed with a smile, like moonlight breaking through clouds. While not directly resource-based, the academy does offer certain privileges to newcomers like us. During the admission assessment, each floor of the Dragon Martial Tower cleared grants 5 times the corresponding floor's worth of credits. For a time, they exchanged information about the academy and discussed cultivation techniques, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Most of the academy discussion came from Su Qingyue, while when it came to martial arts and techniques, Qin Feng spoke more. Unknowingly, the moon had risen to the zenith, and both knew their conversation for the evening had reached its natural conclusion. "Conversing with Brother Qin has been truly delightful. I feel the same." The 2 exchanged smiles, and their bond had drawn considerably closer in a remarkably short time. As they parted, Su Qingwei had barely turned when she suddenly looked back, smiling brightly. "Brother Qin, you need not continue calling me Miss Su. My friends all call me Qingwei. Then from now on you shall call me Qin Feng." "Very well. Qin Feng, Qingwei." One day later, the cloud vessel descended smoothly into the colossal skyport on the eastern outskirts of Qin capital. Even though they had been mentally prepared, everyone was deeply awed by the sight before them. It's enormous. The skyport itself resembled a small city stretching far beyond the horizon. All sorts of cloud vessels, airships, and even oddly shaped flying artifacts were arriving and departing in an unending stream. The air was thick with intense spiritual energy fluctuations. "So this is Qin capital." Wang Yuan gaped, taking a long moment before he could make a sound. Though Qin Xiaoyu could not see with her eyes, the world in her perception was now incomparably radiant. Countless brilliant energy fluctuations interwove into an immensely grand tapestry in her mind, surging against her senses. Qin capital is actually this prosperous, far more than our Haishi city. Sensing the energy fluctuations around them, Old Black also fell unusually quiet. As they disembarked, Qin Feng met Su Qingwei once more. She had changed into a simple Saiyan combat outfit with a long sword carried on her back, still as dazzling and dashing as ever. "Qin Feng, since we've arrived in Qin capital, Qingwei has come specially to bid you farewell. We'll meet again on Academy examination day." "All right, see you then." Qin Feng cupped his fists. Su Qingwei nodded, smiled gently at Qin Xiaoyu, and then drifted away. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, his expression calm. "Brother, who is that fragrant young lady?" Qin Xiaoyu tugged at Qin Feng's clothes, a little excited. "A friend." "Oh." Qin Xiaoyu was thrilled. It was obvious her big brother had paid that young lady quite a lot of attention. As Aunt Wong from next door would put it, he had finally wised up. She cleared her throat and said that young lady stood in the passing crowd for quite a while and only left after saying goodbye to you. "In my analysis, it's obvious she was waiting just for you." Qin Feng smiled. "Don't overthink it. While it's still daytime, let's hurry to find a place to rent." Following their plan, Qin Feng and the others leased a house near the academy. The house was small but clean. It had taken Wang Yuan pulling several strings to secure it. "Uncle, this is the place." Wang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's very close to Longwu Academy, less than a quarter-hour's walk. Most of the people around here are students' family members, so it's fairly peaceful." Qin Feng looked around and nodded. "Not bad." Only then did Wang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled wryly and said it's just that the rent is truly appalling. The courtyard isn't large, yet it costs 50 gold coins a month, and we still had to pay 3 months deposit plus 1 month's rent up front. 50 gold coins. Qin Feng silently repeated the figure in his mind. He vaguely remembered that back in Haishi City, the Meridian opening stage shadow rat he had killed with everything, he had only earned him a few dozen silver coins. Back then he had been overjoyed thinking it was quite a windfall. Now here in Qin capital it did not even amount to a single day's rent for this courtyard. After all, this is the capital of Great Qin, and it's right next to the academy, so safety is guaranteed. Qin Feng remained composed. Wang Yuan nodded eagerly. Uncle is right. There are many patrolling guards and densely arranged arrays nearby, so it's far safer here than elsewhere. It may be pricey, but it brings peace of mind. And indeed it brought peace of mind. In Haishi City, night meant vigilance. Qin Feng kept his saber beside his pillow and always slept with a sliver of his mind awake. Here, however, he had no worries for his safety. Qin Feng lay down on the clean bedding, savored the feeling for a moment, then sat up cross-legged with brisk, graceful movements. The Zhou Tian Gui Yuan art. Activate. Within his body, the little golden figure was still running the technique without rest. With such a quiet, safe, and comfortable place to cultivate, how could he simply sleep? His strength was still far from sufficient. His sister's eyes were not yet fully healed. And someone like Qin Yue, a daughter of a great clan. This was nothing at all. There was still a long way to go before he could afford to slack off. In the next room, Qin Xiaoyu had long since fallen asleep with a tranquil smile at the corner of her lips. That night she no longer had to worry about her brother's safety. She slept very soundly. Old Black lay quietly outside Qin Xiaoyu's door. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting pale light across its pitch-dark face. It did not close its eyes. That pair of dark gold pupils gleamed faintly in the moonlight like two unquenchable flames. Its tail, like a blade resting in its sheath, lay pressed tight against the ground, until a tactless night insect buzzed near the window, trying to barge into the room. Swoosh! The tip of Old Black's tail suddenly lashed upward and struck with pinpoint precision in midair. A faint sharp crack echoed, and the night insect was crushed into powder. Throughout it all, its expression did not relax in the slightest. In its world, from the crumbling courtyard of Haishi City to the high walls of Qin capital, the word slackness had never existed. Its posture might relax, and its breathing might grow steady, but the radius it guarded never moved so much as a hair's breadth from beginning to end. In the neighboring courtyard, Wang Yuan was clutching a money pouch tightly in his hands, similarly unable to sleep for a long time. Half a year. Counting the deposit, all the money I have is only enough to pay half a year's rent. Wang Yuan murmured, replaying over and over in his mind the night he had made the decision to leave home and the conversation with his father. Have you truly decided to go out and make a name for yourself? Wang Zhenyuan's voice was calm. He did not look at him, only lowered his head and kept fiddling with a bundle. Wang Yuan vaguely remembered standing perfectly straight at the time. Yes, father. I've thought it through. If I don't try, I won't be content. Wang Zhenyuan fell silent. For a long time. A very long time. So long that Wang Yuan almost thought his father would scold him or talk him out of it with more practical reasons. But Wang Zhenyuan did not. He raised his head and slowly handed over the bundle in his hands. His eyes were full of encouragement. You are my only son. I thought of many reasons to refuse you, and at one moment, I even wanted to pretend to be a lonely, pitiable old man. But my conscience would not allow me to do so. After all, there is no reason at all to refuse a man's ambition to go out and make his mark. Father, then, go out and make your mark. At the thought, Wang Yuan's eyes reddened. He clenched his fist, looking at the bundle in his hand. It was his father's savings from a lifetime of hard work. Father, I will definitely make something of myself. Wang Yuan steadied his mind and began circulating his cultivation technique. He knew he could afford to lose, but he must not lose. On the 5th day, as the first light of dawn broke, Qin Feng's vital energy and blood had already completed a full heavenly cycle. The warm current from the heavenly cycle returned to origin. Art gently nourished every inch of his meridians. Status panel. Host Qin Feng. Realm Meridian Opening Realm. 11 meridians, I-91. Cultivation Art Heavenly Cycle Return to Origin Art. Grand Achievement, 91. Martial Arts Wind-Breaking Saber Technique. Perfection Limit Break Skill Mountain Collapse. 3 stances of Shocking Thunder. Perfection, 97. Good luck, brother. Qin Xiaoyu made a fist-pumping gesture. I will. Wang Yuan walked out quickly from the adjacent courtyard. Though his eyes were bloodshot from staying up late, his expression was exceptionally resolute. He smiled and said, Uncle, I wish you success. Thank you for your kind words, Qin Feng replied with a smile. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. As he drew closer to the academy, the crowd grew denser. Talented martial artists from the 24 provinces of the Daqing prefecture converged like 100 rivers rushing to the sea, surging in from all directions. Some wore splendid silk robes, while others wore simple cloth and straw sandals. Solitary wanderers had gazes like iron, while those in groups whispered words of mutual encouragement. Thousands of young fiery auras intertwined. This was the cream of the crop, the pinnacle of the Daqing prefecture's current generation of geniuses. When the majestic academy came into view, Qin Feng paused slightly. The colossal fine iron gates, nearly 100 feet high, stood wide open. The dragon relief carved onto the gates was incredibly lifelike, and the crystals serving as the dragon's eyes gleamed with a majestic, awe-inspiring light. One must not gaze at the dragon's eyes for too long. It is said that these are the eyes of a supreme, true dragon titan. After it was slain by a powerhouse of the academy, its eyes were harvested and set into the relief. Low-realm martial artists who stare at them for too long risk damaging their souls. Hiss. To think a mere pair of eyes could possess such terrifying power. It is truly unimaginable what kind of existence could slay such a titan. As expected of the Daqin Dragon Martial Academy, truly deserving of its reputation as the premier academy of Daqin. They were merely born a few years before me. Once my wings are fully grown, I shall take the Dragon Emperor's head myself and hang it upon the academy's gates. What grand ambition, brother. Whether my ambition is good or not is for me to know. It is not your place to lecture me. The crowd buzzed with continuous chatter. Some were awestruck by the academy's profound heritage, some had eyes filled with longing, while others were haughty and arrogant, believing they would sooner or later become invincible across the myriad worlds. Qin Feng's gaze, however, pierced through the clamorous voices and diverse faces, silently falling upon the majestic, colossal gate. More precisely, it rested on the pair of crystals that served as the dragon's eyes. Almost the exact instant their gazes met, a tiny golden figure in his mind silently began to observe the circulation of the aura around the dragon's eyes. Before long, a faint stream of information emerged in Qin Feng's mind. Though the information was somewhat blurry, Qin Feng's face lit up with joy. An unexpected harvest. With a slight shift of his thoughts, Qin Feng did not hesitate for a second. The other tiny golden figure which had been practicing the heavenly cycle return to origin art instantly came to a halt. At the same time, Qin Feng reached into his robes, retrieved a precious potion, kept for emergencies, and downed it in one gulp. The potion entered his stomach, transforming into a surge of heat that rushed straight to the crown of his head. In an instant, the tiny golden figure shone even more brilliantly, and its speed of analysis and deduction surged dramatically. That blurry aura gradually became clear. Spirit Eye of Shattering Delusion, Heaven Grade, Low Rank Special Category, Spirit Eye Secret Technique. No cultivation threshold, unobtainable except by those with profound destiny. Effects uses a unique vital energy and blood circulation method to nourish the eyes. Upon initial mastery, it greatly enhances the limit of one's eyesight and strengthens dynamic visual tracking. At deeper stages of cultivation, it grants wondrous abilities such as seeing through illusions and perceiving the true essence of things. Heaven Grade, Low Rank. A Spirit Eye type. No cultivation threshold. Despite the calm temperament Qin Feng had forged through life and death experiences, a thunderclap seemed to explode in his chest at this moment, setting off a massive tempest. He knew all too well what this meant. Spirit Eye secret techniques were already among the rarest of the myriad inheritances, often accompanied by harsh cultivation requirements or bloodline restrictions. Yet the Spirit Eye of Shattering Delusion before him was an existence that defied all common sense. It was unrestricted by cultivation realm. It was independent of bloodline. One must know that martial arts above the yellow grade mostly required the use of extraordinary power, meaning only transcendent powerhouses could practice them. Yet this heaven grade martial art before him possessed no cultivation threshold whatsoever. Qin Feng lowered his eyelids forcefully, suppressing the excitement that almost burst from his throat. His expression remained normal, appearing even calmer than many of the excited students around him. Only the slight trembling of his fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. Outside the academy, the dense dark mass of the crowd remained clamorous. For the 5,000 proud geniuses from all over the Daqin prefecture were still feeling their hearts swell with excitement over the academy's grandeur and their own futures. No one knew that. In that brief, fleeting moment, just now, right above all of their heads, beneath the pair of dragon eyes that symbolized the supreme authority of the academy, a youth from a border town relying on his own heaven-defying comprehension had silently grasped a gift from the heavens, one that countless geniuses dreamed of and one that could alter the entire trajectory of his martial path. He had already acquired a heaven-grade martial art through his sheer talent. The gap in talent sometimes did not lie in the speed of cultivation, but in whether when opportunity descended like starlight. You possess the qualification to receive and ignite it, and Qin Feng clearly possessed both. Qin Feng stood firm at the edge of the crowd. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he spotted a familiar figure. Su Qingwei stood with a sword on her back, clad in a black martial outfit. In the morning light, her posture was as erect as green bamboo, her cold and elegant temperament exceptionally striking amidst the crowd. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head to look over. When her eyes met Qin Feng's, she smiled and raised the sword in her hand. Qin Feng nodded in return. Whispers immediately broke out around them. Su Qingwei actually took the initiative to greet someone. Who is that youth in green? I've never seen him before. The Su family is one of the top clans in Qing province. To be regarded highly by a daughter of the Su family, even if Su Qingwei is just a branch member, that person is definitely no ordinary individual. Qin Feng turned a deaf ear to the chatter, focusing his mind on the shadow of the Dragon Martial Tower. The martial arts panel silently operated as the tiny golden figure released its perception. The feedback information was as vast as an abyss. The shadow of the tower connected to a massive and rigorous trial space, within which countless smaller spaces were hidden. A world of its own, evolving myriad laws. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, just as the crowd's restlessness reached its peak. Silence. The aged flat voice rang out like an ancient bell instantly, suppressing the clamor of the entire square. At some point, an elder clad in gray robes and hemp shoes had appeared before the dragon martial tower. His figure was thin and his face ordinary, but when he opened his seemingly cloudy eyes, the entire square fell silent. It was an absolute pressure coming from a higher tier of life. Transcendent. That old man was absolutely a transcendent. Qin Feng's expression grew solemn. He had not expected to see a transcendent powerhouse so soon. This old man is surnamed Jiang. I shall preside over this examination. The elder's voice was not loud, yet it entered everyone's ears with absolute clarity. His gaze placid like an ancient well slowly swept over the thousands of young faces below. I will only state the rules once you will scale the dragon martial tower. Your results will be evaluated based on the number of floors cleared combined with the time taken. The dragon martial tower is divided into 9 floors. With each ascending floor, the difficulty of the trial doubles. The opponents on the first 5 floors correspond respectively to the mid, late, and perfection stages of the meridian opening realm, followed by the mid and perfection stages of the blood-burning realm. For those who pass the second floor, the first 1,000 will be admitted into the academy. For those who pass the third floor and above, there is no limit on the number of admissions. The square fell into a dead silence. The second floor was equivalent to the mid-meridian opening realm, yet many present were only at the early meridian opening realm. Furthermore, only the first 1,000 to clear the second floor would be admitted. In addition, Elder Jiang changed the subject. There is another layer of reward for this examination. He raised his hand and pointed at the dragon martial tower. For first-time challengers starting from the third floor, every floor cleared will award 5 times the initial academic credits of that floor. The breathing of the thousands in attendance hitched simultaneously. 5 times the initial academic credits. An uproar. After a brief silence, the crowd boiled over. 5 times the initial academic credits of the corresponding floor. The Dragon Martial Tower has 9 floors, and the initial academic credits range from 100 to 900 from lowest to highest. The multiplier for the third floor is 15 times, which means 4,500 credits. The fourth floor is 20 times. If one can clear the fourth floor. Don't aim too high. This is entirely a benefit the Academy provides for peerless geniuses. Commoners like us should just do our best to pass the second floor. Even those disciples from great clans who had seen much of the world now had blazing light erupting from their eyes. Academic credits were indeed a wonderful thing. Standing in the crowd, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This kind of reward mechanism left him with no desire to hide his true strength. Elder Jiang took in everyone's reactions and continued. Everything within the tower is under the Academy's surveillance. The examination is conducted independently, and the use of external aid is strictly prohibited. However, if anyone resorts to deception, the temperature of the entire square plummeted. Their cultivation shall be crippled, they will be expelled from the Qin capital, and they shall never be admitted. Elder Jiang spoke no further. He raised his withered palm and gently pressed it toward the Dragon Martial Tower. The Dragon Martial Tower suddenly burst with brilliant silver light. The examination officially begins. Boom. Charge. After a brief dead silence, the crowd erupted into a mountain-shaking ocean tsunami-like roar. The moment of rivalry among geniuses had officially raised its curtain. Thousands of young martial artists, their eyes bloodshot, surged madly toward the Dragon Martial Tower like a bursting torrent. Qin Feng set off as well. He took a step forward, his figure moving like flowing water through the crowded mass of people. As the heavenly cycle returned to origin, art circulated a harmonious and continuous aura, naturally rippled outward, subtly pushing the crowding people to either side. Within a few short breaths, he had arrived before the Dragon Martial Tower. The light and shadow inside the tower were hazy, emitting a faint pulling force. Qin Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He took a step forward. His figure vanished into the portal of swirling light and shadow. The Dragon Martial Tower flickered slightly, recording his aura. Light and shadow shifted, and the sensation of weightlessness lasted only for a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng found himself standing firmly upon solid ground. Looking around, he realized he was in the midst of a vast, desolate wilderness. First floor, a simulated wilderness environment. Just as this thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, a low, menacing wolf howl echoed from ahead. A whoa. 3 massive iron-backed wolves materialized, their crimson eyes locking dead onto Qin Feng. Their auras had remarkably all reached the mid-stage of the pulse-opening realm. 3 of them. At the mid-stage of pulse-opening. Qin Feng's gaze remained tranquil as he casually swung his blade. Opponents of this caliber no longer even possessed the right to make him employ his wind-cleaving blade art. Puffed, puffed. Without even the chance to utter a whimper, the 3 iron-backed wolves were decapitated, their bodies dissolving into fading points of light. These were merely phantom projections simulated by the Dragon Martial Tower, not actual living creatures. From the moment the wolves appeared to their complete demise, a mere 3 breaths of time had elapsed. The wilderness scenery began to blur and dissipate. A mechanical voice resounded within Qin Feng's mind. First floor cleared, credits obtained 100. Soon the scene before his eyes transformed once again. The environment of the second floor shifted into a stone forest. Colossal, grayish-white stone pillars towered high, casting intricate shadows. Swish! A gray shadow shot forth from behind without warning. It moved with astonishing speed, aiming straight for Qin Feng's back. Without turning his head, Qin Feng simply flicked his wrist, and the blood shadow blade precisely pierced the brow of the creature behind him. Turning around, he saw a fist-sized stone shadow scorpion entirely grayish-white. Its aura was at the late stage of the pulse-opening realm. These creatures favored sneak attacks from behind. Due to their diminutive size, they were exceptionally skilled at concealment, especially in a stone forest like this. Ordinary martial artists of the pulse-opening realm would find them highly troublesome to deal with. After all, the academy seeks elites. With this kind of hurdle on the second floor, it is no wonder so many get stuck here. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Feng closed his eyes, and his golden miniature soul radiated perception outward. Before long, the hiding spots of the other two stone shadow scorpions were exposed to Qin Feng's perception, waiting for a chance to ambush. Regrettably for you, you have crossed paths with me. Qin Feng lunged fiercely toward a stone pillar, the blood shadow blade carving out a swift afterimage. Wherever the blade's light swept, the stone shadow scorpion hiding within was instantly torn apart by the sheer force. Without a moment's pause, Qin Feng shifted his stance again. Sensing the demise of its companion and realizing its concealment had failed, the last stone shadow scorpion abandoned all stealth. It lunged forward violently, its vital energy erupting as its sharp tail reared high, thrusting straight at Qin Feng. Just in time. Man and beast locked eyes in midair as blade collided with tail. Clang. One of the figures was sent flying backward at an even greater speed, crashing into and collapsing a section of the stone forest. The stone shadow scorpion was slain. Second floor cleared, credits obtained 200. The first two floors were merely a warm-up. Qin Feng gripped his hilt tightly, his gaze sharpening. From the third floor onward is the true test, and also the starting point for earning credits. As light and shadow shifted, the trial of the third floor officially commenced. Heat. The oncoming wave of scorching heat was stifling. This was a crimson-red lava zone, the air thick with the smell of burning charcoal. Qin Feng's clothes were instantly drenched in sweat, yet his eyes remained calm. Operating the Zhou Heaven returned to origin art. Silently, a cool sensation circulated through his body, warding off the invasive searing heat. Gurgle, gurgle. The largest lava pool ahead churned violently as a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a beast over 30 feet long, covered in flames and resembling a giant lizard. Peak pulse opening. On this third floor, or rather every floor from here on, there would be only a single opponent. After all, those who could reach this point were already members of the academy. The Dragon Martial Tower no longer served a screening purpose. From this level onward, actual combat strength would be truly tested. This was also where the cream of the crop among geniuses would begin to be distinguished. Roar. The fire lizard unleashed a deafening roar. Wrapped in rolling waves of heat, it charged fiercely at Qin Feng like a burning mountain. With every step it took, the ground trembled slightly and lava splashed. Though not exceptionally fast, its momentum was terrifying. Its flaming tail club was reared high, poised to strike at any moment. Ordinary martial artists of the pulse-opening realm, when encountering it in this lava zone, would have no choice but to temporarily retreat. Yet Qin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He calmly assumed a familiar starting stance. Mountain collapse. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions. Blade collided with scales, producing a resounding metallic screech. Impressive scales. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he offered a word of praise. The defense of this fire lizard was likely already close to that of some weaker creatures in the blood-burning realm. The haughty attitude of the human before it triggered the fire lizard's underlying code, sending it into a state of absolute fury. It unleashed yet another roar. This time the previously calm lava around them began to surge violently. Beams of crimson light poured into the fire lizard's body, making its aura grow increasingly ferocious. A pity. Merely this level of strength is not enough to stop my blade. As his voice fell, a surge of vital energy infused the blood shadow. In the next instant, the fire lizard's scales were sliced open by the blade, as effortlessly as tofu. Squelch. The blade plunged deep. This time, there was no metallic clang, only the tearing sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. Roar. The fire lizard let out a pained and furious screech, its massive body writhing frantically as its tail club thrashed wildly. Yet no matter how madly it struggled, it could not escape its ultimate fate. Ultimately, it dissolved into points of light, gradually fading away. Third floor cleared, credits obtained 335, 4,500. The familiar mechanical voice sounded once again. The third floor is cleared. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. A handsome sum of credits. So next, he lifted his head, looking at the shifting lights and shadows before him as they began to swirl once more. What will the fourth floor be? Without much time to rest, the trials of the Dragon Martial Tower pressed on, one link tightly bound to the next. As the light and shadow stabilized, the scene of the fourth floor slowly unfolded. The fourth level was a vast, blindingly white world of ice and snow. The cold stabbed to the bone, and the temperature was terrifyingly low. Fierce winds howled past with ice shards, and visibility was nearly zero. The environment shifts from searing heat to biting cold, a test of a martial artist's adaptability and the resilience of one's chi and blood. Qin Feng's mind raced. He activated his cultivation art, accelerating the flow of chi and blood to withstand the cold. Compared with the third level, the difficulty of the fourth had risen by more than a single tier. This time his opponent would be at the mid-blazing blood stage. As I thought, trying to leech off the academy wouldn't be so easy. An opponent of this caliber, and on its home turf at that. No wonder the Academy dared offer 20 times the base credits. They probably assumed no one could pass this level. Rustle, crack. A barely audible sound came from behind, mingling with the wind. Qin Feng's senses flared instantly. He held his saber before him. At almost the same instant, 3 ice blades, so fast they were nearly invisible, tore through the wind and snow, streaking toward the back of his heart, his neck, and his abdomen in a right-angled formation. Each ice blade carried enough force to wound an expert who had just entered the blazing blood realm. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp rings rang out as all the ice blades shattered against the back of the Blood Shadow saber. As he shattered the ice blades, Qin Feng used the force to spin around, his gaze locking onto the source of the attack. There on the ice, more than 30 yards away, stood a massive mantis, its entire body icy blue. The ice mantis's first strike had missed, yet it did not hurry to attack again. It curled its ugly mouthparts into something like a grin, seeming too lazy to strike first. Slowly it raised one bladed arm and gestured for Qin Feng to come. Qin Feng smiled. Thunderburst. At the tip of the Blood Shadow saber, intense dark red lightning flickered and thrummed as he erupted into motion. The ice mantis sensed the ferocious aura its earlier calm shattered. Its expression twisted violently as it tried to dodge. Too late. Before it knew it, the blade light had already leapt before its face. Despair flooded the ice mantis's eyes. In the final moment of its life, it stubbornly raised the same bladed arm it had used to taunt him, crossing it before its face. Boom. One slash split the ice mantis cleanly in half, parting it from the middle in an instant. Clang. Watching the ice mantis slowly dissolve into motes of light, Qin Feng sheathed his saber, extended his right hand, and lightly flicked the ice shards that had spattered onto his robe. I still prefer the look you had when you were acting so arrogant. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Level 4 cleared. Credits gained 404,58000. 8,000 credits plus the previous 4800 made a total of 12800 credits. If I can clear the 5th level as well, my credits will nearly double again. The shifting light spun once more. The 5th level descended. There was no dreadful pressure or extreme environment as he had expected. The 5th level was a lifeless dim forest. The air here was humid and stifling, thick with the stench of decay. This environment unsettled Qin Feng far more than the previous extremes. This time his opponent would be at the peak of the blazing blood stage. An existence on the level of the Shadow Dragon, or perhaps even stronger. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the Blood Shadow saber, every nerve in his body pulled taut. He circulated the Zhodian Guiyuan art to its limit, drawing his qi and blood inward, while expanding his perception to the utmost. The golden humanoid figure also ceased its cultivation demonstration and focused entirely on aiding Qin Feng's perception of his surroundings. It was too quiet. Quiet in a way that was unnatural. Rustle. From behind, and to the left, came an extremely faint sound, almost identical to wind stirring fallen leaves. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He hurled himself into a roll to the right. Boom. The spot where he had stood was smashed by a terrifying giant fist covered in thick black hair. In an instant, a deep crater appeared in the ground. The furious shockwave nearly sent Qin Feng flying. He looked up at his attacker. It was a giant ape 10 meters tall. Black hair covered its entire body and muscles bulged like slabs of rock. Its scarlet eyes burned with savagery and murderous intent. Merely standing there, it exuded such a terrifying presence that Qin Feng found it hard to breathe. Undead demonic ape. Ruler. Seeing that its strike had missed, the ape howled in fury, the sound waves shaking the surrounding trees. It pounded its chest violently, then charged at Qin Feng like an out-of-control war chariot rumbling across the ground. Its speed was astonishing, utterly at odds with its massive frame. Wherever it passed, trees thick as a man could embrace were snapped with ease, and deep furrows were gouged into the earth. This ape's aura far surpasses the Shadow Dragon. It's certainly no ordinary perfected blazing blood cultivator. Even among peak blazing blood, it ranks among the very top. Qin Feng's mind raced. He madly cycled his cultivation art, driving the qi and blood within his body to its absolute peak. Thunderburst. Bang. A formidable blade light arrived in an instant, and under the ape's astonished gaze slammed into the top of its head. The immense shockwave swept across the land, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Inside the dust, vision blurred. For a long moment the demonic ape did not move at all. Dead. Qin Feng frowned slightly. In his estimation, that blow could at most have gravely wounded the ape. No. Something's wrong. The instant the thought crossed his mind, the golden figure in his mind began frantically warning him. At the same time, Qin Feng sensed a highly threatening aura rushing straight at him. Without a second thought, he exploded backward dozens of zhang. Boom. A thunderous crash followed. The ground where Qin Feng had stood had already collapsed into a massive pit. Inside the pit, the demonic ape's flesh had vanished, revealing a ghastly white skeleton. At this moment, dense death qi coiled around its frame, and its aura was several times more terrifying than before. This is... Roar. Another miss had filled the ape's fury to the limit. It erupted into motion, this time even faster by a noticeable margin. A pair of giant palms wrapped in thick death qi slammed toward Qin Feng's face in an instant. I can't take it head on. Qin Feng retreated once more, darting swiftly through the trees, trying to use the terrain to his advantage. The demonic ape simply barged through everything, chasing relentlessly. Giant fists and sharp claws lashed out again and again, squeezing Qin Feng's room to dodge smaller and smaller. Thud. A fraction too slow. Qin Feng's left arm was grazed by the fist wind. Agony erupted, even his bones seemed to crack. The impact sent him flying backward, and he crashed through several large trees before finally stopping. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this where it ends, eh? Qin Feng murmured. Although being killed inside the Longwu Tower would not mean true death. But then the terrifying credits of the 5th level would be lost. At that thought, Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. The martial path must be fought for. Resources must be fought for. The road ahead must be fought for. Stop here. How could I possibly stop here? In the years before the system panel had awakened through hundreds of battles in Haishi City, Qin Feng had never lacked the will to face desperate odds. It was just like Captain Zhao Fan always said. Haishi City has no cowards. At this moment, the golden humanoid figure ceased all movement and focused entirely on deducing the thunderclap 3 forms. Qin Feng likewise replayed every detail of the saber art in his mind. The thunderclap 3 forms, which had been on the verge of breaking its limit, now driven by his fierce will and the pressure of the crisis, violently shattered that threshold. In that flash, inspiration struck Qin Feng. System thunderclap 3 forms. Mastery 98 100 limit break technique thunder prison. He slowly raised his saber, the tip slanting toward the ground. All the remaining chi and blood in his body surged once more into the saber. This time the thunder did not roar but fell silent. It was like the most oppressive thunder from the depths of hell, carrying a chill that silenced 10,000 ghosts. A force determined to cleave through everything. Qin Feng's wrist moved slightly. The blade edge swept through the void, and even the sound of the wind was swallowed. The undead demonic ape halted. The ghost fire in its eye sockets leaped violently, showing for the first time wariness, and even a trace of unease. The next moment, the undead demonic ape's enormous skeletal body shuddered violently. It lowered its head and looked at its chest. At the center of its sternum, a dull gray saber scar had quietly appeared. The scar was tiny, no larger than a fingernail. But starting from that scar, dense cracks spread like a frantic spiderweb, and in an instant covered every bone in its body. The ape looked up at Qin Feng. In its ghost fire there seemed to be a flicker of confusion. Then, clatter, rattle, its 10-meter-tall skeletal frame collapsed into a pile of pale bone dust. The gray-black death chi that had coiled around the ape, now bereft of its vessel, wailed and dissipated into the air. The forest fell once more into dead silence. Qin Feng held his finishing stance and murmured in a low voice, 100 tribulations, 3,000 thunder movements, thunder prison. 3 breaths later, his body swayed, and he dropped to one knee, planting the Bloodshadow saber into the ground to keep from falling. Warm currents surged within him, restoring his depleted chi and blood. From the air, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Level 5 cleared. Credits gained 505 512500. Current total credits 25300. The 5th level was already Qin Feng's current limit. He did not force his way into the 6th level. With a mere thought, a silver light flashed from the Longwu Tower, and his figure reappeared on the plaza in front of the tower. In an instant, wrapped in a peculiar energy, all of Qin Feng's injuries inflicted by the demon ape were fully healed, though his vital energy remained in the state it was inside the tower. The Longwu Tower truly deserves its reputation as the foundation of the academy to possess such miraculous effects. Qin Feng marveled inwardly. Under the influence of a warm white current within his body, Qin Feng's vital energy began to recover at an extremely rapid pace. Thus to the onlookers, Qin Feng's breathing appeared steady and long, his complexion ruddy, as if he had just completed a light morning exercise rather than surviving a life-and-death battle against a powerhouse at the peak of the blood ignition realm. His eyes were sharper and deeper than before he entered the tower, as if they held the cold glint of a blade tempered in fire. At this moment, the entire plaza fell into a deathly silence. Thousands of eyes stared intently at him, as well as the silver glow of the 5th level on the tower's surface, which had not yet completely faded. The 5th level, a tier that signified the combat power of the peak blood ignition realm. Before today, for the vast majority of geniuses present, it was merely the threshold for graduating from the academy, the benchmark they would strive toward over the next 4 years. Yet now an obscure youth of similar age to them had trampled their benchmark underfoot in less than half an hour. On the massive, mysterious black stone monument beside the tower, rows of silver text slowly emerged, each character radiating unquestionable brilliance. First place, Qin Feng, Haishi City, Qing Province, cleared levels 5. Second place, Xiashi, Qingdu, cleared levels 4. Third place, cleared levels 3. There were no ties, and there was no dispute. Qin Feng's name weighed heavily upon everyone else's scores like a towering mountain. After a brief freeze, the sound of gasping swept across the plaza like a rising tide. Following closely were uncontrollable, incredulous exclamations and hushed discussions. Did he really clear the 5th level? A monster. He is simply a monster. Which great clan poured all their resources into raising this scion? To hide him so deeply, there hasn't been a single whisper of him all these years. Haishi City. Does Qing Province even have such a city? I've never even heard of it. Even Xiashi, the universally acknowledged top genius of Qingdu's current generation, barely managed to clear the 4th level. Is this Qin Feng a demon? The silk-robed youth who had previously boasted of taking the Dragon Emperor's head now flushed red and turned pale. His mouth hung open, yet he could not utter a single sound. His companions, all of distinguished backgrounds, also looked solemn, their gentry gazes toward Qin Feng, filled with nothing but deep wariness and scrutiny. Ere this person. The silk-robed youth raised his hand, pressing it down slightly in the air to silence his companion's unfinished words. A loss is a loss, he spoke. His voice was not loud, yet every word was crystal clear, as if addressing the onlookers, or perhaps cautioning himself. I concede this round. His jaw tightened slightly, as his gaze swept past the clamorous crowd on the plaza, locking onto the name hanging high on the stone monument, his eyes darkening. But in this world, a faint curl appeared at the corner of the youth's mouth. There are no eternal winners. He may win against me once today, but he cannot win forever. One day I will reclaim my lost glory with my own hands. The youth extended his right palm and slowly clenched it into a fist. Beside him, his companion's mouth parted slightly, showing a look of absolute agreement. Wise words, heir. To accept defeat so readily and dare to challenge again. He truly is a man worthy of my respect. Qin Feng seemed completely oblivious to the commotion around him. With a calm expression, his gaze swept across the stone monument to confirm his score, and he then walked toward the designated resting area on the side. After only a few steps, a figure clad in moon white blocked his path. Su Qingwei, this favored daughter of the Su clan of Qin province, now looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of joy. She had also cleared the third level, though she took longer than the third-place finisher, ranking fourth. This result was enough to look down on the rest of the crowd. Yet the youth before her had left both her and everyone else far behind. Qin Feng, congratulations. Such an achievement is in a class of its own across the entire Great Qin Prefecture over the past 30 years. Just luck, Qin Feng replied, cupping his hands with a smile on his face. Compared to the shock of others, he preferred Su Qingyue's congratulations. The two walked to a corner. Qin Feng laid blood shadow across his knees, closing his eyes to rest his mind. Within his mind, two tiny golden figures continued to practice, slowly digesting the insights gained from his recent battles inside the tower, especially that wondrous sensation when Thunder Prison broke through its limits. He could feel his foundation becoming increasingly robust, and his control over his vital energy and saber intent had improved by more than just a notch. High upon the platform, Elder Zhang's gaze had not wavered from Qin Feng since the moment he emerged from the tower. His expression remained as calm as still water, yet deep within those seemingly cloudy eyes, rivers of stars seemed to revolve, seeing through Qin Feng from inside out. His vital energy is harmonious, and his foundation is unbelievably solid. He is clearly only in the meridian opening realm, yet there is a subtle sense of perfect completion about him. What caught his attention even more was the fierce saber intent lingering on Qin Feng, born from his recent life and death struggle, slaying a peak blood ignition opponent while only in the meridian opening realm. This is truly earth-shattering, Elder Zhang mused. Although the grade of the martial skill this boy cultivates is not top tier, he has trained it to an incredible level. Furthermore, the vital energy fluctuations when he circulates his cultivation technique actually resemble. A moment later, Elder Zhang withdrew his gaze. He whispered a few words to the middle-aged assistant instructor, standing respectfully beside him. The assistant instructor's expression turned solemn as he respectfully accepted the order. The geniuses of this session are even more surprising than expected. Aside from that little fellow of the Xia family, there is actually an unexpected surprise like Qin Feng. Aside from Qin Feng, who stood in a league of his own, Xia Shi was the only one to pass the fourth level. 27 passed the third level, and over 1,500 passed the second level. Various emotions filled the plaza: joy, disappointment, resentment, envy. Yet everyone's gaze would unconsciously drift toward the youth in green robes, sitting quietly with his eyes closed. Silence. Elder Zhang's voice rang out once more, suppressing all the noise. The freshman examination for this session of the Longwu Academy is hereby concluded. The admission list is subject to the stone monument. He was concise, offering no redundant praise or commentary. All admitted candidates, please report to the welcoming pavilion of the Academy at the hour of Chun in 3 days with your examination tokens to complete enrollment procedures, receive your identity plaques, and other corresponding items. Now disperse. Having spoken, he no longer looked at the crowd below and turned to leave the high platform. Just then, the middle-aged assistant instructor stepped quickly to the front of the stage and announced loudly, "Student Qin Feng, please wait. Cabinet Elder Zhang has some matters to inquire about." Qin Feng, who was about to leave with the crowd, paused in his tracks. The crowd on the plaza, which had not yet fully dispersed, froze once again at these sudden words. Countless gazes snapped back onto Qin Feng. A private audience with Cabinet Elder Zhang. The implications of this caused waves to ripple in the hearts of many. There was envy, jealousy, and even more curiosity. Su Qingwei glanced back at Qin Feng, a trace of understanding flashing in her eyes before she turned and departed without any hesitation. She knew that from the moment Qin Feng cleared the fifth level, he was no longer on the same level as them. Qin Feng's face remained calm as he turned and walked toward the high platform. The middle-aged assistant instructor came forward to meet him, his tone even more polite than before. "Student Qin Feng, please follow me." Instead of leading Qin Feng onto the high platform, he guided him around the side of the plaza, walking along a secluded tree-lined path toward the deeper parts of the academy. Towering ancient trees lined both sides of the path, where birds chirped softly, and the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, making it feel like a completely different world from the clamor of the plaza. After walking for about 15 minutes, a serene lake appeared ahead, its water as clear as a mirror reflecting the sky and clouds. Cabinet Elder Jiang is waiting for you in the stargazing pavilion. The assistant instructor stopped at the head of the bridge and gestured, "Please go ahead on your own." Qin Feng nodded in thanks and stepped onto the wooden bridge. His footsteps fell heavily on the thick wooden planks, making steady sounds. Crossing the wooden bridge, he stepped onto the small island. The door of the pavilion was slightly ajar with a faint scent of sandalwood drifting out. Qin Feng stood before the door and knocked lightly. "Enter," Elder Jiang's flat voice echoed from within. Qin Feng pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior of the pavilion was exceptionally spacious and simple. Elder Jiang sat cross-legged on the primary futon with his back to a star map, holding a coarse clay teapot, and slowly pouring water into 2 teacups before him. "Sit," he said, lifting his eyelids slightly. Qin Feng sat on the opposite futon as told, keeping his back straight and his gaze calm. Elder Jiang slid one of the teacups toward him, picked up the other cup himself, took a sip, and did not speak immediately. The pavilion was silent save for the faint sound of tea being poured into the cups and the distant muffled murmur of flowing water outside the window. After a long silence, Elder Jiang set down his teacup, fixed his gaze on Qin Feng's face, and spoke directly. "The final form of the saber technique you used to clear the tower has already surpassed the scope of a yellow-grade martial skill, touching the edge of intent. Was it a sudden temporary enlightenment?" Qin Feng felt a slight chill in his heart. The vision of a transcendent powerhouse was indeed incredibly sharp. After a brief hesitation, he nodded and said, "To reply to Elder Jiang, the final form, Thunder Prison, was indeed something this student occasionally gained under life and death pressure, pushing my previously learned saber technique to break through its limits." He did not hide it, nor did he need to. Before a transcendent, playing petty tricks was utterly meaningless. Limit breakthrough. A barely perceptible trace of approval flashed in Elder Jiang's eyes. "How many years has it been since I last heard this word from a youth? For ordinary martial artists, training a martial skill to perfection is already a rare feat. Breaking limits is impossible without great perseverance, great comprehension, and great fortune." He paused, then asked, "Is the cultivation technique you practice the Zhou Tian return to origin art?" "Indeed. An incomplete manual." "Yes, I only have the introductory volume, which goes up to the peak of the blood ignition realm." Elder Jiang nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised. This cultivation technique emphasizes a solid foundation and harmonious vital energy, but its cultivation progress is relatively slow. For you to cultivate it to such a state, while only in the meridian opening realm, and with such immense vital energy. His gaze was calm, yet it seemed to possess a penetrating power. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. Meeting Elder Jiang's gaze, he said slowly, "This student spent a long time tempering myself in the body tempering realm, which perhaps laid a deep foundation, allowing me to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating subsequent techniques. As for my progress, I dare not slacken in my daily cultivation. Many geniuses lay an invincible foundation in their lower realms, and their subsequent cultivation can indeed progress by leaps and bounds." Elder Jiang looked at him for a moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "In the Battle of Haishi City, you made the greatest contribution. Jiang Poyu's letter praised you highly, saying you made a breakthrough in battle, slew a blood ignition opponent with your saber, and possess a decisive nature. He believes you will surely become a pillar of our human race." Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Elder Jiang to know about City Lord Jiang's recommendation letter. "City Lord Jiang praises me too highly. I merely did my duty, and it was only thanks to my comrades fighting to their deaths that I had some luck." "Duty?" Elder Jiang repeated the word. "In this world there are no longer many who can do their duty well." He leaned forward slightly and looked at Qin Feng, his tone softening. "Qin Feng, I am Jiang Yuani, a leisurely cabinet elder of the academy. I usually just watch the stars in this stargazing pavilion and teach students. I have not taken any new disciples under my wing for 30 years. Presiding over the examination today was merely a whim, yet I did not expect to find that we share quite a bit of fate." He paused, and a sudden flash of brilliant light erupted from those seemingly cloudy eyes. "Are you willing to enter my tutelage and become my last disciple?" Inside the star observation pavilion, the fragrant aroma of tea curled gently into the air. After Elder Jiang uttered those words, "Be my last disciple," the pavilion sank into a peculiar silence. Qin Feng's fingers tightened faintly around the teacup. The turmoil churning within him was far more turbulent than his composed exterior suggested. What it meant to become the disciple of an academy elder, a transcendent powerhouse, he understood better than anyone. In Blackstone City, the blazing blood realm represented the absolute limit. Yet the Elder Jiang before him was a being who surpassed that realm entirely. His guidance, his resources, his connections. These were precisely what Qin Feng needed most at this moment. But precisely because a single choice could determine the trajectory of his entire life, Qin Feng grew even calmer. The greater the opportunity, the heavier the responsibility often became. Fortune never fell from the sky, and least of all, without reason, onto someone of humble origins like himself. He drew a deep breath, set down his teacup, and met Elder Jiang's eyes. Eyes that seemed cloudy yet in truth saw through everything, with an unflinching gaze. "Elder Jiang, your kindness fills me with both awe and gratitude." Qin Feng said, his voice steady. "May I be bold enough to ask, if I were to enter your tutelage, what would be required of me? And what would I receive?" He paused then added, I also have a younger sister who is my only family. Her eyesight is impaired, and she needs care. In everything I do I have to think for her. These words conveyed both earnest desire and genuine concern. A glint of appreciation flashed through Elder Zhang's eyes. He did not answer at once. Instead, he lifted the teapot and refilled his own cup. A genius like you does not need this old man to deliberately arrange a path for you. Elder Zhang's voice was calm. When I take disciples, I never force them onto a fixed path. You have your blade and your intent. I will simply observe and when necessary offer a few words of guidance. I will not forcibly intervene. Compared with the mighty races across the myriad worlds, humanity holds no inherent advantage. What I need you to do is simply keep growing stronger and do your part for the great Qin prefecture and for the human race. As for what you can obtain, he set down the teapot and spoke calmly. First, more choices. Some areas of the academy require special clearance. If you acknowledge me as master, all areas will be open to you. Cultivation, arts, martial skills, hidden secrets, miscellaneous knowledge. Whatever catches your fancy, you may choose it yourself. I can point the way, but the road must be walked by you. Second time. Elder Zhang looked at Qin Feng. An academy has its own rules. Students must complete tasks, earn credits, and exchange them for resources. These processes are good for ordinary people to consolidate their foundations and temper their minds, but for a true genius, they are somewhat a waste of time. Once you become my disciple, you may skip these procedural matters. The foundational resources you need, spirit stones, potions, access to cultivation chambers, I can provide directly. As for rarer resources, I will tell you where to find them and how to obtain them. The time you save you can devote to cultivation, to comprehending your blade, and to caring for those you wish to care for. He raised his teacup and took a sip, his tone casual, yet carrying enormous weight. Last, backing. The academy is no earthly paradise. Wherever people gather, there is conflict. You made quite a splash today. From now on, open spears and hidden arrows will be plentiful. As my disciple, at least within this academy, no old fellow will dare cause you trouble. Zhang Yuanyi used the most level tone to speak the most domineering words. Of course, when it comes to competition among your peers, no matter how many opponents there are, I will not interfere. That is your own affair. Qin Feng nodded. Competition among peers had never frightened him. Those weaker than him, he was confident they would never catch up in this lifetime. Those stronger than him, he was even more confident that he could close the distance and surpass them in the shortest time. As for your sister, Zhang Yuanyi raised his teacup and took a small sip. Behind the Star Observation Pavilion, there is a small courtyard, quiet and safe. You may bring her to live there. I am acquainted with the finest alchemists in the academy. Your sister's eyes are not a problem. There were no long-winded promises, no unrealistic fantasies painted in the air. Every sentence was practical and struck straight at the core. Freedom, resources, protection, all were given to him, and his worries behind were resolved. All he needed to do was cultivate unceasingly growing stronger step by step, and do his part for great Qin and for humanity. Qin Feng listened quietly, and the waves in his heart gradually settled. Elder Zhang's style was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There was no sense of condescending charity. Rather, it was like the affection a sect master felt for a younger generation expressed through greater care. I give you the platform and protection. You walk your own path, but you must produce results worthy of all this. As for whether to accept me as master, Zhang Yuanyi suddenly smiled the smile carrying a trace of indulgence. You do not need to answer now. I will give you 3 days to consider. 3 days later, when you report to the academy, if you are willing, we will discuss the bond of master and disciple. If you find it unsuitable, you need not return to my Star Observation Pavilion. I shall simply treat today as if we never met, and the matter of apprenticeship will never be spoken of or come to affect you. Indeed, Zhang Yuanyi, as an academy elder and a supreme transcendent, had given Qin Feng the greatest possible respect and freedom of choice. Thoughts surged relentlessly in Qin Feng's mind. Soon he raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute. Elder Zhang, there is no need to wait 3 days. I Feng know well that my origins are humble and my talent is nothing extraordinary. Having received your great favor and such generous treatment, if I still hesitated or made excuses, even I would despise myself. He stepped back, folded his hands, and made a deep bow toward Elder Zhang. His voice was clear and sonorous, every word striking the ground with weight. Today, your student Qin Feng is willing to acknowledge Elder Zhang as his master. Henceforth on the path of cultivation, I will be diligent and never slacken, hold my heart like a mirror, and prove worthy of my master's kindness and my own aspiration. I beg my master, please grant this. The pavilion fell utterly silent. Only the tea fragrance drifted upward while the star chart slowly turned with light. Zhang Yuanyi looked at the young man, bowing before him, unwilling to rise, and remained silent for several breaths. Then he smiled. It came from the depths of his heart. Good. A single word, simple yet heavy as 1,000 June. Zhang Yuanyi slowly rose to his feet. He walked over to Qin Feng, extended his right hand, and made a faint lifting gesture. Rise. A gentle yet irresistible force lifted Qin Feng upward. Qin Feng straightened and looked at the transcendent powerhouse who had just become his master. Since you have entered my lineage, you are now a disciple of Zhang Yuanyi. Elder Zhang's voice carried a few degrees more solemnity than before. If one day you feel my path is not suited to you, or you have a better place to go, you may tell me directly. The bond of master and disciple is a matter of fate. There is no need to cling to form. But there is one thing. His tone suddenly turned sharp. If you betray the human race or collude with outside enemies, no matter where you flee to the ends of the earth, I, as your master, will personally cleanse the sect of you. 3 sentences, simple and clear, yet they outline the bearing and the bottom line of a supreme powerhouse. Qin Feng turned solemn and bowed again. This disciple will remember. Jiang Yuanyi nodded and his expression softened. He walked back to the low table, took out an object from inside his robe, and handed it to Qin Feng. It was a palm-sized token, warm and smooth to the touch, deep cyan in color. On the front was carved in ancient Jiang character. On the back were star and cloud patterns that faintly echoed the engravings atop the Star Observation Pavilion. This is my identity token, and also a pass to the Star Observation Pavilion, Jiang Yuanyi said. With this token you may freely enter and leave the pavilion and the rear courtyard. Within the academy, it is also a mark of authenticity that may prove useful in certain places. Qin Feng accepted it with both hands. Thank you, master. No need for ceremony. Elder Jiang waved his hand. Go back today, bring your sister here, and settle her in. The token contains directions to the courtyard. Tomorrow at the Qin hour come here again. Yes, Qin Feng acknowledged. Go. Jiang Yuanyi sat back down on the meditation cushion and closed his eyes, seemingly returning to that calm, well-less state of mind from before. Qin Feng said no more. He bowed once more toward his master's back turned and withdrew from the Star Observation Pavilion. The wooden door closed softly. Lake wind brushed his face, carrying the cool freshness of water vapor. Standing at the head of the 9-bend bridge, Qin Feng held the warm token in his hand, sensed the mysterious aura contained within it, and let out a long breath. From this day onward, within the vast Great Qin Prefecture, he finally had a true foundation on which to stand. He glanced back at the tranquil pavilion, bowed once more, then strode toward the lake shore. His steps were firm with no more hesitation. Inside the Star Observation Pavilion, after Qin Feng left the room, did not immediately return to stillness. Jiang Yuanyi remained gazing after Qin Feng's departing figure, yet the corners of his mouth curved upward slightly. What do you think? Above the star chart, that blurred silhouette appeared once more, its voice tinged with amusement. Faster than I expected. Jiang Yuanyi said calmly. I thought he would at least go back and think it over for a night. It shows he is decisive, the silhouette said. It also shows that the terms you offered truly moved him. It was not entirely the terms. Jiang Yuanyi opened his eyes, his gaze profound. I could sense that when that child made his decision, there was not much calculation of gain and loss in his heart. It was more a kind of serene acceptance. As if he had recognized that this was the road he was meant to walk, so he simply walked it. Without hesitation, without inner conflict. The silhouette was silent for a moment. Such a disposition is truly rare. Yes, Jiang Yuanyi said slowly. When martial cultivation reaches the pinnacle, talent, resources, and opportunities are certainly important, but the most fundamental thing is a clear and unshakable heart. Know what you want, know what you should do, and then do it. Today he could accept a master without hesitation. In the future, when faced with even greater choices, perhaps he will be the same. The silhouette's light rippled faintly. You seem to think highly of him. The first disciple in 30 years. Jiang Yuanyi smiled. There ought to be some expectation. He closed his eyes again, and his voice gradually faded. Starting tomorrow, let us see just how far this piece of uncut jade can be carved. Outside the window, dusk gathered from all directions. The lake's surface mirrored the newly risen stars, answering the star chart atop the pavilion from afar. A new chapter belonging to Qin Feng had already begun. Returning from the Star Observation Pavilion to the rented courtyard, Qin Feng briefly informed Qin Xiaoyu and Wang Yuan about his apprenticeship and the upcoming move. Qin Xiaoyu was overjoyed, yet her keen senses detected a new layer of serene composure radiating from her brother. Wang Yuan was genuinely delighted for Qin Feng, as well a flicker of resolve flashing through his eyes. He knew he must train even harder so as not to betray the bond of their shared journey. The relocation was a simple affair. The courtyard behind the Star Observation Pavilion was elegant and tranquil, fully furnished with daily necessities, and faintly permeated by the undulating ripples of a formation meant to calm the mind and stabilize the spirit. Even Lao Hei, the old dog, was exceedingly delighted with the new environment. The next day, Qin Feng returned to the Star Observation Pavilion. Jiang Yuanyi was already waiting quietly within, and upon the low tea table before him, besides the tea set, lay several additional items. Sit. Jiang Yuanyi gestured for Qin Feng to take a seat, and pushed a cyan storage pouch in front of him. Now that you have entered my tutelage, these are what you will need at present. Qin Feng accepted it, and extended his consciousness slightly within. The space inside the pouch was vast, with numerous medicinal agents neatly arranged. I see that you are on the verge of igniting your blood. These resources will be sufficient for your entire blood ignition stage. The token you received previously will also grant you access to the Sutra Library to select cultivation techniques. Jiang Yuanyi spoke slowly. There is no need to change your cultivation technique or martial skills for now, but reading the classics left by predecessors will lead to understanding by analogy, which is beneficial for your comprehension of the Tao. Thank you, master. Qin Feng carefully put everything away. This was the advantage of having support. Had he been left to accumulate these resources alone, even with his sister Qin Xiaoyu's identity as an apothecary, it would have taken him several years. It would never have been this easy. Jiang Yuanyi continued. The incomplete text of the Zhou Tiangui Yuan Ju that you cultivate was left behind by a marquee-level powerhouse of the human race. This method emphasizes the tempering of one's foundation, cultivating blood energy that is perfectly rounded and harmonious. Even among all techniques below the transcendent realm, it ranks among the very top. Truly the most suitable path for you at this stage. The incomplete text ends at the peak of blood ignition. As for the continuation, once your realm is ready, your master will naturally have a superior recommendation. Qin Feng nodded. He had always sensed that this technique was extraordinary, but he never imagined it had such a remarkable origin. A powerhouse who could be titled a Marquis was absolutely terrifyingly strong. Speaking of Marquis titles, Jiang Yuanyi paused. You still know too little of the world's structure and the divisions of realms. Today I shall enlighten you on some of it. Qin Feng lifted the teapot and poured tea for him. Amid the swirling wisps of steam, Jiang Yuanyi's voice was deep and slow. You already know of the three mortal realms: body, tempering, meridian, unlocking, and blood ignition. These three realms temper the physical body and blood energy, still remaining within the category of mortal flesh. In the blood ignition realm, one's blood energy surges like a blazing furnace and force can be released externally to harm enemies, but there is ultimately a limit. To break through the mortal flesh, one must comprehend, intent, ignite the innate spiritual light within and draw the world's spiritual energy into the body to refine it throughout. Only then can one transcend the mundane and step onto the true path to the heavens. Qin Feng held his breath and listened with rapt attention. The first realm beyond the mundane is called Dust Star. In this realm, one must open the spiritual apertures throughout the body, draw spiritual energy to temper the flesh, birth divine sense, and cultivate the will. Those who reach this level have already left the ranks of mortal martial artists. Even the weakest Dust Star cultivator, infusing their intent into killing blows, can shatter 10,000 jun of force and break the sound barrier with their speed. With divine sense, one can ride the wind through the air, freed from the earth's bonds, and roam the myriad worlds thereafter. For those whose divine sense has solidified, a single thought can harm another's very soul. Their lifespan can be extended to 500 years. Qin Feng's heart trembled violently. Soaring through the air, living 500 years. This was already the immortal of his understanding. A powerful Dust Star cultivator's divine sense can cover an entire city, and their sword intent can take an enemy's head from 100 li away. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are revered as ancestors or upper immortals, guardians of a region, the backbone of the academies, and elite battle commanders within the military. Jiang Yuanyi, seeing the light gleaming within Qin Feng's eyes, continued, the second realm is Glowing Moon. The core of this realm is the pinnacle of artistic conception, where divine sense and the physical body are deeply integrated. One's energy flows endlessly and without interruption, excelling in endurance and recovery. He paused momentarily, his tone growing heavier. More crucially, cultivators of this realm have already begun to possess the quality of near immortality. As long as the heart or the core within the brow remains intact, they can consume vital essence to regenerate severed limbs. On the battlefield, they are practically undying vanguards. Their lifespan can reach 1,000 years. Regeneration of severed limbs. 1,000 years of life. Qin Feng's breathing grew shallow. Such a form of existence was nearly legendary. Glowing Moon cultivators serve as the cornerstones of major powers, generals leading armies, or high-ranking regional governors stationed to guard vast territories. The third realm, Blazing Sun, is also honored with the title Marquis. Jiang Yuanyi's voice suddenly rose, carrying an intangible majesty. Their lifespan can reach 3,000 years. Marquis. 3,000 years of life. Qin Feng was utterly stunned, his eyes brimming with yearning. If he had 3,000 years of life, he truly couldn't imagine how he would spend them all. Watching the ordinarily composed Qin Feng display such astonishment, Jiang Yuanyi chuckled inwardly. In that moment, he seemed to see his former self, of the same age, facing his own teacher's teachings, and just as shaken. He imagined his teacher must have found it rather amusing back then as well. Alas, those days would never return. Jiang Yuanyi steadied himself and continued, Blazing Sun powerhouses will evolve a unique domain of their own. This domain is born from the cultivator's own path, be it a domain of raging fire capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, or a domain of sword light dividing into 10,000 forms. Its power is enough to level mountains and evaporate lakes and oceans. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with expectation. Those who reach this realm possess strength sufficient to guard a vast territory and shelter countless living beings. They may found a sect and pass down their legacy for 1,000 years, or they may take command of a region and protect several great cities. Of the 24 provinces within our great Qin prefecture, aside from the few who sit in the capital at Qin, do the governors of each province, the ancestors of the top aristocratic clans, and the core deans of the academies are mostly of this realm. As he spoke, a vast aura akin to the blazing sun flashed and vanished from Jiang Yuanyi's body, causing even Qin Feng's very soul to tremble. Master, your master has not been particularly accomplished. After several hundred years of cultivation, I have barely managed to stand at the pinnacle of the blazing sun realm, holding the position of a marquis. I am still one step away from the next realm. Jiang Yuanyi's tone was calm, yet carried a trace of pride. Pinnacle of blazing sun. A marquis powerhouse. Although Qin Feng had long suspected that his teacher was no ordinary transcendent, hearing the title of marquis still struck him with awe. The strongest blood ignition cultivator of Blackstone City would not even have the right to look up at his teacher. Then the next realm. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. The fourth realm is king enthronement. Jiang Yuan's expression turned solemn, a flicker of excitement even showing in his eyes. This realm requires one to use their domain and divine sense as the core to condense a true self-Dharma image. The Dharma image towers 100 zhang tall, standing between heaven and earth, and with every movement, it invokes the power of the world itself. As long as the Dharma image is not destroyed, the true body is difficult to harm. Jiang Yuan let out a soft sigh. Such beings are already the pinnacle of the human race, the backbone that enables humanity to stand against the mighty races of the myriad realms. Across our entire Great Qin Prefecture, only the Prefecture Lord and a select few others have set foot into this realm. Our Prefecture Lord King Xiaqin of Great Qin is even a top-tier expert among the king enthronement stage. It is precisely for this reason that the entire Great Qin Prefecture is counted as one of the strongest among the human race's 36 prefectures. Qin Feng held his breath. The king enthronement realm was actually this rare. Only a Prefecture Lord could reach such a realm. Jiang Yuan did not speak of any higher realms, and Qin Feng understood. For him, rapidly breaking through to blood ignition and advancing to transcendent was his most important task at the moment. Hearing about realms beyond that would only be counterproductive. A clear and boundless path of transcendence began to unfold before Qin Feng's eyes. Dust Star Realm, birth of divine sense, flight of the physical body, cultivation of artistic conception. Glowing Moon Realm, artistic conception merged with the physical body when indestructible golden body, a regeneration of severed limbs. Blazing Sun Realm, marquee title, evolution of one's personal domain. King enthronement, Dharma image. He silently steeled himself, resolving to double his cultivation efforts and comprehend these wonders as swiftly as possible. Now that the realms are settled, let us speak of the world. Jiang Yuan steered the conversation back. The vast territory that humanity occupies is called the human realm by other races. The human realm is divided into 36 prefectures. Our Great Qin Prefecture is one of them, and one of the strongest at that. Additionally, there are numerous ancient clans with long lineages entrenched across the land, wielding profound heritages. The Tuoba clan in the northern frontier, the Sioux clan of the eastern sea. All are guarded by king enthronement powerhouses, and their influence is not to be underestimated. The Xiashi you saw yesterday is the most outstanding legitimate descendant of the Xia clan in this generation. Qin Feng nodded. He would neither feel inferior because of his origins, nor would he flatter others due to their family standing. Only the blade in his hand would forever be his true reliance. As for the abyss. When the topic reached this point, Jiang Yuan's eyes turned slightly cold. The abyss, like the human realm, is a domain unto itself, one of the countless worlds of the myriad realms. Deep within it dwell alien races whose intelligence rivals that of humanity, and they have long coveted our human territories. The calamity of Blackstone City is merely a small ripple stirred up amidst their endless encroachment. The bloody war between humanity and the abyss has never ceased. He looked at Qin Feng. The reason humanity can stand tall in such an environment is because generation after generation of powerhouses have charged forward without hesitation, and generation after generation of prodigies have striven to be the first. Qin Feng, since you possess such talent and such a heart, you must bear such responsibility. Your disciple will remember this. I will not let humanity down, nor fail your expectations, master. Qin Feng answered solemnly. Enough. Jiang Yuan's expression eased, a hint of a smile emerging. What I have spoken of today you will need to digest slowly. I also have a piece of good news to share with you. Qin Feng looked up. 3 months from now, Grandmaster Yuan, he of the Cauldron Pavilion, will return from his travels through the myriad herbs spirit world. He is an old friend of many years, and one of the foremost grandmasters of pharmacology in this age. His methods are utterly profound. Qin Feng's body trembled slightly, an almost incredulous brilliance bursting forth from his eyes, and his voice even quivered. Master, do you mean? Jiang Yuan smiled. I have already sent word to him regarding your sister's ailment. He has agreed that upon his return, he will personally formulate the medicament for your sister. With his skill, the hope of restoring her sight should be over 90%. Over 90%. Qin Feng felt a surge of heat rush straight to the crown of his head, trembling with excitement, so intense he could scarcely contain himself. He abruptly rose, stepped back, and bowed deeply before Jiang Yuan, until his forehead touched the ground. Master's great kindness. Your disciple. Your disciple. 1,000 words clogged his chest, and he found himself unable to express them. His sister's eyes were the heaviest burden in his heart, and the vow he had silently made when his parents lay on their deathbed. Now hope was so vividly placed before him. Jiang Yuan's gaze softened, and he raised his right hand, an invisible force gently lifting Qin Feng up. Since you have entered my sect, I will naturally look after your family. This is simply my duty. 5 days from now, bring your sister here. Yes, master. Qin Feng suppressed the surging emotion within him and nodded firmly. Jiang Yuan smiled. Very well. It is still early. You may take a stroll around the academy. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may come to me here at any time. Thank you, master. Qin Feng bowed once more before stepping out of the star observation pavilion. As he crossed the threshold, the morning sunlight cascaded over him, warm and soothing. Qin Feng clenched his fist, feeling the reassuring weight of the storage pouch and token in his embrace. Gazing toward the direction of the lakeside courtyard, a brilliant smile finally broke free across his face, utterly irrepressible. Qin Feng deeply understood the importance of broadening one's horizons. For the following days, he spent nearly all his time on the third floor of the scripture pavilion. With the token granted by his master, he moved through freely without obstruction. The cultivation techniques section, martial skills area, miscellaneous knowledge wing, and secret records hall. Countless jade slips containing ancient texts were displayed, within many radiating an aura of profound antiquity. Qin Feng wandered through each section like a sponge absorbing water. In the cultivation techniques area, he saw many complete lineages of extremely high rank. Some manifested fierce and domineering power, others wielded sinister and treacherous techniques, while yet another path embraced balanced harmony. Through careful comparison and reference, he came to appreciate even more the distinctive nature of his current cultivation method, one that eschews rapid advancement in favor of laying solid foundations, as if preparing for some deeper transformation ahead. In the martial skills section, he encountered various approaches to blade techniques. There was the Jinyue Dao, with its mountain-like overwhelming force, the Liuguang Dao pursuing ultimate speed, and the Yuying Dao wielding unpredictable strikes from unexpected angles. Each sight filled him with excitement and further solidified his resolve. Wind and thunder in harmony, strength and flexibility combined. Qin Feng also studied writings on the concept of Yi and cultivation insights from senior practitioners. Though his reading was mostly superficial, occasional flashes of inspiration provided great assistance in understanding his own blade intent. After days of immersion, while his cultivation base hadn't directly increased, Qin Feng's perspective and understanding of martial principles had been fundamentally transformed. Many of his confusions about cultivation had been resolved, and previously vague insights had become clear. More importantly, he had seen a broader landscape of martial arts, and the fire within his heart burned even more intensely. Returning to his quiet courtyard room, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, settling the experiences of these past days into his heart. He then directed most of his consciousness into his mind. Two golden figures floated quietly, and as his thoughts moved, they immediately began to radiate light, entering a state of calculation and deduction. This time Qin Feng combined his insights from the scripture pavilion with the essence of the Jinglei Sanshi and Pufeng Daofa, analyzing the deep connections between all three. He directed them to calculate the most efficient fusion path. Upon receiving the command, Qin Feng decisively swallowed several vials of potion. The two golden figures radiated brilliant light, more resplendent than ever before. They seemed to transform into the most precise computational core, simultaneously materializing the qi and blood circulation diagram from the Zhou Tian Guanju, the thunder eruption trajectory from the Jinglei Sanshi, and the wind's swift rhythm from the Pufeng Daofa. Countless fine threads of light began connecting, disassembling, recombining, and simulating these three elements. An immense flow of information flooded Qin Feng's consciousness, not forced, but accompanied by profound realization and understanding. Qin Feng's mind suddenly cleared. Many previously obstructed points in his cultivation were effortlessly resolved. Returning home, Qin Feng looked at the black dog quietly resting at Qin Xiaoyu's door, his gaze softening. Old Black. He took out the Tian Yao Duan Shen Pian that he had specifically obtained from the scripture pavilion following the spirit opening transmission technique recorded within. Gathering a thread of his pure qi and spiritual power at his fingertip, he gently touched it toward Old Black's forehead. Old Black seemed to sense something, not flinching, but instead lifting his head willingly, his dark golden eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng. The moment his fingertip made contact, Qin Feng felt a faint but resilient spiritual fluctuation emanating from Old Black's brow, merging seamlessly with the qi and spiritual energy he was transmitting. Immediately after, the profound essence of the Tunling Tsaidi fundamental chapter from the Tian Yao Duan Shan Pian transformed into countless mystical runes which seared deep into Old Black's soul through the connection. Howl. Old Black let out a low, lingering whine as his fur stood on end without any wind. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and his claws and fangs shimmered with a metallic gleam. The most striking change was in his eyes. His already lively dark golden irises now brimmed with intelligence. Within moments, Old Black's aura had strengthened several times over. Within his body, a subtle yet refined yaoli began circulating spontaneously. The effects of the Tian Yao Duan Shin Pian were immediate and dramatic. This was far from a mere method for training spirit pets. It was truly a celestial pathway capable of forging demonic beast powerhouses. Qin Feng withdrew his finger, surprise flashing in his eyes. Old Black nuzzled against his hand affectionately, conveying gratitude and dependence. His spiritual intelligence clearly elevated significantly. Old friend, this cultivation method suits you perfectly. You must practice it diligently. Qin Feng stroked Old Black's smooth fur, his voice gentle. I'll be waiting for our next battle side by side. Oh whoa. As if understanding Qin Feng's words, Old Black let out a low howl, his gaze gradually growing resolute. As for Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Feng did not directly tell her about Master Yunhe. Greater hopes lead to greater disappointments. It would be best to tell her about this matter after 3 months. Qin Feng exchanged for some refined blood and medicinal ingredients, giving them to Qin Xiaoyu, so she would have something to occupy her hands and not be bored alone. Configuring potions was after all something she enjoyed doing. As for the prepared potions, Qin Feng thought about it. Those he could use himself, he would keep. Those he couldn't, he would hand over to Wang Yuan to sell for resources. After handling all of this, Qin Feng finally began his secluded cultivation. 2 months later, in the Academy's cultivation chamber, as the wind and thunder power dissipated, Qin Feng sheathed his blade technique and checked his cultivation progress. Master Qin Feng. Cultivation stage: Burning Blood 61. Cultivation method: Zhou Tian Guiyuan Zhu. Perfection 61. Intent: Wind Intent 21. Thunder Intent 30. Martial skills: Wanxiang Jielei Dao. Perfection: Breaking Limit Technique. Fenglei Baji Po Wang Lingming. Small success 40. Looking at his rather impressive status panel, Qin Feng's mouth curved into a faint smile. After 2 months of arduous cultivation under Jiang Yuan Yi's guidance, Qin Feng had already comprehended intent and made considerable progress. He knew well that intent was the most crucial threshold for breaking through to the transcendent realm. Most martial artists trapped at this threshold relied solely on time to refine their cultivation to the peak of Burning Blood, yet had no comprehension of intent power, forcing them to advance reluctantly. Qin Feng, however, had already qualified to break through to the transcendent realm during the middle stage of Burning Blood. He only needed to wait for his cultivation base to reach perfection before he could begin the breakthrough to the first transcendent realm, the Qinqing stage. The precious heaven-grade spirit eye technique, the Po Wang Lingming, had also been cultivated by Qin Feng to small success. Now under his nurturing, these spiritual eyes could not only allow Qin Feng to capture dynamic movements during high-speed motion, but also perceive the flow of energy within a certain range around him, seeing through partial illusions. The signs of an opponent channeling energy and preparing for an explosive attack appeared in Qin Feng's vision as distinctly as beacon fires being lit. Furthermore, the Jinglei Sanshur and Puffing Daofa had been thoroughly integrated and combined with other high-tier martial skills referenced from the scripture pavilion. Qin Feng had forged an entirely new blade technique perfectly suited to him, the Wanxiang Jielei Dao, and successfully awakened its breakthrough limit technique. This blade technique perfectly embodied Qin Feng's application of wind and thunder intent. Considering all factors except the divine consciousness and life level of the transcendent realm, Qin Feng's offensive power was already comparable to that of a newly entered Qinqing stage transcendent. Qin Feng felt the torrential power surging through his qi and blood, the corners of his mouth rising in a satisfied smile. At that very moment when his emotions briefly stirred, the green token in his bosom suddenly grew warm. With a thought, Qin Feng plunged his divine sense into it. A strand of information flowed forth. The blade kept sheathed for too long loses its edge. To craft within closed doors breeds no true killing intent. Qin Feng stowed the token and rose to his feet. 2 months of seclusion had forged his blade intent, refined his spirit eyes to a minor achievement, yet all that accumulated power now churned within him, desperate for release. No sturdy pine grows in the sheltered greenhouse, no battle-hardened blade intent is forged upon parchment. The master was reminding him of this truth. It was time to venture forth and spill blood. Without hesitation, he made his way directly to the Academy Mission Hall. Situated on the eastern side of the main campus, the hall was a 3-story structure of black stone, its entrance perpetually thronged with cultivators. A massive jade stele stood sentinel at the threshold, its surface scrolling with endless task announcements. Qin Feng ascended straight to the second floor. Here the crowds thinned considerably and the atmosphere shifted palpably. A dozen or so individuals lingered in small clusters before the mission wall, conversing in hushed tones. Most possessed steady auras, each at least of the blood-burning realm. He approached the wall. Dozens of jade plaques hung upon it, each bearing the particulars of a mission. Escort merchant caravan, suppress bandit strongholds, explore ancient ruins, hunt specific demon beasts. The variety was abundant. Newcomer. A somewhat hoarse voice sounded beside him. Qin Feng turned to find a scar-faced man in worn leather armor studying him with appraising eyes. The man bore a thick back Dao upon his back, his aura hovering at late blood burning. First time here. Qin Feng nodded. You look unfamiliar. The scar-faced man grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow from years of tobacco. Second floor missions aren't like those below. Even the easiest requires at least blood-burning realm to accept. Got a team? No. Then tread carefully. The scar-faced man gestured towards several jade plaques on the wall. See those? The ones marked red either have formidable targets or treacherous locations. Inexperienced newcomers would do well to steer clear. Qin Feng followed his pointing finger. Several jade plaques with crimson borders stood starkly conspicuous. Rank C number 17. Eliminate the cavern creatures of Blackstone Canyon. Requirements: at least 3 blood-burning realm cultivators, alchemist, or formation master. Recommended location: 300 li southeast of Blackstone Canyon. Intelligence: Ironclaw, earth lizards suspected to be present. Leader's strength approaches the early dust star realm. Note: unusual energy fluctuations detected in the region lately, except with caution. Blackstone Canyon. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on this particular mission. Interested in this one? The scar-faced man noticed his attention. Blackstone Canyon is no simple place. Ironclaw earth lizards are pack hunters. Their hide is like armor, and their claws drip with venom. Just dealing with a single leader approaching Dust Star Realm would be enough to drain anyone, let alone a whole nest of juveniles. He paused, lowering his voice. Besides, I heard a team recently suffered losses. They're losing 2 members. The mission's ranking might be bumped up again. Thanks for the heads up. Qin Feng turned to the man. What's your mission? Me. The scar-faced man indicated another jade plaque. The gray rock hills to the north. Clear out some troublesome stone-plated bears. Though also rank C, it's far more reliable than Blackstone Canyon. He clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder. Listen to me, brother. For your first mission, pick something steadier. Get familiar with how things work. Or, he jutted his chin toward another section of the hall. Go take a look over there. See if any teams are recruiting. Shadow some veterans learn the ropes first. Qin Feng glanced where he indicated. Several wooden boards stood there covered in slips of paper bearing words like seeking group and recruiting. A handful of people clustered around them, engaged in quiet discussion. What do you think? Want to take a look? The scar-faced man asked. Let me think it over, Qin Feng replied. Suit yourself. The man offered no further persuasion and departed. Qin Feng returned his attention to the Blackstone Canyon mission. An iron claw earth lizard leader approaching Dust Star Realm. A nest of juveniles. Anomalous cavern energy. This information cycled through his mind. Risk existed, but for him it seemed precisely balanced. It would demand his full strength, yet not overwhelm him entirely. Taking this one. Another voice interrupted, this time a woman's. Qin Feng turned to see a woman in light green combat attire, her hair bound in a high horsetail, approaching with purposeful strides. A sword hung at her waist, her bearing crisp and efficient. Also mid-blood burning. Considering it, Qin Feng replied. Lu Qingqing. The woman introduced herself directly. Sword cultivator, mid-blood burning. I've been eyeing this mission too. She indicated the mission plaque. I inquired with the hall steward yesterday. This task was originally rank C number 15. 3 days ago, after that team suffered losses, it was reassigned to number 17. The steward said the actual difficulty may approach rank B. Alone? Qin Feng asked. Had a teammate originally, but something urgent came up, and they couldn't make it. Lu Qingqing spoke candidly. But I still want to take it. The iron claw earth lizard's claws and back armor are excellent materials for refining gear. I can exchange them for plenty of academic credits. She regarded Qin Feng. Your aura seems steady. You're no ordinary blood burning. What do you say, form a team? Qin Feng didn't answer immediately. He studied the mission plaque again, calculating rapidly in his mind. Sword cultivators like blade cultivators wouldn't be weak by any measure. Moreover, she had clearly done her research and knew the mission inside out. Agreed, but the mission requires 3 people. Let's wait for one more. Qin Feng said. Same here. Lu Qingqing nodded. Ideally someone skilled in defense or control, or an alchemist. The iron claw earth lizard's venom is quite troublesome. She scanned their surroundings. At this hour, suitable candidates are hard to find. Either they're not strong enough or already have established teams. As they spoke, a hesitant voice interjected, Excuse me, are you two looking for teammates? The newcomer was a seemingly frail young man dressed in the academy's standard cyan robe, clutching several jade slips in his hands. His aura registered early blood burning, not particularly powerful, but his eyes gleamed with keen intelligence. And you are? Lu Qingqing inquired. Qin Mo formation cultivator. The young man nervously adjusted the spectacles perched on his nose. I just broke through to blood-burning realm and wanted to take a mission for experience. I saw you two discussing the Blackstone Canyon mission. He swallowed hard, summoning his courage. I can set up the minor 5 elements restriction formation and the dispelling miasma and antidote formation, and I've done some research on cavern environments. I wonder if I could be of help. A formation cultivator. Qin Feng and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances. A restriction formation could contain the lizard pack. A miasma dispelling formation could counter the canyon's poison fog and anomalous energy. This was indeed tailored precisely for this mission. How long does it take you to set up formations? Qin Feng asked. The minor 5 elements restriction formation, if I prepare the formation flags in advance, takes half a quarter hour to take shape. The dispelling miasma formation is faster. I have a ready-made formation disc that activates instantly. Qin Mo hastened to reply. I have both the flags and the disc, it's just that the quality is average. And the power? Lu Qingqing pressed. The minor 5 elements restriction formation can hold a late blood-burning cultivator for about a quarter hour. Against someone approaching Dust Star Realm. Perhaps only a few breaths. Qin Mo answered honestly. The dispelling miasma formation covers a radius of 30 zhang and lasts 2 hours. Qin Feng ran a swift mental evaluation. A few breaths. That was ample time for him to accomplish much. All right. He turned to Lu Qingqing. What do you think? Worth a try. Lu Qingqing nodded. If the 3 of us coordinate well, we have a chance. She faced Qin Mo. Mission rewards are divided by contribution. Any objections? And no objections. Qin Mo nodded hastily. As long as I can gain some experience. With the 3 reaching consensus, Qin Feng lifted the crimson bordered jade plaque and approached the registration desk. Behind the desk sat an elderly steward with perpetually drowsy eyes. He accepted the plaque, glanced at the 3 of them. Blackstone Canyon. Just the 3 of you. Qin Feng confirmed. The old steward yawned lazily as he registered the information. Rank C number 17, eliminate the cavern creatures of Blackstone Canyon team of 3, Captain Qin Feng. He lifted his eyelids to study the trio. You read the mission intelligence, I assume. That place has been unstable lately. If you sense things going south, retreat immediately. Academic credits aren't worth your life. Understood. Qin Feng accepted the mission token. 15 days. Failure to return or submit a report within the time limit counts as mission failure. The old steward waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Try not to die out there. Exiting the mission hall, brilliant sunlight bathed the world. Lu Qingqing asked, when do we depart? First light tomorrow, Qin Feng replied. Gather at the east gate. All right, I'll make preparations. Lu Qingqing was decisive. See you tomorrow. Chen Mo also scrambled to say, I'll go prepare the formation flags. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. The two departed in separate directions. Qin Feng stood alone, the mission token still carrying a faint chill against his palm. Blackstone Canyon. Iron Claw Earth Lizards. This would be his first battle after 2 months of seclusion. It would also be the touchstone to reveal just how much genuine strength he had cultivated. Blackstone Canyon. Iron Claw Earth Lizards. This was his first battle after 2 months of seclusion. It was also the whetstone upon which he would test the true measure of his hard-won abilities. The next morning at the east gate of the academy, when Qin Feng arrived, Lu Qingqing was already there. She had changed into a more practical dark green combat suit, a long sword slanted across her back, and was leaning against a stone pillar, inspecting her quiver. Seeing Qin Feng approach, she lifted her chin. Quite punctual. So are you. Qin Feng glanced at the extra leather pouches hanging at her waist. Well prepared. Old habit. Lu Qingqing straightened up. I've contacted an acquaintance near the canyon. We can get a 20% discount on the teleportation array fee. As she spoke, Chen Mo came running over, panting heavily under a large bundle. Sorry. I thought it wasn't secure enough, so I prepared extra formation sets. Chen Mo had changed into a durable gray cloth outfit today, his glasses fixed in place with a thin cord. From his bundle came the clinking sounds of jade and metal knocking together. Everyone's here. Let's go. Lu Qingqing wasted no words and turned toward the teleportation array. Qin Feng helped steady Chen Mo's slipping bundle. Got everything. All here. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses. 36 formation flags for the small 5 elements trapping array, 2 miasma dispelling array, plates, plus 1 spare 20 doses of antidote powder anti-poison potions. Talk on the way. Qin Feng cut him off. The group quickly arrived at the Qin capital's teleportation station. Teleportation arrays demanded considerable resources to build and operate, so remote places like Blackstone City had none. Thus it was Qin Feng's first time seeing such a formation. With a tremor, the array's glow faded. In an instant, the three found themselves near the Blackstone Canyon. These teleportation arrays really are convenient. Lu Qingqing led the two through the bustling market with practiced familiarity, arriving at a small shop bearing the sign, Old Sun Sundries. Behind the counter stood a one-eyed old man. Seeing Lu Qingqing, he grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. A Lu girl taking another job. Uncle Sun, standard supplies for 3. Lu Qingqing handed over a small cloth pouch. The usual. Old Sun weighed the pouch, then turned and took down several oil paper-wrapped bundles from the shelf. Blackstone Canyon hasn't been peaceful lately. You lot be careful. I know. I've heard quite a few teams have been wiped out there recently. Old Sun narrowed his one eye and lowered his voice. Quite a few indeed. According to the survivors, the stench from the caverns is much stronger than before, and the ground lizards have turned abnormally vicious. He glanced at Qin Feng and Chen Mo. This team of yours, are you sure you can handle it? We took the mission, so we have to go check it out. Lu Qingqing accepted the supplies, speaking vaguely. Old Sun shook his head and said no more. Leaving the small town, they walked 10 li west, and the grim silhouette of Blackstone Canyon unfolded along the horizon. The cliffs on both sides looked as if split by a colossal axe, their pitch-black rock gleaming with a cold, hard light under the sun. At the canyon mouth, grayish-white, mist rolled slowly. This is the place. Lu Qingqing halted and produced 3 small porcelain bottles from her chest. Take the anti-poison potion first. The mist in the canyon is toxic, and breathing too much will make you dizzy. Chen Mo hurriedly took one and swallowed it, then pulled out a palm-sized bronze formation plate. I'll activate the miasma dispelling array now. His fingers swept rapidly across several runes along the plate's edge, and a faint green glow bloomed at its center. The glow expanded, forming a transparent barrier about 3 zhang in diameter around the 3. The encroaching mist was silently pushed back. It can last about 2 hours. Seeing the array work, Chen Mo revealed a confident smile. I'll warn you when the plate's energy drops to 30%. Let's move. Qin Feng stepped into the canyon first. The light dimmed immediately. Black cliffs towered on both sides, leaving only a narrow gray line of sky above. A strange fishy odor hung in the air, faintly creeping into their noses, even with the miasma dispelling array filtering it. After roughly half an hour of walking, faint rustling sounds came from ahead. Qin Feng raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He silently activated his mystic eye of truth, his gaze piercing through the thin mist. 3 iron-clawed ground lizards were gnawing on a beast's carcass about 10 zhang away, each at roughly the mid-stage of blood burning. 3 front left, he said in a low voice. Lu Qingqing was slightly surprised, but wisely said nothing. She gripped her sword hilt. How do we fight them? Chen Mo, can you set up a simple earth-trapping array to hold them down? Keep it as quiet as possible. We don't want to startle the nest. Qin Feng asked. Why, yes. Chen Mo quickly pulled 3 small yellow flags from a side pocket of his bundle, planted them into the ground in front of him, and traced lines in the air with his fingers. The next moment the ground trembled slightly, and the sand beneath the 3 lizards suddenly turned muddy. They struggled and panicked, their speed greatly reduced. Before Qin Feng could react, Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. What an opening! A flash of sword light. The leftmost lizard's neck burst with a splash of green blood. Qin Feng gave a quiet wry smile. An impetuous sword cultivator indeed. Though her skill is quite impressive. The moment he finished speaking, the situation on the field shifted dramatically. One of the two remaining lizards, eyes blazing red, abandoned all defense and charged straight at Lu Qingqing's sword. The other lizard from the side spat a glob of dark green venom toward Lu Qingqing. Judging by the intent, it clearly meant to trade one for one. Watch out! Chen Imo cried out. Lu Qingqing had just slain another lizard and was about to feel smug when she heard the shout. She twisted her body sharply to dodge. The venom grazed past her left arm, instantly corroding several holes through her sleeve. A searing pain bit into her skin. She let out a muffled groan, stumbling slightly as she landed. At that moment, the lizard was already upon her. Danger! Lu Qingqing's face went pale. No time to dodge. Damn it. I can't die in a place like this. I haven't even become a transcendent yet. Just then a dark red blade light shot out, arriving before the lizard could strike. It pierced precisely into the creature's open maw and burst out through the back of its skull. The lizard convulsed and collapsed. You rushed in too recklessly. Qin Feng sheathed his blade and walked over to Lu Qingqing. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth, pulled out the wound medicine Uncle Sun had given her, and sprinkled it over her arm. The powder hissed as it met the wound. Cold sweat seeped from her temples, but she made no sound. I have a special antidote ointment here. Chen Imo hurriedly rummaged through his bundle and handed over a small iron box. Lu Qingqing took it, scooped out some ointment, and applied it. Only then did the burning pain ease. She glanced at Qin Feng. Thanks. Be more careful next time. Qin Feng didn't say more. He turned to examine the lizard corpses. Essence, blood, sharp claws, venom sacs. All valuable resources were tossed into his storage pouch without hesitation. After a brief rest, the three pressed deeper into the canyon. Along the way, they encountered two more packs of ground lizards, both small in number. With the previous lesson fresh in mind, Lu Qingqing became far more cautious, mostly striking from a distance with sword chi. Chen Imo also found his rhythm, using a simple, chaotic rock formation to disrupt the lizard's formations. Qin Feng mostly observed, only stepping in at critical moments to deliver the finishing blow. As the sky darkened, they arrived at a relatively open stretch of gravel flats. The lizard's nest is right here. Lu Qingqing lowered her voice, pointing to both sides of the cave entrance. There are guards, two of them. They are stronger than the ones we encountered before. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes to peer ahead. In the shadows of the cave entrance, two larger iron-clawed earth lizards lay prone, their auras bordering on the late stage of the blood-burning realm. Deeper within, an exceptionally fierce presence loomed indistinctly like a dormant volcano. Prepare the array, Qin Feng said, looking at Chen Imo. Chen Imo took a deep breath, unstrapped his large pack, and with swift yet methodical movements drew out 36 small metal flags. The flagpoles were pitch black, their banners embroidered with runes of various colors. He began planting the flags along the outer edge of the gravel beach. With every flag he placed, he tapped the tip of the pole with his finger, leaving behind a faint glowing light. The lesser 5 elements trapping array with a core radius of 15 zhong, he explained in a low voice as he set up the formation. In a moment, I will lure the leader to the eye of the array. Activating it with full force should trap it for a few breaths. However, once the array is deployed, I cannot move, or it will be interrupted. That is more than enough. Qin Feng flexed his wrist, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Had it not been for safety and the fear of startling the Earth Lizard leader into fleeing early, Qin Feng would have slaughtered his way through the canyon alone long ago. He had held back the entire journey just for this moment, to face that rumored leader whose strength bordered on the transcendent. Lu Qingqing, I'll leave the 2 guards at the entrance and any ordinary Earth lizards that might rush out to you. No need to force a kill, just hold them off. Understood. Lu Qingqing gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Be careful. If things go south, we retreat. The aura of that thing inside feels even more perilous than anticipated. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Just then, drenched in sweat, Chen Imo finished setting up the array. Retreating to the edge of the formation, he gripped a primary array flag in each hand. I am ready. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, quietly slipping backward to flank the cave entrance. Qin Feng unsheathed his blood shadow saber. Its dark red blade barely reflected any light in the dimness. He looked at Chen Imo. Lure it out. Chen Imo nodded, waving the primary array flag in his right hand toward the cave entrance. A thread-like beam of golden light shot from the tip of the flag, striking the scales of one of the guard lizards with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss! Enraged by the pain, the guard lizard had barely let out a shriek when a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the cave. Rumble! Gravel showered down as a massive dark shadow lunged out from the cave. It was a giant iron-clawed earth lizard, fully 6 zhong long, its scales a dark red bordering on black, resembling coagulated blood. The ferocious pressure it exuded seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Almost simultaneously, 5 or 6 ordinary earth lizards rushed out of the entrance, hot on the heels of their leader. Now! Chen Imo bellowed, slamming the primary array flags in his hands into the ground. Buzz! The 36 array flags lit up simultaneously. 5-colored light, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, surged from the flags, weaving into a massive net of light in midair before crashing down. It perfectly enveloped the charging leader and the 2 earth lizards following closely behind. The light net contracted, transforming into 5-colored chains that coiled around the leader's body. It let out an angry roar, struggling frantically, causing the chains to shudder violently as their light flickered. Quick! I can't hold it for long. Shenmo's face turned pale, his arms trembling. Qin Feng took a step forward, raising his blood shadow saber horizontally. Upon the blade, fine green wind vortices and crackling purple lightning emerged, simultaneously intertwining, yet never interfering with one another. Swoosh! Qin Feng's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already directly above the trapped leader. The saber's glow was like a scar of wind and thunder tearing through the sky, slashing straight down at the center of the leader's skull, the exact point of most sluggish energy flow in its scaled armor, captured by his delusion breaker spiritual eye. Sensing the mortal danger, the leader's blood-red eyes suddenly contracted. Bound by the chains, it actually managed to force its head around, meeting the blade with its hardest frontal bone plate, while its thick tail lashed toward Qin Feng's waist like a steel whip. Clang! The blade clashed against the bone plate, erupting in a deafening metallic screech. Web-like cracks spidered across the bone plate, yet it was not completely cleaved open. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he poured more blood vitality into his strike. Puffed! The scales shattered, and the blade bit into the flesh. The earth lizard leader shrieked in pain, struggling wildly. Qin Feng unleashed his strength a second time. Break! The wind-cleaving saber intent erupted completely. The bone plate shattered entirely, and the blade plunged into its skull. The leader's massive body suddenly stiffened, the ferocious light in its blood-red eyes swiftly dimming. Is this all? Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed. He had expected the leader to give him a satisfying fight, but it had died in barely 2 exchanges. And he hadn't even unleashed his saber intent yet. Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo were overjoyed. They knew their teammate was strong, but they had not expected him to be this formidable. Just as Lu Qingqing was about to call out, asking Qin Feng to help deal with a late-stage blood-burning lizard. Right at that moment, a roar far more violent and resonant than before exploded from the depths of the cave, like rolling thunder. At this moment, the entire canyon seemed to tremble. Boom! The rock wall above the cave entrance suddenly exploded, and an even more massive dark shadow slowly squeezed out. It was a creature nearly twice the size of the previous lizard. Its scales were no longer dark red, but instead presented a deep, heavy dark gold hue with a cold metallic luster flowing along the edges. Most terrifying was the aura it exuded. Heavy, solid, carrying a pressure that stemmed from a higher level of existence, far beyond what the previous one could compare to. This was definitely the stellar dust realm. The surviving earth lizards instantly erupted in a frenzy. The king! Our king has arrived. Human martial artists, pay for the lives of our kin with your own. You shall surely pay the price. Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned deathly pale. A transcendent earth lizard. We were wrong. The intelligence was wrong. Brother Chun Mo, run. Chun Mo was so terrified he could barely hold the array flags, his voice trembling. Brother Qin. We. Qin Feng stared at the dark gold lizard stepping out slowly. Feeling the tangible pressure, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. The one from before didn't even count as a warm-up. This one was just in time. Step back, he said calmly. The wind and thunder glow on his blade, far from receding, began to surge even more fiercely. This one is mine. Lu Qingqing said anxiously. Qin Feng. That's a transcendent. The stellar dust realm. We. Step back. Qin Feng's blood vitality began to surge in a strange rhythm, causing his clothes to flutter. An aura just as sharp, if not more so, rose from his body, faintly contending with the pressure of the dark gold lizard as an equal. The dark golden earth lizard's crimson vertical pupils fixed upon Qin Feng, as if sensing a trace of threat from this diminutive human before it. It let out a low roar, abandoning its cautious approach. Its sturdy hind legs suddenly thrust against the ground. A thunderous boom. The earth exploded into a shallow crater as its massive form transformed into a streak of dark golden light, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, lunging directly at Qin Feng. The speed was several times faster than the previous one. A glimmer flashed in Qin Feng's pupils as the piercing illusion spirit eyes operated at full power. The collision trajectory at its extreme was dismantled and predicted within his vision. At this moment, Qin Feng did not dodge. He let out a thunderous roar, and like an arrow released from its bow, he burst forward to meet the transcendent earth lizard's assault head-on. 10,000 manifestations, tribulation lightning. The blade light danced with ethereal grace, silent, yet lethal, striking precisely at the lateral scale junctions of the creature's forelimb joints during its charge. Sparks scattered everywhere. The dark golden scales proved impossibly hard. This strike merely left a shallow white mark, not even breaking through the scales. Yet the creature's momentum shifted from the blow. It roared and spun around, its massive jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, gaping open as a concentrated noxious aura and destructive energy coalesced within. Qin Feng. Lu Qingqing screamed. Qin Feng acted as if anticipating the attack. At the instant the giant maw clamped shut, his toes touched the ground. His form advanced, instead of retreating, slipping past the creature's massive jaw like a fish through treacherous waters. Simultaneously, his blade pivoted. Thunderous radiance blazed across the blade's edge, transforming into a straight, formidable thunder blade aura. He fiercely thrust toward the earth lizard's relatively vulnerable throat area. Clang! Another thunderous sound. The dark golden scales quivered violently. This time the blade finally pierced half an inch through. Dark green blood seeped out. Yet that was all it achieved. The transcendent earth lizard, wounded and enraged, swung its thick tail in a sweeping arc. The speed was so great that afterimages lingered in the air. Qin Feng withdrew his blade to parry. Boom! A tremendous force surged through him. He was sent flying as if struck by a siege ram, carving a trench across the ground. A sweet taste flooded his throat. Qin Feng twisted his face into a fierce grin. The power of the transcendent realm is indeed incomparable to the blood ignition realm. Qin Feng. Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth, attempting to rush forward to assist, but found herself entangled by several blood ignition earth lizards rendered manic by their leader's appearance. Chun Mo struggled to maintain the restriction formation containing the other earth lizards, his complexion ashen. The transcendent earth lizard, having landed a successful strike, its murderous intent intensifying, stomped forward, with heavy steps approaching once more. Qin Feng rose slowly to his feet, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet the light in his eyes burned ever more intensely. The warm-up is over. He gripped the blood shadow blade tightly with both hands, raising it slowly above his head. The qi and blood coursing around him suddenly stilled, then surged with even greater fury and complexity. At his dantian, the qi and blood vortex spun wildly, with the Zhou Tian Gui Yuan art at its grandmaster level. The wind and thunder imagery were now unleashed without restraint, beginning to draw upon the resonance of heavenly and earthly energy surrounding him. In the air, the faint sounds of wind and thunder gathered. This is... Lu Qingqing sensed that escalating heart-pounding blade momentum, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. The transcendent earth lizard also appeared to detect the danger, halting its advance. Its 4 vertical pupils fixed intently on Qin Feng as darkness gathered upon its single horn. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to everything, his entire mind immersed in the resonance between his blade intent and the heavenly wind and thunder. Within his consciousness, 2 golden little figures frantically practiced merging the thunder and wind willpower together. 10,000 manifestations, tribulation lightning. Breaking limits. Qin Feng murmured each word he uttered, causing the wind and thunder upon his blade to intensify. At a certain moment, Qin Feng's aura reached its apex. The blood shadow blade seemed to become the very origin of countless wind and thunder. Wind, thunder, 8 urgencies. As the final word fell, Qin Feng swung his blade with tremendous force. In the instant this blade descended, the air within several dozen zhang around him was virtually emptied. 8 distinctly different, yet unified blade intents, adhering to some profound Bagua trajectory, rode the power of wind and thunder. They connected end to end, cycling endlessly, ultimately converging entirely upon the edge of the blood shadow blade. Where the blade pointed was no longer a simple physical attack, but as if invoking a sliver of heavenly punishment from the heavens. The dark golden earth lizard finally sensed a fatal crisis. The darkness upon its horn blazed forth a concentrated beam of dark golden energy, shooting forth, rushing to meet the blade. Blade light collided with the beam. No tremendous roar occurred, only a deep resonant hum, as if even space itself was groaning. The dark golden beam, upon contact with the blade light, crumbled inch by inch like snow and ice melting away. The blade light pressed forward relentlessly, cutting through the horn, through the neck, through the head, through that massive body. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The transcendent earth lizard remained motionless in the posture of spewing its beam. A thin crack flickering with wind and thunder light began at its horn atop, its head spreading straight downward. Crack, crack, crack. The crack expanded rapidly, spreading throughout its entire body. The next second, the massive dark golden form collapsed, thunderously splitting into 2. Only within those 4 crimson vertical pupils remained an incredulous terror. Until its death, the transcendent earth lizard never understood how, after countless years of struggle, defeating countless geniuses within its clan, and finally achieving its transcendent ascension, its first battle could end in defeat at the hands of a blood ignition human. Silence descended upon the canyon. Only Qin Feng's slightly rapid breathing and the fading remnants of wind and thunder upon the blood shadow echoed through the space. Lu Qingqing stood agape, her sword hanging limply at her side. She gazed blankly at the transcendent earth lizard's remains, then at Qin Feng, standing blade in hand, utterly speechless. Chun Mo collapsed directly onto the ground, his glasses askew, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. His gaze toward Qin Feng resembled beholding a deity descended to earth. A blood ignition cultivator. Slaying. A true transcendent creature. 1 blade. A single. Instant kill. Qin Feng exhaled slowly, suppressing the surging qi and blood within his body. While the 8 urgencies consumed enormous energy, its might satisfied him completely. He approached the earth lizard, sliced it open with his blade, and extracted several drops of fist-sized concentrated blood. Transcendent concentrated blood. This is the greatest harvest of this expedition. Qin Feng stored the blood, a smile spreading across his face. He glanced at his 2 stunned teammates, his tone as composed, as if discussing the weather. Hurry up, dispose of the remaining earth lizards, and prepare to withdraw. Oh, all right. Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo snapped back to attention, their voices somewhat strained. The 2 exchanged glances, simultaneously perceiving the astonishment in each other's eyes. They took a deep breath, gritted their teeth, and charged toward the ordinary earth lizards thrown into chaos by their master's death. At this moment, the surviving earth lizards also snapped back from their extreme shock. Impossible. King. Human race? What unholy technique did you? What dark magic did you employ? Our king is transcendent. How could a mere human? Such a thing we absolutely refuse to acknowledge. Qin Feng smiled calmly. Want to know the reason? Go ask your king yourself. The blood shadow blade cloaked in wind willpower swept aside casually. Swish. Puff. Puff puff. Blade light flashed. The speaking earth lizards along with several late-stage blood ignition earth lizards exploded simultaneously. Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo. How terrifying. What exactly was this teammate's background? With the earth lizard clan stripped of their powerful fighters, the battle became a one-sided rout, concluding swiftly. The final earth lizard was pierced through the heart by Lu Qingqing's sword convulsing as it fell. This declared the canyon earth lizard elimination mission a complete. No an overachievement. The canyon lay in ruins. Beyond the three companions' heavy breathing, no other sounds remained. Lu Qingqing leaned on her sword, her chest, heaving her gaze toward Qin Feng, incredibly complex. She wished to ask something, parting her lips only to discover she knew not where to begin. Chun Mo plopped directly onto the ground, leaning against the cliff wall, his eyes unfocused. He clearly had not yet recovered from encountering a transcendent creature and his teammates' blood ignition transcendent slaying. This place is not safe. Qin Feng broke the silence, swiftly gathering the remaining valuable materials. The commotion just now was too great and might attract other things. We retreat immediately by the original route. His words galvanized Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo, snapping them to alertness. The three quickly organized their belongings. Chun Mo reactivated the barrier-clearing formation disc, checked their direction, and hastened toward the canyon exit. The return journey seemed far shorter than the approach. Perhaps it was eagerness to return, or perhaps the result of that unbelievable battle, but Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo both felt their steps were lighter. Yet no one spoke, the atmosphere suppressed and oppressive. Qin Feng led at the front, his spirit eyes maintaining basic operation as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He could sense his two teammates' gazes falling upon his back from time to time, but he offered no explanation, nor was there any need to. Several hours later, the Academy's familiar gates appeared ahead. As they stepped through the Academy's gates, Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo exhaled in unison, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Chun Mo collapsed directly onto the ground, removing his glasses to wipe them vigorously, murmuring, "We're back. We truly came back." Lu Qingqing also leaned against a wall to rest. She looked toward Qin Feng. "Qin Feng. Just now. Thank you and you." She paused, clearly weighing her words. "Are extraordinary." Qin Feng smiled. "I simply walked a step ahead of you." The performances of his two teammates just now had equally earned his approval. Be it Lu Qingqing's prowess as a sword cultivator or Chun Mo's masterful formation techniques, both stood among the Academy's peer generation's finest. Without accident, both had substantial prospects for transcending to transcendence in the future. What he valued even more was that when faced with the transcendent Earth Lizard crisis, neither had fled directly, nor had they stabbed each other in the back in some tragic competition of who could run slower. Instead, they had called out to one another, coordinating their retreat. This quality alone was exceptionally precious. In Qin Feng's view, they were worth befriending. Lu Qingqing nodded, saying nothing more. "We must thank you regardless. That a transcendent creature appeared in the canyon will certainly elevate this mission's rank. We've also benefited greatly, and will certainly earn substantial merit points." Speaking of mission rewards, a smile blossomed across Lu Qingqing's face once more. Seeing this, Chun Mo quickly turned to Qin Feng. "Brother Qin, thank you truly this time. If you ever require assistance with formations, contact me anytime. Your little brother stands ready at all times." Lu Qingqing also stated, "And me as well." "Definitely." The trio proceeded toward the mission hall. Beneath the astonished gaze of the attendant, they presented proof of the transcendent Earth Lizard. The mission naturally elevated in rank. The three received generous rewards. Although Qin Feng took the lion's share, examining the satisfied smiles on Lu Qingqing's and Chun Mo's faces, they were clearly elated. Over the next few days, Qin Feng accepted several high-difficulty missions in succession. Through relentless real combat, his strength advanced even further. On this particular morning, it was time for the Academy's Hidden Dragon ranking to settle. At the center of the Academy, a 100-jong golden monument towered high, the words Hidden Dragon ranking blazing like the scorching sun. Thousands of disciples gathered, their voices boiling in a clamor. The ranking has updated. Senior brother Jun is still number 1. He is in a league of his own. The golden monument burst with brilliant light as the top 100 rankings appeared one by one. First place, Jun Mao in Midstage Dust Star. Second place, Xiao Bingwen Midstage Dust Star. Third place, Lin Pujuan Early Stage Dust Star. 17th place, Su Mingzhu Early Stage Dust Star. 92nd place, Xiaoshi Late Stage Blood Ignition, Freshman. 100th place, Wang Meng Peak Blood Ignition. Suddenly a commotion erupted among the crowd. Xiaoshi is too strong to break into the top 100 while only at the late stage of blood ignition. I heard he used the true dragon elixir provided by his family, causing his strength to skyrocket recently. Why isn't Qin Feng on the list? Isn't he the top freshman, the one who cleared 5 floors of the Dragon Marshal Tower right upon entering the Academy? I just returned from a mission. Can someone tell me how a freshman managed to get onto the Hidden Dragon ranking? I heard the top 50 get at least 3,000 academic points every month, and the top 10 get even more. No wonder everyone is fighting so desperately to climb the ranks. Amidst the crowd, Xiaosher, clad in a gold-patterned brocade robe, stood with his hands behind his back, a flamboyant smile on his face. Brother Xia is mighty. Truly the #1 freshman. Just the academic points rewarded by the Hidden Dragon ranking are enough to exchange for several bottles of top-tier elixirs. Xiaosher waved his hand, a perfectly timed glint of regret flashing in his eyes. What a pity. That fellow Qin Feng didn't make the list. Before his voice could fade, a figure ran over in a hurry. Brother Xia, Qin Feng is back from his mission. Xiaosher's eyes lit up. Let's go. To the Stargazing Pavilion. At that moment, in the lakeside courtyard of the Stargazing Pavilion, Qin Feng was tempering his vital energy and blood. Just then the courtyard gate was pushed open. Xiaosher strode in his golden robe, fluttering, followed by a crowd of disciples eager for a spectacle. Qin Feng. Xiaosher's voice boomed. You're finally back. Is there something? Have you seen the ranking? Xiaosher asked bluntly, a wild grin on his face. I, Xiaosher, am 92nd on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His tone carried unmasked pride. Qin Feng nodded and said calmly, Congratulations. Congratulations, my foot. Hearing this indifferent response, a dark line creased Xiaosher's forehead. I want to fight you again. You bested me during the last assessment, but this time I will defeat you fair and square. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Brother Xia, I've been busy cultivating lately. I don't have time to spar. No time. Xiaosher stared. Just one match. At the martial arena, it'll be quick. Qin Feng shook his head. I really don't have time. Xiaosher grew anxious. He had cultivated desperately for the past 2 months, even swallowing his pride to beg his grandfather for the true dragon elixir. He had finally fought his way onto the Hidden Dragon ranking to prove his vast increase in strength. Was all of this not just to find a good excuse to challenge Qin Feng again? Yet now Qin Feng said he had no time. Then what did his bitter cultivation during this period even count for? Qin Feng. Xiaosher gritted his teeth. Are you afraid of me? Qin Feng glanced at him and said indifferently, Brother Xia, you're overthinking. I just feel. It's unnecessary. Unnecessary. Xiaosher froze on the spot, those words piercing his heart like needles. Damn it. Qin Feng, what do you take me for? I have regarded you as my greatest rival in the blood ignition realm. Xiaosher pointed at Qin Feng, his finger trembling, as if he had suffered a massive insult. Bizarre. Qin Feng frowned, intending to turn and leave. Xiaosher's expression changed drastically. He took a deep breath and drew a jade box from his robes. The moment the jade box was opened, a majestic surge of vital energy and blood spread outward, accompanied by the faint, echoing roar of a dragon. Dragon Yuan elixir, someone gasped. The Xia family's exclusive Dragon Yuan elixir is harvested from a true dragon capable of drastically accelerating cultivation speed in the blood ignition realm. No wonder senior brother Xia progressed so rapidly. Xiaosher stared intently at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, aren't you afraid of delaying your cultivation? I will wager this bottle of true dragon elixir. If you win, it's yours. A clamor erupted all around. The true dragon elixir. This was a priceless treasure that money couldn't buy. Qin Feng looked at the bottle of elixir, his eyes shifting slightly. Even from this distance, he could actually feel the energy fluctuations it radiated. He paused in his tracks. Brother Xia, do you really want to wager something so grand? Qin Feng asked. Of course. Fighting spirit blazed fiercely in Xiaosher's eyes. 3 days from now at the martial arena. Do you dare accept? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. 3 days from now at the martial arena. If I lose, I will gift you a martial technique of no lesser value than this elixir. Xiaosher was overjoyed. It's a deal. He didn't care about any martial technique. He only wanted the title of the #1 freshman. The storybooks always said that a true protagonist never suffers a single defeat on their path of growth. Or even if they occasionally stumbled, they could launch a counterattack and turn the tables in an incredibly short time. Xiaosher wanted to prove that he was the sole undisputed protagonist of this era. He put away the jade box and turned to leave, his golden robe rustling loudly in the wind. The surrounding disciples buzzed with discussion. The true dragon elixir. If he wins, Qin Feng will strike it rich. Xiaosher has already consumed the Dragon Yuan elixir, and his strength has skyrocketed. I think his chances of winning are higher. Who do you think will win? After the crowd dispersed, Qin Feng continued practicing his saber play as if nothing had happened. The news quickly spread throughout the academy. In the mission hall, Lu Qingqing and Chunemo were handing over their missions. Hearing the news, Lu Qingqing gasped in surprise, then smiled. Xiaosher is challenging Qin Feng and wagering the true dragon elixir. Chunemo pushed up his glasses and also smiled, as expected of the #1 of the Xia family's younger generation. Quite courageous. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the schadenfreude in each other's eyes. They had witnessed with their own eyes Qin Feng slaying a transcendent with a single strike. That was a true Dust Star Realm cultivator. He was by no means comparable to those at the bottom of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Neither spoke further, having already pronounced a death sentence for Xiaosher in their hearts. Elsewhere at Su Qingyue's residence, a short, plump woman suddenly burst into the room. Qingyue, Xiaosher is using the true dragon elixir as a wager to challenge Qin Feng to a duel at the martial arena in 3 days. Su Qingyue, who was practicing her swordplay, paused her movements upon hearing this, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The true dragon elixir. Xiaosher is indeed generous. The short, plump woman was puzzled. Qingyue, do you think Qin Feng can win? Su Qingyue smiled without replying. During this period, her communication with Qin Feng had never ceased. Having met several times, she was well aware of Qin Feng's true strength. The true dragon elixir. Jiang Yuani smiled. That boy from the Xia family is certainly generous. Qin Feng asked, Teacher, how is this elixir? The true dragon elixir must be refined from the essence blood of a true dragon supplemented with true dragon bone. Furthermore, it must come from a true dragon of at least the Marquis realm. It can not only accelerate the cultivation of vital energy in blood, but also grant a massive amount of harmless vital energy out of thin air. For those with weak constitutions, it is an exceptional tonic. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It is indeed a fine treasure. Jiang Yuani glanced at Qin Feng. The Xia family boy has invested such a heavy cost. It seems he is absolutely determined to defeat you. Then I wish him luck, Qin Feng smiled. Jiang Yuani chuckled. Though it is highly unlikely you will lose, do not underestimate your opponent. This student understands. Returning to his cultivation chamber, Qin Feng was in no hurry to cultivate. Instead, he opened his status panel. Host Qin Feng. Realm Blood Ignition, 98. Cultivation Method Myriad Heaven Return to Origin Art. Consummate, 98. Intent Wind Intent, 44. Lightning Intent, 53. Martial Techniques Myriad Tribulations Lightning Saber. Consummate Limit Break Technique 8. Extremes of Wind and Thunder Spirit Eye of Truth. Minor Accomplishment, 80. Qin Feng had originally planned to make a breakthrough to the Transcendent Realm today in one fell swoop, but he hadn't expected to encounter such a disruption. According to his teacher, the true dragon elixir was indeed precious. Although he no longer had any need for it himself, Qin Xiaoyu had been weak since childhood due to her eye condition and had never been able to cultivate. This true dragon elixir was arriving at the perfect moment. Once Qin Xiaoyu's eyes recovered, she could consume this elixir to embark on her path of cultivation. The true dragon elixir. It's a pleasant surprise indeed. Thinking of this, Qin Feng smiled. Oh well, for the sake of the elixir, I will hold off on breaking through to the Transcendent Realm for now, lest people say I acted unfairly. My focus for the next few days should still be on tempering my intents. Qin Feng sat cross-legged and began his daily cultivation. In his mind, two golden figures quietly practiced the Myriad Tribulations Lightning Saber, deducing the will of wind and thunder. Elsewhere at Xiaoshi's residence, the youth in the golden robe was also cultivating frantically. Qin Feng, I will definitely win this time. The world only knows that the true dragon elixir is a wonderful treasure for boosting vital energy and blood, but they do not know that my Xia family's imperial dragon chi art originates from the true dragon race. This elixir can also accelerate my comprehension of the dragon intent. The true dragon elixir is indeed precious, but what if I am absolutely certain of victory? And why else would I schedule the battle for 3 days later? Xiaoshi smiled wickedly, feeling a sense of aloofness, as if he alone were sober while the rest of the world was drunk. It is near. I have a premonition that tonight the Imperial Dragon Chi intent is about to reach the entry level. Xiaoshi smiled again. Qin Feng is after all the only opponent among my peers who has ever defeated me. To be safe, I will spend 2 days adapting after the intent reaches the entry level. 3 days from now, when the two geniuses clash again, no matter how one analyzes it. A late-stage blood ignition with intent against a mid-stage blood ignition without intent. The advantage is mine. At this moment, Xiaoshi was incomparably confident. With this battle, I will let everyone see that I, Xiaoshi, am the #1 figure in the Great Qin Prefecture and the greatest genius of this era. Burning fighting spirit blazed in Xiaoshi's eyes. He had sacrificed so much over these past 2 months, cultivating bitterly day after day and consuming countless precious elixirs, all just to catch up to Qin Feng. Now the opportunity had arrived. Qin Feng is the only rival I acknowledge. Do not disappoint me too much. Moonlight bathed the academy. The golden monument of the hidden dragon ranking continued to glow in the night. Every name on the list represented the peak combat strength of the academy, and the battle 3 days from now would determine who was the true #1 of this generation of freshmen. Would Qin Feng defend his throne, or would Xiaoshi stage an inspiring comeback story of 3 months on the west side of the river, 3 months on the east? 3 days later at the Academy Martial Arena. Spanning 100 zhang, the arena was forged from refined steel and reinforced by array masters, making it fully capable of withstanding the residual shockwaves of a battle in the Dust Star realm. At this moment, hundreds of disciples had gathered before the arena, creating a bustling clamor. The battle for the title of the strongest freshman of this class had drawn immense attention, particularly since one of the contenders was the direct descendant of the Xia family. Even many students from the upper grades had come to witness the clash. He's here. Xiaoshi has arrived. The crowd parted as Xiaoshi, clad in a gold-patterned brocade robe, ascended the arena with a majestic, commanding stride. Around his body, golden blood vitality boiled faintly, and Imperial Dragon Chi coiled around him, creating an imposing aura. Senior brother Xia's aura is significantly stronger than it was 3 days ago. I heard he achieved basic mastery of the Imperial Dragon Chi intent the night before last, causing his combat strength to skyrocket. Qin Feng is in danger. In the crowd, Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo stood in the front row. Lu Qingqing crossed her arms and chuckled softly. Basic mastery of the Imperial Dragon Chi intent. The newcomers these days are truly terrifying. Chun Mo pushed up his glasses, but Brother Qin should still be able to win, right? Nonsense. Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. Not far away, Su Qingwei stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, accompanied by her short, plump companion. Today she had specially changed into a moon-white martial outfit. Her posture was as erect as a sword, and her bright eyes gazed intently at the entrance of the arena. Just then a figure clad in green walked over with slow measured steps. Qin Feng. Today he wore only the ordinary green robe of the academy with the blood shadow blade hanging at his waist, his expression as calm as usual. Had everyone not known that he was the top scorer of the freshman assessment, his appearance would make him look like an ordinary student. Qin Feng. He's here. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. Qin Feng ascended the arena standing opposite Xia Shi. A burning battle intent instantly surged in Xia Shi's eyes. Qin Feng, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Feng nodded. Brother Xia, please. Good. Xia Shi spoke no further, and the golden blood vitality around his body exploded with a roar. The imperial dragon Qi soared into the sky, faintly morphing into a 3-zhang-long golden dragon phantom coiling around him. Xia Shi clenched his fists, his bones crackling like thunder. The peak of the late blood-burning realm, close to blood-burning consummation, someone exclaimed. And that's not all. There is also the empowerment of intent. Xia Shi laughed heartily. Qin Feng, today, I shall let you witness my true strength. Before his voice could fade, he took a step forward. His entire being turned into a streak of golden light, his fist striking out like a dragon aiming straight for Qin Feng's face. This punch, carrying the power of the imperial dragon Qi and empowered by intent, already possessed a fraction of the might of the Dust Star realm. Below the stage, everyone held their breath. Su Qingyue crossed her arms, her expression calm. Lu Qingqing and Chen Mo, however, looked relaxed. On the stage, Qin Feng moved. He did not move his body, but merely raised his right palm slightly, a green airflow circulating within his palm. Wind intent. A gentle yet resilient wall of wind manifested out of thin air, meeting Xia Shi's dragon fist. The air wave exploded and the wind wall trembled violently, yet it did not break. Xia Shi's face changed slightly. He had used 70% of his power in this punch, yet it was casually blocked by Qin Feng. As expected, you have also comprehended intent. You are indeed a man worthy of my recognition. Xia Shi grinned and laughed heartily. Again, he let out a long cry, his fist technique shifting into a sky full of fist shadows. Each punch carried the roar of a dragon pouring down like a torrential rain. Qin Feng drifted backward like a willow catkin in the wind, weaving effortlessly through the fist shadows. The wind intent circulated within his palms, sometimes turning into a vortex to deflect the force, and sometimes turning into wind blades to counterattack. The two figures crossed paths, and the golden and green lights intertwined. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. The crowd below the stage watched dumbfounded. Senior Brother Xia's offensive is like a surging tide, with every punch approaching the power of the Dust Star realm. But Qin Feng hasn't even drawn his blade. He blocked everything using nothing but his wind intent. Xia Shi grew increasingly alarmed as the fight went on. Having achieved basic mastery of his intent and experiencing a surge in blood vitality, he had thought he had surpassed Qin Feng. But at this moment, the opponent had not even used his full strength, merely using the wind intent to deal with him, yet it made it impossible for him to advance even an inch. Damn it! Xia Shi gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. He abruptly retreated 3 steps, his hands forming hand seals, and the golden dragon phantom around his body suddenly solidified. The golden dragon roared to the heavens, its pressure skyrocketing. Xia Shi's face turned pale instantly, as this move clearly consumed a massive amount of energy. Qin Feng, take this final move of mine. After this move, if you are unharmed, I am willing to acknowledge you as the strongest of our generation. Qin Feng nodded. I will do my best not to disappoint you, Brother Xia. Imperial Dragon Qi, true dragon descent. The golden dragon, carrying a world-destroying momentum, lunged straight at Qin Feng. The faces of the crowd below the stage changed. This is the Xia family's secret blood-burning realm ultimate move. It is comparable to a strike from the Dust Star realm. Qin Feng won't be able to block it. Qin Feng watched the lunging golden dragon, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This Xia Shi was indeed a genius recognized by the Qin capital. He had originally wanted to stop at the appropriate point, but now it seemed that without showing some real ability, he truly wouldn't be able to defeat him. Qin Feng drew the blood shadow, and the aura around his body slowly climbed. The blood vitality fluctuations of blood-burning consummation spread out. At the same time, the wind intent suddenly deepened, shifting from light and agile to sharp and fierce. Break! Qin Feng slashed his blade forward. A green wind blade cut through the air. It seemed effortless, yet the moment it made contact with the golden dragon, it easily sliced it in two. The golden dragon exploded, turning into a sky full of golden light. Xia Shi stumbled back 3 steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. Blood burning. Consummation, your wind intent is probably far beyond basic mastery as well, isn't it? Qin Feng withdrew his stance, his aura returning to calm. Thank you for the match, Brother Xia. The crowd below the stage fell silent for a few breaths before bursting into earth-shattering cheers. Qin Feng won. Blood-burning consummation. He hit it so deeply. This level of wind intent is definitely not just basic mastery. Xia Shi stood frozen in place, looking at Qin Feng with complex emotions in his eyes. I lost again. Xia Shi smiled bitterly. A narrow victory. Qin Feng smiled. Hearing this, Xia Shi's expression softened slightly. But Qin Feng, just you wait. Once I reach blood-burning consummation, and my intent progresses further, I will challenge you again. Qin Feng nodded. I shall be waiting any time. Xiaosher finally smiled, taking out a jade box from his robes and tossing it to Qin Feng. I accept my defeat. The true dragon elixir is yours. Qin Feng caught it and cupped his hands. Thank you. Xiaosher spoke no more, turning and leaving decisively. Below the stage, Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo smiled at each other. Brother Qin still held back. Chun Mo murmured. Of course. If he had actually used that move, Xiaosher would have died on the spot. Lu Qingqing curled her lips. Su Qingyue looked at Qin Feng, who was sheathing his blade on the stage, a heroic smile playing on her lips. Just as Qin Feng was about to step down, a cold female voice rang out, splendid indeed. The crowd parted as Su Mingzhu, clad in a lavender robe, walked over with measured steps. Exquisitely beautiful and carrying an air of haughty elegance, she was followed by several young men. Senior Sister Su. Many in the crowd cupped their hands in salute. Ranked 17th on the Hidden Dragon rank, and at the early Dust Star realm, Su Mingzhu held immense renown within the academy. Without so much as a glance at the bystanders, Su Mingzhu fixed her gaze upon Su Qingyue below the stage, her lips curling into a mocking sneer. Su Qingyue, you certainly are diligent. What? Are you here to watch your beloved show off his divine might? Su Qingyue's expression remained tranquil as she replied indifferently, what does that have to do with you? Su Mingzhu's eyes turned cold. What does it have to do with me? You are merely an illegitimate daughter of a branch family, yet you spend your days idling with men. You are a disgrace to the entire Su family. As those words left her mouth, the surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone could hear the sheer humiliation laced in her words. Yet Su Qingyue merely smiled. There was not a shred of cowardice in that smile, instead it carried an air of free-spirited mockery. Su Mingzhu, since when did my actions require your interference? Her voice was clear and resonant, echoing across the entire venue. Whom I choose to befriend is my own business. What right do you have to lecture me? Her retort was utterly merciless. The surrounding students were left dumbfounded. They had assumed that facing Su Mingzhu of the Dust Star realm, Su Qingyue would swallow her pride, never expecting her to strike back so boldly. Su Mingzhu's face darkened. Audacious. How dare an illegitimate daughter speak to me in such a manner? So what if I am an illegitimate daughter? Su Qingyue took a step forward, her moon-white martial attire fluttering despite the lack of wind. Su Qingyue gained entry to this academy by relying on the sword in my hand, not the prestige of the Su family. On the other hand, you constantly boast of your status as a member of the main lineage. Aside from that title, what else do you have? You. Su Mingzhu's face turned green with rage. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that this illegitimate daughter, whom she had despised since childhood, would dare to defy her so brazenly in public after just a few years apart. Fine, very well, Su Mingzhu said, her voice dripping with ice. It seems that during these years away you have forgotten your place. Today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the family. She slowly drew the long sword from her waist. Its blade was like clear water, radiating a biting chill. As the oppressive aura of the Dust Star realm swept outward, the surrounding students hastily retreated. Su Qingyue, however, did not retreat a single step. Placing her right hand on her sword hilt, her eyes showed not a shred of fear. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste words? The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense, on the verge of exploding. Enough. A calm voice rang out. Unbeknownst to anyone, Qin Feng had already stepped down from the martial arts stage and stood between the two women. He looked at Su Mingzhu with indifferent eyes. Senior Sister Su, as a cultivator of the Dust Star realm, challenging Qingyue of the blood-burning realm, seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Su Mingzhu sneered. A lowborn at the peak of the blood-burning realm dares to meddle in my affairs. Ignoring her mockery, Qin Feng simply turned to Su Qingyue. Qingyue, leave this to me. Su Qingyue was taken aback, then shook her head. Qin Feng, this is a personal grudge between her and me. You don't have to. Qin Feng raised his hand. Looking at his earnest gaze, Su Qingyue's heart stirred slightly. Ultimately she nodded and took a step back. Only then did Qin Feng look towards Su Mingzhu. Since Senior Sister Su wishes to fight. He slowly drew the blood shadow saber from his waist. The dark red blade gleamed with a blood-like luster under the sunlight. Then please grant me your guidance, Senior Sister Su. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Qin Feng wants to challenge Su Mingzhu. Is he insane? A blood-burning realm cultivator against a Dust Star realm cultivator. How is that even a fight? Even if he defeated Xiaosher, there is absolutely no way he can defeat a Dust Star realm expert. There is a world of difference between the top 50 and the bottom 50 of the Hidden Dragon rank. Not to mention Senior Sister Mingzhu is a terrifying existence, ranked 17th. Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo exchanged glances, both seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. Su Mingzhu was no ordinary Dust Star cultivator. Even among those at the early Dust Star realm, she was at the very pinnacle. Her actual combat strength was likely sufficient to rival some ordinary mid-stage Dust Star catacomb creatures. Xiaosher had returned at some point, calling out anxiously from below the stage, Brother Qin. Don't be impulsive. She was born a few years before us, and is already in the Dust Star realm. Take my advice and temporarily avoid her edge today. In due time, once we break through to the Dust Star realm, suppressing her will be as easy as slaughtering chickens. Su Mingzhu flew into a rage upon hearing this. She spun around to face the speaker, but froze. Xiaoshi's background was greater than hers, and Qindu was the primary territory of the Xia family, as she did not wish to clash with him for the time being. Smoldering with resentment, she resolved to strike with greater severity later. Facing Xiaoshi's persuasion, however, Qin Feng merely smiled. Me avoid her edge. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Qin Feng once more, only to find his eyes filled with amusement devoid of any gravity. Was he completely dismissing Su Mingzhu? Su Mingzhu laughed out of sheer anger. Fine, wonderful. An illegitimate daughter and an arrogant freshman who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I shall teach both of you a lesson today. Leaping onto the martial arts stage, she pointed her sword at Qin Feng. Come up and face me. Let me see what gives you such confidence. Qin Feng nodded to Su Qingyue, and with a flash of his figure he appeared on the stage. The two stood facing each other. On one side was the Su family prodigy at the early Dust Star realm. On the other was the rising star of the academy at peak blood-burning realm, but having comprehended martial intent. Though their superficial strengths were vastly disparate, no one dared to predict the outcome, for there was not a trace of fear on Qin Feng's face. Just as Su Mingzhu was about to speak further, Qin Feng raised his saber, the wind and thunder intent circulating along the blade. Azure wind vortices and purple lightning interwoven, emitting faint crackling sounds. Below the stage, Xiaoshi stared at the lightning on Qin Feng's saber, his eyes suddenly widening. Wait. What is that? Wind intent. How is there also thunder? Dual intent. Comprehending dual intents at the blood-burning realm. And one of them is the incredibly powerful thunder intent. Damn it, this bastard didn't show his true strength at all just now. Is he looking down on me? A dead silence fell over the entire venue. Everyone beheld the interwoven azure and purple radiance on the blade. Qin Feng no longer concealed his aura in the slightest. In an instant, his vital energy and martial intent reached their peak simultaneously. Su Mingzhu was not Xiaoshi, she hadn't gifted him any resources. As a mere crude martial artist, Qin Feng had no notion of showing tender-heartedness toward the fairer sex. 8 extremes of wind and thunder. On the martial arena, a cyan blue light soared into the sky. Qin Feng stood with his blade held ready, unleashing his wind and thunder intents to the fullest without the slightest reservation. Azure wind spirals intertwined with blue thunderbolts converging upon the blood shadow blade to form a chaotic indigo-purple blade aura that radiated a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Dual intents. Fused. Below the stage, Xiaoshi's mouth hung open, his eyes round and bulging. His expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, and then to a faint trace of bitterness. He finally understood that when he had fought Qin Feng moments ago, the latter had never revealed his true strength. A fusion of intents on this level. Even a genuine Dust Star expert would struggle to achieve it. For the first time, Su Mingzhu's expression changed. The hand gripping her sword trembled slightly. This new student at Burning Blood Perfection had actually been concealing such a terrifying trump card all along. Fine, very fine. Su Mingzhu gritted her teeth, raised her long sword high, and unleashed her frost intent without restraint. Qin Feng, do you truly think dual intents can close the gap between realms? Today I will make you understand that the chasm between Dust Star and Burning Blood is not something you can cross with talent alone. Cold Moon Sword Art, Moonfrost Seal. Sword light shot toward the heavens, and the phantom of the cold moon reappeared. This time Su Mingzhu held nothing back. Spiritual power from the Dust Star realm poured frenziedly into her sword. The cold moon phantom was even more solid than before. Where its moonlight fell, thick ice instantly crusted over the black iron floor. Senior sister Su means business. Even a mid-Dust Star expert would not dare take this sword head-on. Qin Feng is in danger. Startled cries erupted from below the stage. Yet Qin Feng merely watched the phantom of the cold moon with calm detachment and shook his head. A manifested intent. A pity, but it has form without substance. He slowly raised his blade, and the indigo-purple light surged once more. No ornate techniques, no intricate variations. There was only a single indigo-purple blade light cleaving across the sky. Then everyone witnessed a scene that would remain etched in their memories for the rest of their lives. The cold moon phantom, strong enough to freeze a mid-Dust Star powerhouse, shattered inch by inch like fragile glass the instant it met the indigo-purple blade light. The blade light did not lose momentum, slashing straight towards Su Mingzhu. No. Her pupils shrank to the limit as she could feel the breath of death. This strike she could not block. She desperately channeled every ounce of spiritual power in her body, erecting layer after layer of ice walls with her long sword. Yet crack, crack, crack. The ice walls shattered one after another like paper. The blade light finally stopped 3 inches before Su Mingzhu's brow, its indigo-purple radiance illuminating her deathly pale face. Qin Feng withdrew his blade, his breathing as steady as before. I accept your concession. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the stage. 3 breaths later, boom. A thunderous eruption of exclamations burst forth. He won. Qin Feng actually won. At Burning Blood Perfection, a single slash defeats a Dust Star. How is that even possible? What blade art was that? A fusion of wind and thunder. Absolutely unheard of. Xiaoshi was beside himself with excitement, as expected of the man I acknowledge. This is my sworn friend. Before I defeat you, you absolutely must not lose. Su Mingzhu stood rooted in place, cold sweat soaking through her robes. She watched Qin Feng's back as he sheathed his blade, and turned away. Her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something, yet no words could come out. Defeated. And utterly crushed. 3 slashes. In just 3 slashes she had lost so completely. If he had not pulled back at the final moment, she would already be dead. Uff! Su Mingzhu spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not the blade chi that wounded her, but fury overwhelming her heart. She glared at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with unwillingness. And beneath that something far deeper, a bone-deep fear. You. What kind of monster are you? Su Mingzhu murmured. Qin Feng paid her no heed. He turned and walked down from the stage. The students below parted into a path on their own, their gazes upon Qin Feng, filled with awe, and even adoration. Burning blood cuts down Dust Star. And so cleanly, so decisively. This was no longer mere genius. This was defying heaven itself. And it was exactly at that moment Qin Feng stepped off the martial arena. At the center of the academy, the 100-zhang golden steel suddenly trembled. The words Hidden Dragon ranking blazed with brilliant golden light, and the text on the list began to shift violently. All gazes were drawn to it. On the ranking beginning from 17th place, each name descended 1 position in succession. And in the spot formerly held by Su Mingzhu, the old words slowly dispersed as new golden letters re-emerged. 17th place. Qin Feng, burning blood perfection, new student. Boom. This time the clamor was 10 times louder than before. The Hidden Dragon ranking updated itself. Qin Feng catapulted straight into 17th place. In the Academy's 100-year history, there has never been a precedent of a new student breaking into the top 20. Xiaosher looked at the ranking and shook his head with a wry smile. That guy is truly a monster among monsters. Lu Qingqing and Chun Mo exchanged knowing smiles. Now this is getting interesting, Lu Qingqing said. Qin Feng has suddenly shot up to 17th place. I imagine quite a few senior students are about to lose their composure. Chun Mo pushed up his glasses. But with Brother Qin's strength, 17th place is probably not his limit. Su Qingwei walked over to Qin Feng, a sincere smile shining in her eyes. Thank you. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. Just then a gentle voice spoke in his ear. Come to the Star Observation Pavilion. It was Zhang Yuanyi's voice. Qin Feng nodded to Su Qingyue, and with a flicker of movement vanished into the crowd. Inside the Guanxing Pavilion, Zhang Yuanyi was brewing tea. Seeing Qin Feng enter, he pointed to the futon opposite him. Sit. Qin Feng sat down, and took the teacup offered by Zhang Yuanyi. How did today's battle feel? Zhang Yuanyi asked. Qin Feng thought for a moment. Su Mingzhu's strength was weaker than I had imagined. Zhang Yuanyi smiled. It is not that she is weak, but that you are too strong. Fusing both the wind and thunder intense, and at a level nearing grand mastery at that. Such talent cannot be matched by anyone else in the entire Daqing prefecture. You did very well today. On the path of martial arts, one must strike when it is time to strike. Being timid and hesitant will lead to nothing great. He took a sip of tea and suddenly said, By the way, I have some good news to tell you. Qin Feng's spirits lifted. Please speak, Master. Master Yunhe has arrived, Zhang Yuanyi said with a smile. He is currently in Qindu, and will come to the academy tomorrow to treat your sister. Qin Feng stood up abruptly, his voice trembling slightly. Master, is this true? Zhang Yuanyi laughed. Yunhe and I are old friends of many years. Since he has promised, he will never break his word. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, he will arrive at the Guanxing Pavilion on time. Qin Feng took a deep breath and bowed deeply. This student, thanks you, Master. This was gratitude from the bottom of his heart. His sister's eyes were his greatest concern in life. Now that there was finally hope for a cure, he would remember this kindness forever. Zhang Yuanyi waved his hand. Go on, tell your sister this good news. Let her rest well tonight, so she can receive the treatment in her best state tomorrow. Yes. Qin Feng practically dashed back to the courtyard. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, Qin Xiaoyu was sitting by the lakeside listening to the wind, accompanied by Lao He. Xiaoyu. Qin Feng's voice carried an irrepressible excitement. Qin Xiaoyu turned around, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Brother, you're back. Qin Feng walked up to her, crouched down, and took her hands. Xiaoyu, brother has some wonderful news to tell you. What good news? Qin Xiaoyu tilted her head. Master has invited a master alchemist. Tomorrow he will come to treat your eyes. Qin Xiaoyu froze. She sat there dazed, silent for a long time. Then a single tear slowly slid down from beneath the white cloth covering her eyes. Brother. Her voice trembled. Is it true? Can my eyes really be cured? Yes. Qin Feng gripped her hand, his tone resolute. Absolutely. Master Yunhe is one of the human race's top grandmasters of alchemy. If he says they can be cured, they definitely can. Qin Xiaoyu could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and wept aloud. This was not a cry of sorrow, but a release of joy that had been suppressed for far too long. 10 years. It had been a full 10 years since she lost her sight to a high fever at the age of 7. For these 10 years, she had lived in perpetual darkness. Although her brother had never given up on her, and although she had learned to perceive the world through hearing and smell, how she longed to see what her brother looked like. How she longed to see the true colors of this world. How she longed to live like a normal person. Brother. Thank you. Qin Xiaoyu choked out. Thank you for never giving up on me. Qin Feng gently patted her back and smiled. Silly girl, you are my sister. How could I ever give up on you? Lao He watched quietly from the side, a human-like relief showing in his dark golden eyes. It took a long while for Qin Xiaoyu's emotions to calm down. She wiped away her tears, a brilliant smile gracing her face. Brother, tomorrow, I want to wear that new dress you bought for me. Qin Feng laughed. Alright, you can wear whatever you like. That night the lights in the Guanxing Pavilion courtyard remained lit until very late. Qin Xiaoyu was too excited to sleep, so Qin Feng stayed up to talk with her, sharing amusing stories about the academy, telling her about the hidden dragon ranking, and discussing their plans for the future. Once your eyes are healed, brother will take you to the most bustling streets of Qindu to eat the most delicious food and see the most beautiful scenery. Not only that, you will also be able to cultivate when the time comes. Brother has already prepared the true dragon potion for you, which is enough to improve your constitution. Qin Feng spoke unusually much tonight. The siblings chatted late into the night until Qin Xiaoyu finally could not hold out any longer and fell fast asleep. Qin Feng tucked her in and sat by the bedside watching his sister's peaceful sleeping face. 10 years. Finally this day had come. He gently tucked in the corners of the blanket, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. The next morning at the Guanxing Pavilion, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful complexion stood by the lakeside. He was none other than one of the human race's top grandmasters of alchemy, Master Yunhe. Do not be nervous, young girl. Yunhe's voice was gentle as he lightly tapped Qin Xiaoyu's brow with his fingertip, sending a mild probing force inside. After a moment, Yunhe withdrew his hand and smiled. The meridians in the brain are damaged with blocked blood stasis. It has been quite a while, but it is not too troublesome. Qin Feng was overjoyed at the news and could not help but ask, Master, can the heart-clearing jade dew potion cure it? I have one of the main ingredients here. An ordinary heart-clearing jade dew potion is not enough. You must use my modified version. Saying that, Yunhe took out a set of jade utensils from his medicine box, his movements as smooth as flowing water. Qin Feng held his breath in deep concentration. Several rare herbs dissolved into liquid medicine in Yunhe's hands, which he then infused into the acupoints around Qin Xiaoyu's eyes using a specialized technique. Your sight will be restored today. As the medicinal power entered her body, Qin Xiaoyu trembled slightly. A refreshing coolness spread from between her brows, and the 10 years of darkness began to recede. Half an hour later, Yunhe withdrew his hands. It is done. Remove the cloth and try. With trembling hands, Qin Feng untied the blindfold for his sister. Qin Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. At first it was somewhat blurry, but soon there was light, true colors, in her brother's concerned face. Brother. Her voice trembled. I can see you. Qin Feng's eyes instantly welled with tears. 10 years of waiting and finally light. Qin Xiaoyu looked at her brother, then at the surrounding scenery, her tears falling silently. So the sky was this blue, the lake water was this clear, and her brother was this handsome. Thank you, Master. Qin Feng bowed deeply. Qin Xiaoyu also bowed. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Grandpa Jiang. Jiang Yuanyi stroked his beard and waved his hand with a smile. Yunhe smiled. It is only my duty. He left behind a bottle of consolidating potion and drifted away, carrying the demeanor of an extraordinary master. Over the next few days, Qin Xiaoyu remained in a state of excitement. Until the 4th day, she went to find Qin Feng. Brother, I want to cultivate. Her eyes were firm. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, taking out the true dragon potion. This potion can improve your constitution and increase your vital energy. Although you have never cultivated before, with the help of this potion, you can start directly with body tempering. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed the potion and the majestic medicinal power dissolved within her. Qin Feng used his own vital energy to guide it, helping her clear her meridians. That very day, Qin Xiaoyu officially stepped into the body tempering realm. For this, Qin Feng made a special trip to the scripture pavilion to exchange for a suitable set of cultivation techniques and martial skills. Inside the well chamber, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. The vital blood circulating throughout his body had reached the absolute zenith of blood burning. With his comprehension of wind intent at 51 and thunder intent at 63, such a formidable foundation was top tier even within the entire Daqing prefecture. Let us begin. Without the need for any pills, relying solely on the depth of his intent, the breakthrough was already a natural and inevitable progression. As the cosmic returning origin mantra circulated to its absolute limit, a speck of purplish blue light slowly coalesced within his dantian, his natal spiritual light. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in frantically. Unlike the warm heat of vital blood, spiritual energy felt refreshingly cool. Qin Feng felt all 108 major acupoints across his body open simultaneously, with every single pore breathing in the spiritual energy, opening the spiritual apertures and drawing in spiritual energy to temper the body. This was a transcendental leap in the very level of his life force. Spiritual energy began to replace vital blood surging through his meridians. It was purer, more vast, and every strand of spiritual energy contained the essence of wind and thunder. An unknown amount of time passed. Qin Feng opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed and vanished in his gaze as his divine sense naturally expanded outward, bringing everything within a 100-zhang radius under his absolute control. So this is divine sense. This meant that from now on he was liberated from the shackles of the earth and could soar through the 9 heavens. With a slight nudge of his thoughts, Qin Feng's body slowly floated upward, hovering in midair. Flight through the void. At the same time, a lifespan of 500 years. This is true transcendence, the dust star realm. How do you feel? Jiang Yuanyi's voice rang out. Qin Feng touched down, sensing the immense energy within his body. Excellent. Jiang Yuanyi smiled and said, not bad. Zhang Yuani explained in detail, the core of the dust star cultivation realm lies in the accumulation of spiritual energy. The more abundant your spiritual energy, the wider your divine sense can cover. This is the fundamental basis for dividing the realm into the 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. On the other hand, the depth of your intent directly correlates to your actual combat strength, determining just how much of your power you can unleash. He paused, then emphasized. In other words, spiritual energy determines which step of the stairs you stand on, while intent determines how heavy a punch you can throw from that step. Qin Feng's mind was instantly illuminated. Although he was only in the early stage of the Dust Star realm, with his 50 wind intent and 60 thunder intent, his true combat strength was likely already on par with many in the late stage of the Dust Star realm. Therefore, your subsequent cultivation must proceed along a 2-pronged approach, Zhang Yuani continued. On one hand, you must accumulate spiritual energy, advancing step by step from the early stage to peak completion. This is the foundation for climbing higher. On the other hand, you must continue to polish your intent. For every bit your intent deepens, you will grow stronger among those of the same rank, and your capability to fight those of superior realms will increase. When your spiritual energy is overflowing and your intent reaches perfection, that will be the day you knock upon the gates of the radiant moon realm. Saying this, Zhang Yuani retrieved an ancient simple gray jade slip from his storage ring. The surface of the jade slip bore obvious traces of erosion by time. 80 years ago I obtained this while exploring the ancient heavenly ruins battlefield with a few old friends. Zhang Yuani gently caressed the jade slip, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. That ruin is suspected to be the place where a powerful ancient sect renowned for its speed and offensive prowess met its demise. He handed the jade slip to Qin Feng. The 9 Tribulations void-shattering scripture is the core heritage left behind by that sect. According to the damaged stone inscriptions in the ruins, this sect was once world-renowned for its extreme speed and armor-breaking capabilities. Among those of the same rank, none could withstand their sharp edge. Qin Feng took the jade slip. It felt slightly cool to the touch. The material of the jade slip itself was ordinary, but the faint lingering aura of ancient vicissitudes made one dare not underestimate it. The characteristics of this scripture are extremely distinct. Once mastered, one's attacks and speed become incredibly swift. However, by the same token, this cultivation method is exceptionally difficult to practice. Zhang Yuani said. According to the fragments of the stone tablets, the core disciples of that sect could toy with ordinary cultivators of the radiant moon realm using their speed alone, even while they themselves were only in the Dust Star realm. Qin Feng's gaze narrowed. A Dust Star cultivator toying with a radiant moon cultivator. Just how terrifyingly fast would that be? Zhang Yuani continued. The meaning of void shattering is to shatter the void and sever the boundary between illusion and reality. The spiritual energy cultivated through this scripture is incomparably sharp. Whether it is protective spiritual energy, magic treasure barriers, or physical toughness, they are all greatly compromised before this void-shattering spiritual energy. He paused. But precisely because of its terrifying efficacy, the difficulty of cultivating this scripture is extremely high. Is it that difficult to cultivate? Qin Feng asked. Extremely difficult, Zhang Yuani said solemnly. First, it places exceptionally high demands on physical strength. The void-shattering spiritual energy is too sharp. If your body is not strong enough, you will injure yourself before you can harm others. Second, it has unique requirements for intent. Zhang Yuani looked at Qin Feng, feeling somewhat emotional. Shattering the void itself requires an extremely deep comprehension of intents like space or sharpness. Otherwise, one cannot control this kind of spiritual energy at all. Although you do not possess the space intent, the extreme speed of wind and the violent fury of thunder do align with some characteristics of void shattering. Qin Feng understood. This was a cultivation method with extremely prominent strengths and weaknesses. Its speed and attack power made one invincible within the same realm, but it was difficult to cultivate and had demanding requirements for both physical body and intent. However, the drawback of difficult cultivation was actually the easiest to accept for Qin Feng, whose talent had risen once again. The reason I am only giving this to you today is that you have finally met the minimum requirements. Zhang Yuani said. Both your wind and thunder intents have exceeded 50%, and your body has been tempered for years by the cosmic returning origin mantra, giving you a solid foundation. But even so, you must proceed with utmost caution when cultivating this scripture. Your disciple understands, Qin Feng replied solemnly. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. Buzz, an ancient scripture unfolded within his sea of consciousness. Body as blade, will as edge. 9 tribulations of void piercing, only then to behold the true self. The scripture was not lengthy, merely 3,000 characters, yet each character contained the ultimate essence of sharpness. Merely by reading it, Qin Feng felt his divine soul faintly aching, as if being sliced by invisible blades. What was even more profound was that the scripture contained a trace of the elusive, void-piercing true intent. That was not a specific artistic conception, but rather a pure doctrine of attack, disregarding all obstacles, pointing directly at the origin. What do you think? Zhang Yuani asked. Qin Feng drew a deep breath. The edge is exceptionally formidable. The student rather fancies it. The path he intended to walk was never one of steady advancement. Peak speed, peak assault, fighting his way through the thread between life and death toward the heavens. This was the cultivation technique meant for him. Zhang Yuani smiled. then you shall switch to this scripture. Remember, during the initial stage, you must proceed gradually. The moment you feel your spiritual energy losing control, stop immediately. Yes. Then Jiang Yuani produced a blade once more. Qin Feng sat cross-legged and began transforming his spiritual energy according to the method of the 9 tribulations void-piercing scripture. In an instant, the wind and thunder spiritual energy within him began to metamorphose, becoming keener, swifter, and also more dangerous. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This day, Jiang Yuani summoned Qin Feng, his expression grave. The Iron Blood Pass in the northern frontier has suffered a cavern outbreak. He unfurled a map pointing to the northern border of the Daqin domain. 3 days ago, the cavern creatures broke through the third line of defense. Iron Blood Pass is an urgent crisis. The Northern Pacification Army has issued a conscription order demanding the Academy dispatch reinforcements. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. Iron Blood Pass. That was truly the front lines. This is not a mandatory conscription mission. Moreover, you have just broken through to Dust Star Realm. Whether to go or not is entirely your decision. After pondering briefly, Qin Feng said, Teacher, I wish to go take a look. Consider it my initial training upon entering the Dust Star Realm. Xiao Yu's eyes had healed, and she had embarked on the path of cultivation. She would remain at the academy with sufficient safety guarantees, leaving Qin Feng without worries. Now he would pursue his own path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuani smiled. He handed over a black medallion with Northern Pacification engraved on the front and conscription on the back. Assemble at the academy's east gate in 3 days. Someone will escort you there. Qin Feng accepted the medallion with a grin. It seemed his teacher had long anticipated he would choose to head north. Qin Feng clasped the medallion as his consciousness sank into his mind. Lord of Destiny Qin Feng. Realm Dust Star 3. Cultivation Art 9 Tribulations Void-Piercing Scripture Dust Star Chapter 3. Artistic Conceptions Wind Artistic Conception 58 Thunder Artistic Conception 67 Void Artistic Conception 5. Martial Techniques 10,000 Transformations Tribulation Thunderblade Perfected Broken Illusion Spirit Eyes Great Accomplishment 5. Inside the Guanxing Pavilion, Jiang Yuani looked at Qin Feng, who had completed his transition to the 9 Tribulations Void-Shattering Scripture, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes. To initiate yourself into such a profound scripture in a mere half-month, your talent is even greater than I had anticipated. As Jiang Yuani spoke, he retrieved 2 items from his storage ring. The first was a saber measuring approximately 4 feet and 2 inches in length. Its blade was a dark silver shimmering with a peculiar luster under the light. The edge of the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, making the cutting edge almost invisible. This saber is named Paksu. Jiang Yuani paused, then continued. Due to its unique durability, it is most suited to bear the intent you cultivate. I went out of my way to trade with the palace master to obtain it. Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. His master had already done so much for him. To specifically trade for it from the palace master, one could easily imagine the preciousness of this saber, which also indirectly reflected the immense price his master must have paid. He accepted the saber with both hands. The moment it touched his palms, an indescribable wondrous sensation washed over him. As if sensing his void intent, the interior of the blade vibrated softly, seemingly conveying a yearning to cleave through all things. Qin Feng attempted to channel his newly cultivated void-shattering spiritual energy into the saber. With a soft hum, the blade trembled slightly, allowing Qin Feng to distinctly perceive its sharpness and resilience. An excellent saber. Qin Feng could not help but praise. And there is this. Jiang Yuani smiled as he retrieved a piece of soft armor. The armor was entirely silver gray, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet exceptionally resilient to the touch. Rippling water-like patterns flowed across the armor, with runes faintly shimmering upon it. This armor is woven from the silk of the void silver silkworm king. It can alter its size and shape on its own, and is capable of absorbing a portion of energy impacts to protect your body. Qin Feng took the soft armor, which felt cool to the touch. For offense you have the Paksu saber, for defense the silver silkworm armor, Jiang Yuani said to Qin Feng with earnest gravity. The northern border is perilous. With these 2 treasures protecting you, I can feel a bit more at ease. Remember, treasures are ultimately external aids. A true strength lies within oneself. Your student understands. Qin Feng bowed solemnly. Thank you, master, for bestowing these treasures. With both offense and defense accounted for, this was true thoroughness. When he returned to the courtyard, Qin Xiaoyu was practicing her swordplay. In a mere half-month, under the effects of the true dragon potion, she had already broken through to the meridian opening realm. Her vital energy and blood circulated vigorously throughout her body, and her sword techniques had begun to take shape. Lao He lay nearby, his frame a full size larger than it had been half a month ago, with demonic energy faintly circulating around him. Qin Feng briefly recounted the matters regarding the northern border. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly beamed a smile. Brother, go with peace of mind. I will cultivate diligently. By the time you return, I will definitely have broken through to the blood-burning realm. There is no need to rush so much. Qin Feng smiled and patted her head. Cultivation must be approached step by step. The foundation is what matters most. Yes, I understand. Qin Xiaoyu's mood was slightly downcast. In all her years growing up, this was the first time she would be separated from her brother. By the way, brother, She suddenly seemed to recall something, and a smile blossomed on her face once more. There's another wonderful piece of news today, and you'll definitely never guess what it is. Oh, what good news? Qin Feng chuckled. Qin Xiaoyu giggled, trotted into her room, and when she emerged, she held a porcelain vial in her hand. Brother, look, what is this? Qin Xiaoyu tilted her face up, her smile brilliant, her bright eyes shining as she gazed at Qin Feng. At this moment, she resembled a child eagerly anticipating praise from a parent. Let me see. Qin Feng smiled and reached out, but his hand froze slightly the instant his fingertips brushed the porcelain vial. This is... He sensed the fluctuations of transcendent energy. The smile at the corners of Qin Xiaoyu's lips deepened, carrying a touch of jubilation. Master Yunhe came to re-examine my eyes a couple of days ago. At that time I happened to be trying to concoct a potion using the essence blood of a transcendent earth lizard. I was on the verge of failure, but Master guided me to adjust the proportion of the auxiliary herbs which allowed me to succeed. Wait, Master. Yunhe. When Master Yunhe learned that I had no teacher and was concocting potions purely by intuition, he was deeply shocked. So he offered to take me as his disciple. Qin Xiaoyu giggled. I thought that if I learned true skills from him I could concoct even better potions for you, brother, so I agreed. Master even praised me for having great talent. Qin Feng remained silent for a moment, gently stroking Qin Xiaoyu's head. He knew very little about the profession of an alchemist, and had initially assumed Qin Xiaoyu merely possessed minor talent. Now it seemed he had been mistaken. His sister's talent in the field of alchemy was likely not a single bit inferior to his own talent in cultivation. A smile spread across Qin Feng's face. This is wonderful news. It is indeed worth celebrating. As expected of our family's genius girl. Brother, it's not just me. Lao He is a genius too. Lao He. Hearing this, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Lao He, who had been completely quiet. This look indeed left him somewhat shocked. Lao He's body had grown yet another size larger, and he was currently standing upright like a human. Master. He actually spoke? His voice was slightly stiff, yet every word was clear. Qin Feng was astonished. Lao He, you've opened your meridians. The Heavenly Demon Soul Forging Chapter. Cultivation. Fast. In just a few short months, Lao He had actually broken through from an ordinary dog to the meridian opening realm. One had to know that Qin Xiaoyu's rapid breakthrough to this realm was largely due to that vial of true dragon potion. Yet Lao He, although Qin Feng had left him plenty of resources and had anticipated some talent based on Lao He's behavior since childhood, his current speed of cultivation was simply too fast. It was no longer something an ordinary genius could compare to. Well done, Lao He. Since you can speak now, you shall be called Qin He from now on. Yes. Qin He grinned with his canine mouth, looking rather excited. Qin Feng laughed. Counting it this way, our Qin family truly has 3 outstanding talents. Qin Xiaoyu chimed in, of course. Qin He chuckled, foolishly delighted not only to have received a surname, but also by the phrase, our Qin family. Although Yunhe was a friend of his master, and had his master's endorsement, Qin Feng still wished to interact with him personally. If the man proved unsuitable, Qin Feng would not allow Qin Xiaoyu to study under him, even if he were a grandmaster of alchemy. The following day, he made a special trip to visit Grandmaster Yunhe's residence. During their conversation, Qin Feng could clearly sense the other party's sincerity and benevolence, which finally set his mind completely at ease. On the night before his departure, Qin Feng arrived at a tavern on the eastern side of the academy. In an elegant private room on the 2nd floor, Su Qingwei was already waiting. Today she did not wear her usual martial attire, but instead wore a light green dress, shedding a bit of her heroic air while gaining a touch of refined elegance. Qin Feng, over here. Su Qingwei looked up, her eyes filled with smiles. The two sat opposite each other as the setting sun outside painted the sky in shades of brilliant orange. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrance of late spring blossoms. I heard you were heading to the northern border. Su Qingwei poured tea for him. Yes, I depart tomorrow. Qin Feng took the teacup. To temper myself through experience. Su Qingwei nodded. Though the northern border is perilous, it is indeed an excellent place to forge the strong. They chatted casually in this manner, from insights on cultivation to amusing anecdotes about the academy, and from the customs of the northern border to their future plans. There was no sorrowful parting, nor were there heavy entreaties. They were like two like-minded friends sharing their experiences and insights during an ordinary gathering. By the way, Su Qingwei suddenly remembered something and retrieved a jade box from her bosom. At this parting, I have no valuable possessions to offer as gifts. This is tea that I grew myself, and only this much remains. When you are weary from battles in the northern border, it can refresh your mind, and also serve as a keepsake. Sensing the faint, unique fragrance of the young lady lingering on the jade box, Qin Feng accepted it with a smile. What a coincidence, I also have something for you. Saying so, Qin Feng produced his handwritten copy of the Spirit Eyes of Truth Piercing, which included his own insights on this ocular technique. Su Qingwei smiled, too, her expression as bright as the rising moonlight. Without the slightest hesitation or awkwardness, she accepted it gracefully and put it away. After their meal, they walked out of the tavern side by side. The evening breeze swept past, carrying the faint, distant scent of plants and trees. Qin Feng. Su Qingwei stopped in her tracks, turning to look at him with clear and sincere eyes. May your martial path flourish, and may you return safely from the northern border. Qin Feng nodded. You too. Break through to the Dust Star realm soon. I will. The two smiled at each other, turned, and went their separate ways. There were no superfluous words, yet that precious bond of friendship was already fully expressed in their silence. On this day, a black warship engraved with the characters Zhunbei hovered over the open clearing outside the academy's eastern gate. The northern frontier was located on the fringes of the Daqing prefecture. Due to its unique geographical position, it was plagued by perpetual warfare. The chaotic energy permeating the entire surrounding region rendered teleportation arrays unusable. Consequently, the group had to travel to the northern frontier aboard a specialized border warship. Compared to ordinary cloud vessels, this type of warship sacrificed aesthetic appeal for superior speed, making it far more favored by the frontier soldiers. As the cabin door swung open, the one welcoming them emerged, a one-armed transcendent, his right sleeve hanging completely empty. His very first action upon stepping out was to sweep his gaze across the surroundings. A flicker of joy crossed his face when he noticed quite a few Dust Star Realm cultivators among the crowd. In a raspy voice he said, "Everyone, I am Zhao Kezi. The situation is critical. Please board the warship as quickly as possible. We depart in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." With those words, Zhao Kezi turned and retreated back into the cabin. Qin Feng boarded the vessel along with the others. An incense stick of time later, the warship shuddered violently before soaring directly into the sky. Piercing through the layers of clouds, the vessel flew at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary cloud vessels. Inside the cabin, several low-realm martial artists who were boarding a warship for the first time turned pale. Qin Feng leaned against the cabin wall, peering out through a narrow porthole. The outline of the academy rapidly shrank, finally vanishing beneath the sea of clouds. Calming his mind, Qin Feng began practicing his new cultivation technique alongside the little golden figures. Since his breakthrough into the Dust Star realm, the number of little golden figures had increased to 4. Their practice grew increasingly fierce and rapid, which signified that Qin Feng's comprehension ability had been enhanced once more. Aside from this, during his experimentation over the past few days, Qin Feng discovered a change that brought him immense, pleasant surprise. After expanding further, the warm white current was no longer limited to merely restoring his physical state. With a steady flow of energy, the warm current was continuously tempering and strengthening Qin Feng's physical body. This transformation filled him with boundless joy. Whether it was the 9 tribulations void-shattering scripture or the void intent, both demanded a powerful physical body as their foundation. The evolution of the warm white current had truly resolved Qin Feng's most pressing emergency. Time flew by, and the warship finally began its descent. "Have we reached the northern frontier?" a young man whispered. A veteran resting with closed eyes nearby opened them, cast a brief glance at him, and muttered, "Far from it. This is only the buffer zone. In the true northern frontier, even the grass has thorns." Qin Feng noticed that as the warship journeyed further north, the energy permeating the sky gradually grew violent. At the same time, a faint, almost imperceptible sense of oppression lingered in the air, as if some heavy weight were pressing down on his heart. A few hours later, dusk began to fall. A dark line appeared on the horizon ahead. "Keshua Pass is ahead," Zhao Kezi's voice echoed. The warship began to descend. Through the porthole, Qin Feng could clearly see the full scale of that dark line. It was actually a majestic pass spanning between 2 mountain ranges. The city walls stood nearly 100 chang high, constructed entirely of some dark heavy stone, their surfaces carved with intricate array runes. A pale green defensive glow pulsed along the pass walls. Beyond the pass, as far as the eye could see, the desolate plains were scattered with countless bloodstains. The warship landed on the training grounds inside the pass. As the cabin door opened, the distinct wind of the northern frontier rushed in, chilly, dry, carrying the scent of rust and a faint trace of blood. A crowd of about 200 to 300 people had already gathered on the training grounds, most of them clad in the standard leather armor of the Zhunbei army, standing in silence. Their eyes were calm to the point of numbness, the gaze of those long accustomed to life and death. Has the reinforcement from Longwu Academy arrived? A man with a diagonal scar across his face walked over, his eyes scanning the crowd. Qin Feng looked at him, his heart tightening slightly. "The Bright Moon Realm. I am Chu Quanlan, commander of Keshua Pass." The man sized up the crowd, his gaze lingering for a moment on the saber at Qin Feng's waist, clearly sensing its extraordinary nature. "For now, I will lead you all in defending the pass." With that, he turned and walked toward the city wall, gesturing for everyone to follow. He looked into the distance. Originally, there were only 6 passages connecting the northern frontier to the catacombs. Over the years, Keshua Pass has long adapted to the catacombs, creatures emerging from these 6 passages intentionally, keeping them open to train our troops. However, he paused, his voice sinking. Half a month ago, a new anomaly occurred. We detected the energy fluctuations of a new passage. A new passage? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask. Haven't new passages appeared before? Why is it different this time? Chu Quanlan's expression grew heavy. According to past patterns, newly emerged passages emit very little energy, and the catacombs creatures crawling out of them are weak and pose no real threat. He turned around facing the crowd and said emphatically, "This time is different. From the day we detected the energy fluctuations until yesterday, in a mere half month, we have already sensed the aura of radiant sun creatures. Though it was only a fleeting flash, that fluctuation was unmistakable. Radiant sun." An academy disciple's voice trembled. "Marquee-level powerhouses." Chu Quanlan nodded gravely. "You all know what this implies. It is essentially confirmed that a marquee-level powerhouse has entered the Daqing prefecture through the rift. A dead silence fell over the training grounds. While marquee-level powerhouses were undeniably powerful, they ultimately posed no existential threat to the Daqing prefecture. The real problem lay in the fact that this new rift had only taken half a month to progress to this stage. Such a rate of expansion. If it continued at this pace, the rift would soon stabilize completely. When that time came with those truly terrifying existences from the depths of the catacombs, the king-level powerhouses capable of shaking an entire prefecture, also be able to step onto the soil of the Daqing prefecture through this rift. This was the most terrifying possibility of all. Chu Quanlan's voice broke the silence. This is the situation. Since you have come to reinforce the northern frontier, we should not keep this from you. This is no ordinary border skirmish. The entire warfare of the northern frontier, or perhaps even the fate of the Daqing prefecture, may be fundamentally altered because of this passage. After Chu Quanlan's words fell, a heavy silence descended upon the training grounds. Then, what is our mission? One of the academy disciples couldn't help but ask. Chu Quanlan turned around, pointing toward the fortress gates. Find it. The crowd was taken aback. That rift is not on the surface. Chu Quanlan's voice dropped low. It has been concealed by some mysterious force. We can only detect the energy fluctuations, but cannot pinpoint its exact location. Underground beasts pour out from there, yet we cannot locate the source. Therefore, our primary mission is to hold the fortress walls, preventing the underground beasts from establishing positions outside the gates, while observing during combat to locate the rift's precise position. Once we find the location, Chu Quanlan's gaze swept across everyone. The three marquee-level powerhouses within the fortress will immediately strike, attempting to destroy the passage. If even they cannot accomplish this, the Qin capital will arrange a marquee of the king-level expert to come. This news brought slight relief to the crowd. That's the general situation. You'll learn the rest later. Now let's allocate the defensive zones. Chu Quanlan acted swiftly and decisively. The eastern wall faces relatively light pressure. A Dust Star Realm cultivator can hold it. His gaze fell upon Qin Feng. What is your name? Qin Feng. Qin Feng, take a group of academy disciples to defend the third section of the eastern wall. That location offers the best vantage point for observing the rift's position, and it will be the center of the first wave of impact. Qin Feng nodded. Understood. Upon hearing this, all the academy members looked toward Qin Feng together. Many among them had never seen Qin Feng before, yet no one stepped forward to object to his leadership. As a radiant moon powerhouse, since Chu Quanlan appointed Qin Feng as the leader, he likely believed that among everyone present, Qin Feng possessed the most formidable aura. Chu Quanlan finally looked at everyone. Remember, do not rashly venture outside the fortress until we have found the rift's precise location. Zhao Ping. Chu Quanlan turned his gaze to Zhao the cripple. Lead the rest to defend the western and southern sides, preventing the underground beasts from outflanking us. Yes. Half an hour later, at the third section of the eastern wall, Qin Feng stood behind the parapet, gazing intently at the faint red energy fluctuation beyond the fortress. The rift's position was truly bizarre. One could sense intense energy pouring out, yet the naked eye could perceive no physical passage at all. How are we supposed to find it? A nearby academy disciple frowned. The energy fluctuation covers an area of several li. Are we supposed to search every inch? Qin Feng did not answer. He closed his eyes and quietly activated the void-piercing spirit eyes. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Qin Feng's spirit eyes had also reached the grand completion stage, now capable of perceiving many things beyond ordinary sight. He focused his gaze into a concentrated beam, observing that chaotic region of energy. After a moment, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Within that chaotic energy, there were 6 faint nodes. These 6 nodes, it seemed, had subtle energy interactions with each other. 6 nodes corresponding to 6 passages. Qin Feng opened his eyes. Any new discoveries? Wang Taizhan sidled over. This veteran was the original captain of the defending forces at the third section, with early Dust Star Realm cultivation. Before Qin Feng could respond, a ripple suddenly flickered across the sky. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned grave. He bellowed out, "Prepare for battle." Without time to think, everyone drew their weapons. In the next instant, dozens of black shadows leaped out from the ripples. Among them were 7 massive ferocious beasts. Shadow blade leopards. Wang Tieshan's face changed. How did they appear here so suddenly? Qin Feng's shadow blade leopards are incredibly fast and excel at ambush attacks. This time we've got 7 all at mid-Dust Star Realm. We cannot match them head-on. The instant those 7 shadow blade leopards landed, they scattered. Transforming into 7 streams of black light, they pounced toward the wall from different directions. Their speed was so great that the naked eye could barely track them, leaving only faint afterimages in the air. The other beasts also grinned savagely as they charged forward. We caught the scent of fresh blood from so far away. The clan elders truly did not deceive us. Humans are indeed the most delicious prey. Due to the suddenness of this assault, the underground beasts appeared very close to the eastern wall. The crossbow ballistas on the wall couldn't even aim properly, and had to immediately swivel to fire. Kill! Wang Taizhan roared, drawing his blade to charge toward the nearest beast. But before his blade could fall, one of the shadow blade leopards had vanished into thin air. The next instant it appeared behind him, its razor claws slashing straight toward his heart. It was too fast. Just then, a cyan purple blade light flashed. The shadow blade leopard's movement abruptly stopped. A thin line of blood appeared on its neck, then its head slid off as its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Qin Feng's figure appeared beside Wang Tieshan, lightning still crackling on his pixel blade. Thank you. Wang Tieshan swallowed hard. He hadn't even seen how Qin Feng had struck. But the battle had only just begun. The other 6 shadow blade leopards, sensing their companion's death, let out furious roars in unison. This human poses the greatest threat. Devour him first. They no longer scattered, but formed a fan-shaped encirclement around Qin Feng. Qin Feng's gaze remained calm. He stepped forward. With the wind intent at full power, his figure vanished from its original position, reappearing 20 zhang away. One shadow blade leopard had just pounced to where Qin Feng had been. Before it could react, a blade edge had already sliced into its ribs from the side. The shadow blade leopard was stunned. A mere early dust star realm. How could he be faster than me? The next moment, the void intent infused in the Pixu blade ignored the shadow blade leopard's protective armor, passing through its body like a hot knife through butter. The second leopard fell. The remaining 5 shadow blade leopards flew into a rage. They stopped holding back. Dark shadow energy boiled around their bodies as their speed increased by another 30%, pouncing simultaneously from 5 different angles. All escape routes were sealed. The defending soldiers on the wall had their hearts in their throats. Yet Qin Feng smiled. For the first time since entering the Dust Star realm, he was pushing the wind, thunder, and void intents simultaneously to their absolute limit. The 4 golden figurines in his dantian spun frantically as he cultivated the 9 calamities void scripture. Newly born Pixu's spiritual power surged like magma. The white warm current also surged, strengthening every inch of his muscles and bones. Then he moved, not to evade, but to counterattack. Qin Feng's form transformed into a twisted cyan-purple bolt of lightning, weaving through the gaps in the 5 shadow blade leopards' encirclement. With every flash, blade light appeared. With every blade light, a shadow blade leopard was struck at a vital point. The first neck broken. The second heart pierced. The third. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. When Qin Feng's figure reconstituted, the bodies of 4 shadow blade leopards fell simultaneously. On the wasteland below the wall, only 1 shadow blade leopard remained. It stopped 20 zhang away, terror evident in its blood-red pupils. This human was even faster than they, the shadow blade leopards known for their speed. So powerful. An academy disciple on the wall murmured. When did our academy produce such a formidable expert? Wang Tieshan took a deep breath, his gaze toward Qin Feng completely changing. Commander Chu was right. Your Dust Star realm is indeed different. Ignoring the chatter, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the final shadow blade leopard. The beast let out a shrill, piercing shriek, and amidst the bewildered stares of the other exotic beasts, wheeled around and retreated in a frantic burst of speed. General, the other beasts froze mid-charge, caught in a state of paralysis, unsure whether to press forward or fall back. Qin Feng's gaze turned fierce, trying to run. His figure blurred once more. This time he pushed his speed to its absolute current limit. With the dual intents of wind and thunder overlapping, his form dragged a continuous trail of afterimages through the air, as if 7 or 8 Qin Fengs were pursuing simultaneously. The final shadow blade leopard fled in utter desperation, its shadow energy dragging long dark streaks behind it. Yet its speed was still far too slow in comparison. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. The void-cleaving saber slashed down. The moment the blade sliced into the shadow blade leopard's skull, Qin Feng felt a slight resistance. In a desperate bid for survival, the beast had concentrated all its shadow energy at its vital spot, forming a resilient shield. Against an ordinary early-stage Dust Star cultivator, this strike might have been blocked. However, the layer of void intent coating Qin Feng's blade was not something to be trifled with. The edge of the blade trembled slightly, as if piercing through a thin membrane of water before severing the shadow blade leopard's neck bone without further hindrance. No. Terribly frightened, the shadow blade leopard roared, begging for mercy. Yet Qin Feng remained entirely unmoved. Die. Qin Feng's voice echoed across the wasteland as the head of the final shadow blade leopard tumbled to the ground. He sheathed his saber and landed, breathing slightly heavily. Unleashing his full power in rapid succession put an immense drain on his spiritual energy. Instantly, a warm white current began to circulate, rapidly restoring his depleted reserves. Atop the city walls, everyone held their breath. From their sudden appearance to their total annihilation, it had taken less than 10 breaths of time to wipe out 7 mid-stage Dust Star shadow blade leopards. Is this really the early-stage Dust Star realm? 7 shadow blade leopards. Even a late-stage Dust Star powerhouse would risk being ambushed and killed. That saber technique, I couldn't even catch a shadow of it. With this kind of combat prowess, even Jun Maoan, who ranks first on the Hidden Dragon list, falls far short. The academy disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with shock and awe as they looked at Qin Feng. Even the veteran soldiers, long accustomed to bloody slaughter, exchanged bewildered glances. Qin Feng's battle record had truly earned their utmost respect. Wang Tieshan took a deep breath and was about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, those minions are trying to escape. Only then did everyone notice that the subterranean creatures that had emerged alongside the shadow blade leopards were now fleeing in absolute panic. Those dozens of exotic beasts in the blood-burning realm had initially thought themselves fortunate, believing they could follow the extraordinary powerhouses to feast on some human flesh. Yet the moment they laid eyes on the humans, their commanders were completely wiped out. At this point, how could they have any will to fight left? Stop them! Wang Taizhan bellowed urgently. If these minions escape back, they will carry news of our situation here back to the subterranean caves. The subterranean creatures clearly understood this as well. Not daring to look back, they fled frantically in all directions. A few leading bone-eroding wolves even let out sharp, piercing howls, urging their packmates, "Flee! Quick! Go back and report! There is a monster here! That human is a monster! The generals are all dead!" Panic spread rapidly through the beast horde. Earth-digging rats dug frantically into the dirt, attempting to escape underground, while venomous spiders sprayed massive webs of sticky silk to obstruct any pursuit. The bone-eroding wolves split into several packs, sprinting wildly in different directions. The ballistas atop the city walls had already begun firing, but the fleeing beasts were too scattered, and the rain of bolts could not cover every direction. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. "Everyone hear my command." His voice rang out clearly in everyone's ears, carrying an unquestionable authority. Academy disciples split into 3 groups and pursue 3 separate paths. Captain Wang lead the veterans to clear out the earth-digging rats and venomous spiders. "Leave the rest to me." The orders were brief and precise. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they immediately sprang into action. The 3 Dust Star Realm Academy disciples each took a few people with them, locking onto the 3 fastest fleeing packs of bone-eroding wolves. Deploying their movement techniques, their sword chi and saber astral winds tore through the air, quickly entangling their targets. Wang Tieshan's group was even more direct. Leading over a dozen veterans, he leapt straight down from the city walls, dividing into teams of 3 to pounce on the burrowing, earth-digging rats and web-spitting venomous spiders. Working with seamless coordination, these veterans targeted vital spots, taking down 7 or 8 beasts in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Qin Feng himself did not make a move. With no threat remaining before him, there was no need to compete with them for battle merits. Before long, everyone returned and silence once again settled over the wasteland. Wang Taizhan walked over to Qin Feng. Looking at the battle spoils scattered around, his lips curled into a grin, and he said respectfully, "Reporting Officer Qin, the fleeing exotic beasts have all been executed. At Iron Blood Pass, strength dictated rank, and strength won respect." Qin Feng waved his hand, and said with a solemn expression, "The way those shadow blade leopards appeared just now was highly unusual." Putting away his smile, Wang Tieshan's expression grew grim. "In all my years at Iron Blood Pass, such a bizarre method of appearance had never occurred before the new passage opened. It's only been in the past half-month that reports have surfaced of exotic beasts suddenly materializing near the city walls." Qin Feng fell silent. Regardless of how the subterranean caves achieved this kind of teleportation, one thing was clear. Moving forward, the pressure facing the northern frontier would only grow heavier. "Report this." "Yes, sir." Qin Feng drew the newly acquired Iron Blood Pass battle merit token from his robe. At this moment, the token was radiating a faint warmth. He channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into it, and faint golden characters materialized on the token's surface. "Qin Feng. Today's battle merit verification. Midstage Dust Star Shadow Blade Leopard, 2000 merits. Subtotal, 14000 merits. Cumulative, 14000 merits. 16,000 merits. Exceeding 10,000 on his very first day." Wang Taizhan leaned in to sneak a glance and gasped, 14,000. "I'm so envious. Your harvest from just this one day is more than what I get from a whole month of killing." The surrounding defenders and academy disciples gathered around. Upon seeing the numbers on the token, every single one of them was left dumbfounded. "Over 10,000 in a single day? I've been defending for 3 months and only saved up 3,000. Qin Feng put away the token, his expression serene. "How do I exchange these merits?" "The quartermaster's office has the corresponding resources." Wang Taizhan paused, then lowered his voice. "However, I suggest you hold on to them for now. Merits in the northern frontier. If you accumulate enough, you can exchange them for rare treasures that are impossible to obtain outside. Oh, every now and then ancient battlefield ruins are excavated here. Some are remnants of great wars from hundreds of years ago, while others were left behind by powerhouses of ancient times. Some of these ruins weren't originally in the northern frontier, but the emergence of the subterranean passages accompanied by fluctuations in spatial energy occasionally sweeps certain ruins into this region." Wang Taizhan glanced left and right, lowering his voice even further. "The quartermaster's office puts them up for exchange from time to time, but the prices are exorbitant. This time, with the recent opening of the new passage, it is highly likely that some incredible ruins will appear next." Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. "Thanks. What is there to thank me for?" Wang Taizhan patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. "I should be the one thanking you. If not for you today, not just me, but many people along the entire eastern wall would have died." The next day, Qin Feng went directly to the military supplies office. After pondering for a long time, he ultimately decided to set aside the secret realm matter for now and exchange his combat merits for resources that would enhance his strength. Events after that could wait until later. The military supplies office at Tieshua Pass was a 3-story stone building located inside the East City Gate. By early morning, quite a few people were already lining up to exchange for supplies. Most of them were defenders who had just rotated off the front lines, still carrying an aura of battle. Qin Feng's combat merit token displayed a glaring number 14,000 merit points. The veteran soldiers waiting in line around him couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at the figure. This lad, he must be a newcomer. Where did he get so many combat merits? I heard there was someone fierce on the east wall yesterday. Killed 7 shadow blade leopards. Could it be him? Amidst the whispers, Qin Feng climbed straight to the 3rd floor. An elderly man with graying hair was in charge, his head bowed as he pored over the accounts. At the sound of footsteps, he lifted his eyelids slightly. Selling materials or exchanging for resources? First sell the spoils, then exchange for cultivation resources. Qin Feng stepped forward and placed the prepared storage pouch on the black stone counter. The old man opened the storage pouch, and a warm white glow emanated from his fingertips as he scanned each item within. Mid-stage dust star shadow blade leopard, 7 portions of intact transcendent essence blood, flesh, and blood are complete. Energy loss is less than 10%. The old man continued tallying the items while inscribing them onto a jade slip using his divine sense. According to the wartime purchase price, each portion of essence blood is valued at 1,400 merits, and each of the remaining materials at 600 merits, totaling 14,000 merits. Do you have any objections? No objections. Qin Feng nodded. The value was slightly higher than he had anticipated, especially the essence blood price, nearly 10% higher than the market rate in Qin capital. The old man nodded, picked up Qin Feng's combat merit token, and his fingertips, white light flowed into it, changing the number on the token to 28,000. Exchange now, eh? The old man asked. Yes, list the resources suitable for the Dust Star realm that can accelerate spiritual energy accumulation, enhance divine sense range, and temper the physique. The old man retrieved a pale green jade slip from beneath the counter. Qin Feng opened it and scanned quickly. Star-quenching spirit liquid, 500 merits, accelerates spiritual energy accumulation, suitable for early Dust Star stage. Moon condensing powder, 800 merits, enhances divine sense perception, suitable for mid-Dust Star stage. Heart clearing spirit protecting incense, 600 merits, when lit its fragrance calms the mind and interferes with demonic influences, used during cultivation assistance. Earth dragon body quenching paste, 200 merits, refined from transcendent earth dragon bone marrow, strengthens the physique, remarkably effective for those practicing body tempering techniques. Countless varieties, no fewer than 100. Qin Feng scanned quickly through them, his decision already made. 20 bottles of star quenching spirit liquid, 10 portions of moon condensing powder, 5 portions of earth dragon body quenching paste. The old man didn't ask further questions and retrieved the corresponding supplies, totaling 28,000 merits. Any objections? None. Qin Feng stored everything into his storage pouch, and the combat merits on his token instantly dropped to 0. There are more advanced resources on the 4th floor, the old man pointed upstairs, but it requires a threshold of 100,000 combat merits. Qin Feng nodded and left. From that day onward, Qin Feng entered a frenzied cultivation mode. By day he slew demonic beasts, and by night he cultivated alone. Bottles of star-quenching pills were consumed one after another, portions of moon-condensing powder were used in sequence, and earth dragon body-quenching paste was applied all over his body without any sparing. At every incursion by underworld creatures, he charged to the forefront. Because every dust star demon beast represented a source of resources, he relentlessly consumed resources to elevate his strength, slew demon beasts, in exchange for more resources. This cycle repeated endlessly, round after round. When weary and exhausted, he would take out the tea leaves gifted by Su Qingyue before her departure and sip a cup. Within his mind, 4 golden figures sat cross-legged in the 4 directions. 2 of them cultivated the 9 calamities, void-breaking scripture in sync with him. 1 concentrated on comprehending artistic conception, and the other integrated other blade techniques to further deduce and strengthen the myriad phenomena. Tribulation Thunderblade. The white warm current bolstered by the earth dragon body quenching paste intensified the strengthening of Qin Feng's already powerful physique at an even fiercer pace. 1 month later, Qin Feng's name had spread thoroughly along the east city wall. Is that Qin Feng? I heard on his first day he slaughtered 7 shadow blade leopards, all with a single strike. This month alone, no fewer than 20 dust star demon beasts must have fallen to his blade. A mid-dust star cultivator slaughtering late-stage ones like chopping vegetables. What kind of monsters is the Academy producing nowadays? Qin Feng paid these discussions no mind. His world seemed to have narrowed down to only 2 things: growing stronger and eliminating all enemies before him. That night, Qin Feng had just finished a session of body quenching with the earth dragon paste, and was sitting in meditation. Suddenly his dantian shuddered violently. All 4 golden figures erupted in brilliant light simultaneously, their demonstration speed surging abruptly. The void-breaking spiritual energy within him, already near saturation, seemed to shatter some invisible barrier and surged forth thunderously. The golden figures decisively charged along the deeper circulation routes of the 9 calamities, void-breaking scripture. At the same time, his divine sense in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows churned violently, expanding outward. I'm about to break through. Qin Feng's thoughts raced. Without hesitation, he poured the last 3 bottles of star-quenching spirit liquid into his mouth simultaneously and ignited the remaining 2 portions of moon-condensing powder. A massive torrent of pure spiritual energy flooded into his body, providing tremendous momentum for this final breakthrough. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within him, audible only to himself. All the acupoints along his body spontaneously opened and closed, and the speed at which he devoured external spiritual energy increased several times over. His meridians broadened further during this process. The void-breaking spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly like a breached river. Both its quality and quantity leaped dramatically. His divine sense hummed its coverage, instantly breaking through 1,000 zhang, becoming more condensed like silk, perceiving every subtle detail. In this moment, late-stage Dust Star Realm. Success. Feeling the magnificent energy within his body, Qin Feng summoned his panel. Master Qin Feng Realm Dust Star 67, Technique 9 Calamities Void-Breaking Scripture Dust Star Chapter 67, Artistic Conception Wind Perfected Thunder Perfected Void 71, Martial Skill Myriad Phenomena Tribulation Thunderblade Perfected Illusion Breaking Spiritual Eyes Great Completion 70. Just as Qin Feng had just broken through, his mind immersed in the profound sensations of his realm elevation. Woo woo woo. An alarm sound far beyond any previous occasion suddenly tore through the night sky of Tieshua Pass. Within this alarm, there was even mixed a sharp, shrill wail that made one's soul tremble. Immediately after, from the direction of the entire east city wall, came continuous, enormous explosions. The ground shook violently, and dust rained down from the barracks. An indescribable, terrifying pressure mixed with ultimate evil and tyranny spread like a tangible tide from beyond the pass, instantly enveloping nearly half of Tieshua Pass. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, the void-breaking sharpness in his gaze not yet fully restrained, interweaving with the powerful aura of his recent breakthrough. He grabbed his void-breaking blade in one motion and rushed out. Outside, the barracks' hoarse screams and the sound of frantic running footsteps had already reached his ears. Enemy attack. Transcendent cluster assault. The east wall is in critical danger. Enormous cracks have appeared on sections 3 and 4 of the city wall. Something huge is breaking through. Everyone who can move, get to the wall immediately. Hurry. Boss Qin. Wang Taizhan rushed over with a few veterans, his face streaked with blood and grime. Quick, get on the wall. The east wall is breached. What's the situation? Qin Feng tightened his grip on the saber hilt. I don't know. The wall suddenly blasted open a huge gap, and at least a few dozen transcendent beasts charged in. Wang Taizhan shouted as he ran. Commander Chu has already led people to hold them off. Qin Feng raised his head toward the east wall. The firelight dyed half the sky red. Through the smoke and dust, he could vaguely see massive dark silhouettes fiercely battering the breach. Even more terrifying was the oppressive pressure that enveloped the entire pass, making it hard to breathe. Radiant Moon Realm. Qin Feng's heart sank. Not just that. A veteran's voice trembled. I heard. There's a huge blazing sun realm thing outside the pass. When they charged to the foot of the east wall, the sight before them made Qin Feng's pupils contract. At the junction of the 3rd and 4th sections of the wall, a gap, nearly 10 zhang wide, had been blasted open. Most of the black stone wall had collapsed, and the light of the defensive formation flickered unsteadily. At the gap, Chu Quanlan, drenched in blood, was leading hundreds of defenders in a desperate battle. Blade light and sword shadows clashed against the claws and fangs of the monstrous beasts. Blood and severed limbs splashed continuously. Hold them off. Block the gap. Chu Quanlan's roar drowned out the clamor of the battlefield. But far too many cavern creatures were pouring in. Dust Star Realm bloodclaw demon wolves, rock armor, giant lizards, shadowblade leopards. At least several dozen of them. What stirred even more dread was, within the smoke, 3 especially colossal figures were slowly closing in. One was a savage giant fiend over 8 zhang tall, covered in black-red bone armor, wielding a broken stone pillar as a weapon. Every swing sent several defenders flying. A venomous wyvern with a wingspan of nearly 5 zhang circled low, spewing toxic mist that made the skin of those it touched fester. There was also a 3-headed earth dragon, all 3 heads opening at once to breathe fire, frost, and acid. All 3 were Radiant Moon Realm. Damn, 3 Radiant Moon monsters. Wang Tieshan's face turned pale. Chu Quanlan split open a bloodclaw demon wolf with a single saber stroke, then turned and roared. Qin Feng. Take people to block those Dust Star ones on the left. Don't let them rush into the inner city. Yes. Qin Feng took a deep breath and drew the void-breaking saber. Thunderclaps of wind and thunder exploded as a cyan-purple blade beam slashed toward the nearest rock armor giant lizard. Squelch. The blade cut through its rock armor without obstruction, and the lizard's head flew into the air. Kill. Qin Feng growled, turning into an afterimage as he plunged into the beast horde. After his breakthrough, his speed, strength, and spiritual energy had surged tremendously. With his perfected wind thunder intent, every swing of the void-breaking saber stirred up a storm of death. 1, 2, 3. The Dust Star Realm beasts fell before him like grass. But at the gap, the situation was growing more critical by the moment. Roar. The savage giant fiend swung its stone pillar, smashing it viciously at Chu Quanlan. Chu Quanlan raised his saber to block, but the impact sent him flying backward. He crashed into the ruined wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Commander, stop it. Several veterans rushed forward at the cost of their lives, only to be crushed into pulp under the giant fiend's foot. The venomous wyvern seized the opportunity to dive, shrouding a large number of defenders in corrosive mist. Arc. Amid the screams, dozens collapsed to the ground, convulsing, their skin rapidly festering. Qin Feng slashed apart the last Dust Star Realm shadowblade leopard, then turned to look at the gap. He could not wait any longer. He flashed and appeared beside Chu Quanglon. Commander Chu, can you still fight? Chu Quanglon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Not dead yet. You, leave that wyvern to me. Qin Feng interrupted him. You go help the others stop the giant fiend and the earth dragon. Alone. Chu Quanglon's eyes widened. That thing is Radiant Moon. Try me. Qin Feng said nothing more and leaped up. Wind Thunder's spiritual energy exploded beneath his feet, and he actually strode across the air, charging straight at the venomous wyvern circling low. Human, courting death. The venomous wyvern spoke human words. Its wings gave a single beat, and a waterfall of poisonous mist poured down. Qin Feng dodged with ease, his illusion-breaking spirit eye running at full strength, locking onto a spot on the wyvern's neck, where the scales were thinner. Wind Thunder eightfold. Flash. Blade light flashed like lightning, ripping through the poisonous mist, and slashing precisely onto those scales. Rip. Dark green blood burst forth. The wyvern roared in agony and violently whipped its tail at him. Qin Feng twisted his body oddly in midair and evaded without difficulty. Still, the residual force of a Radiant Moon's attack made his chi and blood surge. Even so, Qin Feng exhaled with slight relief. It's fine. The gap isn't that vast. Qin Feng steadied himself, his eyes growing even colder. In terms of raw power, he did fall short of the Radiant Moon realm. But his advantage in speed was now pushed to its absolute limit. In his mind, 4 golden figures simultaneously ceased their training. They were fully deducing how to unleash a strike beyond the limit from his current foundation. A warm white current raced through him, reinforcing his physical body. Again, Qin Feng charged up, once more, saber light pouring like a waterfall. This time he integrated the void intent into his saber technique. Where the blade edge passed, space seemed to subtly distort, and the poisonous mist was pushed apart by an invisible force. The wyvern sensed the danger and shot high into the air, belching even denser venom fog. But Qin Feng was faster still. The extreme speed granted by his perfected Wind Thunder twin intents let him cling to it like a shadow. The void-breaking saber struck the wyvern time after time, not fatal but leaving wound after wound. Insufferable insect. Enraged, the wyvern abandoned the venom mist and slashed directly at him with its claws. Qin Feng flickered once again, easily dodging those air-tearing claws. The power of the Radiant Moon realm was indeed terrifying. Even the brush of its claw wind made his protective spiritual energy roil violently. But if it couldn't land a hit, it meant nothing. Beast, you're too slow. Qin Feng's voice carried coldness as his figure wove through the air like a specter. With the ultimate speed of wind and thunder, the profundities of void, and the perfect support of the 9 tribulations void-breaking scripture, he left afterimage after afterimage. He never fought the wyvern head-on. He struck once and left without a moment's pause. The void-breaking saber always attacked the relatively weaker spots in the enemy's defense. Every flash of saber light added another wound to the wyvern's colossal body. Trying to exhaust me to death. The enraged wyvern was enveloped in a dark green glow. The shallower wounds writhed and healed visibly in that glow. Human, you're dead. A mere dust star realm cultivator had actually forced it to consume the precious life energy of the Radiant Moon realm to repair its injuries. This was a supreme humiliation. If it did not torment Qin Feng to death today, its Tao heart would be unsettled. But Qin Feng's gaze did not change. Heal. Let me see how many times you can heal. His offense did not diminish, but instead intensified, the saber light growing denser. The energy the wyvern consumed to heal its wounds was far greater than the spiritual power Qin Feng spent on his attacks. This was tactical suppression brought by the advantage of speed. I hit you, you get wounded, and need to expend enormous energy to recover. You hit me. Sorry, but you can't hit me. The wyvern grew more frustrated and more alarmed with each exchange. The human before it was so bizarre. At the Dust Star realm, he crushed it in speed. Its huge body became the best target, while Qin Feng's extreme speed left it helpless. Wound after wound accumulated, and the healing glow gradually dimmed. The wyvern felt its power flowing away and its speed declining. No. At this rate I'll die. Its heart raced frantically. Clenching its teeth, it began to feign weakness repeatedly. It pretended to be at its absolute limit, enduring several heavy blows with gritted teeth, hoping to lull Qin Feng into complacency in exchange for a chance to land a killing strike. Alas for it. Qin Feng was completely unaffected. He continued to attack steadily, and whenever a strike succeeded, he immediately widened the distance, granting it not the slightest opening. The wyvern began to fear. Fear spread through its heart like a rising tide. It wanted to run away to leave this place, but Qin Feng clung to it like a maggot gnawing at a bone. It was aggrieved and desperate, but could only defend passively. Then during one defensive move, an old wound on its left wing twinged, making it a barely perceptible instant too slow. That instant was enough. Sharp light exploded from Qin Feng's eyes, and the optimal path deduced by the 4 golden figures surfaced in his mind. He drove his speed to the extreme. His form almost became a distorted beam of light as he instantly appeared above the wyvern's head. Transcendent void wind thunder eightfold. Squelch. The blade pierced through the flesh, sinking all the way to the hilt. Void-breaking spiritual energy carrying ultimate destruction exploded atop the wyvern's skull. Boom. Roar. The venomous wyvern let out a miserable piercing shriek. It desperately stirred its last bit of energy, trying to heal the wound. Alas, even the Radiant Moon realm's severed limb regrowth and energy healing had their limits. Against a wound to the head, the wyvern could no longer turn things around. Its final struggles were futile. It crashed to the ground like a meteorite, kicking up a billowing cloud of dust. Radiant Moon Midstage. Venomous Wyvern. Hereby it is defeated. The massive carcass of the corrosive poison wyvern crashed heavily to the ground. Of the 3 bright moon realm beasts, one had already been slain. The tide of the battlefield turned, and the morale of the human race soared. Splendid lad. A magnificent kill. Chu Quanlan, currently locked in a fierce battle with another bright moon beast, had kept a thread of his divine sense detached to monitor Qin Feng's movements. Seeing that the wyvern's speed fell short of Qin Feng's, he was first taken aback, then overcome with wild joy. He had assumed Qin Feng had unleashed some life-burning secret technique to briefly hold off a bright moon powerhouse, buying him precious time. Yet as time ticked by, Qin Feng's speed did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, his offensive grew increasingly fierce. This filled him with boundless delight. What exhilarated him even more was that Qin Feng actually leveraged his superior speed to suppress the wyvern step by step, forcing it to expend its life energy to heal its own wounds. At this very moment, witnessing the wyvern's demise with his own eyes, the breath Chu Quanlan had been holding was finally released in a heavy exhale. Even the force behind his saber strikes grew 3 fractions heavier. That was a bright moon realm entity appear to his own level. This youth from the academy was nothing short of a monstrous genius. Soldiers. Chu Quanlan roared in ecstasy, his voice reverberating across the entire eastern wall. Follow me and slaughter these beasts. As his roar fell, blood energy surged, and the morale of the human race rallied. Yet before this morale-boosting cheer could fully spread, a sudden mutation occurred. Qin Feng had just drawn back his blade, his breath not yet steady, when a bone-chilling, sinister, killing intent manifested without warning, enveloping him entirely. Junior, die for this, Marquis. A screeching wail tore through the battlefield as a streak of dark green light shot forth from the depths of the catacombs army, at a speed transcending perception. In the blink of an eye, it descended right above Qin Feng's head. Before the light could dissipate, a hideous clawed hand covered in dark green scales, its 5 fingers curved like hooks, appeared. It clawed down fiercely toward the crown of Qin Feng's head, carrying a terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze space itself. It was a wyvern with a humanoid body, dragon wings, and green scales all over its size, several times larger than the bright moon wyvern Qin Feng had just slain. It is a Marquis-class powerhouse. Marquis Poisonwing, the Marquis-class powerhouse of the corrosive poison wyvern clan. He actually disregarded his status to strike directly at Qin Feng. The crowd instantly erupted into a frenzy. Their side's powerhouse had with great difficulty worn down and killed a bright moon expert, but before they could even celebrate, the catacombs had deployed a Marquis-class powerhouse for a sneak attack. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. Unmatchable. This was his sole thought. The golden miniature figure within him issued frantic warnings, rapidly calculating paths of escape. Yet the disparity in strength was far too vast. He wanted to move only to find the surrounding air as viscous as iron, locking him firmly in place. The shadow of death had never been so distinct. Marquis Poisonwing. How dare you? An angry roar exploded. It's Marquis Scarlet Flame. Our human race's radiant sun realm powerhouse guarding the blood pass has taken action. Crossing the void in a single stride, Marquis Scarlet Flame instantly materialized above the breach in the city wall. Raging flames erupted around him as he moved to intercept. But Marquis Poisonwing had struck out of pure hatred. His speed was simply too fast. Marquis Scarlet Flame was visibly a step too slow. It seemed Qin Feng was about to perish beneath the Marquis-class claw. Thump! A soft sound echoed like a wooden staff striking the ground. A mere foot in front of Qin Feng, the air rippled gently like water. A gray-robed, white-haired elder, holding a green wooden staff, stood before him, though none knew when he had arrived. He raised the green wooden staff and pushed it casually forward against the descending dark green claw. There was no earth-shattering collision, nor any surging tide of energy. Marquis Poisonwing's lightning-fast fatal claw strike was stopped dead in midair, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction of an inch. Marquis Poisonwing's figure swayed slightly from the countershock, revealing his true form. The dark green poisonous mist roiling around him corroded frantically, making a sizzling sound of dissolution, yet it could not budge the barrier in the slightest. Marquis Witheredwood. Marquis Poisonwing glared intently at the elder before him, his voice hoarse. You are actually here? This is the land of my human race. Why should this old man not be here? Marquis Witheredwood's eyelids lifted slightly, his tone indifferent. As for you, you seem to be regressing with age. To unleash such a lethal strike upon a junior. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the myriad races of the heavens? He slaughtered my direct bloodline, and severed a bright moon of my clan. This enmity is irreconcilable. Witheredwood, do you intend to wage an endless war against my clan for this boy? Marquis Poisonwing roared violently, his venomous malice almost condensing into physical form. Marquis Witheredwood sneered. We were already locked in an endless war. He tapped his wooden staff gently on the ground. Your clan's bright moon was simply inferior in skill. His death is his own. If you are unsatisfied. He paused, his calm gaze shifting to Marquis Poisonwing. This old man will gladly exchange blows with you. 2 Marquis-class auras clashed silently in midair, causing the air to hum under the immense strain. On the battlefield below, whether human or demon, everyone felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. Just then a charming yet icy chuckle rang out. He, Senior Withered Woodcut's quite an imposing figure. On the flank of the battlefield the void rippled as two figures stepped out side by side. The one on the left was shrouded in a voluminous black robe, his aura obscure and cold. The one on the right was a voluptuous woman with a human torso and a serpent's tail. Her eyes rippled with allure, yet carried a venomous chill. However, today, I am afraid it is not up to you, Senior. The serpent-tailed woman giggled, covering her mouth, though her gaze drifted toward the high sky. Almost simultaneously, an ancient and majestic roar echoed from the darkness ahead of Marquis Scarlet Flame. Boom. A terrifying dragon claw as massive as a small mountain tore through the darkness, sweeping down toward him with an all-crushing power. Even before the wind of the claw arrived, the terrifying pressure belonging to a Radiant Sun Realm Marquis-class beast made the souls of the countless defenders below feel as if they were splitting apart. Marquis Scarlet Flame's gaze turned fierce. Without dodging, his dark gold gauntlets erupted with brilliant light as he met the blow with a punch. Show yourself, you hiding coward. Fist and claw collided. Boom. It was like the collision of two stars. A destructive storm of gold and black energy exploded, sweeping across heaven and earth. The shockwave swept through, causing the city walls to shake violently as bricks and stones showered down. Amidst the turbulent energy currents, a hideous dragon-like creature far larger than a hill was fully revealed. Marquis Moyuan, the commander of the catacombs, sighed, this time a peak Marquis-class powerhouse. Marquis Scarlet Flame, the horned dragon's voice rasped like grinding metal. Today Tieshua Pass shall fall. With just you. Yet the catacombs deployment did not stop there. Since Lord Moyuan has revealed himself, there is no need for us to remain hidden either. The black-robed figure who had remained silent until now spoke in a dry, raspy voice. He raised a pale finger and tapped gently toward his flank. Rip, rip. The void tore open once more with two rifts. A hideous giant ape, entirely pitch black and composed of metallic rock, boasting 8 arms, stepped out, roaring, its 8 blood-red eyes locking onto the 3 human marquises. From the other rift, a cold and detached figure walked out, bearing 4 silver-white metallic wings on his back and a spiral horn on his forehead, holding a lightning-wreathed spear. On the catacombs side, Marquis-class entities had now reached 6. Meanwhile, on the human side, only Marquis Scarlet Flame and Marquis Withered Wood stood openly. 2 against 6. An absolute disadvantage in numbers. A dark cloud of despair instantly enveloped the hearts of all the defending soldiers. 6 Marquis-class powerhouses. Chu Quanglon, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, leaned on his saber, his eyes filled with bitterness. Old soldiers like Wang Taizhan looked even more pale and defeated. Yet high in the sky, the expressions of Marquis Scarlet Flame and his companion remained completely calm. Moyuan, 100 years have passed, yet your foul mouth has not changed in the slightest. A warm, gentle voice like a clear spring flowing through a mountain valley abruptly drifted across the sky of the battlefield, reaching everyone's ears with absolute clarity. Strangely, the moment this voice resounded, the despair-inducing pressure that enveloped the entire field quietly dissipated by more than half, like morning mist touched by sunlight. Everyone snapped their heads up. In the direction of the inner city of Tieshua Pass, a pillar of pure, brilliant azure light connected heaven and earth. Within the pillar of light, 2 figures stepped out side by side. On the left was a scholar in azure robes, elegant and smiling, holding a bundle of bamboo scrolls. On the right was a general in dark armor, standing as straight as a spear, his face cold and hard as iron, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. With every step they took, lotuses bloomed beneath their feet, and pure energy swept away the impurities. Marquis Azure Lotus. Marquis Jinbei. These 2 peak Marquis-class powerhouses are actually both at Tieshua Pass. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Marquis Jinbei's gaze slowly swept across the 6 catacombs marquises, finally resting on the horned dragon, Mian, his voice cold and hard like iron clashing against stone. 6 against 2 is unfair. He paused. Now it is 4 against 6. He paused again, lifting his eyelids slightly. This Marquis still feels it is unfair. As his words fell, the Marquis-class powerhouses of the catacombs grew furious. This Marquis Jinbei actually dared to look down on them so. Marquis Azure Lotus chuckled softly, unfurling the wordless bamboo scrolls in his hand. Upon it an azure sword scar shimmered, and an ethereal, yet fierce sword intent silently locked onto all the enemies. He raised his eyes, smiling as he looked at Marquis Moyuan, whose face had already darkened. It is indeed somewhat unfair. Moyuan, how about you call a few more? The moment Marquis Qinlian's voice fell, the air over the battlefield solidified. Marquis Moyuan stared intently at the wordless bamboo scroll with his 6 blood-red eyes, a raspy voice escaping from beneath his black robe. The Qinglian sword domain remains as detestable as ever. You flatter me, Marquis Qinglian replied with a gentle smile, though the bamboo scroll in his hand slowly unfurled to a wider angle. The azure sword mark on the bamboo scroll began to ripple with visible waves. It was no simple sword chi, but something far more fundamental. Space itself seemed to fold and distort around that sword mark. Though it was merely the size of a palm, it evoked the illusion of facing a boundless sword abyss. The seductive smile on the snake-tailed woman's face froze, and she instinctively took half a step back. Stripped of all coquetry, her voice turned sharp, sword intent manifesting as a domain. Qinglian, do you truly intend to unfold your domain here? What? Marquis Qinglian looked up at her, his smile unchanging. Are you afraid? Afraid. The 8-armed giant ape was hot-tempered, unable to tolerate such mockery. With a deafening roar, it beat its chest with its 8 rocky arms, producing a dull, thunderous boom. I would like to see if your sword domain can cleave through my dark rock, imperishable body. Before its voice even faded, its 8 arms plunged violently into the void. When it withdrew them, each arm was clad in a layer of metallic carapace. Darkrock, do not be reckless, the snake-tailed woman urged. I must try, the 8-armed giant ape roared, about to pounce. Enough. Marquis Mayuan's deep voice suppressed all the clamor. His 6 blood-red eyes slowly rotated, eventually locking onto Marquis Qinglian. Qinglian, hand over that human, Junior, and we shall retreat. The human race currently possessed formidable top-tier combat power, leaving the beast faction at a disadvantage. Thus Mayuan began to harbor thoughts of retreat. However, that human in the Dust Star realm still had to die, slaying a bright moon cultivator while only in the Dust Star realm. If he were allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mayuan resolved that this youth must be killed today, lest he become a catastrophic threat in the future. Mayuan, stop making your Lord Qing laugh, Marquis Qinglian sneered. Instead of wasting time joking, why don't you let me see how much your strength has progressed after 100 years? Humph. Qinglian, your sword domain is indeed troublesome. Marquis Mayuan's voice sounded like 2 massive boulders grinding together, but today you cannot protect him. He suddenly threw his head back and let out a long, ancient roar. Roar. The instant the sound erupted, the space within a 1,000-foot radius centered on him abruptly darkened. It was not the fall of night, but rather that all light, energy, and even sound were being devoured by a dark energy. Mayuan domain, abyss of eternal darkness. The moment the domain unfolded, everyone on the battlefield below, including Qin Feng, felt their breath hitch. Is this the power of a Marquis-level powerhouse's domain? Even the circulation of his own spiritual power grew sluggish by 30%. Qin Feng's expression turned solemn, a flash of lightning darting across his eyes. He had to be even faster. He would temporarily endure his current weakness today. Once he achieved the Marquis realm, he would surely demand an accounting. Abyss of eternal darkness. Marquis Qian's face grew grave. The old demon's domain is even stronger than it was 100 years ago. Now this is more like it. Marquis Jinbei's cold, harsh voice rang out as he tightened his grip on his battle blade. In the next instant, a slaughterous aura of absolute purity soared into the heavens. This was the blood battle domain, tempered in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood from countless battles. This domain was so condensed it felt tangible, forcibly tearing a rift in Marquis Mayuan's abyss of eternal darkness. Like a blood-stained war banner, it stood proud and unyielding. The blood battle domain indeed lives up to its reputation. Marquis Mayuan's pupils contracted slightly. Cut the chatter, Marquis Jinbei retorted as he took a step forward, his figure vanishing instantly. An instant later, he materialized directly in front of Marquis Mayuan, his pitch-black battle blade executing a straightforward, unadorned horizontal slash. Where the blade passed, the abyss of eternal darkness was sliced clean open, leaving a visible vacuum rift. Marquis Mayuan growled, thrusting out a massive claw covered in thick scales. The tips of his claws swirled with a light, devouring dark glow as they met the incoming blade. Clang. This collision produced an incredibly muffled boom, as if 2 mountain ranges were colliding deep underground. At the center of the impact, space shattered inch by inch, revealing the chaotic, pitch-black void turbulence behind it. The domains and battle intents of 2 powerhouses at the peak of the Radiant Sun realm clashed in the most primal confrontation. Action! The black-robed figure shrieked, transforming into a distorted shadow that lunged straight toward the gap in the city wall below. Its target was none other than Qin Feng, who was currently recovering his breath. Your opponent is me, Marquis Kumu's aged voice sounded. He lightly tapped his greenwood staff against the ground. Buzz! Starting from beneath his feet, a vibrant, illusory forest unfurled in the air like an ink-wash painting. Wherever the forest reached, the suppression of the abyss of eternal darkness was gently, yet firmly pushed back, replaced by a profound, life-giving force capable of sustaining all creation. Kumu domain, eternal evergreen. The azure forest instantly surged before the black-robed figure as countless vines and branches wrapped around, like living things tightly binding the shadow. Kumu, get lost, the black robe shrieked, the shadow twisting frantically to corrode the azure vines. Marquis Kumu remained silent, simply continuing to wave his wooden staff. Vast ancient trees rose from the ground in spectral forms, their rustling leaves showering specks of green light to firmly suppress the shadow. Almost simultaneously, Marquis D unfurled his wings, unleashing a storm of venomous blades toward Marquis Qian. The 8-armed giant ape charged directly at Marquis Qinglian. Having suppressed its rage for so long, it could no longer contain itself. Seeing this, the snake-tailed woman shook her head, her body flickering as she followed close behind. Big guy, I'll assist you. The 8-armed giant ape made no reply but simply deployed its domain and charged head-on. The snake-tailed woman sighed. She flanked Marquis Qinglian like a phantom pressing in from the side. She wanted to disrupt him and prevent him from unfolding his sword domain. Marquis Qinglian smiled faintly. He lightly tapped his fingertip. In an instant, an invisible ripple spread silently. Wherever the ripple passed, space seemed to grind to a halt. It was not frozen, but rather pinned down simultaneously by billions of invisible slender swords. Qinglian's sword domain, absolute silence. The moment the snake-tailed woman's domain entered the ripple's range, it collapsed instantly. Her expression changed dramatically. She tried to pull back, but felt as though all her strength had been sapped, unable to even twist her waist. Marquis Qinglian raised his hand and flicked his finger toward her position. Ding! A crisp jade-like sound rang out. The pinned space around the snake-tailed woman along with her very body shattered inch by inch like stained glass struck by a heavy sledgehammer. No! Her agonizing shriek was cut short. The snake-tailed woman and the 10-foot space around her dissolved into countless sand-like fragments of space, scattering and vanishing into nothingness. With a mere flick of a finger, a Marquis-level powerhouse was reduced to ashes. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. The 8-armed giant ape halted in its tracks, frozen in place. High in the air, the intense clash between Marquis Miyuan and Marquis Jinbei paused momentarily. Marquis Qinglian withdrew his finger, and the light on the bamboo scroll's sword marks slightly dimmed. He looked up, casting his gaze over all the Marquis-level beasts, including Moyuan. Shall we continue? His voice remained gentle, carrying not a trace of killing intent. But this time not a single beast dared to take his words as a joke. The black-robed figure was the first to meld into the shadows and vanish. Marquis D beat his wings, frantically fleeing toward the pass, without looking back. The 8-armed giant ape's 8 eyes bulged as an unwilling growl rumbled in its throat. Ultimately, it merely let out an angry roar, before turning to shatter the void and depart. Marquis Miyuan's 6 blood-red eyes stared intently at Marquis Qinglian, then glanced down at the catacomb army, which had already begun to retreat. Finally, he let out an unwilling roar, retreat. The abyss of eternal darkness enveloped all the beasts and dissipated in an instant. High in the sky, Marquis Jinbei sheathed his blade. Several bone-deep claw marks marred his dark armor, yet his spine remained perfectly straight. He lowered his head, his gaze piercing through the dust, and smoked to land on the young man, standing with his blade at the gap in the city wall. After a long silence, Marquis Jinbei's voice echoed clearly across the entire battlefield. Kid, you are quite impressive. It was merely the simplest form of acknowledgement, yet it carried more weight than any grand praise. As his voice faded, the figure of the Marquis of Jinbei dissolved into the night, vanishing from where he stood. The flames surrounding the Marquis of Qian receded. Muttering curses, he flew back toward the pass. Damn it, I haven't even had my fill of fighting yet. The Marquis of Kumu gave a slight nod to the Marquis of Qinglian, and leaning on his verdant with staff leisurely stepped through the air and departed. The Marquis of Qinglian was the last to leave. He glanced in the direction of Qin Feng, a faint smile brushing his lips. Then with a gentle flutter of his green robe, his figure faded away along with the moonlight. With all the Marquis-level powerhouses gone, only dying embers and the survivors of the catastrophe remained on the battlefield. Qin Feng stood in silence. He looked up at the sky where the marquises had vanished, the spark of lightning in his eyes gradually settling, transforming into a deeper resolve. Exhaling a long breath, Chu Quanlan nearly collapsed to the ground, only to be caught in time by his personal guards. Commander, I'm fine. Chu Quanlan waved his hand, though the exhaustion on his face was unmistakable. He looked around at the wall's breach where corpses littered the ground, both human and abyss creatures, their blood staining the black stone a dark crimson. Tally the casualties, his voice was raspy. Prioritize treating the wounded. Wang Taizhan. Present, Commander. Wang Taizhan crawled out from a heap of rubble, half of his body drenched in blood. Take some men to clear the battlefield and salvage all valuable materials. As for the wall, Chu Quanlan gritted his teeth as he looked at the Tianzhong-wide breach. Repair it overnight. Those abyss bastards might strike back at any moment. Yes, sir. As orders were passed down one by one, the surviving defenders began to busy themselves. Though everyone was injured, they gritted their teeth and cleaned up the aftermath. In the northern border, the survivors had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Qin Feng stood in place, gazing at the void-shattering blade in his hand. There was a green streak on the blade, the blood of the radiant moon realm flying dragon. With a flick of his wrist, the blade trembled, slightly shaking off every last drop of blood. Boss Qin, Wang Taizhan walked over, his face filled with admiration. We owe it all to you today. If you hadn't risked your life to slay that flying dragon, things at the eastern wall would have been far worse, and we would have had to fill the gap with the lives of our brothers. It was just my duty. Qin Feng sheathed his blade. When it comes to life and death, there is no such thing as mere duty, Boss Qin. You are truly the best. Wang Taizhan gave a thumbs up. Qin Feng smiled faintly. After a brief conversation, Qin Feng turned and walked toward the barracks. He needed to adjust his breathing and recover. Slaying the radiant moon flying dragon had taken a far greater toll on him than it appeared. By the time he returned to his quarters, the sky had turned completely dark. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the 9 tribulations void-shattering scripture. Within his dantian, 4 small golden figures lit up simultaneously, guiding the spiritual energy to flow slowly through his meridians. A warm white current surged from the depths of his dantian, healing his minor hidden injuries. In his mind, scenes of today's battle began to replay, especially at the very end, that effortless strike from the Marquis of Qinglian. That was no simple sword intent, but something exclusive to Marquis-level powerhouses, a level far beyond sword intent. A domain. The small golden figures began to deduce, frantically dismantling and analyzing the trajectory, aura, and even the spatial fluctuations of that strike. However, when the deduction reached a certain crucial point, it stalled. His understanding and cultivation level were still insufficient. He could make no progress for the time being. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a trace of regret flashing through them, which quickly turned back into determination. One day, he closed his eyes once more, no longer deducing sword techniques this time, but focusing on consolidating his realm. The late stage of the Dust Star realm. The next step was to march toward the peak. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, faint footsteps approached from outside the barracks. "Is Qin Feng here?" It was a slightly familiar voice. Qin Feng opened his eyes. The door is unlocked. The door was pushed open, and under the moonlight, Chu Quanlan stood at the entrance. He had changed into clean leather armor, but the exhaustion on his face remained unmistakable. "Commander Chu." Qin Feng stood up. "Just stay seated." Chu Quanlan walked and sat down on the only chair and looked around the room. "This room is no longer fitting for your status," he said directly. "You are now the benchmark of our Eastern Wall section. If you continue to stay in such an ordinary barrack, the brothers will start having issues with me." With that, Chu Quanlan pulled a black iron token from his robe and tossed it to Qin Feng. "Take it. This is the pass for Courtyard 7 of the Grade. It is located in the Western District, inside the pass adjacent to the residences of several Radiant Moon Realm generals. It is protected by basic arrays and is much quieter than here. Does this comply with the rules?" Qin Feng asked, not taking the token immediately. As a newcomer who had just arrived, was he to move into the general's residential area? "Rules?" Chu Quanlan grinned his smile, carrying the characteristic bluntness of the Tieshua Pass soldiers. "Here, strength and high kill counts are the ultimate rules. You slayed a Radiant Moon beast on the battlefield at a critical moment. With such merit and prestige, let alone living in an A-class courtyard, it wouldn't even be excessive to assign you a personal guard squad." "Then I shall not decline." Chu Quanlan nodded and said, "I have already reported today's events. For slaying the Radiant Moon Flying Dragon, in addition to the basic merits, you will be credited with a special class military exploit. The merit points should be no less than 100,000. 100,000 merit points. This figure was enough to exchange for many precious resources at the quartermaster's office. For Qin Feng, such tangible rewards brought him far more joy than moving to a better room. "Then I must thank you, Commander. You earned it." Chu Quanlan smiled, but his expression quickly turned serious. "However, there is one thing I must warn you about. Your slaying of the Radiant Moon Beast today certainly boosted morale, but it has also brought you immense trouble. The Marquis of Duyi. More than that." Chu Quanlan shook his head. "The Marquis of Mayuan's retreat today was merely a temporary avoidance of our edge. After weighing the pros and cons, they definitely have other tricks up their sleeves. Even the Marquis of Qinglian wasn't entirely certain he could keep them all here, which is why the matter was left unresolved. The strength and potential you've shown have already placed you on the Abyss's must-kill list. From now on, you will likely become a primary target for assassination." Qin Feng fell silent. This outcome was something he had long anticipated. "Afraid?" Chu Quanlan looked at him. Qin Feng smiled. "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come to the northern border." Qin Xiaoyu and Qin He were both in Qindu, protected by his teacher, so their safety was fully guaranteed. He no longer had any worries about the future. As for the assassinations targeted at him, he would simply face them head on. Chu Quanlan laughed, a hint of relief in his smile. "Good. But don't worry too much. A Tieshua Pass is not made of paper. After today, your name will be registered with the higher-ups, and you will receive all the protection you deserve." He stood up, walked to the door, and turned back. "By the way, with your current merit points, you are eligible to enter the 4th floor of the quartermaster's office. There are things in there that cannot be found outside. You should go have a look." With that, he pushed open the door and left. The 4th floor. Special resources. Sitting on the edge of his bed, only then did Qin Feng remember to check his merit point earnings. He retrieved the black military merit token and infused a strand of spiritual energy into it. A faint glow flowed across the surface of the token, revealing lines of clear text. Battle settlement. Slayed 37 early stage Dust Star Realm Abyss creatures, merit 37000. Slayed 18 mid-stage Dust Star Realm Abyss creatures, merit 36000. Slayed 12 late-stage Dust Star Realm Abyss creatures, merit 36000. Slayed 5 peak Dust Star Realm Abyss creatures, merit 25000. Slayed 1 mid-stage Radiant Moon Realm Venomous Flying Dragon, merit 50000. Total merit 184000. Current total merit 191000. Looking at the final number, Qin Feng was somewhat astonished. Nearly 200,000 merit points. Among them, slaying that Radiant Moon Flying Dragon alone accounted for 50,000. This was the massive return brought by High Realm beasts, and the most direct way Tieshua Pass motivated the strong to fight bravely. Such a staggering amount of merit points was enough to allow his strength to make another breakthrough in a short period of time. Furthermore, according to what Chu Quanlan had just said, before long there would be another influx of no less than 100,000 merit points. Qin Feng put away the token, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. No matter how many merit points he had, if they could not be converted into tangible strength, they were merely numbers. Having just broken through to the late stage of the Dust Star realm, he now required a vast amount of resources to consolidate his realm and charge toward a higher level. The 4th floor. He murmured softly, a decision already formed in his heart. Tomorrow he would go to exchange for resources. The next day, Qin Feng did not go directly to his newly assigned quarters, but instead headed straight toward the military supply office. He passed through the streets within the fortress walls shrouded in morning mist. The soldiers he encountered along the way, whether patrol guards or weary men returning from night watch duty, all wore vastly different expressions when they saw him. Reverence, curiosity, admiration, gratitude. An array of emotions mingled in their gazes. Look, that's Lord Qin Feng, the fierce one who slew the moonlight flying dragon at the eastern wall single-handedly last night. Good heavens, is he really that young? He doesn't look much older than my boy. A dust star slaying a moonlight being. I've been in the northern frontier for 10 years, never seen anyone this fierce. I heard he's from Longwu Academy, the last disciple of Elder Jiang. No wonder. Last disciple. The man has real ability. You think the moonlight realm is made of mud. Without real skill, any background is useless. Right, if Lord Qin Feng hadn't fought to the death to hold the line, the eastern wall would have been slaughtered by that flying dragon. My brother was in that unit, barely survived with his life. Qin Feng walked through the crowd with a faint smile, his heart unmoved. The military supply office was bustling with activity. After last night's brutal battle, many had accumulated merit points, and were now queuing to exchange them for urgently needed healing pills or supplies. When Qin Feng's figure appeared at the end of the line, the crowd parted on its own, creating a clear path straight to the entrance. An old soldier with fresh scars on his face grinned broadly. Brother Qin, please go ahead. We're in no hurry. Right, boss Qin, you go first. The brothers are waiting for you to grow even stronger, so you can lead us against marquee-level experts. Quick exchange for good stuff, so we can slay more dungeon brats next time. No false courtesies. The northern frontier men expressed their respect simply and directly. Qin Feng cupped his hands in thanks and strode through the path, ascending the stone steps. The scarred soldier at the first-floor hall's exchange counter saw him, and immediately stood up, forcing a smile. Lord Qin, you've arrived. Are you going to the third floor or fourth floor? Qin Feng's reply was terse. A knowing glint flashed in the scarred soldier's eyes as he hastily stepped aside, gesturing toward the stairs leading up. The entrance to the fourth floor is at the far end of the third floor. It's sealed by a formation and requires merit verification. Your merit points should be more than enough. Just go right up. Qin Feng nodded and went straight up. Behind the counter on the third floor, an elderly man with silver-white hair seemed to sense something and slowly raised his head. The old man smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Qin Feng. Your energy is deep and stable, your foundation unshakable. Good. It seems the consecutive breakthroughs haven't left any hidden troubles in your body. The elder's vision is discerning. Qin Feng showed respect, cupping his hands with a smile. Having interacted with the old man several times, Qin Feng had long realized the man's extraordinary nature. At the very least, his piercing spirit eyes couldn't see through his true strength. This meant the old man before him was at least a marquee-level existence. Going to the fourth floor, the old man asked casually with a smile. Yes. The old man said no more, pointing toward the door leading to the fourth floor. Go ahead. The formation will sense your battle merit token automatically. Remember, sometimes what's appropriate matters more than what's precious. Thank you for the guidance. Qin Feng cupped his hands once more. He took out his battle merit token. As soon as it approached the door, the token automatically emitted a faint glow. The silver light flowing across the door quickened, as if scanning and verifying. After a few moments, the door slid open, revealing a staircase hidden within the shadows. Qin Feng stepped inside. The moment he stepped onto the fourth floor, soft light cascaded down from the crystals above, illuminating several display pedestals within the chamber. Each pedestal was enveloped in a layer of golden light, with one or more items suspended quietly within. Beside each pedestal stood a jade stele. Projecting one's spiritual sense into it would reveal detailed information. Qin Feng's gaze swept across and immediately caught on the nearest pedestal. Within the light barrier, several drops of dark golden liquid floated, radiating immense and pure energy. Information from the jade stele flooded his mind. Name: Star Marrow Jade Liquid. Source: condensed from the core region of the ancient battlefield ruins, Falling Star Valley. Effects: contains pure celestial origin power, can greatly accelerate spiritual energy accumulation at the Dust Star realm, purify spiritual energy, stabilize the foundation, and has strong auxiliary effects for breaking through the Moonlight realm barrier. Exchange requirement: 1000 merit points per drop. 10,000 merit points per drop. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This price was staggering, 20 times that of the quenching star spirit liquid. But the effects were indeed enticing. Every point spoke directly to his most pressing needs at the moment. With this substance, I can thoroughly consolidate my realm in a short time and rapidly advance toward the peak. Without excessive hesitation, Qin Feng directly claimed all 5 drops of Star Marrow Jade Liquid. When his gaze swept to another pedestal nearby, his steps paused once more. Name: Void Crystal. Source: formed from spatial collapse when an unknown secret realm was destroyed. Effects: a fragment of Tao rhythm formed by pure void power. Based on the properties of other elemental crystals, this item has the potential to help one comprehend the void artistic conception and void domain. Exchange requirement: 8000 merit points. A void crystal. A Tao rhythm fragment. A chance to comprehend the void domain. Qin Feng's breath quickened. His void artistic conception had reached 70%. Recently his progress had slowed considerably, and he was struggling with a lack of deeper comprehension. This void crystal was made for him. If this void crystal truly proved useful, perhaps he could bring his void artistic conception to completion in the short term, or even comprehend the domain. After securing the crystal, he exchanged his remaining merit points for several top-tier treasures to strengthen his physical body. In the end, the number on his token read 0. Qin Feng departed without lingering. This trip to the 4th floor had yielded rewards that truly delighted him. Qin Feng did not return to his old barracks, but headed toward his new quarters. Thinking of today's gains, Qin Feng's spirits lifted even higher, and his pace unconsciously quickened. Along the way, fellow academy students who had come to support the northern frontier watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, their gazes complex and unspoken. The leader among them was named Zhao Ming, ranked 10th on the academy's hidden dragon list, a figure of some renown. At this moment, he stepped forward quickly, his posture extremely humble, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Senior Brother Qin. Yesterday's battle at the Eastern Wall. We were stationed in the rear for support and witnessed Senior Brother's might as he slew the Moonlight being. Truly inspiring, most admirable. Another student hurried to follow his tone, filled with admiration. Senior Brother Qin is truly a dragon of our academy. Before coming here, we only knew Senior Brother excelled among peers, never imagining such formidable strength. The Moonlight realm. We're truly incomparable. Senior Brother's feat has greatly elevated our academy's prestige. Now everyone within the fortress knows the name of Longguo. Their praise came from the heart. As fellow academy members, Qin Feng's glorious achievements made these students who came to support feel a sense of shared pride. Walking within the fortress, their spines straightened with newfound confidence. Qin Feng gave a slight nod to his fellow students, his tone calm. You're too kind. Fighting the enemy with all our strength is simply our duty. I've merely taken a step ahead of my fellow disciples. Neither falsely humble nor arrogantly proud, this composure deepened Zhao Ming and others' admiration. After a brief exchange, Qin Feng waved farewell. Watching his figure recede into the distance, Zhao Ming finally let out a long breath and murmured to his companion. Just a step ahead of us. He says it so casually. Truly a man of exceptional talent. Living in the same era as such a person, I wonder if it's a blessing or a misfortune. His companion shook his head with a bitter smile. Fortune or misfortune, it's already fated. All we can do is gaze upon his back and desperately try to catch up. At the very least, we mustn't let him disappear from view entirely. As they murmured among themselves, Qin Feng had already turned the street corner and vanished from sight. He did not return to the old barracks, heading instead toward his new quarters. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind. Seclude himself, refine, grow stronger. Beyond the fortress walls, darkness lurked with predatory intent. From the dungeon, killing intent pressed against his back like thorns. He had no time to revel in praise. Only strength is the eternal truth. At his new residence, Qin Feng sat cross-legged beside the spiritual spring. After regulating his breathing to steady his mind, he placed a single drop of the star marrow jade liquid into his mouth. As the liquid dissolved, an icy torrent of energy surged straight toward his dantian. What pure astral source energy! Startled, Qin Feng immediately circulated his cultivation technique. Within his dantian, 4 golden miniature figures erupted with brilliant light, furiously running the 9 tribulations void-shattering scripture. The energy of the star marrow jade liquid was rapidly absorbed and converted. Within his meridians, the void-shattering spiritual energy grew tangibly condensed and sharp. Several hours passed in this manner. Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the newly surged power within his body. A single drop of the jade liquid increased my cultivation progress by 8%, saving me several days of bitter cultivation. It truly is worthy of being a treasure from the 4th floor of the Quartermaster Depot. Without hesitation, he consumed the remaining 2 drops of star marrow jade liquid one after another. 3 days later, as the 3rd drop dissolved completely, a soft rumble echoed within Qin Feng's body, signaling his breakthrough to the consummation of the Dust Star realm. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged like a mighty river, its density and depth exceeding peers of the same realm several times over. His spiritual sense expanded beyond 1500 zhang, rendering even the trajectories of dust particles in the air clearly discernible. Finally, I have reached consummation. Qin Feng exhaled a long breath. Now next, he brought out the void crystal. The crystal felt slightly cool in his hand, with the faint silhouette of a galaxy swirling inside. Qin Feng slowly extended his spiritual sense into it. Boom. His consciousness felt as though it was violently pulled into a boundless void. There was no up, down, left, or right, and no passage of time. Only countless void fragments flickered into existence, folded, tore apart, and reorganized before his eyes. Each change contained the profound mysteries of the void. So this is the void. Immersed in the experience, the 4 golden miniature figures frantically analyzed and comprehended. He saw the layering of the void. Beneath reality, countless parallel spaces lay hidden. He saw the folding of the void. The shortest distance between 2 points was not a straight line. He saw the tearing of the void. With sufficient power, even the void itself could be shattered. As waves of comprehension washed over him, Qin Feng's void intent soared at a breakneck pace. 72, 75, 78, 82. 10 days passed, and Qin Feng's void intent had officially reached consummation. At this moment, he had reached consummation in 3 separate intents: wind, lightning, and void. This was nothing short of a miracle in the entire Dust Star realm. For ordinary cultivators to comprehend even a single intent to consummation in the Dust Star realm would make them a genius among geniuses, more than enough to break through to the Bright Moon realm. Yet Qin Feng had achieved consummation in all three intents, one of which was the void, the most profound and mysterious of them all. What surprised him even more was that the instant his void intent reached consummation, he faintly sensed the barrier of an even higher realm. Is this the prototype of a domain? Although it was still very faint and some distance away from a true market-level domain, it meant he had already set foot on the path toward the Blazing Sun realm. It is still not enough. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Feng brought out 3 crimson blood bodies. These were top-tier body-tempering spiritual fruits he had exchanged using his remaining 50,000 merit points. 50,000 merit points for just 3 fruits. I hope they are worth the price. Qin Feng swallowed the first blood body. As the fruit entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into a scorching torrent that rushed toward his limbs and bones. What overbearing medicinal power! Qin Feng let out a muffled groan as his entire skeletal structure and musculature felt as though they had been cast into a furnace to be smelted. He immediately circulated his cultivation technique, and the 4 golden miniature figures guided this force to temper his physical body in an orderly fashion. A warm white current also surged from his dantian. Working in tandem with the medicinal power of the blood body, this dual force rapidly strengthened his physical body. Another few days passed. By the time the 3 blood bodies were fully absorbed, Qin Feng's physical body had undergone a complete transformation. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked down at his arms. A faint reddish gold luster flowed beneath his skin. With a gentle squeeze of his fist, the air exploded with a sharp pop. He walked over to a half-man-tall strength testing stone in the courtyard, a testing apparatus cast from black mysterious iron. Without mobilizing any spiritual energy, Qin Feng merely clenched his fist slowly and delivered a light strike. Thud! Amidst a dull, heavy boom, dense cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of the testing stone before it shattered into dozens of pieces with a loud clatter. Relying solely on physical strength, I am already no weaker than an ordinary Dust Star cultivator's full-strength strike. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Combined with my void-shattering spiritual energy, both my defense and explosive power have reached a whole new level. Next, he took out the dragon elephant bone-tempering ointment and applied it all over his body, while also lighting the purple extreme soul-forging incense. 7 days later, the faint rumbles of wind and thunder from the void echoed above courtyard A7. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. As his eyelids parted, a flash of blue-purple lightning flickered and vanished, and an almost imperceptible ripple of the void shimmered deep within his pupils. He stood up. The aura around him was restrained to the absolute limit, yet he exuded a sense of unfathomable depth. It was as if he stood right there, yet also as if he were separated by an invisible spatial barrier, making it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. Dust Star consummation, 3 perfected intents, and a physical body comparable to the Bright Moon realm. Qin Feng muttered to himself. With my current strength, if I were to face that putrid poison wyvern again, I would definitely slay it within 10 moves. Just then the voice of Chu Quanlan echoed from outside the courtyard. Qin Feng, are you there? There is an urgent matter. Qin Feng waved his hand to open the courtyard's defensive formation. Chu Quanlan walked in briskly. The moment he laid eyes on Qin Feng, a flash of astonishment crossed his gaze. Have you broken through again? No. Your aura is actually more restrained, yet you feel far more dangerous to me. I have made some minor gains. Qin Feng smiled. Commander Chu, what is the urgent matter? Something major has happened in the northern border. Chu Quanlan's expression was grave. Our scouts detected abnormal spatial fluctuations in the direction of the Zonglong Abyss. A newly formed entrance to a secret realm has appeared there. Zonglong Abyss. A secret realm? Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Yes, that godforsaken place of Zonglong Abyss is already perilous enough, and now a secret realm has suddenly emerged there. Chu Quanlan spoke rapidly. The experts within the pass have inspected it, and initially determined it to be a high-grade secret realm, but there are cultivation restrictions. Those in the Blazing Sun realm cannot enter, and those in the Bright Moon realm will have their strength suppressed by over 30% upon entry. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. What about the Dust Star realm? The Dust Star realm is completely unaffected. Chu Quanlan looked at him with a hint of envy. You're in luck, kid. This secret realm is practically tailor-made for a Dust Star realm monster like you. When will it open? In 3 days at most, the entrance to the secret realm will stabilize completely. The higher-ups within the pass have already decided to organize an elite team to explore it, and the underground grotto will definitely send their people as well. Chu Quanlan said solemnly. I came to ask if you want to go. Although you are still in the Dust Star realm, everyone has witnessed your strength. If you go, you will undoubtedly be a major asset. I'll go. Qin Feng did not hesitate. How could I miss out on such an opportunity? Excellent. Chu Quanlan slapped his thigh. Then I shall wish you a bountiful harvest on this journey in advance. With those words, Chu Quanlan departed in a hurry. Qin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. A secret realm. The Zonglong Abyss secret realm. Perfect. Let me see just how far my accumulation over this period can take me. He chose not to break through to the Bright Moon realm just yet. Within the secret realm, a cultivation at the Dust Star realm consummation was actually an advantage. Armed with 3 perfected intents and his strengthened physical body, he was fully confident in sweeping through peers of the same realm. He could even fight against a suppressed peak Bright Moon Realm powerhouse without falling into a disadvantage. 3 days later at the east gate of Tieshua Pass, nearly 100 warriors assembled, a solemn and murderous aura filling the air. In addition to the Dust Star Realm elites from the Tieshua Pass headquarters, there were representatives sent by various major powers of the Northern Territory. Although they were not stationed at Tieshua Pass, they too fought against the catacombs in other regions of the Northern Territory. At this moment, the eyes of everyone present gleamed with a deep yearning for fortuitous opportunities. Standing before the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, the Marquis of Jinbei spoke in a deep, solemn voice. The Zonglong Abyss Mystic Realm has stabilized. Today is the day of its opening. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. Your fate depends on your own capabilities. But remember, within the Mystic Realm, human cultivators must watch over and assist one another. Should you encounter the exotic beasts of the catacombs, show no mercy. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Without another word, the Marquis of Jinbei waved his hand and ordered depart. Nearly 100 figures soared into the sky, hurtling toward the north. Qin Feng was amidst the crowd, yet he did not partner with anyone. He deliberately slowed his pace, falling back to the middle rear section of the procession to observe his surroundings. The procession was roughly divided into several factions. The cultivators of Tieshua Pass formed the tightest group and were the most numerous, while the disciples of the various major sects and clans of the Northern Territory kept to their own camps, clustering in groups of 3s and 5s. There were also a dozen or so solitary travelers, none of whose auras were weak. It seems most people have chosen to team up. Qin Feng thought, understanding their rationale. Indeed, the dangers of the mystic realm are unknown, sticking together is undoubtedly safer. Yet he had no intention of forming a team. Firstly, he was not accustomed to exposing his back to strangers. Secondly, he possessed the confidence to face most dangers entirely on his own. Moreover, some opportunities were best enjoyed alone. 2 hours later, the Zonglong Abyss came into view. It was a pitch-black rift stretching across the earth, its depths seemingly bottomless. At the center of the rift, a silver pillar of light, 100 zhang in diameter, surged into the heavens. The space around the pillar distorted, forming a stable, swirling vortex portal. The entrance to the mystic realm had opened. Many figures had already gathered around the entrance. Powerhouses of the catacombs stood suspended in midair, their numbers substantial. At their head was Marquis Ma Yuan, whose aura was monstrous and overwhelming. Qin Feng silently assessed the situation. About 30 radiant moon realm entities on the catacombs side. It seems this will be a fierce battle. As the two factions confronted each other, the atmosphere grew as taut as a fully drawn bowstring. Yet both sides exercised restraint. Suddenly the silver portal trembled violently, unleashing a deafening roar. The portal has fully opened. Someone cried out in shock. Almost simultaneously, the Dust Star and Radiant Moon realm powerhouses of both factions surged forward. Enter. Charge. The opportunities lie ahead, each to their own capability. Over 100 figures shot toward the portal like a swarm of locusts. Qin Feng did not rush to the very front. Maintaining a moderate speed, he blended into the crowd as they crossed the silver vortex. The moment he passed through the portal, his body felt weightless and the scenery before him transformed abruptly. It was no longer the pitch-black rift of Zonglong Abyss, but a vast primordial world. The sky was a pale gold with 3 suns hanging high above. Beneath his feet lay a continuous stretch of ancient, desolate mountains, where towering primordial trees grew, and the spiritual energy was so dense it had almost condensed into mist. From the distance came the roars of unknown ferocious beasts, making the earth tremble slightly. What a magnificent place! Qin Feng took a deep breath, feeling every pore of his body rejoice. Looking around, he found himself at the edge of a dense forest. People were appearing one after another in the vicinity, and many of them quickly teamed up upon landing before darting off in various directions. Without hesitation, Qin Feng selected a direction. His figure transformed into a streak of blue-purple lightning as he ventured deep into the forest alone. He had no map and no companions, relying entirely on his intuition, judgment, and a bit of assistance from his delusion-breaker spiritual eyes. Deep within the forest, ancient trees towered toward the sky, and vines coiled like dragons and serpents. As Qin Feng sped forward, he expanded his spiritual sense to its absolute limit, remaining vigilant of any movement around him. After traveling about 10 li, he suddenly halted. 100 zhang ahead, a small tree completely crimson and barely 3 feet tall grew quietly in a forest clearing. The tree bore 3 fist-sized red fruits. Golden patterns flowed across their surfaces, emitting an enticing aroma. Scarlet gold, vermilion fruit. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was a spiritual fruit capable of vastly boosting vitality and blood, possessing miraculous efficacy for tempering the physical body. A single one was worth no less than 5,000 spirit stones. Yet he did not rashly step forward. Natural treasures of this caliber were bound to have guardians. Sure enough, in the next instant the ground shook as 3 ferocious beasts, each as large as a calf, burrowed out from beneath the earth surrounding the vermilion fruit tree. The beasts were covered in dark golden scales, their claws and fangs razor-sharp, and their auras all at the mid-stage of the Dust Star realm. Vajra earth dragon beasts, adept at earth burrowing and possessing extremely formidable defense. Qin Feng quickly identified them. He slowly drew his void-cleaving saber. The moment the blade left its scabbard, the intent of wind and thunder flowed naturally. Sensing the threat, the three Vajra earth dragon beasts let out low growls, simultaneously pawing the ground with their limbs as they assumed an attacking stance. Qin Feng moved. He did not employ any flashy techniques. He merely took a simple step forward. His figure blurred into an afterimage, instantly appearing before the leftmost earth dragon beast. Bang! The earth dragon beast let out a pitiful wail as its entire forelimb twisted and deformed. Its massive body was sent flying backward, snapping two ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. My physical strength has indeed improved tremendously. Qin Feng was highly satisfied with the punch he had just delivered. Seeing this, the other two earth dragon beasts were both shocked and enraged, pouncing toward him simultaneously. Qin Feng ceased his testing. With a gentle sweep of his void-cleaving saber, the blade light flashed like lightning, carving two arcs through the air. Uft, uft. Two heads soared into the air, and two headless corpses crashed heavily to the ground. Sheathing his saber, Qin Feng walked to the vermilion fruit tree, plucked the three scarlet gold vermilion fruits, and put them away. He then casually sliced open the corpses of the three earth dragon beasts, extracting their essence, blood, and their most valuable dorsal carapaces. An auspicious start, he smiled faintly and continued on his way. For the next half of the day, Qin Feng explored the mystic realm alone, reaping a bountiful harvest. He came across a patch of purple thunder vines and harvested over 30 segments of vine cores. He also discovered a cold jade mine, excavating several pieces of exquisite quality cold jade. Additionally, he slew several blind, obstructive exotic beasts, obtaining their essence, blood, and materials. By evening, Qin Feng arrived at a valley. The valley was shrouded in dense, swirling mist, within which a clear spring could be faintly seen at the center. The spring water was pale gold, radiating a rich aura of life. Is this the spiritual spring of life? Qin Feng's heart stirred. The spiritual spring of life was a sacred healing treasure. A single drop could rapidly restore a severely injured person. The pool before him contained at least 100 drops. Yet Qin Feng did not rashly step forward. As his spiritual sense swept across the valley, he indeed discovered an anomaly. Beside the spring grew an inconspicuous small gray grass, and resting upon its leaves was a palm-sized golden spider. A radiant moon realm golden-patterned ghost-faced spider. Qin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. This was an extremely rare venomous creature. Though seemingly small, its toxicity was ferocious. A single bite from it would leave even a peak dust star realm cultivator dead within 10 breaths. Furthermore, this spider excelled at camouflage, often guarding rare spiritual treasures while waiting for prey to deliver themselves. No wonder this spiritual spring has remained untouched. Qin Feng let out a soft chuckle. He slowly backed away and retrieved a jade bottle from his storage bag. Inside the bottle was a specially formulated venom-dispelling powder he had exchanged for at the military supplies depot, designed specifically to counter venomous creatures. Qin Feng scattered the venom-dispelling powder before him, then retrieved an explosive array disc, activated it, and threw it toward the spiritual spring. Boom! The array disc detonated the shockwave, causing the valley to tremble. Startled, the golden-patterned ghost-faced spider leapt from the grass blade, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot toward Qin Feng. I've been waiting for you. Prepared beforehand, Qin Feng slashed forward with his void-cleaving saber. The blade light struck the spider with pinpoint accuracy, but the carapace of the golden-patterned ghost-faced spider was extraordinarily hard, leaving only a white mark. Infuriated, the spider opened its maw and spat out a cloud of golden toxic mist. Wherever the toxic mist passed, vegetation withered instantly, and rocks were corroded into deep pits. Having anticipated this, Qin Feng flickered away to evade the mist, simultaneously scattering all of the venom-dispelling powder. The white powder clashed with the golden toxic mist, producing a sizzling sound as they neutralized each other. Seeing this, the golden-patterned ghost-faced spider realized the human before it was troublesome and turned to flee. Thinking of fleeing, Qin Feng sneered. His void intent erupted, causing his speed to surge. He caught up to the spider in an instant and slashed down. Where the blade passed, space distorted slightly. Chi! The golden-patterned ghost-faced spider was severed in two, venom splashing everywhere. Evading the venom, Qin Feng walked to the side of the spiritual spring of life, retrieved a jade bottle, and began collecting it. He collected 3 full bottles, about 120 drops in total. This trip has been well worth it. Qin Feng put away the jade bottles with satisfaction. Just as he was preparing to leave the valley, his ears suddenly twitched. In the distance came the sounds of battle and anguished screams. Qin Feng hesitated for a fleeting moment, then resolved to go and see. If fellow humans were in peril, he would lend his aid. Concealing his aura, he moved silently toward the source of the sound. Before long, he saw the battlefield. Judging by their attire, they were disciples of a minor sect from the northern frontier. 3 or 4 corpses already lay on the ground, while the rest were in dire peril. Among the subterranean beasts besieging them, one radiated an especially formidable aura. It was a shadow demon bat at the consummate dust star stage. Its wings spanned a full 8 zhang, and it moved with ghostly speed. I'm done for, elder, all of you run. A young cultivator cried out in terror as the bat's claws raked his shoulder, leaving it drenched in blood. Qin Feng frowned. Just as the bat was about to deliver the killing blow, a cyan saber light suddenly slashed in from the side. The bat reacted swiftly, twisting aside, but the saber light still caught its wing, leaving a gash so deep the bone was visible. Hiss! A sharp screech tore from the bat in pain, its blood-red eyes locking onto the suddenly appearing Qin Feng. Driven by the instinct for survival, it wasted no time and fled without hesitation. Without a word, Qin Feng's void-breaking saber traced a mystical arc and caught up to the bat in an instant. The bat tried to dodge, but the saber light chased it like a shadow. No matter how it twisted and turned, escape was impossible. The bat's face contorted in shock as it sensed the breath of death. It suddenly cried out, "Spare me, my lord. Don't kill me. I'm willing to betray my own kind." Thud. The blade was utterly unaffected, sliding effortlessly into the bat's heart amid its despairing expression. A creature willing to betray even its own kind. Beast or not, how could it ever be trusted? Qin Feng said with an expressionless face. Seeing this, the remaining subterranean beasts scattered in terror and were quickly annihilated by the group. The battle was over. The surviving disciples of the minor sect collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their leader was a middle-aged cultivator at the late Dust Star stage. He struggled to his feet and bowed deeply to Qin Feng. "Thank you, senior, for saving us. I am Zhou Ming, an elder of the Qingyang sect. May I ask your honorable name? As fellow humans, it is only right to help. My name is not worth mentioning." Qin Feng chuckled lightly and turned to leave. "Senior, please stay." Zhou Ming said hastily, "You saved our lives, senior, and we have no way to repay you. Earlier we discovered a ruin, but a ward blocked our entry. If you don't mind, you could come with us. Perhaps you can break the ward, and we may share the fortune within." Qin Feng paused mid-step. A ruin. He pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, lead the way." Zhou Ming was overjoyed and quickly organized his men to gather the bodies of their fallen sect disciples. "Soon. Please follow me, senior." The group made their way deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Zhou Ming told Qin Feng that the ruin was located deep within a valley and appeared to be the cave abode of an ancient cultivator. However, a powerful formation ward surrounded the cave abode, and despite many attempts, they had been unable to break it. An hour later, they reached their destination. It was a secluded valley hidden among the mountains, its entrance shrouded in thick mist. Passing through the mist, the scene within suddenly opened into a broad view. At the center stood a bluestone cave abode, its great door tightly sealed and covered with intricate, profound runes. "This is the place." Zhou Ming pointed at the door. "We've tried every method, but none could open it." Qin Feng stepped forward, closely examining the runes. These runes were ancient, enigmatic, and imbued with spatial force. As he reached out to touch them, he immediately sensed a repulsive force. A spatial ward. And it's no low-grade one at that. Not disappointed, Qin Feng felt a stir of interest, a gleam flashing in his eyes. That meant whatever lay inside was likely extraordinary. Had he faced a ward of this level before comprehending the void crystal, even Qin Feng could not have claimed he could unravel it. But with his current understanding of the void conception, breaking this ward would not be difficult. "Step back a little," Qin Feng told Zhou Ming and the others. They obeyed. He sat cross-legged before the door, extended his divine sense into the runes, and began dissecting the structure and principles of the ward. Time slipped away bit by bit. 2 hours later, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing through them. "So that's how it is." He rose, walked to the door, and formed hand seals. The void conception flowed, tracing arcane trajectories in the air. As he moved, the runes on the door began to glow, linking together into a complete formation diagram. Finally, Qin Feng pressed a single fingertip onto the center of the diagram. The great door slowly opened, revealing a deep, shadowed passage. "It's open. It's actually open." Zhou Ming and the others were both astonished and overjoyed. Qin Feng did not enter immediately. Instead, he extended his divine sense into the passage, and only after confirming there was no danger, said, "Let's go in together. Be careful." The group filed in one after another. The passage was not long, yet its end stood a stone table upon which rested a jade slip and a jade box. Qin Feng walked to the stone table and picked up the jade slip, extending his divine sense into it. The slip recorded a secret art named Void Step of exceptionally high rank. At the deepest level of cultivation, one could cross 1,000 li in a single step and traverse the void itself. A fine treasure. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He put away the jade slip and opened the jade box. Inside the box lay a silver crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, translucent and sparkling with what seemed to be a river of stars swirling within. "Is this a void source crystal?" Qin Feng's heart shook. A void source crystal was the product of void energy condensed to its utmost purity, containing the most elemental essence of void, far more precious than a void crystal. It would be of tremendous help to him in deepening his comprehension of the void conception and even shaping a void domain in the future. The value of this single void source crystal far exceeded the combined gains from the entire secret realm thus far. It seems the master of this cave abode was an ancient cultivator who excelled in the way of the void Qin Feng used. Carefully stowing the void source crystal, he then turned to Zhou Ming and the others. "The secret art in the jade slip. I can transcribe a copy for you. This crystal is of great use to me, so I'll keep it. I don't need anything else in this abode. Go ahead and search the rest for yourselves." Zhou Ming quickly waved his hands. "Senior, you jest. If not for you, we couldn't have even entered. Being able to obtain a copy of that secret art is already a great kindness. How could we dare to covet anything more?" The others nodded in agreement. Qin Feng no longer stood on ceremony. He transcribed a copy of Void Step and handed it to Zhou Ming. Then he walked to a corner of the stone chamber, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend the secret art. The four golden figures revolved simultaneously, working in tandem with the void conception to furiously analyze the profound meaning of void step. For hours later, Qin Feng opened his eyes. A silver glint flashed through them. Void step initiate. With a single thought, his figure vanished from the stone chamber, only to reappear in another corner 10 zhang away. Silent and intangible, without stirring the slightest spatial ripple. Such exquisite footwork. Qin Feng marveled inwardly. If I can cultivate it to perfection combined with my void conception, I might truly be able to rend the void and cross 1,000 li in a step. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming and his companions had also found some rare herbs in the stone chamber. Though not as precious as void step or the void source crystal, they were still a considerable gain. They were exceptionally delighted. By the time the group left the cave abode, it was already deep night. 3 moons hung high in the sky over the secret realm, casting cold, clear moonlight. Qin Feng bade farewell to Zhou Ming and the others, leaving the valley alone. The secret realm would remain open for a full half a month. Qin Feng was in no hurry to seek other resources. He found a hidden cave, sat down cross-legged, and took out the void source crystal. Under the moonlight, the crystal glowed with a soft silver light, and the river of stars within revolved slowly. Qin Feng slowly extended his divine sense into it. Boom. This time what he saw was not chaotic fragments of void, but a complete vision of the void itself. Stars revolved, spatial layers overlapped, and dimensions interwove. Mystery upon mystery unfolded before his eyes. The 4 golden figures rotated furiously, greedily absorbing these void truths. Qin Feng's void conception began advancing into deeper realms. Even his understanding of void step grew considerably. Perhaps, within this secret realm, I can truly touch the threshold of the void domain. Expectation surged in Qin Feng's heart. Inside the mountain cave, Qin Feng held the void source crystal in both hands. His consciousness was entirely submerged within it, sensing the profound mysteries of the void. He placed all the spoils gathered from the secret realm around him, consuming them from time to time. Under this nourishment, the rotation speed of the 4 golden miniature figures reached an unprecedented peak. 3 days and nights passed. Outside the cave, the conflicts within the secret realm grew increasingly fierce. The temptation of a top-tier secret realm was simply too immense. To contend for these opportunities, the catacombs' denizens and human cultivators engaged in dozens of fierce battles. Fresh blood dyed the ancient trees crimson, and corpses lay buried throughout the valley. Inside the cave, however, Qin Feng completely shielded himself from external disturbances as the aura surrounding his body underwent a staggering transformation. The phantom river of stars within the void source crystal grew fainter and fainter. Finally, as the 4th day dawned, the last remnant of the projection dissolved entirely into a thread of silver light, sinking into the space between Qin Feng's brows. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, which had grown increasingly deep and calm, like a rippleless ancient well. A faint smile played upon the corners of his lips. Though the smile was feigned, it exuded a sense of genuine satisfaction and confidence. In all his life, he had never felt so self-assured. The harvest from this seclusion far surpasses any time in the past. He muttered softly, his lips still curved in a smile. Qin Feng extended his right hand and made a gentle grasping motion in the empty air. In an instant, the light within that tiny space silently twisted and tore apart. He smiled, stood up, and looked up toward the depths of the secret realm. 4 days have passed. It is time to head to the core region and take a look. With a mere thought from Qin Feng, the space within a radius of several zhang around him suddenly warped. Qin Feng calmly took a step forward, and as his foot descended, his entire figure seemed to merge into a rift in space, vanishing without a trace. Almost at the exact same instant, 100 kilometers away in the high sky, ripples shimmered in the air as Qin Feng stepped out composedly. This single step did not merely traverse distance, it folded space itself, bringing the far-off destination right beneath his feet. The core region of the Zonglong Abyss secret realm was located at the Zonglong mine in the center of the realm. According to the deductions of mark-level powerhouses, that particular mine was highly likely formed from the fallen carcass of an ancient true dragon. Opportunities within the mountain range were countless. Qin Feng traversed continuously through the void. Soon he arrived at the periphery of the Longhai mountain range. The moment he stepped into the range, he sensed that something was amiss. It was far too quiet. The air was thick with the stench of blood, yet not a single soul was in sight. Sweeping his spiritual sense across the area, he discovered only a few corpses of human cultivators. They had died gruesome deaths, and judging by the surrounding signs of battle, they had clearly been besieged and slaughtered. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. Quietly concealing his aura, he executed the void step and slipped toward the depths of the mountain range. The deeper he went, the more pungent the scent of blood became. Finally, before a certain valley, Qin Feng witnessed a scene that ignited his fury. Within the valley, over 30 radiant moon realm exotic beasts had completely surrounded more than 50 human transcendents. The human transcendents stood back to back, maintaining a defensive formation, but every single one of them was injured, their auras severely depleted. Meanwhile, the radiant moon beasts surrounding them numbered a staggering 34. Among them, 3 had even reached the peak of the radiant moon realm. For such a vast number of catacomb radiant moon powerhouses to gather in one place, they were clearly acting on a calculated plan to annihilate the humans piece by piece. Catacomb beasts. Qin Feng murmured, hiding behind a massive boulder, his gaze solemn. Among the human transcendents, he recognized several acquaintances from the Tieshua, Guan who were in the Stardust realm. They had obviously formed a temporary alliance within the secret realm, never expecting to fall into an ambush by the catacombs. Humans abandon all resistance. A pitch-black demonic ape with 6 arms at the peak of the Radiant Moon realm stepped out from the pack. Its voice boomed like thunder. Hand over everything you have obtained in this secret realm. I, the 6-armed demonic ape, in the name of my grandfather, the Marquis-level powerhouse, the 8-armed demonic ape, will grant you a swift death. In your dreams. Su-Ro spat through gritted teeth, her severed left arm dripping with blood. Everyone, if no turning point arrives, you must destroy all the resources on your person at the final moment. Even if we all perish in battle today, we shall not leave them a single shred of resources. Then die. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, the 6-armed demonic ape sneered savagely. Raising all 6 of its arms simultaneously, it roared, "Kill!" 34 Radiant Moon beasts bared their fangs, poised to slaughter the humans before them with thunderous force. Then, die. A voice suddenly drifted from behind the beasts, ringing clearly in the ears of every single one of them. The 6-armed demonic ape's expression shifted drastically, the black fur covering its entire body instantly standing on end. With its keen spiritual senses at the peak of the Radiant Moon realm, any movement within several miles down to the rustle of a blade of grass should have been as clear as the lines on its palm. Yet until this voice sounded, it had not detected even the slightest trace of another living being's presence right beside it. This was impossible, unless this person's concealment abilities had already reached a divine level, or their true cultivation had already surpassed its own. Who is there? The 6-armed demonic ape roared fiercely, its massive frame spinning around with a speed that defied its bulk, its 6 crimson eyes staring dead ahead behind it. The other 33 Radiant Moon beasts also whipped their heads around in near unison. Their ferocious auras surged into the heavens as they sought to lock onto the owner of the voice. Yet the space was completely empty. The only response to their confusion was a silent ripple expanding through the void. The edge of the ripple swept past the pack, brushing right over the skull of the Radiant Moon 3-headed hound at the very rear. The Radiant Moon 3-headed hound shuddered, feeling a bone-chilling cold creep over its neck. But it did not even have the time to react. Its vision plunged straight down, completely out of its control. In its daze, it seemed to witness its own massive headless body slowly collapsing. This was the first time it had ever beheld such a perspective. Yet before it could ponder further, its consciousness slipped into eternal darkness. Thud! The head hit the ground with a heavy, dull sound. On the battlefield, the first Radiant Moon beast was dead. The pupils of the remaining beasts abruptly contracted to the size of needlepoints, waves of sheer terror rushing up their spines straight to their skulls. The Radiant Moon 3-headed hound had been decapitated without even uttering a single whimper. What exactly was that void ripple? It completely transcended the scope of their perception. What is that? One of the beasts roared in terror, instinctively taking half a step back. The 6-armed demonic ape's demonic energy erupted violently, instantly forming a massive protective barrier. Watch out. This person's movement technique is bizarre. It attempted to steady the morale, but its voice betrayed a subtle tremor. Regrettably, the warning came too late. Before its words could even settle, a second ripple expanded once more not far to its left. An iron-armored earth dragon in the mid-stage of the Radiant Moon realm froze rigidly in place, terror instantly paralyzing its entire body. The scales it had once taken such pride in, scales sturdy enough to withstand a full-force blow from a peak Radiant Moon cultivator, were split down the middle in a smooth, fine line like thin paper. No. In the very next second, its colossal body parted clean in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and its internal organs and blood sprayed across the ground. Until the moment of its death, it had not even perceived where the attack originated. No, it is not a movement technique. The 6-armed demonic ape's heart plunged into an icy abyss. Domain. It is a domain. It squeezed the words with great difficulty from its throat, its voice dry, raspy, and laced with an irrepressible dread. As if to thoroughly validate its deepest nightmare, the light that normally filtered down over the valley suddenly began to warp. An aura as vast as the starry sky quietly enveloped the entire valley. The void domain had descended. The instant the void descended, the 32 luminary exotic beasts bristled, all sensing a fear born of instinct. It was not the caution of facing a powerful foe, but the despair of an ant gazing at the heavens, realizing its own insignificance and fragility. The void was writhing. Every inch of air grew heavy and viscous, like invisible mercury flooding their lungs. The formidable demonic power the beasts prided themselves on began to move sluggishly, as if entangled by countless fine threads of void. Even the simplest act of raising a hand required several times more strength than usual. Cluster together. Don't scatter. The 6-armed demon ape roared, waving all 6 arms as pitch-black demonic energy condensed into a spinning vortex before it. This is a domain. We must break it with raw force. Everyone channel your power into me. After all, it was the descendant of a Marquis-level powerhouse with knowledge far beyond that of ordinary luminary beasts. At its call, the remaining 31 luminary exotic beasts suppressed their terror and poured their demonic energy into the black vortex. The vortex swiftly expanded, forming an orb of energy over 10 zhang in diameter. Runes flickered across the orb's surface, radiating a palpitation-inducing fluctuation. Break. The six-armed demon ape pushed with all 6 arms, and the energy orb carrying the combined power of 32 luminary exotic beasts blasted forth. Where it passed, the ground was plowed into deep trenches, and even the air was squeezed into piercing sonic booms. The might of this strike far exceeded the limit of an ordinary peak luminary. Within the human camp, Su-Ro and the others held their breath. Even through the domain, they could feel the destructive power contained within that energy orb. If struck head-on, everyone present combined might not withstand it. Yet, Qin Feng merely raised his right hand and lightly traced a line through the void toward the howling orb. Void! The next instant, directly ahead of the orb's trajectory, a pitch-black rift suddenly tore open. Light and shadow twisted around its edges, emanating a terrifying aura like a gaping maw waiting to devour. The energy orb, capable of shattering mountains and severing peaks, simply plunged headlong into the rift. Not even a ripple was stirred. The rift silently closed as if it had never existed. The exotic beast stared in shock. Qin Feng, however, showed no surprise at all. In battles beyond the mortal realm, if one side grasps a domain, even a mere dust star, no mere few dozen luminary beasts can match them. Void. Void banishment. The six-armed demon ape's voice trembled, all 6, eyes bulging wide. You can banish attacks into the chaotic void. This exceeded its understanding of domains entirely. An ordinary domain could at most alter spatial structure, amplify oneself, or suppress enemies. But directly banishing an attack to an unknown space. How profound must one's comprehension of the void domain be to achieve this? You've had your turn. Now it's mine. Qin Feng spoke slowly, his voice calm and undisturbed. He stepped forward. The steps seemed ordinary, yet to every exotic beast, it was eerily bizarre to the extreme. Qin Feng's figure was still clearly in place, yet another Qin Feng had already appeared 10 zhang to the left of the beast horde. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. Within a single breath, 12 Qin Fengs had appeared across the domain simultaneously. Each one was lifelike, their auras completely identical, even the coldness in their eyes exactly the same. Illusion? No. A fox demon skilled in spiritual perception shrieked. They're all real. Their auras and life fluctuations are perfectly identical. How could this be? But reality allowed no time for doubt. 12 Qin Fengs raised their hands at once. The 3 on the left lightly pointed toward 5 luminary exotic beasts at the edge of the horde. The space around those 5 beasts abruptly collapsed, the sounds of shattering bones and squeezed flesh mixed into a single cacophony. When space restored, only 5 mounds of flesh remained, barely preserving their original forms. The terrifying life energy of luminary beasts in that instant seemed a joke before the crushing might of a domain. The 4 Qin Fengs on the right curled their palms as if grasping. 7 avian exotic beasts that had tried to flee into the sky discovered in terror that no matter how they flapped, their altitude remained below 3 zhang. The space above their heads had been folded countless times. Every ascent was folded back to the starting point. The next moment, 7 slender spatial rifts appeared, silently slicing across their necks, and 7 heads tumbled down. The 5 Qin Fengs at the front performed the simplest motion. They merely pushed their palms forward. The space containing the 8 beasts ahead shattered like a mirror. The beasts' bodies disintegrated along with the shattering space, the cross-sections smooth as mirrors. No blood sprayed, because even their blood was sealed into different dimensions by the fractured space. In merely 3 breaths, 20 luminary exotic beasts dead. The remaining 12 completely collapsed. This was not battle, this was massacre. It was the merciless reaping of lower-dimensional life by a being standing at a higher dimension. Flee. Scatter. A peak luminary shadow leopard roared, its body splitting into dozens of indistinguishable afterimages, darting in every direction. This was its ultimate life-saving art, and the greatest fortune of its life. In the days of its weakness, it had escaped countless times with this technique. Even ordinary peak luminaries could hardly discern the true body. Seeing this, Qin Feng gave a faint, amused laugh. Let alone the truth-piercing spirit eye and the golden figure. Within the void domain, all concealment, clones, and illusions are null and void. Qin Feng abruptly turned and looked at one of the afterimages. That was the true body. Alarm bells screamed in the shadow leopard's heart, and it tried to shift again, only to find the space around it already frozen solid as iron. It was as if struck by a body-freezing spell, but could not even move its eyes. A Qin Feng appeared before it, reaching out to press lightly upon its forehead. No. The shadow leopard wished to scream for mercy, but no matter how it strained, its mouth would not open. Shatter. At Qin Feng's soft murmur, the shadow leopard's consciousness sank utterly into darkness. Inside its skull, the spatial structure had been thrown into complete chaos. The space around its brain, its spiritual sea, all vital parts, had been thoroughly twisted apart. The peak luminary shadow leopard fell here. Now only 11 luminary exotic beasts remained alive. The 6-armed demon ape watched its companions fall like cut wheat, and the fear in its heart was at last replaced by a kind of madness. You forced me, it roared, slamming all 6 arms against its own chest. Puff. 6 mouthfuls of essence blood sprayed out, condensing into 6 eerie blood runes in midair. The runes burned rapidly, transforming into 6 threads of blood that bored into its 6 arms. Its arms began to swell at a visible rate, the black fur on their surface growing wildly. Its aura climbed higher and higher, faintly touching some critical threshold. It's the secret art of the demon ape clan, An experienced elder in the human camp cried out. At the cost of a century of cultivation, it briefly gains ancestral bloodline blessing. Its strength can surge by 30%. 30%. Then, that would mean. Su Ro's face turned pale. At this moment, the six-armed demon ape's aura was infinitely close to the pinnacle of the luminary realm. Human, I'll kill you. Six bloodshot eyes locked onto Qin Feng, and the ape's form vanished abruptly. The next instant it appeared behind one Qin Feng's six claws tearing through space and descending with destructive force. That single claw strike could level a small mountain. Yet Qin Feng did not even turn his head. He simply reached back, fingers spread wide. The six-armed demon ape's claws halted abruptly 3 chi from his back. Not because it wanted to stop, but because it had no choice. The entire space before it had been compressed into an infinitely dense barrier. The 6 claws scraped against it without leaving even a scratch. Space. Compressed to substance. The madness on the ape's face froze, replaced by deeper terror. It finally understood that this human's mastery of the void domain had reached a level beyond its comprehension. Its vaunted clan's secret art and ancestral blessing were nothing but a child waving a wooden stick before a true domain. Had enough fun? Qin Feng asked indifferently. His 5 fingers slowly closed. Space around the 6-armed demon ape began to collapse inward. It struggled desperately, its 6 arms madly hammering against the spatial walls, yet only stirring rings of ripples. The collapse was unstoppable. Its body began to deform, bones groaning under unbearable strain. No, my grandfather is the 8-armed demon ape Marquis. If you kill me, he will. The voice cut off abruptly. Qin Feng's hand clenched completely. That patch of space fully collapsed into a pitch-black point the size of a fist. The 6-armed demon ape's massive body vanished within it. The point lingered for one breath, then silently expanded, and space returned to normal. The last peak luminary had fallen. The remaining 10 luminary exotic beasts had long lost all will to fight. They knelt prostrate, kowtowing, frantically begging for mercy, in every tongue they knew. Qin Feng looked at them, not a trace of emotion in his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed down gently. The space beneath those 10 beasts collapsed simultaneously. No screams, no struggle. When space restored, only 10 demonic cores of various colors remained, along with a few scraps. The void domain slowly dispersed. Sunlight fell naturally again, illuminating a mountain valley strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. 34 luminary exotic beasts annihilated. Qin Feng's figure merged back into one and landed gently. His face was slightly pale. The continuous high-intensity use of domain arts was indeed a considerable drain for one still at the Dust Star realm. Yet his gaze remained calm, as if he had simply done something trivial. Turning, he looked at the 50-odd human cultivators standing in stunned silence. Everyone clean up the battlefield and leave as soon as possible. Qin Feng's voice pulled them back to reality. Su Ro was the first to react, suppressing the searing pain of her severed arm as she bowed deeply. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. May I ask your honored name, Senior? We will surely repay this debt one day. The others also bowed in succession, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Qin Feng waved a hand. We are all humans, no need for such formality. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Several Dust Star cultivators from Iron Blood Pass in the crowd froze at once. Then their faces showed incredulity. You are our Iron Blood Pass's Qin Feng. Only then did they look closely and finally see his true appearance. How much time had passed since then? He had already grown to such a level. With a wave of his hand, he had slaughtered 34 luminaries, including 3 at the peak. This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Qin Feng saw their shock, but had no intention of explaining. He walked to Su Ro and glanced at her severed left arm. Your injury is severe. Let me stabilize it first. A woman of such metal reminded him of Su Qingyue. As he spoke, he reached out and pressed lightly over the wound on Su Ro's arm. The void domain flowed subtly. The blood vessels and nerves at the wound were temporarily stitched together. The bleeding stopped and the pain greatly subsided. This was not healing, but forcibly stabilizing the injury through spatial means. Thank you, Senior. Su Ro said gratefully. Qin Feng withdrew his hand and looked at the crowd. Everyone, I shall take my leave here. Where will you go, Brother Qin? A middle-aged cultivator asked. Perhaps we could travel together and look out for one another. Qin Feng shook his head without answering. Seeing this, the others did not insist. They knew very well that with the strength Qin Feng had displayed, following him would only make them a burden. Then Qin Feng's figure slowly faded, merging into the void. Only after he had completely vanished did the mountain valley fill with stifled exclamations of wonder. Wiping out 34 luminaries with a wave of his hand. Is that really possible below the Marquis realm? I suspect even an early-stage Marquis would be no more than this. The void domain. One of the most mysterious legendary domains, and he actually comprehended it to such a degree. If Senior Qin ever becomes a Marquis, he will surely be among the very peak. Su Ro touched the severed spot on her arm, her gaze complex as she stared in the direction Qin Feng had vanished. She murmured softly, Qin Feng. 100 li away atop a mountain peak. Qin Feng stepped out of the void, his face even paler than before. He sat cross-legged, took out a spirit fruit obtained earlier in the secret realm, and quietly began to regulate his breathing. Maintaining 12 void avatars at once really was too much of a strain, he thought with a wry smile. The battle just now had seemed effortless, but in truth it had neared his current limit. The void domain was formidable, but its consumption of mental energy and spiritual power was terrifying. Especially the final simultaneous annihilation of 10 luminaries. It had nearly drained most of his spiritual power. Still, the gains are considerable. He examined his inner self and found that his comprehension of the void domain had advanced a fraction. Combat was truly the best teacher. Under pressure, many previously obscure points had suddenly become clear. Moreover, the essence blood of the luminary experts he had slain along with their heavenly treasures had already been collected into his possession through the domain. Dragon Burial Mine. Qin Feng gazed at the distant black mountain range that loomed like a dragon's skeleton, expectation flashing in his eyes. That was where the true opportunity he needed lay. About half an hour later, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A trace of color had returned to his pale face, the weariness in his gaze fading, replaced by depth and calm. He rose to his feet as the mountain wind brushed his face, carrying the faint, restless scent of blood from afar. His gaze crossed the mountains and deep valleys, finally fixing upon the edge of his vision. The news that 34 radiant moon powerhouses from the Earth lair had been slaughtered by a single man spread through every corner of the secret realm overnight like wind that had grown wings. The human transcendents were first stunned, then wild with joy. The Earth lair beasts that had once arrogantly hunted them were now stricken stray dogs, trembling with fear. Many even formed temporary teams to hunt down the remaining Earth lair creatures. The surviving alien beasts of the Earth lair, meanwhile, had been utterly scared out of their wits. That human. He kills radiant moon experts. 34 of them. All dead. Even the 6-armed demon ape lord fell by that man's hand. Flee. Get far away from the core area and hide. Once the secret realm opens, Mark-level powerhouses will surely slay that man for us. Fear spread like a plague. The Earth lair transcendents, once so overbearing and tyrannical, now fully suppressed their auras, fled the core area and scattered into hiding. They prayed only that they would not cross paths with that god of slaughter. For a time, the depths of the secret realm took on a strange tranquility. Human cultivators were active everywhere, while the Earth lair forces had all but vanished. Qin Feng was utterly unaware of this. He was focused on his own harvest. Treading the void steppe, he traversed the regions where the secret realm's energy fluctuations were most intense. For days on end, he reaped abundant gains. That day, he stopped before a dark crimson rock wall. Silver light swirled in his truth-piercing spirit eyes, cutting through the surface stone. 3 spirit herbs, like the reverse scales of an enraged dragon, came clearly into his perception. Reverse scale grass. A faint smile tugged at Qin Feng's lips. Reverse scale grass grows where dragon miasma is fiercest. Its veins resemble the reverse scales of a furious dragon, making it a supreme spiritual herb for tempering the body and enhancing physical strength. A place like this usually has a guardian. Qin Feng did not rush to pick the herbs. Instead, he unfolded his domain and surveyed the surroundings. Sure enough, hidden within a crevice in the rock was a crimson-scaled magma dragon spirit, its aura almost reaching mid-radiant moon. It seemed to sense the scrutiny and shot out from the crevice. Opening its maw, it spewed a torrent of scorching dragon breath. Rather than retreat, Qin Feng advanced, stepping forward and appearing eerily 3 feet to the left of the dragon spirit. He pressed 2 fingers of his right hand together, condensing void force at his fingertips, and tapped lightly toward the dragon spirit's vital spot. Void nail. The instant his fingertip touched the scales, a streak of silver light sank in without a sound. The dragon spirit's body went rigid. Beneath its crimson surface, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread from within outward. It tried to let out a terrified shriek, but not a sound escaped its throat. An instant later, its entire body collapsed with a thunderous crack. Qin Feng collected its vital essence blood, then let void force form an invisible hand that reached into the crevice and precisely uprooted the 3 reverse scale grasses before sealing them in a jade box. He continued onward. Qin Feng passed through a canyon whose riverbed had long since dried up, yet was covered with a layer of gleaming golden sand. He crouched down, a smile appearing on his face. Dragon bone sand gold. The grains felt heavy in his hand, their edges keen, with a faint draconic might flowing through them. This substance was formed from dragon bones washed by the gung metal chi of the earth veins. A single grain could make a magic treasure 3/10 sharper. Yet the layer before him now held no fewer than 1,000 grains. He spread his sleeve, and his void force transformed into an invisible vortex. Whoosh! The sand gold along the entire riverbed rose into the air, converging into a golden torrent that poured into a specially made storage pouch. Leaving the canyon, Qin Feng climbed a sheer bone cliff 1,000 zhang high, smooth as a mirror. Scattered along the cliff grew milky white Ganoderma shaped like dragon horns. There were only 7 of them, but each exuded a fragrant aura that gently warmed and nourished the soul. Coiled dragon jade Ganoderma. Qin Feng moved like a specter, leaping between void nodes on the vertical bone wall to pick the 7 Ganoderma one by one. No sooner had he secured the last one than a piercing shriek rang out overhead. A horde of soul-devouring bats, each the size of a palm, and with pitch-black wing membranes, swooped down, their tiny scarlet eyes filled with greed. They were drawn by the jade Ganoderma's aura. Qin Feng looked up and uttered one word softly: scram. That single syllable sent the void trembling. An invisible sound wave wrapped in spatial power swept across. Thud, thud, thud. Over 100 soul-devouring bats, as if smashed by a crushing blow, dropped unconscious all at once. Qin Feng waved his hand and gathered the bat's vital essence blood. At dusk on the 7th day following the strongest resonance of the void source crystal, he found a hidden bone cave. The entrance was largely blocked by several giant ribs lying crosswise. Without his truth-piercing spirit eyes, it would have been easy to miss. Making his way into the cave, he discovered a shallow pool of milky, white liquid deep within. Its fragrance assailed the nose, and a dreamlike rainbow-colored light shimmered on its surface. Earthheart Dragon Milk. Qin Feng's pupils slightly contracted. It was said this substance was formed from the fusion of true dragon marrow and the essence of earth veins. A single drop could restore flesh from bare bones, consolidate one's foundation, and was remarkably effective for breaking through bottlenecks. However, beside the dragon milk crouched a pitch-black stone puppet. The puppet had no consciousness of its own, yet the aura it emanated was unmistakably at the pinnacle of the radiant moon realm. It slowly turned its head, hollow eyes fixing on Qin Feng. The next moment the stone puppet threw a punch straight at him. Where the fist wind passed, the air exploded with sharp cracks, and even the hard cave walls faintly webbed with fissures. Qin Feng stood rooted to the spot, entirely unmoved. Void erosion. Void force coiled around his fingertips. The next moment streaks of silver light as thin as hair shot precisely toward every part of the stone puppet. Under the gaze of his truth-piercing spirit eyes, the puppet's energy nodes had no secrets left to hide. Oblivious, the stone puppet continued hammering its massive fists, blasting the cave into a flurry of stone shards. But gradually its movements began to stutter, and fine cracks appeared across its surface. When Qin Feng's 7th streak of silver light pierced the puppet's brow, its raised fist froze completely in midair. Crack, crack, crack. A dense web of cracking sounds came from within. Its seemingly indestructible body was strangely like wind-eroded rock. From head to toe it disintegrated inch by inch, ultimately collapsing into a pile of grayish-white fragments. Qin Feng took the Earthheart Dragon Milk, felt the pure energy within it, and nodded with satisfaction. He took out a cold jade bottle and carefully collected the pool of dragon milk, not even missing the few drops seeping from the crevices in the stone. He also pried out the dozen or so dragon bone jades and dragon soul crystals embedded in the cave wall. Over the next few days, Qin Feng scoured nearly the entire core area. His storage space was now filled with a dazzling array of treasures. At last, standing atop a solitary peak shaped like a dragon's head, he looked back over the desolate mountain range. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Enough. The gains from this trip will last me for a long time. It's time to leave something for others, Qin Feng murmured softly. He was not a greedy man. 3 days later, at the exit of the secret realm, the space rippled slightly, and a figure in green robes stepped out first. Qin Feng glanced back at the slowly rotating vortex of the entrance, his expression calm. The journey into the secret realm had come to an end. Qin Feng did not regroup with the other humans. The instant he stepped out of the secret realm, he activated the void step. With a few leaps, he returned to Blood Pass in the blink of an eye. The expedition into the secret realm had been bountiful. The secret realm affair is settled. It's time to break through to Radiant Moon. Open the panel. Host Qin Feng. Realm Dust Star 100. Cultivation Method 9 Tribulations Void Shattering Scripture. Dust Star Chapter 100. Concept Wind Concept Consummate Thunder Concept Consummate. Domain Void Domain 22. Martial Skills Myriad Phenomenon Tribulation Thunderblade Consummate Spirit Eye of Delusion Breaking 96 Void Step 40. Looking at his magnificent status panel, a faint smile played on Qin Feng's lips. He sat cross-legged in the center of the quiet room. The surrounding spirit stones had long been depleted, reduced to fine powder. The void source crystal hovered before him, emitting a gentle silver glow. The transition from Dust Star to Radiant Moon is a monumental transformation of the physical body. Once crossed, a dense life energy will be born within. Nourished by this energy, a Radiant Moon powerhouse can survive as long as their head and heart remain unharmed. Regenerating severed limbs and recovering from injuries becomes a mere trifle. The reason those dozens of Radiant Moon beasts in the secret realm died so quickly was entirely because I used the profound mysteries of the void domain to concentrate my attacks on their heads, giving them no chance to consume their life energy. Otherwise, if they were allowed to constantly regenerate and wear me down, I would have been the one unable to hold out in the end. To completely end a battle between ordinary Radiant Moon realm cultivators, it usually requires depleting the opponent's life energy. This so-called life energy is the source power born from the perfect fusion of spiritual sense and the physical body. Therefore, during the Radiant Moon realm, as long as one perfectly fuses their spiritual sense with their physical body and comprehends a domain, they can begin preparing for advancement to the Radiant Sun realm, which is the marquee realm. Qin Feng closed his eyes, recalling his teacher's guidance. So what I need to do now is to initiate the fusion of my spiritual sense and physical body, generating a wisp of life energy. And then I will naturally break through to the Radiant Moon realm. With this thought, he retrieved several precious medicinal herbs from his storage space. Coiling Dragon Jade, Ganoderma Reverse, Scale Herb, Earth, Heart Dragon Milk. Coiling Dragon Jade, Ganoderma refines spiritual sense, reverse scale, herb strengthens the physical body, and Earth Heart Dragon Milk is rich in pure life energy. Looking at these rare treasures laid out before him, treasures that would even catch the eye of a marquis, Qin Feng chuckled softly. If others saw this lavish display, they would probably call me a spendthrift. Qin Feng let out a light laugh. Then he grasped the precious herbs in his hand and refined them in an instant. A rich, sweet fragrance instantly filled the quiet room, making even the air taste sweet. Boom. A gentle, warm current surged within his body. It was not violent, but rather an unstoppable, nourishing force originating from the very source of life. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan. Faint golden phantoms of dragon scales emerged on his skin, and his bones emitted a sequence of rapid, crisp, cracking sounds. As expected of natural treasures. He gritted his teeth, fine beads of sweat forming on his brow. His physical body was being reshaped. Every inch of flesh, meridian, and bone greedily absorbed the energy. He could feel the limits of his physical body being forcibly elevated. At the same time, the coiling dragon jade Ganoderma quietly began to exert its power. Under the tempering of this energy, his spiritual sense continuously condensed and transformed. Qin Feng's face turned pale, yet a fierce smile played at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly sense that the range of his spiritual sense had already exceeded 10,000 feet. Feeling his all-around enhancement, Qin Feng pondered for a moment, retrieved several more precious herbs, and swallowed them all in one gulp. The more intense the transformation, the stronger I become. Inside the quiet room, the energy grew increasingly dense, and even the air began to warp under the influence of this pure power. Finally, after a long time, Qin Feng's physical body and spiritual sense underwent yet another transformation. At this moment, he hesitated no longer. Fuse for me. Qin Feng growled, circulating the 9 tribulations void-shattering scripture to its absolute limit. His consciousness was instantly cast into a state of chaos. He saw his physical body glowing. In his sea of consciousness, 4 small golden figures guided the perfectly tempered spiritual sense downward, strand by strand, slowly fusing it with his newly transformed flesh. The invisible barrier between his spiritual sense and physical body was disappearing. At the position of his heart, a warm speck of green light quietly lit up. Though faint, it contained infinite vitality. Life energy was born. It's done. Radiant moon. At the very instant this realization dawned on Qin Feng, the 4 small golden figures split simultaneously. Soon a light flashed across the panel, and the number of small golden figures suddenly doubled to 8. At that moment, Qin Feng felt his comprehension once again experience a qualitative leap. The volume of the white warm current expanded at the same time. Along with a surge of incoming information, Qin Feng was overjoyed. After this, the white warm current will no longer strengthen only my physical body. Even my spiritual sense, under its nourishment, is gradually growing stronger at a remarkable pace. Qin Feng checked the status panel once again. Host Qin Feng. Realm Radiant Moon, 5 Fusion. Cultivation Method, 9 Tribulations Void-Shattering Scripture, Radiant Moon Chapter 5. At my current level, if I make further progress in my domain, I might even stand a chance in battle against a weaker marquis. What Qin Feng did not know was that while he was refining the precious herbs and breaking through to the Radiant Moon realm, the outside world had already been whipped into a colossal tempest due to his actions in the Zhanglongyuan secret realm. The news first leaked from the mouths of the Abyss beasts who had narrowly escaped the secret realm, spreading like a plague within the Abyss forces. Lord 6-armed Demon Ape is dead. Not just Lord Demon Ape. 34 Radiant Moon beasts were all killed, wiped out, by a single human in the Dust Star realm. That human has comprehended a domain. In a single exchange, even though Lord Demon Ape utilized a secret technique, he was easily crushed. Panic began to spread among the middle and lower echelons of the Abyss. But what truly triggered a massive earthquake was the moment the news reached the ears of the 8-armed Demon Ape. Are you saying my grandson has fallen? And he was killed by a human in the Dust Star realm. Deep within the Abyss in the Demon Ape ancestral land. This was a mountain range piled high with countless massive black bones shrouded in a towering malevolent aura all year round. In the center of the mountain range, inside a palace fashioned from the skull of a giant beast, there was dead silence. Upon the throne, a terrifying figure over 50 feet tall, pitch black all over, and possessing 8 thick muscular arms, slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were of pure dark gold without any whites. As they opened and closed, it seemed as if molten lava flowed deep within its pupils. Below, more than a dozen powerful Radiant Moon beasts knelt prostrate. At this moment, every single one of them was trembling, not daring to make a sound. The voice of the 8-armed Demon Ape Marquis was not loud, and could even be considered calm. Yet as each word fell, the temperature in the grand hall plummeted. The beast kneeling at the very front almost buried its head into the ground, trembling as it spoke. Yes, yes, Lord Demon Ape. The young master's life tablet completely shattered 3 days ago. According to the fragmented images sent back at the cost of their lives by a few shadow bats who escaped, the young master was killed by a human Dust Star cultivator named Qin Feng. Dust Star Realm. Do you think you are being funny? The 8-armed Demon Ape's voice grew even calmer, devoid of any discernible anger or joy. Its most outstanding descendant, the 6-armed Demon Ape, who was also the strongest prodigy of the current generation of the Demon Ape clan, possessed a peak Radiant Moon cultivation and even had the potential to become a marquee-level powerhouse. And you were telling me he was slain by a human in the Dust Star realm? Yes, yes. Although that human is only in the Dust Star realm, he has mastered an extremely advanced domain. The young master and the other 33 Radiant Moon powerhouses were utterly defenseless within that domain. Even though the young master burned his lifespan at the end to forcibly activate a secret technique, he was still crushed into a bloody mist by that human's void domain. Before the voice could fade, boom, The entire bone palace shook violently. The eight-armed demon ape Marquis did not even rise. The mere fluctuation of his emotions caused countless cracks to split across the four walls of the grand hall. A terrifying pressure swept through like a physical tsunami. The kneeling radiant moon beasts below coughed up blood in unison, and a few with weaker cultivations fainted on the spot. Void domain. Dust star realm. The eight-armed demon ape Marquis slowly repeated those words. In his dark golden eyes, killing intent had materialized into physical black flames dancing outside his eye sockets. My grandson possessed the purest bloodline of our demon ape lineage, reaching the peak of the radiant moon realm at just 100 years old. He was a once-in-a-millennium Marquis-level talent of our clan. His voice remained calm, yet anyone could hear the volcano about to erupt beneath that tranquility. And now he has actually fallen at the hands of a mere human child in the Dust Star realm. The hall fell into a deathly silence save for the crackling of the demonic flames. After a long while, the eight-armed demon ape Marquis slowly rose from his throne. The shadow cast by his 50-foot body engulfed nearly half the hall. His 8 arms stretched slightly, his joints letting out thunderous pops. Pass down my decree. His voice was not loud, yet it clanged like clashing metal, branding itself deep into the soul of every beast that remained conscious. Effective immediately, the demon ape lineage shall enter the blood hunt state. All members of our lineage must search for the tracks of this human Qin Feng at all costs. Announced to all clans friendly to ours, anyone who can provide definite clues of his whereabouts shall be rewarded with 3 drops of Earth Essence spiritual liquid. He who can bring me his head shall have me personally temper their body once and gain access to the demon ape blood pool for 3 years. He paused, each word dripping with monstrous killing intent. I want this man dead before this winter passes. Yes. The beasts below roared in unison, their voices filled with fear and madness. The fall of a direct descendant possessing Marquis-level talent was no longer a matter of simple hatred. It was a severe blow to the future of the demon ape lineage and a complete trampling of the 8-armed demon ape Marquis' dignity. This feud would only end in death. The news of the abyss's upheaval reached the human territories almost simultaneously. In the mansion of the Marquis of Jinbei, intelligence of the highest security level was delivered to the Marquis' desk immediately. That old ape, the 8-armed demon ape, has gone mad. Looking at the report in his hand, Marquis Jinyuan tapped his fingers gently on the desk, a playful smile playing in his eyes. Below, a general at the peak of the radiant moon realm clad in silver armor and exuding a sharp aura said in a deep voice, My lord, the demon ape lineage has already issued the blood hunt decree to place a bounty on Qin Feng. At least 3 Marquis-level powerhouses within the abyss who are close to the 8-armed demon ape have responded. Furthermore, our spies near the demon ape ancestral land have sent back news that the 8-armed demon ape seems to have personally left the ancestral land. Oh, Marquis Jinbei raised an eyebrow slightly. That old ape is going to take the field himself. Is he not afraid of breaking the rules and provoking the human marquises to band together and hunt him down? The silver-armored general shook his head. He did not head straight for our human territory, but instead went deep into the ghostly Shadow Mountains. That is a buffer zone between the abyss and our territory in constant chaos all year round. However, based on his trajectory, his ultimate target is highly likely. Iron Blood Pass, Marquis Jinbei interjected, his smile gradually turning cold. Or rather, the little fellow within the pass who just caused such a massive uproar. He stood up, walked to the palace window, and gazed toward the walls of Iron Blood Pass. A dust star killing 34 radiant moon beasts, including the most prized direct grandson of the 8-armed demon ape. This kid is truly a troublemaker. Marquis Jinbei sighed, yet there was no trace of blame in his eyes, only immense admiration. But he stirred up trouble beautifully. Those bastards from the abyss have been too arrogant these years. Someone needed to dampen their spirits. My lord, do we need to? No need. Marquis Jinbei waved his hand. Pass down the order to heighten security both inside and outside Iron Blood Pass, especially the screening for abyss spies. As for Qin Feng, since he came to reinforce our Iron Blood Pass, he is under the protection of our territory. If the 8-armed demon ape dares to step within 1,000 miles of the pass in his true form. He turned around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This Marquis will personally take his head. The news spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the name Qin Feng, along with his shocking battle achievements, swept through every major human pass and faction. Shock, doubt, ecstasy, awe. A myriad of emotions intertwined within the human race. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, completely unaware of all this, remained in secluded cultivation. The number of small golden figures had reached 8, which provided a massive boost to Qin Feng's comprehension and cultivation speed. Even though he was now a radiant moon powerhouse, he could still feel his continuous, endless progress. Soon, in just a bit more time, I will be able to demand an explanation from the Marquis powerhouse who once suppressed me with his domain. Inside the quiet room, Qin Feng began to study how to integrate the void domain into his blade techniques to unleash even greater power. Within the meditation chamber, Qin Feng slowly withdrew his hand. The fluctuating void blade at his fingertip silently dissipated, leaving a faint ripple in the air. The new sword technique has taken its initial form. Now comes the grueling refinement. He murmured to himself, his gaze growing subdued. Just as he prepared to continue his calculations, the door to the meditation chamber was gently knocked upon. Lord Qin Feng, the Marquis of Jinbei, requests your presence. The voice outside the door interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. The Marquis summons me. He paused briefly before stepping out of the meditation chamber. This sealed Marquis powerhouse guarding the formidable pass had surely not summoned him merely for casual conversation. The silver-armored guard outside the door spoke with deference. Lord Qin Feng, the Marquis awaits you in the residence. Qin Feng nodded and followed. Halfway there his steps halted as his gaze swept around. Such impoliteness. After breaking through to the radiant moon realm, his perception of surrounding energies had grown increasingly acute. Within his awareness, dozens of divine senses were constantly probing him. Qin Feng stirred his thoughts slightly, choosing not to conceal his aura deliberately. Instead, he silently let the sharp pressure of his newly broken through radiant moon realm ripple outward. Boom. The instant those furtive divine senses brushed against this aura imbued with void properties, they simultaneously faltered before rapidly withdrawing. The surrounding air seemed to still for a moment. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he walked with composed strides. It appears the reports from the secret realm have already spread. Most of these observers were powerful cultivators who had recently arrived to support the northern frontier. Upon hearing of Qin Feng's terrifying achievements, their curiosity about his strength was natural. Qin Feng did not truly concern himself with this. As the saying goes, the tree that stands tallest invites the fiercest winds. But if this tree were forged into ironwood, what ordinary storm could threaten it? He continued forward, and no other cultivator dared to probe openly. Soon he arrived at the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. The Marquis stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the map of the northern frontier, turning at the sound. You've arrived. His gaze swept over Qin Feng, a flicker of approval passing through. Your foundation is solid, your aura condensed and unified. It shows traces of returning to simplicity. The Marquis of Jinbei gave a slight nod, his voice betraying little emotion. It seems you have gained considerably from the buried dragon abyss secret realm. Qin Feng responded with measured composure, clasping his fists. I did gain something, but without your protection, without you holding back the pressure of the demon caves to secure our opportunity to enter, the entire endeavor would have been futile. A subtle smile touched the Marquis's lips at these words. Sit. He gestured with his hand, letting the matter of the secret realm rest. I have summoned you today because something of great importance to the northern frontier situation requires your assistance. Qin Feng's expression grew solemn. Please speak, my lord. I shall not decline anything within my capabilities. This does not require sacrificing your life. The Marquis walked to the map and pointed toward the northwest of Ironblood Pass. This region is called Soul-Severing Gorge. After careful inference by the various Marquis-level experts, they could essentially confirm that the true anchor point of the seventh passage lies near this gorge. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the red-marked area on the map. The Marquis's voice grew grave. What sets the seventh passage apart from the others is that its entrance is not fixed. It appears randomly across hundreds of kilometers around this gorge, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint its exact location. The demon caves exploit this advantage, launching repeated surprise attacks that leave us perpetually off balance. He turned to face Qin Feng with a solemn expression. What we need you to do is utilize your void domain to lock onto the most stable spatial coordinates where this passage appears most frequently. When the time comes, we will deploy our full strength to completely seal off the passage. Qin Feng was struck with surprise. A spatial passage moving randomly across hundreds of miles. This was like finding a needle in a haystack. But Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. Within his consciousness, 8 golden figures swiftly executed calculations. The difficulty was considerable. But if they could truly locate the anchor point and seal the passage completely, the significance for Ironblood Pass would be extraordinary. This could fundamentally shift the passive defensive posture they had maintained. Then I shall undertake this journey. He looked up, his voice calm. The Marquis's eyes deepened with satisfaction. Excellent. The northern frontier never lets those who contribute labor in vain. With a gesture of his hand, a purple jade box appeared in his palm. The moment it materialized, the air in the hall grew noticeably fresher, and Qin Feng felt a trace of life energy within his heart stir with renewed vitality. This substance is known as divine blending jade marrow. The Marquis opened the jade box. Within floated a mass of amber-colored gelatinous material radiating a strange fragrance. Merely catching a whiff of it, Qin Feng felt his divine sense grow lucid, while his physical body stirred with hunger. Divine blending jade marrow harvested from spiritual veins 10,000 feet deep within the Earth's core takes a millennium to form such a piece. Its sole function is to accelerate the fusion of divine sense and physical body. The Marquis pushed the jade box toward Qin Feng. Consider this an advance payment. Whether you find the passage or not, it is yours. Qin Feng's breath caught slightly, accelerating the fusion of divine sense and physical body. This was precisely what someone who had just entered the Radiant Moon realm needed, most, a blessing at the perfect moment. On his interface, the text Radiant Moon Fusion 8 flickered faintly. With this aid, the fusion progress would undoubtedly see tremendous improvement. My lord, this. Qin Feng suppressed his inner excitement. Accept it. The Marquis's tone brooked no argument. The stronger you become, the greater your chances of locating the passage. This is not merely compensation. It is an investment. With the matter settled, Qin Feng no longer demurred. He received the jade box with both hands, its surface cool against his touch. The profound spiritual energy contained within the jade marrow surged through his body's life force. Then I thank you, my lord. He secured the jade box and said solemnly, Qin Feng shall spare no effort. Good. The Marquis stepped to the desk and retrieved a black token. This is the Blood Eye token. Wielding it allows you to mobilize the outer perimeter dark sentries of Soul's Severing Gorge and obtain the latest intelligence. Furthermore, he gave Qin Feng a penetrating look. The situation within Soul's Severing Gorge is treacherous. Whatever you discover, your safety must come first. Qin Feng took the token, feeling the blood-laced killing intent concealed within, and replied in a grave tone. This humble one shall remember your words. Go and prepare. The Marquis waved his hand. 3 days from now at Qin hour depart through the west gate. Upon returning to the meditation chamber, Qin Feng immediately took out the divine blending jade marrow. As the jade box opened, the fragrant aroma emanating from the jade marrow revitalized his spirit. Qin Feng did not hesitate, using his void power to carefully extract a portion. The jade marrow dissolved upon contact with his tongue. In an instant, a cool, yet substantial warmth surged from his throat straight into his dantian, then exploded outward, flooding through every meridian and vessel. Unlike the precious medicines he had refined before, this energy was not violent, but remarkably docile. It seemed almost sentient, naturally merging with his blood vessels, seeping into his marrow and nourishing his divine sense. Qin Feng clearly felt the barrier between his divine sense and physical body gradually dissolving and healing under this gentle yet steadfast force. On his interface, the numbers in Radiant Moon Fusion 8 began to slowly tick upward. 10, 11, 12. Just a small fragment had increased his fusion rate by 4. Worthy of a 1,000-year jade marrow indeed. A brilliant light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. For the next 3 days, Qin Feng remained secluded in his chamber. The golden figures operated at full capacity as he simultaneously advanced his fusion progress and refined his sword techniques. On his interface, the data shifted imperceptibly. Realm Radiant Moon Fusion 18. At dawn on the 4th day, Qin Feng opened his eyes. The silver gleam in his pupils was restrained, his aura perfectly harmonious and unified. He rose and donned the standardized black combat uniform of Iron Blood Pass, securing the Blood Eye token close to his body. As he pushed open the door, the sky had just begun to pale with the first light of dawn. The West Gate guards, evidently already informed, verified his identity and quietly granted him passage. 10 li beyond the pass, a figure emerged like a phantom from behind a withered tree by the roadside. The visitor was completely shrouded in a gray cloak, their aura obscured. They too had reached the Radiant Moon realm. Lord Qin Feng. The voice was hoarse. Indeed. Qin Feng produced the token. After confirming his identity, the robed figure bowed and presented a jade slip. The latest intelligence on Soul's Severing Gorge, including the locations and contact methods of 3 dark sentries, are all contained within. I wish you a smooth journey. Qin Feng accepted the jade slip, sweeping his divine sense across it. The information instantly seared into his mind. He looked toward the northwest, where the sky hung dark and twisted shadows from spatial disturbances flickered uncertainly. Soul's Severing Gorge. Without another word, he took a single step forward. Unleashing the void step technique, his figure dissolved into the morning mist like pale ink, and in an instant, he was 100 li away. The robed figure watched the direction where he had vanished, murmuring to himself, "The Marquis has placed quite a substantial bet this time." All he could hope was that this person could truly deliver unexpected wonders. Duanhuan Gorge. Qin Feng stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. As far as his eyes could see lay a vast, sprawling canyon that looked as though it had been cleaved open by a colossal axe. The cliffs on both sides rose sheer and steep, their rocks tinged with an eerie dark crimson, as if drenched in blood for countless years. Even standing at the very edge, Qin Feng could clearly sense the chaotic fluctuations rippling through the space ahead. It was not confined to a mere spot or two, rather the entire area resembled a boiling cauldron. Countless minuscule spatial ripples, and even miniature vortices clashed, emerging and dissolving in utter chaos. An anomalous spatial zone indeed. Qin Feng murmured softly. As his delusion-breaking spirit eyes silently activated, the world in his vision was instantly flooded with energy currents of various colors. The 7th passage shifts randomly within such an environment. No wonder even marquee-level powerhouses find it difficult to lock onto. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He did not rush to venture deeper. The tiny golden figure within him was rapidly calculating. Combining this with the information from the jade slip in his hand, Qin Feng swiftly analyzed the patterns of energy flow in this region. The spatial turbulence is not entirely chaotic. It has tides. After a moment, a look of realization flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Suppressing his aura, he executed his void steps, his form swiftly dissolving into the void. He silently approached a hidden outpost labeled Jia 3 on the outskirts of the gorge. The outpost was situated inside a naturally formed cavern, its entrance concealed by an illusion array. Qin Feng retrieved the Blood Eye token and pressed it gently against a specific spot on the rock wall. The wall parted silently to reveal a small cave barely large enough to conceal 3 to 5 people. Seated inside was a sallow-faced elder with a cold, gloomy aura who also possessed a Radiant Moon cultivation level. Upon seeing Qin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes. He had clearly not expected the Marquis to send someone so young. But after verifying the token, he immediately bowed respectfully. Jia, 3 hidden outpost greets you, my lord. No need for formalities, Qin Feng waved his hand. Tell me about the recent situation. Yes. The elder replied quickly. Over the past 3 days the catacomb forces activities within the gorge have become increasingly frequent. The number of patrol squads has increased by 50%, and several elite squads, led by late-stage Radiant Moon cultivators, have appeared. Furthermore, yesterday at noon, a brief spatial fluctuation erupted in the depths of the gorge suspected to be a temporary manifestation of the passage, but your subordinates did not dare to venture deep to investigate. Qin Feng nodded and inquired about a few more details, forming a general assessment of the situation in his mind. Once I enter the gorge, continue your stakeout, as usual, keeping everything as it was. He instructed. Yes. The elder bowed. Leaving the hidden outpost, the low-tide period Qin Feng had been waiting for arrived right on cue. The grayish-white mist within the gorge had visibly thinned. The wildly dancing energies of the spatial turbulence had also calmed slightly. Hesitating no longer, his figure transformed into an almost imperceptible blur as he darted into the gorge. The moment he entered, the pressure surged dramatically. The omnipresent spatial turbulence acted like invisible blades. Even with the power of the void protecting his body, Qin Feng could still feel a fine stinging sensation of being sliced all over. More troublesome still was the highly unstable nature of the spatial structure here. Qin Feng slowed his pace, adapting to the environment, while slowly spreading out the perception of his void domain. Unlike its domineering deployment during combat, the void domain at this moment was like an invisible spiderweb. It gently adhered to the surrounding spatial structures, capturing the most minute fluctuations. There is too much spatial energy here. Qin Feng sensed carefully. These energies interweave, creating this chaotic state we see now. To locate the most likely position for the seventh passage to appear in such an environment, the patience and perception required would have to be absolutely terrifying. Like the most seasoned hunter, Qin Feng traversed the chaotic gorge slowly. With every short distance he covered, he would stop to sense carefully, simultaneously transmitting the gathered information to the tiny golden figure for calculation and analysis. Time trickled by. Deep within the gorge the light was dim, making it impossible to distinguish day from night. With his concentration fully locked, Qin Feng lost all track of time. Suddenly his footsteps halted. A few miles ahead, faint ripples of energy collisions echoed. Mixed within the sounds were the distinctive roars of catacomb beasts. Extraordinary beasts in combat. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Sensing briefly, he found that the energy intensity of both combatants was formidable, belonging to the mid-stage Radiant Moon level. Unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble, he was about to bypass them, when a sharp, piercing shriek rang out. Immediately after, at the epicenter of the battle, the aura of one of the figures shifted abruptly. The originally violent and blazing fire attribute demonic energy transformed in an instant into a cold, insidious shadow force. And it was not just the nature of the energy. Even its life, aura, and soul fluctuations underwent an earth-shattering transformation. It was as if it had completely turned into a different entity altogether. A secret technique that camouflages one's aura and life essence. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his interest peaked. This was no simple illusion of appearance, but a fundamental alteration of one's own aura and energy attributes. Such a secret technique, whether used for infiltration, assassination, or escape, was of the absolute finest grade. The battle concluded swiftly. The altered shadow aura was clearly superior, successfully executing a bizarre sneak attack that severely wounded its opponent. Qin Feng hesitated no longer. Executing his void steps, his figure instantly traversed countless spatial currents, silently appearing at the center of the battlefield. On the field, a bat-like beast covered in dark purple scales with skeletal wings on its back was greedily absorbing the essence blood of a lion-like beast. The lion-like beast was on the verge of death, its eyes filled with sheer resentment. It could have been the victor, but its opponent was far too cunning, acting almost like a human. Qin Feng did not hide himself, stepping directly into view. Who goes there? The bat-like beast looked up alertly, its scarlet pupils locking onto Qin Feng. But when it sensed the human aura emanating from Qin Feng, a flicker of shock and suspicion crossed its eyes, which quickly turned into a savage glare. A human? Since you dare to venture deep into this place, then die. It violently retracted its claws, abandoning the dying lion-like beast. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of dark purple light, lunging straight at Qin Feng. Mid-flight, the shadow energy around its body boiled incredibly, splitting into 3 clones that were indistinguishable from the real body, attacking from different angles. A mid-stage Radiant Moon beast combined with this transformation and cloning technique. If an ordinary human Radiant Moon cultivator encountered it, it would indeed be troublesome, Qin Feng evaluated inwardly. Just as the bat-like beast was about to crash into Qin Feng, he slightly raised his Poxa blade. At the tip of the blade, a speck of silver light ignited. A perfect chance to test the power of my new blade technique. Void Slash. Though the new blade technique was only newly formed, it was more than enough to deal with a mid-stage Radiant Moon beast. Swoosh. A pitch-black void rift silently extended from the tip of the blade. There was no grand spectacle, nor any dazzling brilliance. The lunging form of the bat-like beast suddenly stiffened. How is this possible? It lowered its head in terror, looking at its own chest. There, at some unknown moment, a smooth cut had appeared, slicing clean through its entire body. No blood flowed from the cut, for the flesh, bones, and even internal organs had been annihilated by the power of the void the instant they made contact with the rift. Domain. Are you? Qin. It opened its mouth, its consciousness rapidly dissipating. Qin Feng stepped right in front of it, and before its body could hit the ground, he pressed his right hand gently against its skull. Soul Search. The overbearing power of the void instantly flooded into the opponent's sea of consciousness, forcefully scanning through fragments of its memory. After a moment, Qin Feng withdrew his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. The myriad manifestations, demon embryo. This secret technique is indeed profound. This technique was not innate to the catacombs, rather this phantom demon, Bat, had fortunately obtained it in an ancient ruin in its early years. It allowed one to transform into myriad creatures and simulate various auras. It could even briefly disguise oneself as an existence of a higher realm, making it extremely difficult to detect. Without hesitation, Qin Feng collected its corpse along with the dying lion-like beast. Radiant moon beasts were treasures from head to toe, they must not go to waste. Afterward, he found a relatively secluded rock crevice and set up a simple concealment array. First, I will refine this technique. The 8 tiny golden figures began to operate simultaneously, analyzing the profound mysteries of the myriad manifestations demon embryo secret technique. A warm white current surged, greatly accelerating the comprehension process. The core of this secret technique lay in the precise control of one's own energy and life fluctuations. It demanded an exceptionally high level of spiritual sense, which happened to suit Qin Feng perfectly. The terrifying nature of his comprehension ability was fully displayed at this moment. In just under half an hour, Qin Feng had already mastered this secret technique to the level of minor accomplishment. With a thought, the aura around his body began to slowly change. The spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to a human cultivator gradually receded and transformed. In their place emerged a demonic energy attribute mixed with the baleful aura of the catacombs. At the same time, his physical appearance underwent subtle adjustments. His skin tone grew dark and dull, the corners of his eyes elongated, and 2 small bony protrusions faintly emerged from his temples. He was the spitting image of an extraordinary shadow wolf, a common race in the catacombs. Even when he used his delusion-breaking spirit eyes to inspect himself internally, he could barely detect any flaws. This is sufficient. Feeling this new body, a slight smile played upon the corners of Qin Feng's lips. Disguising himself as a catacomb creature would undoubtedly make navigating Godhood Gorge much more convenient. He dispelled the concealment array and walked out with a swagger. Qin Feng swaggered through Godhood Gorge under the guise of Ing Zheng from the Yinglang clan. His plan was simple. Find a cavern gathering point, blend in, and gather intelligence regarding the 7th passage from the inside. After about half a day, the clamor of voices echoed from the valley ahead. Qin Feng concealed his aura and drew closer. In a relatively open clearing of the valley, dozens of cavern beasts of various shapes and sizes had gathered. At the center of the valley stood an altar. Several totem poles were planted around it, emitting a dense, malevolent energy and the heavy stench of blood. A cavern camp. Qin Feng's heart stirred. What caught his attention even more was a circle of beasts with formidable auras surrounding the altar. 3 beasts led the pack. They were the one-horned earth dragon, the 6-winged bloodbat, and the emaciated werewolf. All 3 possessed auras at the perfection of the bright moon realm. The one-horned earth dragon in particular had an aura as deep and vast as an abyss, with faint ripples of a dark golden force field surrounding its body, a clear sign of an embryonic domain. A half-step domain. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow is just 1 step away from a true domain. This lineup must be the primary cavern garrison stationed here. Qin Feng pondered. Just as he was considering how to blend in naturally, the totem poles on the altar suddenly shook in unison. A violent surge of crimson light erupted. Immediately after, a fissure cracked open in the center of the altar, and an incredibly dense stench of blood soared into the sky, mingled with the scent of numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as a certain ancient majestic aura. The blood pool has opened. The blood energy this time is 30% denser than the last. The surrounding beasts grew restless, greed flashing in their eyes. This blood pool was a reward specially bestowed by the powerhouses in the depths of the caverns to motivate lower realm creatures to invade the human realm. It contained a wealth of top-tier spiritual medicines and precious blood. The one-horned earth dragon growled. Silence. According to the rules, this blood pool tempering will be prioritized for those with meritorious deeds and outstanding talent. Its gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on an iron-armored violent bear with a powerful aura. Xiongpai, you made a significant contribution by slaying a human of the Bright Moon realm last time. You may enter the blood pool for 3 days. The iron-armored violent bear was overjoyed and was about to step forward. Suddenly, an abrupt change occurred. The blood energy soaring from the pool spontaneously converged, transforming into a crimson tornado that swept straight toward the sky above the valley. Wherever the tornado passed, the spatial turbulence was stirred, letting out a piercing whistle. But this was not the end. As the crimson tornado reached a height of 100 zhang, a muffled rumble of thunder suddenly echoed from the sky above the valley, which was perpetually shrouded in gray mist. Rumble. Silver-white lightning exploded within the gray mist. The next moment, several silver lightning bolts as thick as water buckets were actually drawn in by the crimson tornado. They descended from the heavens, striking fiercely into the blood pool. Sizzle. The blood boiled and lightning exploded. Under the bombardment of the thunder, the originally dark red blood pool actually took on a bizarre silver-red hue. Fine electric serpents danced across the surface of the pool. This. The blood pool drawing thunder. The fusion of blood fiend and heavenly thunder. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for blood thunder body tempering. The surrounding beasts were all dumbfounded. An astonishing light erupted from the eyes of the one-horned earth dragon. Blood thunder body tempering. Legend has it that it can stimulate bloodline potential, accelerate the fusion of divine sense and the physical body, and even offer a chance to awaken a lightning talent. This is a God-given opportunity. Had it not already reached the perfection of the bright moon realm with its physical body and divine sense completely fused and unwilling to disrupt this balance, even it would have coveted this opportunity. Unfortunately, it was currently refining its embryonic domain and trying to comprehend a true domain, so it had no choice but to pass on this opportunity. The one-horned earth dragon felt its heart bleeding, ignoring the greedy gazes of the two bright moon realm perfection beasts beside it. The one-horned earth dragon suddenly turned its head, its gaze quickly sweeping across the crowd. Who among you has cultivated lightning path techniques? Or those with a special affinity for lightning step forward? Since it couldn't use it, it was best if these two colleagues didn't use it either. The beasts looked at each other in silence. Lightning attribute techniques were inherently difficult to cultivate. Consequently, very few ordinary cavern creatures practiced them. Even if they did, most were of minor branches and could hardly achieve anything significant. Qin Feng's heart stirred. His lightning intent had long reached perfection, and he currently lacked a suitable opportunity to transform it into a domain. At the same time, this blood thunder could actually accelerate the fusion of divine sense and the physical body. This is practically an opportunity delivered right to my doorstep. To reject heaven's gift is to invite misfortune. Qin Feng quickly made his decision. As for the risk of exposure, the 8 golden miniature figures rapidly calculated and assessed the risks. The myriad transformations demon embryo art has reached minor mastery. The disguise is sufficient to deceive those at the perfection of the bright moon realm. Furthermore, if I can seize this opportunity to awaken a lightning domain, I might solidify my status as a cavern prodigy and borrow even more resources. In a flash, Qin Feng made his choice. He took a step forward. Ying Zheng of the Yinglang clan. I possess some slight understanding of the path of lightning. His voice was not loud, yet it was exceptionally clear in the silent valley. All eyes instantly focused on him. The one-horned earth dragon stared at Qin Feng, its divine sense sweeping over him like a tide to examine him thoroughly. Qin Feng had already activated the myriad transformations demon embryo formula, completely converting his spiritual energy into the demonic energy unique to the Yinglang clan. At the same time, he quietly revealed the aura of his perfected lightning intent. Yinglang clan. The one-horned earth dragon frowned slightly. Does your clan possess such talent? Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied with his pre-prepared story. In my early years, I accidentally entered an ancient ruin and was fortunate enough to obtain some resources. After refining them, I developed an affinity for lightning. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A tiny silver-white electric serpent slowly condensed in his palm. The one-horned earth dragon's eyes lit up. This lightning intent is exceptionally pure. Thinking no further, it laughed heartily. Excellent. For this blood thunder body tempering, you and Xiong Pai shall enter together. If you can awaken a lightning talent through this, I will surely report this to Lord Marquis and have you richly rewarded. Qin Feng cupped his fists. Thank you, my lord. A flash of discontent crossed the eyes of the iron-armored violent bear. It wanted to monopolize this opportunity. After pondering for a moment, it ultimately did not dare to defy the one-horned earth dragon's command, letting out only a cold snort. Qin Feng ignored it and walked straight toward the blood pool. The pool water had already turned a silver-red hue, and the lightning dancing on the surface grew increasingly dense. The closer he got, the more he could feel that violent yet pure energy. Under the tempering of the lightning, the blood fiend energy became much more violent, yet it also became far easier to absorb. Enter the pool, the one-horned earth dragon barked. Qin Feng and the iron-armored violent bear leaped into the blood pool at the same time. The pool water submerged them instantly. Boom. Qin Feng felt endless blood fiend energy and lightning energy surge into his body like a tidal wave. Under the unique environment of the blood pool, these two originally conflicting forces actually achieved a delicate balance. They complemented each other, frantically washing through his flesh, meridians, and bones. More importantly, some strange substance seemed to have settled at the bottom of the pool. Is this true dragon essence blood? Qin Feng could feel a faint but incredibly noble dragon aura seeping into his body along with the majestic energy, resonating with the wisp of life energy in his heart. What a powerful body tempering effect. Qin Feng was secretly astonished. Not daring to delay, he circulated the 9 tribulations void-shattering scripture with all his might, while secretly consuming the spirit-merging jade marrow. The 8 golden miniature figures moved in unison, frantically refining and absorbing. On the interface, the data began to fluctuate rapidly. Realm Bright Moon Fusion 18, 19 to 20. Lightning Intent perfected, embryonic domain. Time trickled by. Immersed in the body tempering, Qin Feng's perception of the outside world dropped to its lowest. He could feel that under the washing of the blood thunder energy his physical body and divine sense were undergoing a deep-level transformation. Fine silver lightning patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, and a faint sound resembling a dragon's roar echoed from his bones. Nourished by the dragon blood energy, the life energy deep within his heart had actually more than doubled. Before long, suddenly, the lightning intent exploded with a bang, transforming into countless fine silver runes. It was not destruction, but transformation. Within 100 zhang space warped slightly. The originally invisible void domain was now shrouded in a layer of dazzling silver-white lightning. Within the domain's spatial confinement and raging lightning coexisted, and the destructive aura caused the entire blood pool to boil. The iron-armored violent bear closest to Qin Feng was the first to feel the impact of this aura. At this point, let alone absorbing the energy of the blood pool, it felt as though merely enduring this pressure required every ounce of its strength. Damn it, just what is this guy's background? Within the blood pool, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Domain Void Domain 23 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Domain 2. In his eyes the left held the deep void while the right blazed with fierce lightning. With a thought he retracted the void domain. Without any concealment, he released the domain aura of the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison around his body. By the blood pool, all the beasts stood dumbfounded. The 3 late-stage Bright Moon beasts in particular were too shocked to speak. A domain. And it's a lightning attribute domain. Blood Thunder Body Tempering can actually help someone awaken a domain. What kind of opportunity is this? Damn. The one-horned earth dragon was the first to snap back to reality. Stepping to the edge of the blood pool, it stared intently at Qin Feng, its voice trembling with excitement and twisting with uncontrollable regret. Ingzheng, you have awakened a lightning domain. Qin Feng slowly stood up from the blood pool. As the one-horned earth dragon asked this, its heart throbbed with pain. It had been stuck at this bottleneck for 33 years. It was just one step away. If only it had been the one to enter the pool just now. If only it had. Then the one awakening a domain right now would have been the one-horned earth dragon, and not this obscure brat from the Yingling clan. With the lightning around him yet to dissipate, silver-white electric arcs danced across Qin Feng's skin. Combined with the appearance of the Yingling clan, there was a bizarre sense of majesty. Imitating the arrogance of a cavern creature, Qin Feng tilted his head slightly. Earth dragon. My domain is called the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. The one-horned earth dragon's vision went dark. Just a moment ago he was calling it my lord, but now he addressed it directly as Earth Dragon. Yet it did not show any displeasure. In the cavern's strength reigned supreme. The stronger party was the lord. Even if Ingzheng's realm was not as high as its own right now after awakening a domain, especially a lightning path domain, his power undoubtedly surpassed its own. 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. The one-horned earth dragon muttered repeatedly, an astonishing light erupting from its eyes. Good. Saying good 3 times, it suddenly turned and barked at the 6-winged bloodbat. Send word to Lord 8-armed demon ape immediately. Our caverns have birthed another domain prodigy, and a rare lightning domain at that. The 6-winged bloodbat nodded heavily, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, vanishing as a streak of blood-red light. The emaciated werewolf stepped forward, carefully sensing the domain fluctuations around Qin Feng, its eyes filled with envy. The lightning domain is extremely young and rigid, the perfect counter to the feminine techniques of human cultivators. Ingzheng, your awakening this time is of immense significance. It paused, lowering its voice. Currently on the human side, a monster named Qin Feng has emerged. He comprehended the void domain at the Dust Star realm and has slain 34 of our Bright Moon experts in a row. Lord Demon Ape was just worrying about having no one to keep him in check. Your awakening of the lightning domain comes at the perfect time. Qin Feng laughed inwardly, but on the surface he showed just the right amount of battle intent. Qin Feng. I have heard of his name as well. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely meet him. Spirited. The one-horned earth dragon laughed. But there is no rush. You have just awakened your domain and need to consolidate your foundation. Lord Demon Ape will surely reward you handsomely. With a wave of its massive hand it ordered, pass down the command. From this day forth Ingzheng shall enjoy the treatment of a prodigy, and his resource supply shall be doubled. Furthermore, open the treasury and take out 3 Earth Fiend lightning crystals and 1 bottle of Blood Dragon marrow to help him consolidate his domain. The surrounding beasts gasped in unison. Earth Fiend lightning crystals were top-tier materials for refining lightning attribute treasures, each one worth a fortune. Blood Dragon marrow was a sacred medicine for nourishing the physical body, possessing miraculous efficacy in consolidating domains. This reward was far too generous. Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly. Cavern resources, it would be a waste not to take them. As for using these resources to deal with Qin Feng, a barely perceptible curve lifted the corner of his lips. Thank you for your cultivation, my lord, he said, cupping his hands with sincere tone. The one-horned earth dragon. It had become my lord again. This Ingzheng was truly opportunistic. This is what you deserve. The one-horned earth dragon patted his shoulder, its eyes full of anticipation. Cultivate well. Once your domain is consolidated, it will be time for you to make a name for yourself. Qin Feng nodded. A moment later he accepted the Earth Fiend lightning crystals and Blood Dragon marrow presented by an attendant. They felt cool to the touch, containing majestic energy within. He thought to himself, With these resources my domain progress can advance significantly. Moreover, the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison seems even stronger than expected. Next I will use this identity as a cavern prodigy to investigate the anchor points of the seventh passage. He raised his head, looking toward the deepest part of the gorge. Their dark, purple mist surged with faint heart-palpitating ripples emanating from within. Behind him the one-horned earth dragon watched his departing figure, the trace of regret in its dark gold pupils finally turning completely into annoyance. It slowly clenched its claws, its knuckles letting out a subtle pop. Ingzheng. In its whisper there was anticipation, but even more so an indescribable unwillingness. My lord, the emaciated werewolf walked to its side and asked softly, you seem not very pleased. The one-horned earth dragon remained silent for a long time before slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air carrying the scent of blood. Pleased? I should be pleased. Its voice was raspy like grinding gravel. Our caverns have gained another domain prodigy, and of the powerful lightning attribute at that. I should be laughing heartily. Yet it could not laugh. The emaciated werewolf seemed to understand something and asked tentatively, is my lord wondering how to awaken your own domain? The one-horned earth dragon snapped its head around, bloodshot veins appearing in its dark gold eyes. I have been stuck at the embryonic domain for 33 years. I was just short of that single thread of opportunity. If only I had been the one to enter the pool just now. It did not continue. But the emaciated werewolf understood. Yet opportunities were things that once missed were gone forever. Especially an opportunity like this which was once in a millennium and could help one undergo a complete metamorphosis. The emaciated werewolf clicked its tongue inwardly. This old earth dragon has never been known for being particularly broad-minded. Today it is probably just desperately trying to save face. After this incident, perhaps in a few hundred years, whenever it recalls this moment, even in its dreams, it will have to wake up and slap itself twice. Qin Feng was arranged to stay in a newly constructed palace. Located in the core area of the camp and guarded by defensive arrays, it clearly demonstrated the treatment befitting a peerless prodigy. The Earth Fiend Thunder Crystal, containing the baleful chi of the Earth Veins and the essence of thunder, can help me further strengthen my Nine Heavens Thunder Prison domain. The Blood Dragon Marrow, rich in dragon blood essence, is likewise a rare and precious treasure. Looking at the premium resources before him, Qin Feng could not help but curl his lips into a smile. Infiltrating the catacomb faction this time was entirely due to the secret technique, the Myriad Transformations Demon Embryo, an entirely unexpected turn of events. However, now that things have reached this point, my previous plan will no longer work. Qin Feng pondered slightly. He needed to establish a few safeguards to ensure his own safety. The greatest uncertainty right now is the Myriad Transformations Demon Embryo technique. Qin Feng had already verified that a minor mastery of this secret technique was sufficient to deceive the senses of those at the peak Bright Moon stage. But at this level alone, he could not guarantee whether Marquis Realm powerhouses or exotic beasts with special abilities would be able to see through his disguise. Before meeting a catacomb Marquis, I must refine this secret technique to perfection. Moreover, being currently inside the catacomb encampment, the slightest misstep could invite catastrophe. It is best to convert these resources into strength as quickly as possible. With this thought, Qin Feng hesitated no longer. He grabbed the resources and began to refine them all. Time slipped away silently amidst his cultivation. While the palace gradually fell into silence, the camp was far from peaceful. News that Ingzheng of the Shadow Wolf clan had comprehended the Thunder Domain during the Blood Thunder Body Tempering spread like wildfire, rapidly sweeping across the entire territory of the Dunhuxia catacomb forces. A prodigy who had awakened a domain right after breaking through to the Bright Moon stage was a supreme talent in any era, a future prospect worthy of the utmost cultivation by any major clan. What was more, what he had awakened was the incredibly formidable Thunder Dao domain. In an instant, the palace where Qin Feng resided became the focus of attention for the entire camp. Thousands of miles away, inside a massive palace, the eight-armed demon ape lay on a skeletal throne with its eyes closed. The baleful aura permeating its body made the surrounding beasts tremble in fear. Suddenly, the sharp sound of rushing wind echoed outside the hall. Lord Demon Ape. Urgent report from Dunhuxia. A streak of bloody light flashed into the hall, transforming into a six-winged bloodbat. It knelt on one knee, presenting a blood-colored jade slip with both hands. The eight-armed demon ape Marquis slowly opened his eyes, a trace of impatience flickering in his dark golden pupils. What is the matter that makes you so flustered? Please take a look, my lord. The six-winged bloodbat's voice trembled with excitement. A newly ascended Bright Moon prodigy has emerged at the Dunhuxia camp. During the Blood Thunder Body Tempering, he awakened the Thunder Dao domain. The Thunder Dao domain. The eight-armed demon ape Marquis' pupils contracted slightly. He took the jade slip and swept his spiritual sense across it. The jade slip recorded the entire process of Ingzheng's domain awakening in meticulous detail. This included the purity of the thunder intent he displayed, as well as the evaluations from the one-horned earth dragon and others. Especially the final sentence. This youth possesses extraordinary talent. His thunder domain is extremely pure and unyielding, boasting immense offensive power, and might be able to counter Qin Feng. This caused the eight-armed demon ape Marquis' breathing to grow heavy. Qin Feng. That name was now a thorn in his side and a splinter in his eye. Whenever he recalled the tragic death of his beloved grandson, his killing intent would boil, wishing he could instantly charge into the human territory and tear that boy into 10,000 pieces. But as a Marquis realm expert, he could not easily break the rules. Moreover, the human side also had Marquises guarding them. If his true body stepped across, it would inevitably trigger a joint hunt against him. He needed a blade. A blade sharp enough and restraining enough to counter Qin Feng. And now this blade seemed to have delivered itself right to his door. Shadow Wolf Clan. Ingzheng. The 8-armed demon ape Marquis slowly chewed on the name, a glint of light flashing in his dark golden pupils. Within the catacombs, the Shadow Wolf Clan was not a particularly cohesive group, divided into numerous minor subclans. The strongest among these subclans were merely at the peak of the Bright Moon stage, with no Marquis realm expert backing them. Such a background meant that this Ingzheng would be very easy to control. An idea rapidly took shape in his mind. His beloved grandson was dead, and the future of the demon ape lineage needed a new pillar. Since there was currently no suitable candidate within his own bloodline, why couldn't it be an outsider? If he could recruit this prodigy who possessed the Thunder domain into the demon ape lineage and make him one of their own, he could not only have him avenge his grandson by slaying Qin Feng, but also strengthen the power of the demon ape lineage. Furthermore, this youth was destined to become a powerhouse among the Marquis realm in the future. When that time came, the demon ape lineage would possess two powerful Marquises, granting them greater authority and influence in the catacombs. At this thought, the 8-armed demon ape Marquis rose abruptly. Pass down my order. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the skeletal palace. Prepare a generous gift immediately. This Marquis will personally travel to Dunhuxia to meet this Ingzheng. In addition, he paused, a deep look flashing in his eyes. Tell Longhua that I have carefully selected a husband for her. As soon as she emerges from her secluded cultivation, she must come to see me immediately. Hearing this, the demon ape guards standing in attendance below were deeply shaken. Lady Longhua. She was the most beloved young daughter of the demon ape Marquis. Although she had not yet reached the Bright Moon stage, her talent was exceptionally high and her beauty was peerless, earning her countless suitors among the many powerful clans of the catacombs. Was Lord Demon Ape planning an alliance through marriage? Yes. The guard dared not ask further and bowed as he retreated. The 8-armed demon ape Marquis sat back down, his fingers lightly tapping on the bone throne. Losing one grandson, but gaining a son-in-law with even greater potential. Qin Feng. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Once this Marquis' son-in-law grows to maturity, it will be the day of your doom. 3 days later, Qin Feng had completely refined the 3 Earth Fiend Thunder Crystals and the Blood Dragon Marrow, also achieving grand mastery in the Myriad Transformations Demon Embryo technique. His domain was significantly enhanced, and his realm integration progress made a massive leap forward. He could feel that his control over thunder had become even more refined. Compared to when it had first awakened, the power of the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison had increased by at least 30%. Just as he was preparing to end his seclusion to search for the passage anchors, a respectful announcement suddenly came from outside the palace. Lord Ingzheng, Lord 8-armed demon ape, has personally arrived and requests your presence in the main hall. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The 8-armed demon ape had come so quickly. It seemed his identity as a catacomb prodigy carried even more weight than he had anticipated. He adjusted his robes, restrained the overly exposed aura of the thunder prison around him, and pushed open the door. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was solemn. The one-horned earth dragon, the 6-winged bloodbat, and the withered werewolf, the 3-peak Bright Moon stage experts, all stood bowing on either side. Seated upon the main throne of the hall was a terrifying figure. Standing 50 feet tall, its entire body pitch black, its 8 thick arms hung down naturally. Its dark golden pupils were like 2 miniature suns, exuding a suffocating pressure. The Marquis realm powerhouse, the 8-armed demon ape. The moment Qin Feng stepped into the hall, he felt a vast abyss-like spiritual sense sweep across his entire body. His heart tightened slightly as he circulated the Myriad Transformations Demon Embryo art, with all his might maintaining his disguise to the absolute limit. At the same time, he subtly released a trace of the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison's domain aura to display his qualities as a prodigy. Ingzheng greets Lord Demon Ape Marquis. Qin Feng clasped his hands, neither humble nor arrogant. The 8-armed demon ape's gaze fell upon him, lingering for a full 3 breaths of time. Not bad, he spoke slowly, his voice deep like muffled thunder. Your thunder power is upright and majestic. You indeed possess the bearing of a peerless prodigy. My lord overpraises me. Qin Feng lowered his head. There is no need for modesty. The 8-armed demon ape Marquis waved his hand. This Marquis came today because there is something I wish to ask you. Please speak, my lord. The 8-armed demon ape's gaze suddenly sharpened. Are you willing to serve my demon ape lineage? Qin Feng's heart stirred, knowing that the main act was finally arriving. To be able to serve the demon ape lineage is this junior's honor, he answered flawlessly. Good. A look of satisfaction flashed in the 8-armed demon ape Marquis' eyes. Since that is the case. He paused, then suddenly asked, how old are you this year? Are you married? Qin Feng was startled. This question was somewhat unexpected. This junior has cultivated for over 70 years, single-mindedly pursuing the Tao, and has never been married, he answered truthfully. Of course, this was calculated based on the Shadow Wolf Clan aura he was disguising. Reaching the Bright Moon stage and awakening a domain in just over 70 years. Your talent is indeed astonishing. The 8-armed demon ape Marquis nodded. This Marquis has a daughter named Longyue. She is 50 years of age, and both her talent and appearance are of the highest caliber. She is currently at the peak of the Dust Star stage, and will break through to the Bright Moon stage in a matter of days. He looked at Qin Feng, and said word by word, "This Marquis wishes to take you as my son-in-law, and betroth Longyue to you. Are you willing?" The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into dead silence. The three-peak Bright Moon stage experts, including the one-horned Earth Dragon, all widened their eyes, unable to believe their ears. Taking a son-in-law. The demon ape Marquis actually wanted to marry his most beloved young daughter to this brat from the Shadow Wolf clan. What immense regard. Waves of shock also surged in Qin Feng's heart. Taking him as a son-in-law. Marrying the daughter of the 8-armed demon ape. Was this act being taken a bit too far? Qin Feng quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind. Once he became the demon ape Marquis' son-in-law, he would gain a higher level of trust, have more opportunities to access core secrets, and find it much easier to investigate the seventh passage's anchor. Furthermore, the resources of the demon ape lineage were not something a mere camp treasury could compare to. As for the marriage, it was nothing more than a temporary measure. Once the mission was completed and his identity was revealed, what son-in-law would there be? In a flash, Qin Feng made his decision. He timely let a look of being overwhelmed by favor show on his face, though it quickly turned serious. To receive such high regard from Lord Demon Ape Marquis and be betrothed to your beloved daughter, this junior is endlessly grateful. However, he hesitated for a moment. This junior comes from a humble background and fears I may not be worthy of Lady Longyue. Background is not an issue. The 8-armed Demon Ape Marquis waved his massive hand. Our Demon Ape lineage only looks at strength and potential. Since you have awakened the Thunder Domain, you are a favored child of heaven and are fully worthy of Longyue. He paused, then added, if you agree, this Marquis will cultivate you as a direct descendant, showering you with resources and allowing you to choose any cultivation technique. Once your cultivation is successful, you can avenge my grandson, the 6-armed Demon Ape, and slay that human Qin Feng. By the end of his words, his killing intent was chilling. Qin Feng laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he wore an expression of righteous indignation. That human Qin Feng is brutal and bloodthirsty. If given the opportunity, this junior will certainly take his head. Good. Such ambition. The 8-armed Demon Ape Marquis laughed heartily. Since that is the case, this marriage is set. He raised his hand, and a pitch-black spatial ring engraved with the Demon Ape totem flew toward Qin Feng. This is a welcoming gift from this Marquis. Inside is heavenly thunder body tempering liquid Marquis realm, true dragon essence blood, and various other celestial treasures. Qin Feng took the ring, swept his spiritual sense over it, and felt his heart tremble slightly. He silently thought that this old monkey was indeed incredibly generous. Thank you for your generous gift, father-in-law. Qin Feng immediately changed his form of address, his tone filled with feigned excitement. The 8-armed Demon Ape Marquis nodded with satisfaction. Consolidate your cultivation here for now. Once Longyue emerges from her seclusion, we will hold the wedding for the two of you. Yes. Qin Feng bowed. The 8-armed Demon Ape Marquis gave a few more instructions before transforming into a streak of black light and departing. Only after he left did the tense atmosphere inside the hall finally ease. The one-horned Earth Dragon walked up to Qin Feng, looking at him with a complex expression. Ultimately, he sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Ingzheng. Congratulations. Qin Feng smiled, faintly tightening his grip on the spatial ring in his hand. With the resources secured and his identity further stabilized, the next act of this show was bound to be even more spectacular. Qin Feng returned to his quarters and immediately summoned a veteran Dust Star beast of the camp. Ingyin, how long have you been stationed at the Broken Soul Gorge? Ingyin, a taciturn black-scaled Earth Dragon, replied in a muffled voice, 63 years. Have you ever seen the actual location of the seventh passage? Ingyin shook his head. The exact location of the passage is known only to the Marquis. Even the newly arrived Bright Moon experts have their senses shielded by the Marquis when entering the seventh passage. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Not even the one-horned Earth Dragon knows. Lord Earth Dragon once mentioned to us while drinking that he had inquired about the location of the seventh passage from Lord Demonic Ape, only to be severely reprimanded. Ingyin lowered his voice. This is an ironclad rule. The coordinates of the passage are classified as top secret. Anyone who leaks them dies. Once Ingyin withdrew, Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. Only the Marquis knows. This is indeed troublesome. Now, if he wanted to find the location of the passage, his only option was to search inch by inch through the void domain, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as he was pondering, a servant's respectful announcement echoed from outside the hall. Lord Ingzheng, Lady Longyue has arrived. Qin Feng raised his eyes. At the entrance of the hall, a figure walked in gracefully. The newcomer wore a dark gold flowing celestial dress, her skin as fair and translucent as white jade. Her facial features were exquisitely beautiful, bordering on the supernatural, and a pair of delicate spiraled silver horns grew from her forehead. She was none other than Longyue, the most beloved young daughter of the 8-armed demonic ape. At this moment, she did not reveal her demonic ape form, but had instead assumed a human appearance. Standing in the center of the hall, she sized up Qin Feng with a haughty gaze. Are you the husband my father chose for me? Her voice was cold, yet charmingly petulant, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Qin Feng stood up and cupped his hands. Ying Zheng of the Shadow Wolf clan greets Lady Longhua. Longhua took a few steps closer and slowly circled around him. I heard that right after breaking through to the Bright Moon realm you awakened a lightning Dao domain. It was merely luck. Luck? Longhua chuckled. Father is not someone who can be swayed by mere luck. Since he chose you, you must possess extraordinary qualities. She sat down casually on a stone chair in the hall. Sit. Since we are to be wed, there is no need to bind ourselves to such meaningless formalities. Qin Feng sat down as told. Suddenly Longhua rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head to look at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Tell me, how did you awaken that lightning Dao domain of yours? Tempering the body with blood lightning. I have heard rumors of it, but I have never witnessed it with my own eyes. Qin Feng briefly explained the process, omitting the key details and only describing the phenomenon of thunder and blood fiend energy intertwining. Longhua's eyes shimmered as she listened. Thunder born from the void. Truly profound. She suddenly changed the subject. Since you possess such talent, why were you completely unheard of before this? Qin Feng smiled bitterly. I came from a humble background and resources were scarce. If I had a background like yours, Lady Longhua, and received the full cultivation of a marquee-level powerhouse, my achievements today would likely be far greater than this. He spoke candidly, a trace of irrepressible regret showing in his eyes at just the right moment. Longhua stared at him for a long while. Do you resent your own birth? I wouldn't call it resentment. Qin Feng shook his head. I just occasionally think that if I had more resources and had broken through earlier, perhaps I could have done more for my clan, and also. Though spoken calmly, his words carried countless layers of helplessness and unwilling resignation. Longhua fell silent for a moment. Resources? She suddenly stood up. Wait for me here. Before Qin Feng could respond, she had already transformed into a streak of golden light and swept out of the palace. About 2 hours later, Longhua returned. With a wave of her hand, she established a soundproof barrier, then retrieved 5 jade boxes from her storage bracelet, piling them all in front of Qin Feng. These are for you. Qin Feng was startled. Lady Longhua, this bottle of Earth Core's spiritual tempering milk is something I took from my father's treasury. This box of dragon bone Sariras was gifted to me by my eldest uncle the year before last. As for the other items, they are from my personal collection. She spoke nonchalantly, yet every single one of them was a priceless treasure that money couldn't buy in the outside world. Seeing Qin Feng make no move, Longhua raised her brow slightly. What are you dazed for? Aren't you short on resources? Take them and use them to break through as soon as possible so you can avenge my nephew. It will also save me. Save me from marrying an incompetent husband. Her tone remained proud, but the eagerness in her eyes for him to accept them quickly could not be hidden at all. Qin Feng took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. For your generous gift, Lady Longhua, Ying Zheng will remember this in his heart. Who wants you to remember that? Longhua turned her face away. Just cultivate diligently and don't waste my things. With that she turned to leave, but then paused. By the way, Longhua stopped suddenly at the entrance of the hall. She turned around and looked at Qin Feng. Father said that after we are married he will allow you to cultivate in the heart-melting valley. Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly, but he put on a curious expression. Heart-melting valley. Where is that? It is a secret realm of our catacombs in the Broken Soul Gorge, Longhua explained. It is said that the valley is surrounded by 3 mountains and shielded from subterranean fire, making it an excellent place to assist in the cultivation of the Bright Moon realm. In his early years, father cultivated in a similar secret realm, which allowed him to quickly break through to the marquee level. Qin Feng was slightly surprised, timely showing a look of yearning. To think such a treasure land exists. No wonder my father-in-law has achieved what he has today. Longhua raised her chin slightly. Of course. Father said that once the matter of the passage is settled, he will let you cultivate inside for a period of time for my sake, which can be considered as nurturing you. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He bowed his head at the right moment, his tone sincere. Ying Zheng has indeed basked in the lady's reflected glory. Seeing this, the corners of Longhua's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Only the matter of the passage. Qin Feng pretended to be puzzled. Does Lady Longhua mean the 7th passage? Yes, Longhua nodded. Father and the others have been discussing this lately. It seems the anchor point of the passage is somehow related to the heart-melting valley. I don't know the specifics either. I only heard them mention that the place surrounded by 3 mountains is precisely where the passage will manifest. Waving her hand, she added, Father will worry about these matters. You just need to cultivate well. With that she lingered, no longer turning and leaving. Qin Feng escorted her to the entrance, watching Longhua walk away until she vanished from sight. Only then did he return to the palace, his expression returning to normal. He calmly put away the resources gifted by Longhua, his heart undisturbed by any ripples of emotion. He was currently focused on only one thing. Was the anchor point of the passage truly in the heart-melting valley? Within his sea of consciousness, 8 golden miniature figures were already rapidly deducing. Heart-melting valley, surrounded by 3 mountains shielded from subterranean fire. He took out a detailed map of the Broken Soul Gorge. Soon in the southeastern corner of the gorge he located an area marked as the heart-melting ley line. I must go and investigate as soon as possible. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He immediately began deducing the most secure spatial path to Malxin Valley. The 8 golden figures spun at full capacity, combining the map with his own perception of the space within Duanhuan Gorge. One after another potential spatial veins emerged within his divine sense sea. Malksan Valley lies to the southeast of Duanhuan Gorge, approximately 300 li in straight-line distance. Qin Feng closed his eyes and focused his consciousness. However, the spatial energy here is extremely chaotic. Directly phasing through would be far too risky. It would be wiser to utilize several natural spatial folds as stepping stones. He selected 3 potential paths and meticulously compared them, ultimately choosing the most intricate yet stable route. Begin. Qin Feng's mind shifted slightly, and his void domain gradually unfolded before him, tracing out a narrow spatial corridor. He stepped through with a single stride. Silver energy rippled across his body as the spatial passage sealed shut behind him without a sound. True to its name, this place was plagued by violent spatial storms that never ceased howling like wailing spirits. Qin Feng's figure emerged like a faint brushstroke of ink, silently materializing amid the raging energy turbulence. He did not pause, instead extending his domain once more to precisely lock onto a relatively stable spatial rift. The second jump. The third jump. When Qin Feng stepped out from the void, the scenery before him shifted abruptly. 3 pitch-black peaks rose like swords, piercing the heavens, arranged in a triangular formation that cradled a valley below. Faint sulfur scent drifted through the valley floor, where dark red patterns flowed like rivers beneath the surface. Those were suppressed geological heat veins. This is Malksan Valley. Qin Feng gathered all his aura and drifted toward the valley floor like a fallen leaf. Almost the moment he concealed himself, buzz. A divine sense vast as an abyss swept across the entire valley like liquid silver flooding the ground. A marquee-level powerhouse's perception, and not an ordinary one. Bad. Qin Feng's heart trembled violently, immediately compressing his void domain to within 3 inches of his body surface. Simultaneously, he fully activated the myriad transformations devil embryo secret technique, completely concealing his aura. In this moment, he could clearly feel his heartbeat nearly cease. The divine sense lingered briefly at his hiding place, seemingly detecting an anomaly in the spatial ripples. Qin Feng's back immediately broke into cold sweat. He forced himself to resist the impulse to tear through space and escape. Several breaths later, the divine sense slowly moved away. A low, hoarse voice echoed from the center of the valley with a hint of suspicion. That spatial fluctuation, just now, was rather strange. Another resonant voice responded, Malksan Valley sits atop a spatial node to begin with. Occasional anomalies are to be expected. No need to worry. Perhaps so. The first voice paused. The passage is about to open. Stay alert. Yes. Only then did Qin Feng dare to relax, slightly quietly extending the perception of his illusion-piercing spiritual eyes. At the valley center stood an ancient altar forged from an unknown material. The circular altar measured approximately 10 zhang in diameter, its surface carved with intricate grooves and runes. 2 marquee-level powerhouses with overwhelming aura now stood on opposite sides of the altar, their expression solemn. What startled Qin Feng most was the altar's spatial structure. It was obviously abnormal. It was not the random movement that the human marquis had guessed, but astonishingly stable. Countless intricate spatial patterns interwoven there, forming an extremely complex and remarkably stable anchor point. The 7th passage doesn't move at all. Qin Feng's heart churned with turbulent waves. Its location has always been fixed right here. Humans and the lower ranks of the demon cave have all been deceived. So that so-called random appearance. He concentrated his gaze and quickly noticed something amiss. Deep within the altar, 3 dark purple crystals were slowly rotating in an arcane trajectory. Each rotation of the crystals released faint spatial fluctuations outward. Phantom void crystals. Qin Feng recognized the items. Phantom void crystals could only be born where spatial rifts intersected with dragon veins of terrestrial energy, exceedingly precious and rare. These fluctuations, distorted by the runes on the altar, radiated outward toward the surrounding area of Duanhuan Gorge, creating the illusion that the passage moved randomly. The demon cave actually spared no expense using such treasures to create this deception. It seems their ambitions this time must be enormous. Just then, the 2 powerhouses on the altar simultaneously formed hand seals. Low chanting arose as the runes on the altar surface lit up one by one, dark golden light flowing along the grooves and converging at the altar's center. Buzz. The spatial energy at this location began to twist violently. A dark spatial gateway slowly formed at the altar's center. The passage has opened, a demon cave powerhouse at the peak of Radiant Moon stage said in a deep voice. By plan, prepare for transfer. Immediately, several attendants carrying 3 heavy metal boxes approached the altar. The boxes were opened to reveal dozens of strange crystals covered in silver patterns on their surface. Void transmission stones. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. These crystals contained pure spatial energy capable of forcibly opening temporary spatial passages for ultra-long distance teleportation. But their limitations were severe. They couldn't even transport those at the marquee level or above. Each use was limited to only a few individuals. Most importantly, the transmission stones were single-use consumables. Each one consumed mint 1, lest they were extraordinarily difficult to refine, and each was exceedingly precious. The demon cave actually produced dozens at once. Qin Feng held his breath and continued observing. He saw the 2 marquee-level experts each take out a void transmission stone and infuse their demonic energy into it. The silver patterns on the transmission stones flared suddenly, projecting 3 silver beams that merged into the newly opened dark portal. The portal's stability immediately improved dramatically. First squad enter. The lead Radiant Moon Peak expert barked. 10 demon cave warriors with grim auras shrouded in black bone armor silently stepped through the portal and vanished instantly. Then came the second squad, third squad. In merely half an instant, 6 times 6 squads had been transmitted away, nearly 100 demon cave warriors in total. Each squad was led by at least a Radiant Moon early-stage expert. Among them were even 3 Radiant Moon late-stage experts. Qin Feng, hiding in the shadows and watching this scene, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The demon cave raid squads that suddenly appeared at the east gate of Haishi City several months ago. Those squads were all delivered this way using incredibly precious void transmission stones to teleport directly from this Malxin Valley. Countless clues in his mind instantly connected. Why did those squads appear without warning? Why could they always precisely strike weak points in the human defense lines? The Demon Cave is investing heavily in void transmission stones, playing a game of openly repairing the plank walkway, while secretly advancing through Qinsong. These elite squads transmitted over can continuously harass the human defenses and sow panic. Meanwhile, their seemingly random appearances perfectly reinforce the illusion that the 7th passage's location is constantly shifting. The more the human marquises study the locations and patterns of these squads' appearances, the deeper they'll fall into the illusion cast by the phantom void crystals, moving further and further from the true passage location at Malxin Valley. Qin Feng felt a chill rising up his spine. What an enormous chess game. Using phantom void crystals to create a grand illusion. Using even more precious void transmission stones to continuously deploy elite squads. Both strategies working in tandem, feints and real moves intertwined. Even a marquee-level powerhouse like Marquis Junbei was kept in the dark. If not for witnessing it with his own eyes today, how could he ever have uncovered the truth? The Demon Cave's schemes this time run far deeper than anyone could imagine. Just then the passage gateway slowly closed. The light on the altar gradually dimmed. Today's transmission is complete. Return to your positions, increase vigilance. The next opening will be in 15 days. 15 days. The passage opened once every half month. Qin Feng memorized this crucial information. He waited patiently until all the Demon Cave powerhouses left the altar and silence returned to the valley, then quietly withdrew. The return journey was even more cautious than the outbound trip. He took a longer route, making 5 short spatial jumps. Instead of returning to the Demon Cave camp, he headed straight for the human covert outpost. Inside the rock cave, the elderly man with a sallow complexion visibly relaxed upon seeing Qin Feng return. "My lord, you finally made contact with me." Qin Feng waved his hand and quickly produced a blank jade slip imprinting everything he had witnessed and deduced. The location of Malxin Valley, the truth about the passage, the illusion created by the phantom void crystals, intelligence about the void transmission stones being used to batch transport elite squads, as well as his inference that the Demon Cave might be plotting against the Northern Territory. "Immediately send this jade slip to Marquis Junbei at the highest encryption level," Qin Feng said with a grave expression. "Remember, it must be delivered directly into the Marquis's hands personally. No one else may handle it along the way." The old man realized the gravity of the matter and nodded firmly. "I understand." Setting off immediately. "Be careful." Qin Feng watched him disappear into the morning mist, then turned his gaze toward Malxin Valley. The intelligence had been sent. Now it was up to Marquis Junbei and his allies to respond. As for him, he should return to the Demon Cave camp and continue playing his part in this performance. The northern border, the Junbei Marquis Mansion. The Marquis of Junbei, the Marquis of Qian, the Marquis of Qinglian, and other marquis-level powerhouses guarding the northern border had gathered. On the table, the jade slip, just delivered by a scout at the cost of his life, was emitting a faint silver light. The Marquis of Junbei withdrew his last thread of divine sense from the jade slip. This marquis-level powerhouse, who had guarded the northern border for centuries and weathered countless storms, now bore an expression as grim as iron. "The situation is grim," he spoke slowly, his voice low and heavy. "According to the intelligence sent by Qin Feng, the 7th passage is located in Rongxin Valley. The so-called random movement is entirely an illusion created by the phantasm void crystal." The Marquis of Qian slammed his fist onto the table, sending a resonant hum through the entire secret chamber. What a cunning scheme by the catacombs. What a brilliant deception. I suspected that valley was strange from the beginning, but I never expected they would lay out such a grand conspiracy. The Marquis of Qinglian was always composed. Yet at this moment, even his brows were tightly knit. Phantasm void crystals, void teleportation stones, continuously sending elite squads to their deaths just to cloud our vision. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the room, his voice low, yet carrying immense weight. The catacomb scale of operations and depth of plotting this time are so immense that they threaten to shake the very foundations of our northern border. A brief dead silence fell over the chamber. No words were needed. Every marquis present understood that this deduction was highly likely to be the imminent harsh reality. After a prolonged silence, the Marquis of Qinglian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity. Everyone judging by the catacombs' aggressive posture and the immense price they have paid, they have likely amassed a significant number of top-tier forces in the northern border intending to completely overthrow us. Relying solely on the human Marquis-level forces currently in the northern border, we might not be able to withstand this colossal wave. His eyes shone like torches as he swept his gaze over the Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Tej. This concerns the lives of countless humans in our great Qin prefecture. To be safe, we must not probe recklessly and alert the enemy. It is time to seek reinforcement from the Qin capital. We must request a king-level powerhouse to personally grace the northern border. Seconded. Once the discussion concluded, the Marquis of Qinglian's gaze fell back onto the jade slip, the solemnity in his eyes gradually dissolving into profound admiration. The Academy's thousands of years of heritage has truly reared a true dragon. He lightly tapped the surface of the jade slip with his fingertip, his voice carrying a rare sense of awe. In such a short time, he not only uncovered the truth of the seventh passage, but also saw through the catacomb's strategic intentions. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the others in the room. Such insight, such courage. This young man, Qin Feng, is by no means an ordinary figure. In time, he will surely become the pillar of our great Qin prefecture. The Marquis of Jinbei nodded heavily, his voice solemn. Infiltrating the heart of the catacombs entirely on his own to uncover such earth-shattering secrets. The greatest credit for this campaign undoubtedly belongs to him. Upon his return, I will personally travel to the Qin capital to request rewards on his behalf. Yet following the praise, anxiety ensued. The Marquis of Qinglian sighed deeply. Merit must certainly be rewarded, but at present, we cannot guarantee his safety. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Qin Feng was currently deep within the catacombs camp. If his identity were to be exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. The great Qin prefecture cannot afford to lose such a prodigy, the Marquis of Qian said in a heavy voice, each word squeezed through his teeth. But how easy is that? The Marquis of Jinbei shook his head. The marquises fell into silence. They guarded the mighty passes commanding hosts of powerhouses. Yet at this moment, they could not guarantee the safety of the young man who had ventured deep behind enemy lines and achieved such monumental merit. This sense of powerlessness filled every Marquis with shame. Let us think of another way. The Marquis of Jinbei rubbed his temples. Qin Feng went to investigate the passage at my invitation, so I will take responsibility. If all else fails, I will personally head to the Duanhuan Gorge. Just as the human marquises were consumed by anxiety, desperately brainstorming a rescue plan they would never have imagined. The very prodigy Qin Feng they were so deeply concerned about was currently experiencing a rather peculiar situation. Duanhuan Gorge, the catacombs camp. Decorated with lanterns and colored banners, the atmosphere was filled with joy. The eight-armed demonic ape was marrying off his daughter, a rare monumental event for the catacombs creatures in the human realm. What was more, she was marrying Yingzheng, a newly risen peerless prodigy who possessed the lightning path domain. In the central plaza of the camp, a towering wedding platform made of bone had been erected. Surrounding the platform were messengers and powerhouses from various catacombs clans, including quite a few Marquis-level entities. With the war against the humans of the northern border imminent, they also wished to use this occasion to bring some auspicious fortune. Qin Feng, dressed in dark gold ceremonial robes, stood on one side of the wedding platform. The robes had been personally selected by Long Yue, accentuating his tall and upright posture. Combined with his disguised appearance as a member of the Shadow Wolf clan and the faint arcs of lightning flickering around him, he possessed an unusually composed and dignified aura. Yet no one knew what thoughts lay beneath this calm exterior. The Marquis of Shuefu has arrived. Congratulatory gift, a pair of 1,000-year-old blood jade corals. The Marquis of Shurho has arrived. Congratulatory gift, 10 blocks of earth core essence crystals. The Marquis of Yuying has arrived. Congratulatory gift, 3 shadow void evasion talismans. The announcements of gifts echoed continuously. Each announcement represented the arrival of a catacombs Marquis in the human realm, as well as a lavish gift substantial enough to make even a radiant moon powerhouse green with envy. Yingzheng maintained a calm expression as he greeted them one by one. The gazes of these Marquis-level powerhouses mostly carried an undeniable trace of admiration. Young friend Yingzheng is indeed a fine young man. A short, stout Marquis with rock-like skin, the Marquis of Shurho patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. The force was immense enough to make an ordinary radiant moon cultivator stumble, but Qin Feng remained perfectly motionless. I hear your lightning path domain is exceptionally overbearing. If there is a chance, you should spar with the youngsters of my clan. The Marquis of Shurho flatters me. If the opportunity arises, this junior will certainly seek your guidance, Qin Feng replied courteously. Just then the Marquis of Yuying, shrouded in a faint black mist, quietly drifted over. Yingzheng, the voice of the Marquis of Yuying, transmitted directly into Qin Feng's ears. That old ape Eight Arms has a fiery temper, and his daughter has been thoroughly spoiled. Joining his household may not necessarily be a good thing for you. Qin Feng's heart stirred, but he remained outwardly unperturbed. The Marquis of Yuying continued his transmission. I have a daughter of similar age to Long Yue, and her talent and beauty are far superior. If you are willing, I can make the decision to betroth her to you. At that time, you will be the esteemed son-in-law of our Yuying lineage, and your resources will be no less than those of the demonic ape lineage. What do you say? Was this poaching him right on the spot? Qin Feng almost laughed out loud. He wore a perfectly calculated look of dilemma. The Marquis of Yuying's high regard is deeply appreciated by this junior. However, the esteemed demonic ape has shown me great favor, and Lady Longyue has also treated me kindly. I must respectfully decline this offer. The Marquis of Yuying fell silent for a moment, the black mist around him rippling slightly. A pity. If you change your mind, you may seek me out at any time. With that, he drifted away. Similar offers of marriage occurred 2 or 3 more times afterward. Clearly, Qin Feng, as a newly risen domain prodigy, had become a highly sought-after prize that the various lineages of the catacombs scrambled to win over. Qin Feng politely declined them, all his mind as clear as a mirror. The auspicious hour arrived. The massive figure of the 8-armed demonic ape appeared on the main seat of the wedding platform. Today he wore a dark gold cloak with his 8 arms neatly folded, presenting quite a majestic and imposing figure. Surrounded by a crowd of maids, Longyue walked over slowly. She still maintained the appearance of a human maiden adorned in a phoenix coronet and a red robe, her beauty peerless. Deep within her silver eyes there was now a look of complete joy. The ceremony was not tedious, and under the presidency of a highly respected elder priest of the catacombs, it was quickly completed. The ceremony is complete. Along with the announcement, the entire venue erupted in cheers. The 8-armed demonic ape laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the gorge. From this day forth, Zheng is the son-in-law of our demonic ape lineage. Send out the order. A grand banquet shall be held for 3 days to entertain guests from all sides. The grand feast commenced. Qin Feng and Longyue sat side by side below the main seats, accepting toasts and congratulations from all sides. The wine was the blood fiend brew unique to the catacombs. It burned intensely upon entry with a long-lasting after-effect. After drinking a few cups, a faint blush crept onto Longyue's fair cheeks. She suddenly turned her head and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Father said, once the banquet is over we shall depart for Rongxin Valley to enter secluded dual cultivation, assisting you in breaking through early and completing your cultivation of the radiant moon realm." At this point, she paused, her gaze brushing past Qin Feng's side profile, her voice dropping even lower. "And to early on propagate the bloodline for our demonic ape lineage." Qin Feng was speechless. The hand holding his wine cup paused slightly. Dual cultivation. Propagating the bloodline. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He raised his head, looking first at Longyue, whose face was already flushed, and then at the beaming 8-armed demonic ape seated high above. That old monkey was truly impatient. "My lady," Qin Feng lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only audible to the two of them. "Could the matter of dual cultivation be delayed for a few days, eh?" Longyue glanced at him, her gaze faint and deep. "Are you unwilling to dual cultivate with me?" "By no means am I unwilling," Qin Feng said with a sincere expression. "You are currently at the peak of the Dust Star realm, only a step away from the Radiant Moon realm. If we can dual cultivate after you break through to the Radiant Moon realm, at that time both of us will be in the Radiant Moon realm, and the union of yin and yang will be far more complete." He paused, his voice carrying a perfectly measured trace of solemnity and care. "This way it will not only benefit your cultivation, but if we propagate our bloodline in the future, our offspring's innate talent will surely be even more exceptional." Longyue's gaze focused slightly, as if pondering his words. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng took her hand and sighed softly, his tone carrying a blend of helplessness and sincerity. "Zheng comes from a humble background. To receive the favor of both you and my father-in-law is already a supreme blessing. I only wish to do my utmost to plan for you and our future, securing a more stable and perfect tomorrow." Longyue looked at him quietly for a moment. Then she gently lowered her eyelids. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as a very faint blush quietly crept up to her ears. "Yes," she responded in an extremely soft voice, as thin as gossamer, carrying a gentle, almost submissive softness that was completely different from when they first met. "Longyue will listen to whatever my husband says." Hearing this, Qin Feng let out a soft sigh of relief. This was far too difficult for him. The clamor of the banquet continued. Qin Feng maintained a smile as he entertained the guests from all sides. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he retrieved a plain white jade box from his robes. Inside the box was the cloud-hidden blue orchid gifted to him by Su Qingyue upon their parting. Using his fingertips, Qin Feng gently pinched 2 petals, placed them into an empty cup, and brewed them with fresh spring water. As the steam drifted up, a crisp and refreshing orchid fragrance quietly wafted out. Amidst the banquet filled with the heavy scent of blood fiend wine, this fragrance carved out a small, serene pocket of tranquility. Qin Feng lowered his eyes slightly, using the tea to sober himself up. At the same time, he calculated silently in his heart. This current hurdle is indeed a bit troublesome. With things having developed to this point, Qin Feng already had intentions of making his escape. Forget it, I should use the resources at hand to cultivate as quickly as possible. I wonder how much of a cultivation speed boost that secret location in Rongxin Valley provides for the Radiant Moon realm. When I went there before, I didn't have the time to check. On the other hand, there was the Marquis of Jinbei and his group. Just when would they come to destroy the passage? He truly hoped it would be as soon as possible. The banquet finally dispersed. Returning to the newly decorated bridal chamber, Longyue dismissed the surrounding attendants, waving her hand to lay down several layers of isolating barriers. "Husband, look." She set her eyes and brows carrying a hint of eager achievement, claiming excitement. From her storage ring, she took out radiant light-flowing treasures one by one, arranging them across the jade table. This is the Earth Core Marrow crystal gifted by Marquis Shurho, a full 10 blocks. A treasure of this caliber once leaked to the outside world. Even a single lump of it would cause ordinary Radiant Moon cultivators to fight to the death for it. Furthermore, this item contains the essence of the earth, which has a miraculous effect on consolidating one's foundation. It is especially suitable for a genius like you who breaks through extremely rapidly, preventing any instability in your cultivation realm. Seeing such a precious treasure, Long Yu was visibly delighted. She then turned her gaze to another item. This is the Shadow Void Escape Talisman gifted by Marquis Yuing, a total of 3. This talisman contains a trace of the true intent of spatial evasion. In moments of crisis, it can instantly transport you thousands of miles away, making it difficult for even a Marquis-level powerhouse to instantly lock onto you. Long Yu picked up a jade talisman with silver runes flowing across its surface, her tone subtle. Marquis Yuing has indeed spared no expense. Even in my father's treasury, there are only 2 of these Void Escape talismans stored. Perhaps the friendship between my father and him has grown even deeper recently. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly, but did not respond. Whether Marquis Yuing's friendship with the 8-armed demonic ape was deep or not, Qin Feng did not know. But its desire to snatch the son-in-law from the 8-armed demonic ape was definitely real. Long Yu rummaged for a moment and picked out several other treasures. This is the 1000-year blood jade coral from Marquis Shuefu, which can nourish the divine sense and strengthen the life essence. And these are congratulatory gifts sent by several other marquises who are on good terms with my father. Here, they are all here. A treasure light flowed across the jade table where dozens of rare and exotic treasures were piled. Should any single one of them leak to the outside world, it would be enough to trigger a bloody battle. Qin Feng looked at the dazzling array of dowry items. Even though he had anticipated this, he could not help but feel a slight shock in his heart. These marquises of the catacombs had indeed spared no expense to win over a rising star like him, especially that Marquis Yuing. To even gift 3 life-saving Void Escape talismans, his intention to poach him was practically laid bare. These? Qin Feng looked at Long Yu. They are all yours, Long Yu said as a matter of course, pushing a simple ancient-styled storage ring in front of him. I have already catalogued all the congratulatory gifts, they are all inside. I have also put in the precious medicines bestowed by my father. She raised her clear silver eyes, looking at Qin Feng earnestly. Husband, your talent is peerless, all you lack are resources and time. With these you will surely be able to complete the accumulation of the Radiant Moon realm sooner, breaking through to the Marquis realm. Or even higher. At that time, she curled the corners of her lips slightly, carrying the unique charm and anticipation of a young girl. At that time no one will dare to look down on your background, and my father will value you even more. We will truly be able to stand firm on our own. Qin Feng fell silent for a brief moment. He reached out to accept the ring, which still carried the warmth of the young girl's body. For your profound kindness, my lady Yingzheng. Accepts it with humility. His voice was deep, carrying a perfectly measured trace of emotion in his tone. Long Yu pursed her lips and smiled, the tips of her ears flushing slightly. Since we are already married, why do you still call me my lady? Just call me Long Yu. Long Yu. Qin Feng readily complied. Long Yu replied cheerfully, a brilliant smile blossoming on her face. She stood up and said, Father instructed us to set off tomorrow for the Rongxin Valley secret realm for secluded cultivation. That is the core sacred land of our clan in the Duanhuan Gorge. Ordinary clan members have no right to enter at all. Husband, you must seize this opportunity well. That secret realm, is it owned solely by father-in-law? Qin Feng timely showed a hint of doubt. Yes, Long Yu nodded and explained. It was discovered by father deep within Rongxin Valley when he first arrived in the human realm. Back then he was delighted about it for a long time. Afterward he used formations to conceal it, making it extremely difficult for even marquises of the same realm to detect. The area is permeated with rich special energy, which is of immense benefit for comprehending domains and fusing life energy. Her eyes sparkled. Back then father spent a century in secluded cultivation in a similar secret realm, breaking through to the Marquis realm in one fell swoop. Since you possess the Tao of Thunder domain, perhaps you can use this to take another step forward. Qin Feng felt a sudden chill of awe in his heart. That old monkey, the 8-armed demonic ape, indeed possessed some extraordinary luck. To think that it could encounter such a top-tier secret realm that aided cultivation twice. On his face, he displayed gratitude and yearning. Such a sacred land. Father-in-law's favor is indeed profound. Seeing him like this, Long Yu was even more delighted. Then rest early, husband. We will set off tomorrow. The next day, under the guidance of a Radiant Moon elder of the demonic ape clan, Qin Feng and Long Yu arrived directly at the location of the secret realm. This was a grotto heaven spanning about 100 yards, permeated with a strange energy. Qin Feng could clearly perceive that the moment he came into contact with this energy, the fusion speed of his physical body and divine sense quietly accelerated significantly. What a magnificent grotto heaven and blessed land. Qin Feng could not help but praise in a low voice. Hearing this, the elder leading the way showed a face full of pride, reservedly stroking its beard. This is the very foundation of our demonic ape lineage. While you undergo secluded cultivation here, young master-in-law, remember not to venture deep into the silver mist zone on the eastern side. The space there is extremely unstable, Even a marquis would not dare to step into it lightly. After explaining the precautions, the elder bowed and withdrew, leaving the secret realm to the two of them. This was clearly not Long Yu's first time here. With familiar ease, she led Qin Feng to a stone platform. Husband, the cultivation effect here is the best. I will go to the quiet chamber first to refine my cultivation, striving to break through to the radiant moon realm as soon as possible. Once Long Yu left, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, carefully sensing his surroundings. The strengthening of his physical body and divine sense by the warm white current was nearly twice as fast as in the outside world. Meanwhile, the little golden figure had already begun to spontaneously circulate the 9 tribulations void-shattering scripture. It frantically absorbed the incredibly dense energy and Tao charm of this place. His cultivation speed skyrocketed. Realm Radiant Moon Fusion 35. 36. Destiny Master Qin Feng. Realm Radiant Moon Fusion 35. 36. Cultivation Method 9 Tribulations Void Shattering Scripture Radiant Moon Chapter 35. 36. Concept Wind Intent Complete. Domain Void Domain 27 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Domain 5. Martial Skill Myriad Phenomena Tribulation Thunderblade Complete Delusion Breaking Spiritual Pupils 96 Void Steps 40. Domain Void Domain 23 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Domain 2. Sensing the obvious improvement in his cultivation progress, ripples arose in Qin Feng's heart. This place is simply tailor-made for me. The terrifying boost brought by the little golden figure and the warm white current allowed Qin Feng's cultivation speed to reach a shocking level. Aside from that strange energy, this space was also permeated with pure spatial energy and natural Tao marks. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the entire secret realm, lingering for a moment, especially on the silver mist zone to the east that the elder had warned him about. The spatial fluctuations there were exceptionally active. If an ordinary cultivator approached, they would likely face disaster. But for Qin Feng, that was the absolute best place for his void domain to grow. If an ordinary genius were to undergo secluded cultivation here for a year, it would be worth 10 years of bitter cultivation in the outside world. And as for me, Qin Feng looked at the 8 little golden figures in their excited state, along with the frantically circulating warm white current, a golden light flashing in his eyes. A thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. This sacred land is destined for me. When I make my escape, I must find a way to pack up and take this secret realm with me. No, not just finding a way. It is a must. Leaving such a sacred land to that old monkey would be an absolute waste of God's gifts. Would he even know how to use it properly? Qin Feng composed himself, pulling back his wandering thoughts, and then took out the storage ring Long Yu had given him. The earth core marrow crystals, the heavenly thunder body tempering liquid, the demonic ape bone forging ointment, and the generous gifts sent by the marquises of various lineages. It is just perfect. I shall use this sacred land to thoroughly refine these resources. He hesitated, no longer taking out a block of earth core marrow crystal to hold in his hand, while simultaneously swallowing a drop of heavenly thunder body tempering liquid. The majestic energy exploded within his body, only to be swiftly refined by the little golden figure, merging into his limbs and bones to nourish his domains and life essence. His cultivation officially began. 3 months later, on the stone platform, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, his left eye was as profound as the void, with countless fine silver particles circulating and fading within. His right eye blazed like thunder, with faint electric sparks dancing deep within his pupils. 2 entirely different auras intertwined upon him, merging and ultimately settling into a restrained yet profound harmony. With a mere thought, he summoned the panel. Master Qin Feng. Realm Radiant Moon Fusion 70%. Technique 9 Tribulations Void Breaking Sutra Radiant Moon Chapter 70%. Domains Void Domain 67%. 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Domain 30%. Martial Skills Myriad Phenomena Tribulation Thunderblade Perfection Breaking Illusion Divine Eyes 80%. Void Step 55%. Special 10,000 Transformations Demon Womb Art 70%. In merely 3 months, Qin Feng's strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The fusion of spirit and flesh had surged to 70%, firmly reaching the late stage of Radiant Moon. The potency of his life energy alone would make those who had perfected the Radiant Moon realm envious. Progress on both domains was especially gratifying, with the Void domain showing particularly remarkable advancement. Given my current domain mastery, I likely match or even surpass some of the veteran marquises. Though the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison domain had a late start, it had also reached 20%. Now that the domain was activated, thunder raged like a prison across hundreds of zhang. A typical Radiant Moon cultivator would suffer devastating injuries in a single breath if caught within it. 3 months. Equivalent to 30 years of arduous cultivation in the outside world. Qin Feng murmured softly, feeling the surging power within him. This was merely an increase in strength. What mattered more was that throughout this period he had never ceased exploring that silver mist region. Now he had fully comprehended the nature of this secret realm. With only a single thought, he could sever this small world from its location and draw it into his void domain. Just then Long Yu appeared. She maintained her human maiden's appearance, though her aura had grown considerably more refined than 3 months prior. A faint moonlight seemed to circulate around her. Qin Feng could see that she was merely 1 step away from breaking through to the Radiant Moon realm. Husband, She called softly with a gentle smile, asking how his cultivation was progressing. Qin Feng gathered his aura, rose to his feet, and replied with a smile. Thanks to your blessings, progress has been steady. Judging by your complete spiritual essence, your breakthrough should be imminent. Long Yu nodded with joy in her eyes. By my estimation, I can reach the radiant moon realm within 7 days. She paused, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. Her voice grew even softer, nearly lost in the subtle spatial hum of the secret realm. Then I shall be able to study the great Tao of Yin and Yang together with you, husband. Qin Feng fell silent. As she approached, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, husband's aura has grown far deeper than 3 months ago. Could it be? A fortunate insight, Qin Feng deflected vaguely. He changed the subject. You are about to break through. Need me to guard you? Qin Feng had already made up his mind. Once Long Yu broke through, he would immediately relocate the secret realm and flee. There was no way he could actually engage in dual cultivation. Long Yu shook her head. Father has arranged for 2 clan elders to wait outside. They will set up formations for my protection. There will be no danger. However, husband, she paused, her voice dropping lower. Father sent word yesterday that the 7th passage is about to open. This time all tribes have gathered their forces, planning to launch a full-scale war against the northern border. Father specifically requested your participation. Qin Feng's heart trembled. So it was coming at last. The underground realm had been biding its time for years, and now it was revealing its fangs. This battle would likely be drenched in blood. He wondered whether Marquis Jinbei and the others had prepared adequately. Based on Qin Feng's calculations from when he sent word through the 7th passage until now, it had been over 3 months. Did father-in-law specify an exact time? He asked casually. The passage will open at midnight 10 days from now, Long Yu replied. Father wants you to accompany the main force. While you will not be placed in immediate danger, the battlefield is unpredictable. Husband, you must be cautious. She looked up at him, her silver eyes filled with genuine concern. 10 days. Qin Feng's expression grew serious. Time was running short. Do not worry. Qin Feng smiled. I am still waiting to witness your breakthrough to the radiant moon realm. Long Yu's cheeks flushed pink, and she quietly agreed before turning toward the western meditation chamber. As her figure disappeared, Qin Feng's gentle smile faded. He resumed his meditative posture, his gaze fixed on the silver mist region deep within the secret realm. 10 days. Enough to comprehend the void domain to 70%, the so-called mature stage. At that point his strength would surge dramatically again. Even facing a true Marquis, Qin Feng would dare to test himself against them. At this thought a silver gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. With a mere mental command, the 8 golden figures began moving once more. Humming resonated through the air as visible silver ripples expanded outward from Qin Feng's center in concentric waves. The natural spatial marks on the ground ignited one by one, creating an esoteric resonance with his domain. Void domain, 67%. 68%. 9 days later. Within the secret realm, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Space around him twisted silently, with countless fine spatial fissures appearing and vanishing at will, as if he had become one with the laws of this world. Void domain, 71%. 9 heavens thunder prison domain, 35%. The mature stage of the void domain was now fully realized. At the same time, Long Yu had already broken through, and though her radiant moon aura remained partially unconcealed, she waited outside the secret realm. Her fingertips unconsciously twisted at her sleeve hems. Her gaze repeatedly drifted toward the secret realm's exit. The army's departure looms imminent. She bit her lower lip, her ears burning with heat. I must settle matters before he leaves. The thought took root like weeds, spreading uncontrollably. Images from the intimate yin-yang manuals her clan aunts had secretly taught her flashed through her mind involuntarily. And her father's earlier loaded words, the future of our demonic ape lineage rests upon both of you. But, how do I bring it up with husband? The space at the entrance of the secret realm rippled. Qin Feng stepped out, his aura not yet fully restrained when a fragrant breeze brushed his face. Long Yu stood a few steps away, her moonlit gauze robe flowing with a soft radiance in the dim light of the secret realm. She had successfully broken through to the lunar radiance realm, and though her aura was not yet stable, it carried an ethereal air that was more pronounced than before. Yet now this newly ascended lunar radiance expert wore a flush on her face that was utterly incongruous with her demeanor. Her gaze wavered, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her sleeve. Husband. Her voice was faint, her ears red, almost translucent. You've come out of seclusion. Qin Feng's heart tightened, sensing something ominous. He decided to seize the initiative to control the conversation. Long Yu, congratulations on reaching lunar radiance. Your aura still needs stabilizing, so perhaps you should first. I have something to discuss with you, husband. Long Yu suddenly gathered her courage, lifting her shimmering silver eyes. Though her voice was soft, it carried firm resolve. The expedition is imminent. Since we are already wed according to my clan's customs, we should, before the battle, unite in yin and yang, seeking completeness. She paused, her cheeks flushing even deeper, her voice barely audible. Also, to leave a legacy for my demon ape lineage. The air suddenly fell silent. Qin Feng felt his scalp tingle. Indeed, he had guessed right. 8 golden figures rapidly deduced, listing 17 countermeasures, then swiftly discarded 16 of them. The last one carried greater risk, but perhaps it was feasible. He put on a look of appropriate reluctance and sighed softly. Long Yu, I understand your feelings. It's just what? Long Yu's eyes trembled. Just that during my recent cultivation I've noticed that the thunderous power within me has become somewhat restless due to hasty breakthrough. Qin Feng said solemnly, the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison is of purest yang. If we engage in yin-yang matters now the thunder may lose control and harm your foundation. He pressed a hand to his lower abdomen, faint crackles of lightning leaping around him. This was not pretense, he deliberately stirred a thread of the thunder prison's power. How could I for a moment of desire damage your Tao foundation? Qin Feng continued earnestly. Rather, when I return from this battle with my thunder power fully stabilized, and both our foundations perfected, then we shall dual cultivate. At that time the union of yin and yang will be the true convergence of the great Tao. Long Yu stared at the dancing lightning around him, then at the concern in his eyes. Her amorous thoughts were instantly replaced by worry. If your thunder is unstable, do you need precious medicine to regulate it? I'll go find my father. No need. Qin Feng quickly grabbed her wrist. He couldn't let the old monkey know about this. It's just a minor issue, a few days of rest will suffice. He paused, softening his voice. When we return in triumph, I shall prepare ample rewards and cultivate the great Tao with you. Is that agreeable? Long Yu looked at him, her silver eyes shimmering with more tears. She bit her lip, then finally nodded gently. Then, husband, you must be careful. I will wait for your return. Naturally. Qin Feng smiled, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. This hurdle was barely cleared. Half an hour later, in the main tent of the Demon Ape clan, the 8-armed Demon Ape sat high on a bone throne, its 8 arms resting casually on the armrests, its dark golden pupils scanning the generals within the tent, finally settling on Qin Feng, who had just entered. Its pupils abruptly contracted. Ingjingyu. It leaned forward slightly, a trace of its aura unconsciously leaking out. Your domain has reached 30%. The more than 10 underground generals in the tent all turned to look, shock evident in their eyes. 3 months ago, this new son-in-law had just entered the domain realm. Now the lightning around him showed signs of distortion, and his aura was deep as an abyss. This was clearly a sign of a great surge in domain mastery. Qin Feng clasped his fists. Thanks to my father-in-law's blessings, my cultivation has improved slightly. Good, good, good. The 8-armed Demon Ape exclaimed 3 times, throwing its head back in laughter that shook the tent. I was not wrong in my choice. Reaching great mastery in 3 months. Such talent is top tier even across the entire underground. It rose its 3-jean-tall frame, casting a huge shadow, walked to Qin Feng, and patted his shoulders with all 8 arms controlling the force perfectly, showing unabashed approval. For this great battle I have secured for you the position of Vanguard Deputy General. The 8-armed Demon Ape's gaze burned. You will move with the Central Army, but if an opportunity arises you may lead your elite troops to strike forward. It lowered its voice, killing intent flickering in its dark golden pupils, especially. If you encounter that human Qin Feng, be sure to take his head. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. I will do my utmost. Not utmost, it's a must. The 8-armed Demon Ape's voice turned cold. That human whelp killed my beloved grandson. This blood feud is irreconcilable. If you slay him you might even gain the attention of that lord. That lord. Qin Feng showed appropriate confusion. The 8-armed Demon Ape waved a hand. You need not know for now. Just remember, this battle our underground is determined to win. The humans of the northern border cannot hold. It turned to look outside the tent, its voice brimming with absolute confidence. All elites of every clan are deployed, and we hold several trump cards beyond human expectation. After this battle, the northern territories shall fall into our hands. The generals in the tent let out low roars, their fighting spirit boiling. Qin Feng bowed his head, concealing the cold gleam in his eyes. Trump cards. So the underground indeed has hidden moves. All right, go prepare. The 8-armed Demon Ape waved a hand. Tomorrow at the hour of the tiger the passage opens. This battle shall stain the northern border with blood. Yes. The generals withdrew. As Qin Feng was about to leave, the 8-armed Demon Ape suddenly called him back. Ingzheng, father-in-law, any further instructions? The 8-armed Demon Ape stared at him, silent for a moment, then slowly said, Long Yu is simple-minded. If you render great service in this battle upon your return, I will formally allocate 30% of the Demon Ape lineage's resources to you. In time your son with Long Yu shall be the next leader of our lineage. Its tone was flat, but each word weighed like a mountain. Qin Feng sneered inwardly, yet his expression was respectful. I will not disappoint your trust. Go. Stepping out of the main tent, Qin Feng looked up at the gray sky. Tomorrow at the hour of the tiger, the great battle was about to begin, and he was also ready to take his final bow. Emerging from the main tent, Qin Feng did not return to the barracks. He easily avoided the patrolling guards and silently circled to the west side of the camp. Void. As his fingertip tapped lightly in the air, a rift in the void silently unfolded. He slipped sideways into it, and the moment his figure vanished, the rift closed as if it had never existed. He needed to use this final night to completely claim the secret realm. Within the secret realm, everything remained as before. Qin Feng stood on the central stone platform and closed his eyes. The void domain expanded silently, resonating deeply with the spatial structure of the entire secret realm. The 99 domain imprints already buried within lit up one by one like stars illuminating the night sky. Sever. His will triggered it. The entire secret realm trembled violently. The ground began to crack, the silver mist churned fiercely, and the spatial structure groaned under the unbearable strain. Yet strangely, there was no disturbance in the outside world. All anomalies were firmly locked within the secret realm. The mastery of the great completion void domain was now fully displayed. Qin Feng raised both hands, his 10 fingers moving like plucking strings, precisely manipulating every spatial node. The edges of the secret realm began to warp as if being slowly torn away from the real dimension by an invisible giant hand. When the last wisp of silver mist was fully incorporated into the void domain's control, the entire secret realm had transformed into a fist-sized silver orb, with a galaxy swirling within it, silently hovering above Qin Feng's palm. Done. Qin Feng let out a long breath, a joyful expression on his face. He clenched the orb, feeling the vast spatial force and pure Tao resonance it contained. This was not a simple storage space, but a cultivation secret realm that could be carried with him, accessible at any time. Its value was immeasurable. More importantly, the old ape could no longer use this place to nurture any prodigies of the underworld. Qin Feng smiled, put away the orb, took one last look at the now empty site, and left without reluctance. He turned, tearing through space. When he reappeared, he was in the shadows at the edge of the camp. The hour of Ain was approaching. A faint hint of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, interweaving with the camp's towering, killing intent into an eerie sky. Qin Feng made a final check of his disguise. The myriad transformations demon embryo art operated smoothly, his Shadow Wolf clan aura was pure, and the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison domain was restrained and profound. To anyone, he appeared to be a just breakthrough, exceptionally talented prodigy of the underworld. At this moment, the underworld army had begun to mobilize. The dark mass of mutated beast troops marched silently, their killing intent condensing into something tangible. In the air, flying units of various races fluttered about, the sounds of scales scraping and bone wings flapping incessant. Deeper within, one could faintly sense several Marquis-level auras, deep as abysses and heavy as prisons. Those were the true core of this campaign. Qin Feng was led before a 1,000-man unit on the left flank of the Central Army. This unit was composed entirely of elite Shadow Wolf clan warriors, each with a fierce aura, at least at the Dust Star late stage. The leader was a one-eyed old wolf with a glowing moon mid-stage cultivation. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he bowed respectfully, "Lord Ingjing, this subordinate Wolfbone ordered by Marquis Demon Ape to place his unit under your command." Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the unit. "Good combat strength. Unfortunately, after today, who knew how many would survive? Form up according to the original plan," he ordered. "Do not act without my command." "Yes." The unit quickly formed a defensive formation. Qin Feng stood before the formation, gazing toward the northern border. At that moment, a streak of blood-red light descended from the sky, transforming into a 6-winged blood bat. With a grave expression, it flew directly to the main tent of the Central Army, its voice carrying in all directions. "Marquis Demon Ape orders all to prepare for the assault. The first wave of charging troops shall be led by Marquis Stone Roar's forces. Target the eastern defense line of Iron Blood Pass." Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the direction of Marquis Stone Roar's forces. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The first wave consisted of the elite troops of an old-established marquis, like Stone Roar. The underworld intended to establish momentum right from the start. The underworld's actions this time, Marquis Jinbei and the others must have already known in advance. Coupled with the intelligence I sent back earlier, I hope they are prepared enough. Meanwhile, at the Jinbei Marquis mansion. "Gentlemen, the underworld has gathered its forces and is expected to arrive at Iron Blood Pass in 3 hours. Marquis Jinbei's voice echoed in the main hall. Despite the underworld army pressing on the border, there was not much worry in his tone. Instead, it carried the calm of a hunter waiting for prey to enter the trap. He pointed at the position of Rongshin Valley on the sand table, tapping lightly. Divine Sword King has already gone to Rongshin Valley and explored the 7th passage. The results are favorable to us. Although this passage has a high energy level, it is insufficient for a king-level powerhouse to pass through. Forcing it would only cause the passage to collapse, and the being inside would be banished to the endless void." Red Flame Marquis, arms crossed, grinned. "So those scum of the underworld can only sneak a few Marquis-level old ghosts through, then try to break through in the human realm. How a clever plan. Their scheme ends today." Green Lotus Marquis gently stroked his bamboo, slips his tone calm. "The Marquis has sent word for Pejun King to come support us. By now he should have arrived at the northern border." "Pejun King." Several generals in the hall exclaimed simultaneously, surprise and joy flashing in their eyes. Divine Sword King had already been in the north for days. Now Pejun King, renowned for his offensive arts across the realm, had also arrived in force, undoubtedly boosting the confidence of many northern generals. His arrival meant this battle might already be decided. "No wonder the Marquis is so calm," a glowing moon general chuckled. With Pejun King and Divine Sword King holding the line, even if 4 Marquis-level powerhouses from the underworld come to break through in the human realm, they cannot escape death. Do not underestimate the enemy. Marquis Jinbei shook his head. The underworld has come out in full force this time, with far more Marquis-level powerhouses than before. Pejun King is the safeguard against any hidden trump cards they might have. Our task is to hold the main forces of the underworld at Iron Blood Pass and annihilate them before the king-level combat power acts. The entire Iron Blood Pass was now like a giant net just waiting for the underworld to strike. After the major discussion concluded, the various marquee powerhouses spoke of Qin Feng. Red Flame Marquis grinned. That kid is now the son-in-law of the 8-armed old ape, a proper Lord Ingzheng. He's perfectly safe, probably being wined and dined right now. Low laughter sounded in the hall, and the previous tense atmosphere quickly dissipated. Green Lotus Marquis also shook his head slightly, revealing a helpless smile. This young man's actions always exceed expectations. Venturing deep into enemy territory is already audacious, yet he managed to become a core figure. This time, 8-armed demon ape will likely lose both his daughter and his troops. Marquis Jinbei also showed a strange expression, his fingers tapping the sand table a bit faster. So we needn't worry about his escape route. That kid is slicker than a loach. With his void domain, if he truly needs to flee, 8-armed demon ape may not even catch him. He paused, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. However, we must still give him the chance he deserves. Red Flame. Here. Red Flame Marquis perked up. Once the general assault begins, your task is to lock onto 8-armed demon ape. Marquis Jinbei's finger jabbed heavily at the position representing the underworld's central army. As soon as that old ape moves, you attach yourself to him and fight. No need to fight to the death, but make sure the commotion is huge. Pin him down firmly in place. Red Flame Marquis's eyes blazed with ferocity. Rest assured, Marquis. I guarantee he won't have time to worry about his fine son-in-law. That's exactly the point. Keep him occupied. Marquis Jinbei looked at Green Lotus Marquis. Green Lotus at that time also keep an eye on Qin Feng's position. If necessary, guide a sword intent to clear his path. Green Lotus Marquis nodded, understood. With Red Flame tying down 8-armed demon ape and Qin Feng's void domain slipping away in the chaos should not be difficult. We'll see how this prodigy Lord Ingzheng stages a spectacular defection before the battle. The generals in the hall exchanged smiles. Amidst the rising battle spirit, there was also a hint of anticipation for that audacious young man. Even the wind of the Yin hour seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Good. Marquis Jinbei took a deep breath, gave one last look at the sand table, and said in a decisive tone, "Then, gentlemen, execute as planned. In this battle, we will make the underworld remember that the territories of the human race are not a hunting ground. They can come and go as they please." Yes. The generals roared in unison, their killing intent filling the hall. The net had been cast. They only awaited the prey to be fully ensnared. Outside Tieshua Pass, the colossal figure of Marquis Shurho pressed down upon the city wall like a towering mountain. Behind him followed a surging tide of the monstrous beast horde. Atop the pass walls, the human defenders rained down arrows while the protective formation barrier flickered sporadically, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Break the pass. Marquis Shurho roared, his fists enveloped in the earthy yellow power of his domain as he slammed them violently against the weakest point of the wall. Boom. The city wall shuddered violently, sending debris and shattered stones flying. Seeing this, the vanguard of Marquis Shurho's forces unleashed bloodthirsty roars and surged toward the breach like a deluge. Charge in. The human defense line is broken. Within the central army of the crypts, the 8-armed demonic ape stood atop a war chariot, a sharp glint flashing across his dark gold pupils. Just as I expected, there is indeed a flaw in the human's eastern wall defenses. Brilliant insight, Lord Marquis. Pass down the order, advance the entire army, and exploit our success. Yes, sir. The entire crypt army began to move forward like a massive black wave crashing toward Tieshua Pass. Under the same order, the 1,000-man cohort on the left flank of the central army, where Qin Feng was stationed, also pushed forward with all their might. Amidst the battle formation, Qin Feng's gaze remained as calm as still water. His spiritual sense had already spread out, silently resonating with the space of this battlefield. The time is about ripe, he whispered in his heart. Now. Qin Feng paused his steps, almost imperceptibly, his hands quietly forming a profound seal at his sides. There was no earth-shattering commotion, nor any dazzling brilliant light. There was only the space around him rippling gently like water. Void annihilation, 3,000 worlds fall. The low, deep voice seemed to descend from beyond the 9 heavens, echoing clearly in the ears of every monstrous beast on the battlefield. In the next instant, with Qin Feng at the center, the space within a radius of several thousand feet underwent a silent and sudden transformation, beginning to collapse and annihilate. It was not fracturing, nor was it tearing, rather it was as if countless invisible microscopic worlds had reached the end of their lifespans at the exact same moment, returning to absolute nothingness. The range of the strike was terrifyingly precise, perfectly enveloping his own 1,000-man elite cohort and several other nearby crypt squads. Those ferocious crypt warriors were now utterly bewildered. Before the ferocious expressions could even fade from their faces, their charging postures froze midair. Longu, the one-eyed old wolf, seemed to sense something. In terror, he tried to turn his head to look at Lord Ingzheng behind him. You? Before he could finish, his voice cut off abruptly. In that instant, the physical bodies of all the crypt creatures in the vicinity, including his own along with the surging demonic energy within them, were completely erased. There was no blood, no screams, and no aftermath of energy explosions. Over 1,000 crypt elites, ranging from the late dust star stage at the lowest to the mid-radiant moon stage at the highest, at this very moment vanished into thin air along with the space they occupied. Nothing remained in their place but absolute void and a trace of lingering void Dao charm that made the soul tremble. It all happened too fast, too bizarrely. It was so swift that the other crypt forces charging in the distance noticed nothing at all, and so rapid that the nearby radiant moon experts of the crypts only felt the area in their peripheral vision blur for a fleeting instant. When they focused their gaze again, the area was already completely empty. What a late-stage radiant moon general under Marquis Fui abruptly halted his advance, staring in horror at the blank space. Longu and the others. Where are they? Where is our 1,000-strong crypt force? There was no response. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. A muffled groan of suppressed pain rang out. Ugh! The beasts focused their eyes and saw that a single figure still remained in that area. It's him. The genius of the Shadow Wolf clan, Lord Ingzheng, who has mastered the lightning Dao domain. The beasts exclaimed one after another. Lord Ingzheng is still alive. But he seems to be in trouble. Ingzheng was seen radiating brilliant lightning, his 9 heavens thunder prison domain fully unleashed, forming a barrier of thunder around his body. Though he seemingly blocked the attack, his face remained pale. A thread of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. His aura fluctuated violently, as if he were enduring some terrifying assault. Outside the thunder prison domain, a minute almost invisible void crack flashed and vanished, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. The void domain. It's that human Qin Feng. Ingzheng roared hoarsely, his voice carrying far and wide, filled with shock, anger, and lingering fear. He hid in the shadows and used his domain to ambush us. Longu and the others. They are all gone. Hearing this, the nearby crypt generals paled in horror. Qin Feng, how dare he sneak attack the flank of our central army? Was that the fluctuation of a domain just now? The void domain. Despicable Qin Feng. How dare he use the void domain to slaughter so many of our clan's powerhouses? He deserves 10,000 deaths. Deep within the core of the crypt's central army, the faces of several Marquis-level powerhouses, including the 8-armed demonic ape Marquis Shuefu and Marquis Shurho, changed drastically. At almost the exact same moment, they whipped around, staring at that abruptly blank area and the struggling Ingzheng. With their cultivation realms, they could naturally perceive clearly that fleeting yet profoundly terrifying void Dao charm. The void domain. Marquis Shuefu's crimson pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, his voice dry. That brat Qin Feng. How long has it been since he mastered a domain? How could he be this powerful? No. Marquis Shurho's clone growled, staring intently at that annihilated space. An ordinary void domain could never possess such power. This is a great accomplishment domain. Qin Feng has mastered a great accomplishment void domain. Waves of shock surged through the hearts of the Marquis-level powerhouses. Domains are divided into entry, lesser accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Many veteran marquises might not even manage to push their own domains to great accomplishment in their entire lifetimes. Yet Qin Feng, a mere human junior comprehending the void domain while in the Dust Star realm, was already heaven-defying. Now, after only a few months, his domain had actually reached great accomplishment. This could no longer be described as being exceptionally gifted, it was simply a defiance of common sense. Qin Feng. The roar of the 8-armed demonic ape was like billions of thunderclaps exploding simultaneously in the sky above the battlefield. The sound vibrated so intensely that it made Qin Feng's eardrums ache. The 8-armed demonic ape had just registered what happened, and as the realization set in, its face contorted. Its dark gold pupils instantly became bloodshot as boundless rage, brutality, and a trace of dread, which even it was unwilling to admit, burst forth violently. It saw the miserable state of the left flank and saw its beloved son-in-law with blood trickling from his mouth, struggling to hold on within the lightning domain. The hatred of its grandson's murder combined with the harm inflicted upon its beloved son-in-law in this moment. New and old hatred erupted together, instantly incinerating all of its rationality. Ignorant brat, how dare you insult me so? You dare harm my beloved son-in-law. Die. Boom. The 8-armed demonic ape could no longer care about commanding the central army. Its 50-foot demonic body soared into the sky, its 8 arms swelling simultaneously. Shrouded in an earth-shattering malevolent domain, it transformed into a streak of black demonic light that tore through the sky, charging straight toward the left flank of the battlefield. Father-in-law, be careful. Qin Feng's void domain is bizarre. Ingzheng called out an anxious warning at the perfect moment while struggling to channel his thunder prison domain to ward off the residual void invasion. Hold on, my son-in-law. Your father-in-law is coming to save you. The roar of the 8-armed demonic ape shook the very heavens. At this moment, its eyes held only its imperiled son-in-law and that sinister, insidious human archenemy Qin Feng, who was hiding in the shadows. Keshua passed the mansion of Marquis Jinbei. The expressions of the human generals watching the battle through the formation array were spectacular, to say the least. When they saw Marquis Shurho's vanguard flooding into the breach and the ambushers on both sides about to close in murderous intent surfaced on their faces. When they saw over 1,000 elites in the left flank of the crypt's central army bizarrely vanish, everyone was initially stunned. When they saw Qin Feng spitting blood while propping up the thunder prison domain and loudly accusing Qin Feng of a sneak attack, the corners of their mouths began to twitch. Finally, as they watched the 8-armed demonic ape abandon the central army completely and rush headlong toward the left flank. Marquis Qin was the first who couldn't hold it in bursting into laughter. He pounded the dark iron railing in front of him. "Ha! My son-in-law. Hold on. Ha!" That old ape's cry of son-in-law was so damn affectionate. Marquis Qinglian pressed a hand to his forehead, his usually composed face filled with a helpless smile. He shook his head and sighed. This kid is truly audacious. Right in front of several crypt marquises, he uses their troops to perform a show for them, even getting the 8-armed demonic ape to set up the stage for him. Such acting, such scheming, this old man is utterly filled with admiration. Marquis Jinbei also couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. More than that, with a single strike he annihilated over 1,000 crypt elites, including Radiant Moon commanders, completely unscathed himself. Yet he made the crypt marquises believe he was ambushed and rushed to save him. This deal is simply too profitable. A Radiant Moon general was holding back his laughter, his face flushed red. He looked at Marquis Jinbei. "Lord Marquis, then should we still proceed with the original plan and have Marquis Qin tie down the 8-armed demonic ape?" Marquis Qin rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Go? Of course we go. Such a spectacular show. If I don't go and add some fuel to the fire for our Lord Ingzhang to liven things up, wouldn't that be a crying shame?" He looked at Marquis Jinbei. "Shall I go now?" Marquis Jinbei nodded with a smile. "Go on. Remember, make a huge scene. Let the wind that helps that kid Qin Feng escape blow even more fiercely." "Understood." Marquis Qin laughed heartily. The flames around him erupted violently as he transformed into a streak of fire, charging out of the mansion of Marquis Jinbei and straight toward the battlefield. Marquis Qinglian also smiled faintly, transforming into a beam of sword light and quietly departing. On the left flank of the battlefield, the 8-armed demonic ape had already arrived, its terrifying domain descending like a black hole. It shielded the injured Ingzhang behind it, its 8 massive crimson eyes scanning the void, frantically searching for any trace of Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, get out here and face your death. Hiding your head and showing your tail, ambushing juniors. What kind of capability is that?" Its furious roar shook the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, its beloved son-in-law Ingzhang, who was firmly shielded behind him, kept his head lowered, clutching his wound, with a face full of bewilderment. "Father-in-law, don't be in a rush. The good show has only just begun." The roars of the 8-armed demonic ape echoed across the battlefield, its 8 crimson eyes frantically scanning the void. Yet no matter how it searched, let alone Qin Feng's figure, it could not even detect a single shred of unusual spatial fluctuation. It was as if that terrifying void annihilation from earlier had been launched from another dimension entirely. How is this possible? Waves of shock surged through the heart of the 8-armed demonic ape. Although a great accomplishment domain is powerful, it is absolutely impossible for it to conceal itself so thoroughly within my domain. Unless the opponent's attainment in the Tao of Void had already far surpassed its own scope of understanding. This thought sent a chill down the spine of the 8-armed demonic ape. "Qin Feng, get out here," it roared once more. Its 8 arms violently bombarded the surrounding space, each strike powerful enough to shatter mountains and rend the earth, yet they only stirred up ripples in space, completely in vain. Right at that moment, a blazing streak of fire tore through the sky. "Ha! Old 8-armed ape, what kind of madness are you throwing here?" Marquis Qian's figure appeared in the sky above the battlefield, his blazing flame domain burning fiercely as it confronted the malevolent domain of the 8-armed demonic ape from afar. He stood with his arms crossed, an undisguised mocking smile on his face. "Qian." The rage in the pupils of the 8-armed demonic ape burned even hotter. "You dare mock me? What if I do?" Marquis Qian laughed. "Your crypt army is at the city gates, yet you, the commander-in-chief, instead of directing the battle or checking on your beloved son-in-law's injuries, are running around here like a headless chicken." The 8-armed demonic ape froze, only then remembering that its beloved son-in-law was still injured. It hastily sent out a thread of divine sense to investigate, relaxing slightly only after confirming that although Ingzhang's aura was unstable, his life force was out of danger. Immediately its fury flared even brighter. "Qian, save your breath. Today I will slaughter you first before settling the score with that Qin Feng. Come at me then. As if I'd fear you." Marquis Qian's eyes burned with intense battle intent. "My hands happen to be itching anyway, though I'll use you, old ape, to warm up." Boom. The 2 Marquis-level domains clashed fiercely. Flames and malevolent energy intertwined, seeming to tear the sky in half, as a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The 8-armed demonic ape was completely enraged by Marquis Qian. Temporarily putting aside the matter of Qin Feng's ambush, it unleashed all 8 arms and engaged in a fierce battle with Marquis Qian. For a time, the left flank of the battlefield became the epicenter of a Marquis-level duel, and the rest of the crypt forces quickly retreated, not daring to draw near. And amidst this chaos, a dark shadow that was almost completely integrated with the darkness appeared silently beside Qin Feng. "Young friend Ingzhang." The dry, raspy voice of Marquis Yuying transmitted directly into Qin Feng's ears. Ingzhang struggled to lift his head, seeing Marquis Yuying shrouded in a faint black mist. A look of surprise and weakness appeared on his face. "Lord Marquis Yuying, why are you?" "Shoo." Marquis Yuying gestured for him to be quiet. A wisp of black mist silently spread out, enveloping the space of several yards around them and isolating them from most of the external senses. especially at this moment when the 8-armed demonic ape was locked in a fierce battle with Marquis Qin, with no leisure to pay attention. This Marquis saw that you were injured and came specifically to check on you. Marquis Ying said, his voice carrying undisguised concern. Is your injury severe? That Qin Feng is truly insidious and vicious to have ambushed you with a great accomplishment void domain. He paused, the black mist rippling slightly as his tone turned indignant. That old ape, the 8-armed demonic ape, is truly useless. To allow a genius like you to fall into such danger and be secretly injured by that beast Qin Feng. Instead of searching for the culprit and avenging you right now, he's tangling endlessly with a human Marquis. It is simply putting the cart before the horse. If you had married my daughter, I would never treat you like this. Qin Feng laughed inwardly, but on his face he maintained an expression of bitterness and helplessness. Father-in-law perhaps has his own considerations. After all, Qin Feng's concealment methods are superb, making him difficult to find at the moment. Considerations? Marquis Ying sneered, the outline of him shaking his head faintly visible within the black mist. Incompetence is incompetence. If it were this Marquis, how could I let my own son-in-law suffer such grievance? I would certainly protect you thoroughly, never leaving your side until I drag that Qin Feng out and tear him into 10,000 pieces. The Shadow Marquis drifted closer, lowering his voice with a seductive tone. Young friend Ingjing, what I said before still stands. Though my shadow lineage is not as powerful as the demon ape lineage, we always devote all our resources to nurturing true prodigies. Just say the word, and I will immediately betroth my daughter to you. Then you shall become the prized son-in-law of my shadow lineage. Resources and protection that others have. You shall have them all. I will never let you fall into peril like today with no one truly shielding you. Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then sighed. Lord Shadow Marquis, I am deeply grateful for your favor, but my father-in-law has shown me great kindness and Lady Longyue treats me with sincerity. This matter is truly hard to reconcile. He did not outright refuse. The eyes within the Shadow Marquis's black mist suddenly brightened. There was hope. Seizing the moment, he spoke with even greater sincerity. Young friend Ingjing, you value loyalty and righteousness, which I admire. But you must also consider yourself and your future. With that, the Shadow Marquis paused. He sighed. The 8-armed demon ape is violent and stubborn. Today he could place you in danger without care. In the future, he may vent his anger on you over other matters. My shadow lineage is different. I value talent above all, and will never let a pearl remain obscured. As he spoke, he directly produced 3 storage rings from his person. Without explanation, he thrust them into Qin Feng's hands. This great battle came hastily, and I had no time to prepare proper gifts. These are some treasures I carry with me. Take them first for healing and cultivation. When this battle ends, the doors of my treasury will open wide for you, and you may choose anything. The Shadow Marquis's words were earnest, as if offering his very heart. Qin Feng accidentally accepted the rings, his divine sense sweeping over them briefly, his mind slightly shaken. Good heavens! The space within these 3 rings was immense, piled high with all kinds of celestial treasures. 10,000-year earth core, jade marrow, void crystal clusters, Marquis-level beast essence blood, and several jade slips of ancient techniques emanating archaic auras. Each item was priceless, together rivaling the entire foundation of a small sect. This old bat had truly spared no expense to poach him. Qin Feng's face showed a look of shock and utter disbelief. He gazed at the Shadow Marquis, his voice trembling with emotion. Lord Shadow Marquis, this is too precious. How could this humble one deserve such? You are different. You are worthy. The Shadow Marquis's tone was extremely earnest. Within the undulating black mist was a hint of favoritism. I have never misjudged anyone. You possess the Thunder Dao domain. Your talent is unprecedented, and you will surely become a pinnacle existence among marquises. These resources are merely an early investment. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, as if deeply weighing his options. Finally, he slowly raised his head, said no more, and released a heavy sigh from his chest, as if tucking 1,000 words into silence. Seeing this, the Shadow Marquis was overjoyed. He then shifted the topic, adding a tone of worldly wisdom and profound meaning that only a seasoned veteran could possess. He changed the subject with the wise tone of an experienced elder. My dear son-in-law, today your father-in-law will teach you a lesson. A battle of this scale may seem perilous, but in truth it is not the least bit safe. Especially for those like us who are not among the very top combatants. Instead of fighting desperately at the center of the battle like that fool ape, it's better. He paused, pointing toward the battlefield's periphery. Their human and abyssal forces at the Radiance Moon stage were locked in fierce combat, but the pressure of Marquis level might was relatively weak. Better to shift to the periphery and target the enemy's Radiance Moon cultivators specifically. This way it's safe, and it won't look like we're shirking our duty. This is the wisdom of survival. Qin Feng's eyes showed sudden realization and admiration, and even his address changed. Father-in-law's insight is brilliant. Your son-in-law has learned well. The Shadow Marquis was deeply moved upon hearing this. He felt that this future son-in-law was simply outstanding beyond measure. Come, I'll take you to put it into practice. With a swirl of black mist around him, he wrapped Qin Feng and silently slipped away from the main battlefield on the left flank. They sped toward a battle group on the outskirts. A moment later they arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Ahead, 3 human Radiance Moon mid-stage cultivators were in a desperate deadlock, with 5 abyssal Radiance Moon beasts in a formation. The Shadow Marquis pointed at the human Radiance Moon cultivators, a low chuckle coming from the black mist. My son-in-law, watch closely. Your father-in-law will teach you another lesson. No matter how weak the enemy, seems we must never underestimate them. If you can ambush, never engage in a frontal confrontation. Hide your strength, lower their guard, and then strike to kill with one blow. As he spoke, the Shadow Marquis' aura rapidly diminished. He dropped from Marquis level to around early Radiance Moon. Even the black mist around him thinned, making him look utterly ordinary. He even kindly reminded Qin Feng, my son-in-law, you too should restrain your aura so as not to scare off the prey. Qin Feng followed suit, suppressing the aura of his 9 heavens thunder prison domain to the minimum. He maintained only the fluctuation of an early Radiance Moon cultivator, his face still pale, as if his injuries had not healed. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Marquis was even more pleased to see Qin Feng learn so quickly. This is the wisdom of survival. Watch your father-in-law demonstrate. His form flickered, turning into an inconspicuous streak of dark light. Like a lowly early Radiance Moon beast seeking easy prey, he silently crept toward the backs of the 3 human Radiance Moon cultivators. In his hand, a nearly invisible shadow needle was condensing, aimed at the back of one of them. If this strike landed, with his Marquis-level strength, even deliberately suppressing its power, it would be enough to severely wound, or even instantly kill a late Radiance Moon cultivator. However, at the instant the Shadow Marquis' shadow needle was about to be released, suddenly a drastic change occurred. Boom. A vast, terrifying domain force, as if originating from the very essence of void, erupted without warning behind him. Not Thunder Prison. It was void. A great success-level void domain. The Shadow Marquis' blood seemed to freeze instantly. He wanted to turn around to unleash all his power in defense. But he found that the space around him was completely locked tight. As a mid-Marquis stage cultivator, he could not move even a single finger. More terrifyingly, a large hand covered in dense void power had already silently pressed against his back heart. At the palm center, a point of absolute nothingness was expanding. It furiously annihilated everything within him. Ugh! The Shadow Marquis let out a gurgling sound from his throat. His eyes were filled with boundless shock, confusion, and utter disbelief. He struggled little by little to turn his neck and look behind him. He saw that on Yingjing's face there was not a trace of pallor or weakness now. Even the corners of his mouth held a faint smile. You? Father-in-law. Qin Feng's voice was calm, yet each word cut like a knife. Piercing into the Shadow Marquis' final consciousness, the second lesson you taught me. I think I've already mastered it. He tilted his head slightly, his smile widening. Tell me, have I graduated yet? The Shadow Marquis suddenly spat out a mouthful of filthy blood. Feeling his life force rapidly draining away, he finally understood. Void. Main. He forced out these words, his pupils violently contracting. Great. SUC. Cess. No. You are not Yingjing. You are. Qin Feng. My son-in-law. Where is he? Qin Feng smiled. He smiled with utmost sincerity. No, father-in-law. He leaned closer, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear. I am Qin Feng. And also Yingjing. The Shadow Marquis' pupils suddenly dilated. In his terrified gaze reflected Qin Feng's slightly smiling face. And his life savings. Those 3 storage rings. How unwilling I am. I had finally recruited a prodigy, and the clan was about to become great again under my leadership. He opened his mouth as if to say more. But in the next second, the void power at his heart erupted violently. Sizzle. Like a red-hot branding iron plunged into ice and snow, the Shadow Marquis' massive body, starting from the heart rapidly, turned to ash and silently dissipated. Thus this cautious strong man mockingly called the shame of the Marquises the Shadow Marquis. Died. He died with his eyes wide open. Qin Feng calmly withdrew his hand, and the void domain quietly retracted. He glanced at the 3 storage rings still warm from the Shadow Marquis, and smiled. Then he raised his head, looking toward the main battlefield on the left flank. There the battle between the 8-armed demon ape and Scarlet Flame Marquis had reached a fever pitch, with heaven and earth splitting apart. Farther away in the direction of Iron Blood, past the clamor of battle shook the sky. The all-out war between humanity and the abyss had erupted completely. Qin Feng smiled slightly, his form flickering as he merged into the void like a drop of water, falling into the sea silent and unnoticed, leaving behind only a barely perceptible ripple in the void. And the absurd, ironic end of a Marquis-level powerhouse who had vanished utterly into nothingness. Above the battlefield, Marquis Qian was locked in fierce combat with the 8-armed demon ape. Old monkey, are those 8 arms just for show? You strike like a weakling. Flames surged around the Marquis as he threw a heavy punch, shattering the bone claws lunging at him, all while sneering. Qian, you seek death. Enraged, the 8-armed demon ape swung all 8 arms, conjuring 8 black demonic dragons from its malevolent domain, which tore through the air. Just as the 2 domains clashed once more, behind the 8-armed demon ape a rift silently split open in space. A figure in green robes stepped out. No warning, no ripple, as if he had always been there. The demon ape's malevolent domain gave no reaction. Nay, it had no time to react. Father-in-law, Qin Feng's calm voice rang out. Were you looking for me? Every hair on the demon ape stood on end. It whipped its head around only to see a palm wreathed in silver white and dark purple light drifting silently toward its back. The power of two perfected domains, void and thunder, merged flawlessly in that single strike, condensing into a point of utterly restrained annihilating force. The demon ape's pupils shrank to pinpricks as its 8 arms flailed desperately to defend collapsing its malevolent domain inward. But it was too slow. That palm seemed slow, yet it transcended spatial limitations, as if crossing time itself, landing squarely in the instant the demon ape's thought formed. A muffled thud, no earth-shattering roar, just a dull sound like punctured leather. The demon ape's massive frame stiffened, and the armor over its heart silently dissolved. Flesh, sinew, and bone disintegrated layer by layer, revealing a bowl-sized hole piercing clean through its body. Around the wound's edge, silver-purple light danced frantically, corroding all life and energy. Ag! The demon ape's agonized shriek echoed across the battlefield, a sound laced with excruciating pain, but also with a fury and horror born of utter humiliation. You're not Zhang. You're Qin Feng. It glared at the familiar yet alien face. Correct, Qin Feng said with a smile. But there's no prize. He drifted backward with effortless grace, deftly dodging the demon ape's maddened counterattack triggered by its agony. 8 colossal arms wreathed in malevolent force slammed into empty air, shattering that stretch of space into fragments, yet failing to graze even the hem of Qin Feng's robe. Despicable. Shameless. The demon ape roared, its voice distorted by pain. Qin Feng tilted his head, offering a gentle smile. If you say so. Those words struck the demon ape's mind like venomous needles. It suddenly recalled all of Zhang's behavior earlier on the battlefield. Those perfectly timed shows of panic, those accusations against Qin Feng, those performances of barely holding back injuries before it. So it had all been Qin Feng's act from the very beginning. Using its own soldiers to kill its generals, deceiving its care, and finally making it shield its greatest enemy behind itself. Unbearable shame and rage shattered its reason. The 8-armed demon ape went utterly mad. Ignoring the fatal wound in its chest, it ignited black, malevolent fire on all 8 arms simultaneously. Its body swelled, its aura surging instead of waning. Burning your origin. Trying to take me down with you. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Die. Die. The demon ape transformed into a black meteor, charging with suicidal ferocity. Wherever it passed, space fractured inch by inch, and even the chaotic energy currents of the battlefield were devoured by its domain, fueling its attack. This strike was the most devastating blow a mid-stage Marquis powerhouse could unleash with their very life. Even a late-stage Marquis would hesitate to take it head-on. Yet Qin Feng unfurled his domain. He lightly raised his right hand and gently tapped his index finger. Freeze. The word left his lips. Word becomes law. It was not true time-stopping, but rather the use of his perfected void domain to forcibly solidify all spatial structures within 100 zhang of the demon ape. In that instant, the demon ape felt as if it had slammed into an invisible, resilient amber. Every motion required 1,000-fold more effort, and even the flow of its malevolent domain turned sluggish. Void. Imprisonment. Terror finally surfaced in its eyes. Qin Feng did not answer. Like a phantom, he took a single step and appeared above the demon ape's head. He clasped his hands as if holding a sphere, and a chaotic silver-purple orb of light coalesced in his palms. Within it, countless tiny void fissures and thunder serpents intertwined, radiating a soul-shaking aura of annihilation. This technique is called void thunder execution. Qin Feng's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. See you off, father-in-law. As the words fell, the orb pressed downward. It slammed straight into the demon ape's crown. No. The demon ape let out one final defiant roar, its 8 arms clawing madly upward, but they fell a hair too short. Boom. Silver-purple light erupted from within its skull, first from its 7 orifices, then from every pore. Dazzling thunder and spatial shards burst forth. Its body swelled like a balloon, its skin cracking inch by inch, revealing the flesh and bone that had been utterly shredded by the dual domain forces inside. Finally, bang. Like shattered porcelain, the demon ape's colossal frame exploded. There was no Gorstern scene. Everything was reduced to the finest particles by the dual annihilation of void and thunder scattering on the wind. Qin Feng waved his hand to collect the spoils, his motions as natural as tidying his own study. Only after doing all this did he lift his head and survey his surroundings. The entire battlefield had fallen into an eerie silence, as if time itself had paused. Both the abyssal army and the human defenders stood frozen, staring at the scene. Someone finally drew a sharp breath. That sound acted like a spark, igniting the entire battlefield. The Marquis is dead. Lord 8-armed demon ape was killed. It was Zhang who did it. No, that's Qin Feng. He was disguised as Qin Feng. The abyssal army fell into utter chaos. One side's commander had fallen, and at the hands of his own son-in-law. This absurd, outrageous truth shattered the morale of every abyssal warrior. Fear spread like plague. The once orderly assault crumbled instantly, and many units began to retreat uncontrollably. Roar. No retreat, bellowed Marquis Shurho. Hold formation. However, its voice was quickly drowned out by the reaction of the human side. Ha ha ha. Well killed. Well killed. Marquis Qin laughed heartily towards the heavens, laughing so hard that tears nearly welled in his eyes. Pointing at Qin Feng, he said to the equally dumbfounded human generals beside him, "Do you see that? Do you see that? That is the prodigy I took a fancy to, slaying a marquis at the Bright Moon Realm." Marquis Qinglian had appeared at the edge of the battlefield at some unknown moment, the long sword in his hand trembling slightly as he spoke in a complex tone. "This youth is no longer a creature of the pond." Standing atop the fortress wall, Marquis Jinbei clapped his hands and sighed, dual domains of void and thunder, with the void domain having reached the stage of grand completion. After this battle, the name of Qin Feng shall shake both realms. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Qin Feng frowned slightly. His spiritual sense detected several incomparably powerful Marquis-class auras charging frantically in his direction. Marquis Shuefu, Marquis Shurho, and 2 other unfamiliar Marquis-class auras. A total of 4 Marquises. Slaying Bobby has truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Qin Feng let out a soft chuckle entirely devoid of fear. With a sway of his body, he merged into the void, once more vanishing without a trace, like a drop of water returning to the ocean. "Qin Feng, do not think of escaping." Marquis Shuefu's shrill screech rang out as a blood-red streak of light tore through the sky, plunging straight toward the spot where Qin Feng had vanished. However, only a faint ripple in the void remained there, with no other trace left behind. Search every single inch of space. He must still be nearby." Marquis Shurho roared, his massive body trampling the earth as his earthen domain expanded, attempting to force Qin Feng out. Yet he found absolutely nothing. Qin Feng's void concealment technique had already reached supreme mastery. Damn it! Damn it! Marquis Shuefu trembled with rage. The slaying of the 8-armed demon ape by a mere Bright Moon Jr. had an incredibly detrimental impact. Not only did the Catacombs side lose a mighty general, but the morale of the lower realm beasts was also severely dampened. "Seal this space. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find him." Marquis Shuefu gnashed his teeth. Just as the 4 Marquises of the Catacombs were exerting all their efforts to corner Qin Feng atop the wall of Tieshua Pass, Marquis Jinbei stood with his hands behind his back, a cold arch curving at the corner of his lips. "It is time to pull in the net." He slowly raised his right hand, and an ancient bronze array disc quietly emerged in his palm. The disc was only the size of a hand, yet it was carved with layer upon layer of incredibly intricate formation lines. Upon closer inspection, each line seemed to flow slowly, embodying some profound truth of heaven and earth. "Marquis Jinbei, this is." Beside him, Marquis Moyuan sensed that something was amiss. Marquis Jinbei did not answer, but merely tossed the array disc gently. The disc hovered in midair, spinning rapidly. At first it was completely silent. But in the next moment, an almost imperceptible hum diffused from the center of the array disc. The sound was extremely faint, yet it seemed to echo directly in the depths of everyone's soul. Immediately following that, with the array disc as the center, countless golden lines spread out in all directions. These lines were so fast that they exceeded the limits of visual capture, leaving only faint afterimages on the retina. In the blink of an eye, the entire Tieshua Pass and the surrounding battlefield, spanning hundreds of miles, were completely enveloped by an invisible golden net. "This is..." Marquis Moyuan's eyes widened. Marquis Shuefu's grip on his sword suddenly tightened. An array within an array. Beneath the defensive grand array of Tieshua Pass, there is actually another formation hidden. An even more astonishing change was yet to come. The moment the golden lines finished spreading, the entire grand array roared to life. There was no earth-shaking commotion, only an almost terrifying sense of order. Within the coverage of the grand array, tiny golden spots of light lit up simultaneously on all the Catacombs creatures. And then, the dense sound of flesh being pierced rang out continuously. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of Catacomb soldiers, and even some weaker Bright Moon Realm commanders, instantly froze in place. They looked down, staring in disbelief at the bloody holes that had suddenly appeared on their bodies. There was no trajectory of attack. Those wounds seemed as if they were meant to be there all along, only manifesting at this very moment. Agonizing screams instantly echoed throughout Tieshua Pass. The Catacombs army collapsed in massive swathes. Whether they were cannon fodder of the body-tempering realm elites of the blood-burning realm or commanders of the transcendent realm, there was no difference before those precisely targeted golden spots of light. A single lethal blow. Even many powerhouses of the Bright Moon Realm were not spared. Some of the weaker ones instantly exhausted all of their life energy, yet they still could not prevent their own fall. Transforming domain into array. Is this a half-step title class formation? Marquis Shuefu's face changed drastically as he frantically contracted his domain. Marquis Luzhen. Marquis Shurho suddenly let out a terrified roar. It is that Marquis Luzhen of the human race who vanished 30 years ago. Isn't he in closed-door cultivation at the Xiantian mansion? How could he appear here? This name seemed to carry a certain magic. At the edge of the battlefield, a cyan figure quietly emerged. It was a man who appeared to be around 30 years old, with a handsome and refined face, wearing simple cyan cloth robes, his long hair casually tied back. He held no array discs, no array flags, nor any tools for setting up formations. He merely stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly watching everything before him. Yet the terrifying grand array covering 300 miles rose and fell slightly with his breathing. It really is Marquis Luzhen. Marquis Moyuan murmured. Legend has it that as a Marquis class his formations could trap a king class for a moment. In the Battle of Shantian Mansion 30 years ago he used the 9 Nether Immortal Slaying Array to slay 3 peak Marquises of the Catacombs in succession. To think he has actually come to the northern border. Marquis Jinbei smiled faintly. Since I knew the Catacombs wanted a decisive battle, how could I not make preparations in advance? As they spoke, Marquis Lucian's gaze slowly swept across the battlefield. Wherever his gaze swept, golden spots of light lit up once more. This time the targets were the surviving Bright Moon powerhouses of the Catacombs. Flee! Flee quickly! A late-stage Bright Moon Realm Catacombs commander shrieked frantically, turning to flee. However, in the next moment, its entire body froze. 3 tiny golden spots of light appeared simultaneously on his forehead and heart. No! With a loud boom, the corpse plunged from the void, dying with eyes wide open. Slaughtering my clan, you humans are courting death. Marquis Shuefu went completely mad, lunging toward Marquis Lucian regardless of the consequences. But just as he rushed out 100 zhang, his body suddenly jolted to a halt. In front of him, countless golden lines interwove into a massive net, emitting an aura that made even a Marquis like him shudder with fear. The Immortal Slaying Array is complete. All who enter the array are enemies of the Immortal Slayer. Marquis Lucian finally spoke, his voice as calm as water. Even a Marquis entering this array faces a 30% chance of falling. Marquis Shuefu's face changed drastically. At the same time, the sky suddenly tore open. 4 figures radiating sky-high pressure stepped out from the void. The leader was covered in dark gold scales with a spiral horn on his forehead, the king-class powerhouse of the Catacombs, King Lidiangio. Beside him, King Wugui, King Qian, and King Shirhan appeared one after another. The 4 Catacombs kings could finally sit still no longer. Marquis Lucian, you have crossed the line. Since when is it the turn of your Shantian Mansion to interfere in the warfare of Daqin Mansion? King Lidiangio's voice was like 10,000-year-old ice. Marquis Lucian raised his eyes to look at the 4 kings, his expression remaining placid. Arrogant. King Wugui sneered. Though you claim to be able to trap a king class, that requires meticulous preparation. Setting up an array in such haste, now how much of its power can you possibly unleash? Slaughtering our army with a grand array, we will make you pay today in blood. Then let us try. Marquis Lucian clapped his hands together. The entire golden grand array suddenly contracted, compressing from a coverage of 300 miles to a mere 10 miles. Though the range shrunk, its power surged several-fold. The golden lines materialized from illusion into reality, condensing into sharp golden short swords. Every single sword radiated a pure aura of slaughter. Immortal Slaying Sword Array Rise. The golden short swords hovered in mid-air, their tips pointing simultaneously at the 4 Catacombs kings. However, in the next moment, the golden short swords radiating that astonishing aura were casually dispersed by King Wugui. Your formation is nothing more than this. King Wugui struck out boldly, his massive Dharma Laksana pressing down directly upon Marquis Lucian. Right at this critical juncture. Marquis Lucian, how can you hog such a grand scene all to yourself? A hearty laugh echoed from the depths of Tieshua Pass. 2 figures, one in cyan and one in white, stepped out through the air. The man in cyan had a gentle face, yet his entire body radiated an extremely sharp sword intent. He was none other than King Xinjian Jiangxian. The white-robed elder with snow-white hair and beard was King Pejuan Lixingha. King Xinjian. King Pejuan. King Wugui's pupils contracted sharply. The Catacombs truly cannot afford to lose, King Xinjian chuckled. Beating the young brings out the old. All 4 kings arriving together, what a grand display. King Pejuan looked toward Marquis Lucian and nodded slightly. 30 years since we last met, and your Immortal Slaying Array has progressed once more. Marquis Lucian revealed a rare smile. Senior flatters me. The 4 Catacombs kings exchanged glances, each seeing the solemnity in the other's eyes. 2 human kings. King Xinjian Jiangxian was a mid-stage king class whose mastery of the sword Dao bordered on divinity, and he had once slain a Catacombs king. King Pejuan Lixingha, also a mid-stage king class, was renowned for his slaughter. As for the 4 of them, they were merely newly ascended kings. How about taking on 2 each? King Pejuan looked at King Xinjian. King Xinjian stroked his beard and smiled. Suiting my wishes perfectly. As the words fell, the 2 human kings moved simultaneously. King Xinjian took a step forward, his entire being transforming into a cyan sword light that charged directly at King Lidiangio and King Wugui. Wherever the sword light passed, space was sliced cleanly open, revealing pitch-black void turbulence. Sword Dao Dharma Laksana open. With him as the center, the surrounding 1,000 miles instantly transformed into a massive Sword Dao Dharma Laksana. Hundreds of millions of sword chi crisscrossed, each embodying a different sword intent. King Lidiangio roared his single horn, unleashing a beam of destruction to clash head-on with King Xinjian's Dharma Laksana. Meanwhile, King Wugui transformed into hundreds of millions of gray mists, attempting to seep through the gaps. On the other side, King Pejuan faced off against King Qian and King Shirhan. Pressing his hands down, a massive Pejuan Dharma Laksana instantly manifested behind him. Kill. The golden halberd swept across heavy as Mount Tai. King Qian's flame Dharma Laksana was suppressed by sheer force, and 9,000 Zhang fire dragons let out agonizing wails. King Shihan's soul attacks were weakened layer by layer, unable to even approach King Pejuan's physical body. 2 against 4, yet the 2 human kings actually held the upper hand. Marquis Luzhen focused on controlling the immortal slaying sword array as hundreds of millions of golden short swords turned into a golden torrent weaving back and forth across the battlefield. With each pass, hundreds to thousands of catacombs creatures were harvested. The defeat of the catacombs army was now a foregone conclusion. Qin Feng too was operating at full power. Wherever his void domain covered space collapsed layer by layer, leaving no survivors. For a moment the catacombs creatures were completely overwhelmed. However, just when everyone thought the battle was decided, another sudden change occurred. At the edge of the battlefield, a seemingly ordinary hill suddenly exploded. A pitch-black figure soared into the sky from deep underground. It was a figure completely enveloped in a black cloak, his face obscured, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes visible. The moment he appeared, the temperature of the entire battlefield plummeted, and even the air seemed to freeze. Even more terrifying was the aura emanating from him. Early stage king class. The 5th Catacombs King. What a... Marquis Jinbei's face changed drastically. The catacombs actually hit another king. The human Marquis class powerhouses, including Marquis Qinglian and Marquis Qian, all changed color in unison. King Xinjian and King Pejuan were each fighting two opponents at once, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves in the short term. And this 5th Catacombs King. His crimson eyes locked dead onto two people. One was Qin Feng, who had just reappeared from the void at the edge of the battlefield. The other was Marquis Luzhen, who was maintaining the immortal slaying sword array. Kill these two variables first, then go slay those two kings. This battle can still be turned around, the black-robed king rasped in a harsh, grating voice. As his voice fell, he took a step forward. There was no earth-shaking commotion, just a simple step forward. Yet this single step crossed a distance of 10 miles, bringing him within 100 zhang of Qin Feng. Watch out! Marquis Luzhen barked in a low voice, manipulating hundreds of golden short swords to shoot toward the black-robed king. However, the black-robed king merely raised his right hand and clenched it gently. With a sharp crack, those hundreds of golden short swords containing the laws of slaughter shattered in midair, dispersing into golden spots of light. My name is King Minggu. The black-robed king looked at Qin Feng and Marquis Luzhen, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. Slaying my clan's marquises and ruining our century-long plan. Today both of you must die. The instant his words fell, King Minggu extended his withered bone-like palm and pressed it gently toward Qin Feng. No domain manifested. Yet Qin Feng felt an indescribable aura of death instantly envelop his entire body. His void domain activated automatically, attempting to flee into the void. However, the surrounding space was actually completely solidified by some force. His 9 heavens thunder hell domain rotated frantically, thunder roaring. But that deathly aura followed him like a shadow, ignoring all defenses to act directly upon his life origin. The strike of a king was terrifying to such an extent. Simultaneously, King Minggu made a grasping motion with his other hand toward Marquis Luzhen. Around Marquis Luzhen, countless white bones materialized out of air, forming a skeletal cage that trapped him within. The cage radiated a rich aura of the laws of death, constantly eroding Marquis Luzhen's vitality. Though the immortal slaying array is powerful, you are ultimately just a Marquis, King Minggu rasped. Your so-called trapping of a king class was merely due to occupying favorable conditions of timing, geography, and harmony. Crisis. An unprecedented crisis. Every hair on Qin Feng's body stood on end. Within him, 8 golden minifigures frantically calculated a method of escape. A warm white current surged through his body, attempting to counteract the erosion of that deathly aura. But the gap between him and a king class was simply too vast, so vast that it was nearly insurmountable. Am I going to die here? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, yet there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. The instant King Minggu's skeletal palm pressed down, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Qin Feng could clearly discern every single skeletal vein on his palm, as the soul-freezing aura of death drew closer inch by inch. Within his mind, 8 golden miniature figures frantically calculated tens of millions of possibilities. However, every path to survival was completely severed under the spatial lock of a king-level powerhouse. Qin Feng could even feel his own body crumbling layer by layer under the overwhelming pressure of a king. A warm white current surged frantically, repairing his body. Even the life energy within him began to exert its power. Since breaking through to the Bright Moon realm, this was the first time Qin Feng had utilized this life energy. Gazing at the struggling Qin Feng, King Minggu's voice pierced through space, carrying an all-crushing majesty. Having beheld a king, why do you not kneel? See. In my life, I Qin Feng have knelt to my parents and my master, but I have never knelt to life and death. Qin Feng sneered. Oof. Then let me see if your body is as tough as your mouth. King Minggu mobilized his Dharma image and exerted his power once more. Boom. Qin Feng's body suddenly sank, his feet slamming deep into the ground. His domain let out an overwhelmed wail, and his bones popped and crackled under the crushing weight. Am I going to die? As this thought flashed across his mind, there was not a trace of fear in Qin Feng's eyes. Instead, a strange serenity surfaced within them. He recalled the first meridian opening realm shadow rat he had slain back in Haishi City. At that time, he had not even completed his body-tempering realm cultivation. Yet even knowing he was outmatched, he still dared to draw his blade. Now he was already in the Bright Moon realm, and had even mastered 2 domains ahead of his time. Even if this body is shattered 10 million times, I will still draw my blade. A faint smile actually played at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Since there was no escape, he would escape no longer. Since he was to die, he would not die in vain. Void. Heavenly thunder. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the 8 cross-legged golden figures opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes erupting with unprecedented brilliance. They no longer calculated ways to escape, but instead concentrated all their cognitive power onto a single point. How to leave an eternal scar on this king before his palm fell. Boom. Within Qin Feng's body, the void source crystal suddenly exploded with hundreds of millions of silver beams. This source crystal, which had accompanied him for so long, had all of its void origin completely drained. He compressed his void domain to the absolute limit, condensing it into a single point. Then he forcibly poured the violent lightning of the 9 heavens thunder prison domain into that very point. Under the forced calculation of the golden figures burning their own origin, the 2 inherently incompatible domains began to undergo a fusion that transcended all logic. Crack. Countless fine bloody fissures split open across the surface of Qin Feng's body, each one bursting with a brilliant interweaving of silver white and violet blue light. His physical body was on the very brink of collapse. Yet the light in Qin Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. So you're the one they call a king. Qin Feng spoke suddenly, his voice terrifyingly calm. All phenomena returned to void, tribulation, thunder, annihilation. The instant the final word fell, Qin Feng clasped his hands together. With him as the center, the space within a radius of several kilometers instantly collapsed into a pitch-black singularity. Within the singularity, hundreds of millions of violet-black tribulation lightning bolts violently detonated, each one containing the dual devastating impact of void annihilation and thunderous destruction. This had long since surpassed the limits of what the bright moon realm could unleash. This was a forbidden strike that forcibly touched the threshold of the king realm, at the cost of burning his origin and gambling everything. The moment King Mingu's descending skeletal palm touched that pitch-black singularity, sizzle, the bone in his palm actually began to melt. It was not shattering, nor was it breaking, rather like snow meeting a scorching sun, it was being erased bit by bit from the very level of existence. What a... For the first time, astonishment flashed within King Mingu's crimson eyes. A mere junior of the bright moon realm could actually wound his kingly boned Dharma body. Although it was only a negligible patch on his palm, this had completely overturned all common sense. Good. What a magnificent human prodigy. King Mingu laughed instead of raging. Below the king realm, I am willing to call you the strongest. His laughter carried a chilling intent to kill. Unfortunately, you cannot be allowed to live. He no longer held back. His skeletal palm suddenly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a colossal skeletal claw that blotted out the sky. The black mist of the death Dharma image condensed into a solid form, seeking to crush Qin Feng along with that pitch-black singularity. And at this moment, Qin Feng had reached his absolute limit. The 8 golden figures grew dim on the verge of dispersing. The warm current within his body was nearly depleted, and his meridians were snapping inch by inch. That technique, all phenomena returned to void, tribulation, thunder, annihilation, had drained almost everything he had. Is this where it ends? Qin Feng's vision began to darken as his consciousness gradually faded. The colossal skeletal claw already loomed overhead, the aura of death so thick it stifled his breath. However, at the absolute critical moment, just as the colossal skeletal claw was about to close, a voice chilling to the extreme, yet harboring towering rage, erupted like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding across the sky of the entire battlefield. Mingu, what do you think you are doing? To my beloved disciple. The instant the voice rang out, a beam of silver light pierced through the void. That silver light was fast enough to transcend the boundary of time. One moment, it was at the edge of the horizon, and the next it stood directly between Qin Feng and the colossal skeletal claw. Boom. The ear-splitting roar of the Dharma images colliding shook the entire land. The colossal skeletal claw was forcibly slashed back 100 zhang by that silver light, leaving a deep bone-revealing gash right in its palm. King Mingu's body shook violently as he abruptly looked up toward the source of the silver light. High above the battlefield, space shattered layer by layer like a mirror. A green-robed figure stepped upon ripples in the void, calmly walking out. Although no earth-shattering aura emanated from him, his deep eyes seemed to hold the reflection of the entire starry sky. Most eye-catching of all was the astral Dharma image behind him, which exuded an aura that made even kings shudder. Jiang, Yuan, Si. King Mingu uttered each syllable deliberately, his crimson eyes filled with sheer disbelief. Not only him, but everyone across the battlefield who recognized this figure was completely stunned. Elder Jiang, wasn't he in secluded meditation at the academy attempting to break through to the king realm? Marquis Qinglian cried out in shock. Look at his Dharma image. He succeeded. Marquis Qian trembled with excitement. Breaking free from his skeletal cage, Marquis Luzhen looked at that figure, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. 30 years ago, both of us were at the limit of the Marquis realm. Now, you have actually taken this step. Even Sword King Jiangxian and Army Breaker King Li Xinghe, who were locked in fierce combat, couldn't help but glance over. That child Yuan has finally succeeded. Jiangxian's eye showed a look of deep gratification. In the center of the battlefield, Jiang Yuan paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd. He took a single step forward and arrived in front of Qin Feng. With his back to this faltering disciple, his voice softened. My beloved disciple, leave the rest to your master. Looking at that familiar back, Qin Feng opened his mouth, but could make no sound, only nodding heavily. Jiang Yuanyi turned around and looked at King Mingu. At this moment, all the warmth in his eyes completely vanished, leaving only a bone-chilling intent to kill. Using the King realm to oppress my student. Jiang Yuanyi slowly raised his right hand, and the 10,000 Zhang astral Dharma image behind him opened its eyes, which resembled two rotating galaxies. Mingu, are you proud of yourself? As his words fell, the Dharma image vibrated. An unprecedented, terrifying aura erupted violently around Jiang Yuanyi. Astral Dharma image, full power state. Unleash. Rumble. The weather of the entire battlefield suddenly shifted. Though it was broad daylight, the sky transformed into a pitch-black curtain in an instant. Then, 1 star, 10 stars, 100 stars, 1,000 stars, 10,000 stars. 10,000 astral projections lit up one by one behind Jiang Yuanyi. Every single one radiated genuine astral power. These were not mere illusions, but real stellar energy drawn from the endless starry sky by Jiang Yuanyi, using his supreme, transcendent power. Is this channeling the cosmic astral force? Marquis Lucian's pupils dilated. To achieve this level of power upon just entering the King realm. King Mingu's face changed completely. Facing these stars directly, his perception was the clearest. Every single one of those 10,000 stars emitted an aura that made his heart shudder. This was definitely not the power a newly ascended king should possess. A majestic astral Dharma image, hundreds of thousands of zhang tall, slowly rose from the void. Marquis of Stars, King of Stars. At this moment, this title was fully deserved. The astral domain has evolved into an astral Dharma image. Marquis Lucian murmured. To possess such might upon just entering the King realm. My old friend. As expected of you. Jiang Yuanyi's voice echoed from the 10,000 zhang Dharma image like a divine decree. Mingu, today I shall let you taste the feeling of being suppressed by a Dharma image. As the final word fell, Jiang Yuanyi slowly pressed his right hand downward. Behind him, the 10,000 zhang astral Dharma image mirrored his movement. Cosmic stars, astral fall, and heavenly collapse. King Mingu's face paled completely. He could feel it with absolute clarity. The density of Jiang Yuanyi's Dharma image was at least several times greater than his own. How could this be possible? Both of them had clearly just broken through to the King realm. The astral Dharma image made a throwing motion. The frontmost 300 of the 10,000 stars suddenly broke away from their orbits, arranging themselves in a profound array that completely sealed off all of King Mingu's routes of escape. 300 meteors burning with crimson gold flames crashed down toward King Mingu. These were no ordinary meteors. Compressed within each one was astral true fire capable of boiling seas and incinerating mountains. The flames glowed a brilliant crimson gold, a hue manifested only when the temperature of a star's core was compressed to its absolute limit. More than enough to incinerate a king-level Dharma body. Mingu, today you have found your path to death. Arrogant. King Mingu roared furiously. His skeletal Dharma image swelled to 8,000 zhang, and he thrust both palms toward the heavens, myriad ghosts supporting the heavens. Countless bones erupted from beneath the earth, coalescing in midair into a colossal skeletal palm that spanned 100 miles. At the center of the palm, hundreds of millions of phantom wraiths roared and shrieked as the dense aura of death almost solidified. However, boom, rumble. These bones were utterly fragile before the crimson gold meteors. The instant the first meteor collided with the colossal skeletal palm, a light as blinding as the sun erupted. 100 zhang crater was blasted into the center of the skeletal palm, and hundreds of millions of wraiths wailed as they dissolved. The second, the third, the 10th. The meteors fell like an endless torrential rain. The colossal skeletal palm began to crack, the fractures spreading rapidly. By the time the 50th meteor crashed down, the giant palm shattered completely, turning into a sky full of bone dust. The remaining 250 meteors continued their descent without losing any speed. Impossible. For the first time, fear flashed in King Mingu's eyes as he frantically burned his origin. Netherbone mirror, myriad bone projection. He summoned the Netherbone mirror. The eerie light from its surface flared up, projecting 3,000 skull phantoms in front of him. This was King Mingu's final trump card. However, Jiang Yuanyi merely cast a cold, indifferent glance. How can the might of an astral fall be stopped by mere bones? Clenching the fingers of his right hand, he whispered, detonate. The remaining 250 crimson gold meteors simultaneously exploded, while still 1,000 zhang away from the nether projection. This was not an explosion upon impact, but a remote detonation controlled by Jiang Yuanyi, using his supreme telekinetic force. 250 highly compressed stellar cores unleashed their full energy simultaneously. What kind of concept was that? In an instant, the entire battlefield was completely submerged in a brilliant crimson gold light. It was not mere light, but the ultimate manifestation of extreme temperature. Wherever the light reached, space began to melt and evaporate, exposing the pitch-black bedrock of the void. The earth turned into a sea of magma, and the mountains instantly vaporized. Within a 100-mile radius, numerous abyssal powerhouses below the King realm, regardless of their cultivation level, did not even have time to scream before dissolving into wisps of green smoke. Had Marquis Lucian not promptly retracted his immortal slaying sword array to shield the human forces, even the human soldiers would have been caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, King Mingu, who was at the very center of the blast, Awarg. A blood-curdling shriek, barely sounding human, echoed from the crimson gold light. The 3,000 layers of skull projections shattered like paper before the sheer power of the stellar detonations. The nether bone mirror shook violently, its surface instantly covered in web-like fractures, its eerie light dimming almost to extinction. King Mingu's 8,000 zhong skeletal Dharma image began to melt rapidly like a snowman under a blazing sun. Arms, torso, head. As the crimson gold light slowly dissipated, a massive crater spanning 100 miles in diameter was revealed on the battlefield. At the bottom of the crater, King Mingu lay collapsed on the ground. His skeletal Dharma image had completely vanished, leaving behind only a battered and broken physical body. A massive hole pierced straight through his chest, its edges still smoldering with crimson gold flames. The nether bone mirror had shattered into dozens of pieces scattered around him. His natal king weapon was destroyed, his Dharma image shattered, and his divine soul severely wounded. With just a single move, King Mingu was completely crippled. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at that 10,000 zhong astral Dharma image and at the green-robed figure standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Astral King. Jiang Yuani. Marquis Shuefu's voice trembled so much it was barely audible. This level of power. This is absolutely not someone who has just entered the king realm. Despair filled the eyes of an abyssal king. The sky-rending Horn King stared at Jiang Yuani, his voice dry, the cosmic astral Dharma image. He has channeled real stars into his body. Just what terrifying level of soul strength does this require? What vast comprehension of laws? For the first time, fear crept into King Wugui's voice. The human race has gained yet another monster capable of suppressing an entire era. In the center of the battlefield, Jiang Yuani slowly lowered his hand. The 10,000 zhong astral Dharma image did not disperse. Instead, it looked down at the dying King Mingu at the bottom of the crater. I said, today you have found your path to death. Boom. The Dharma image trampled down. A generation's powerhouse of the abyssal king realm. King Mingu. Dead. Having done all this, Jiang Yuani finally turned around and looked at the faltering Qin Feng behind him. He walked up to Qin Feng and placed his hand on his shoulder. A wave of pure, gentle astral energy surged into Qin Feng's body. Wherever it passed, damaged meridians were rapidly repaired, and the depleted warm current was revitalized. Reckless, Jiang Yuani sighed, yet his eyes were filled with admiration. To forcibly fuse two domains as a mere bright moon realm cultivator, and even dare to strike at a king. As expected of my disciple. Finally catching his breath and feeling the vast, gentle astral energy within him, Qin Feng said with a bitter smile, "Your student has brought shame upon you, master." Shame, eh? Jiang Yuani shook his head and laughed. After today, everyone will envy me, Jiang Yuani, for having a student who makes me so immensely proud. A moment later, Qin Feng's breathing gradually steadied. Jiang Yuani took a step forward, returning once more to the center of the battlefield. The 10,000-foot astral manifestation materialized once again. The Divine Sword King and the Pejuan King exchanged a glance and laughed in unison. Since Yuani has already attained the king realm, this battle should come to an end. Indeed, we cannot allow ourselves to be underestimated. As their voices faded, the two veteran human kings finally stopped holding back. Their full power erupted. Behind the Divine Sword King, his sword, Tao manifestation, transformed into a colossal azure sword that spanned heaven and earth. Wherever the blade pointed, space shattered inch by inch. Behind the Pejuan King, his Pejuan manifestation surged with a battle intent that pierced the skies, its slaughterous aura shaking the heavens. Along with Jiang Yuani's astral manifestation, three great manifestations representing three entirely different King Daos erupted simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying power to suppress all enemies. On the side of the catacombs, the faces of the four kings turned as pale as paper. They knew that this battle, the catacombs had lost. A crushing defeat. The moment Jiang Yuani slew the Mingu King, the outcome of the battle was decided. The sky-rending Horn King glanced back at the 10,000-foot astral manifestation, a low guttural growl escaping his throat. Retreat. The Mist Phantom King's body stiffened. But Mingu is already dead, the sky-rending Horn King's voice rasped. Do you want to stay behind and join him? The Mist Phantom King swallowed hard. He turned to look at the 10,000-foot astral manifestation. Its eyes were cast down, looking down upon them like a god gazing at ants. With just one glance, he instantly averted his eyes. Retreated as I'll follow your lead. The sky-rending Horn King fell silent. Wasting no more words, he braced himself to take a direct strike from the Divine Sword King's blade. In an instant, scales shattered and blood splattered across the sky. Yet without looking back, the sky-rending Horn King turned and fled. The Mist Phantom King's gray mist condensed into a single line, closely following him. The Scarlet Flame King and the Soul-Devouring King had already dashed to the very front. You think you can come and go as you please, the Divine Sword King sneered. The colossal azure sword slashed down through the air, its sword light condensing into a fine thread aiming straight for the sky-rending Horn King's head. The sky-rending Horn King roared in anger, his single horn unleashing a beam of destructive light to clash head-on with the blade. The shockwave reverberated, forcing him back thousands of feet, and even his single horn began to seep dark gold blood. Divine Sword King, do you truly wish to drag all four of us down with you to a mutual destruction? The sky-rending Horn King's pupils turned blood-red, pushed to his absolute limit. Mutual destruction. You think you are worthy. Standing with his sword in hand, he locked the sky-rending Horn King and the Mist Phantom King firmly in place. At the same moment, the Pujuan King's manifestation swept its long halberd, forcing the Scarlet Flame King and the Soul-Devouring King to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan's astral manifestation finally made its move. He slowly raised his right hand, and the 10,000 stars behind him lit up in unison. Star King Yu. For the first time, a tremor of fear crept into the sky-rending Horn King's voice. Cosmic stars, astral sea shrouding the world. 10,000 stars erupted simultaneously. Each star expanded at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye the battlefield spanning thousands of miles was transformed into a vast sea of stars. Trapped within, the four kings of the catacombs felt like drowning men. We both just broke through to the king realm, so how can his manifestation be this powerful? The Mist Phantom King shrieked in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. No one answered him. In the next instant, the astral sea came alive. Starlight surged from all directions, each impact carrying the complete laws of the stars. It was not a mere attack, it was absolute crushing power. The sky-rending Horn King's scales began to crack. The Mist Phantom King's misty manifestation was pierced through by the starlight, riddled with holes like a sieve. The Scarlet Flame King's fire could not burn in the vacuum, and his 9 fire dragons dissolved into 9 wisps of smoke. The Soul-Devouring King suffered the most. His soul manifestation had nowhere to hide within the astral sea, as each beam of starlight scorched the very essence of his true soul. Jiang Yuan, the sky-rending Horn King, roared, his eyes filled with venom and dread. Jiang Yuan looked down at him. Jiang Yuan lowered his eyes. Even among kings there are levels of disparity. As his voice fell 10,000 stars deep within, the astral sea resonated in perfect unison. The rumbling sound was as distant and profound as an ancient primordial bell. The sky-rending Horn King finally understood. The man before him was not some newly ascended king at all. With the body of a marquis and the heart of a king, he had walked the path of kingship for 30 years. Long before taking that final step, he had already forged his future throne. That was why the moment he broke through, the solidity of his manifestation was several times that of an ordinary novice king. That was why the stars he summoned were not a mere handful or dozens, but 10,000. Hesitating no longer, the sky-rending Horn King decisively burned his origin source, his voice rasping like a dying beast. Break out individually. The other 3 kings simultaneously burned their essence, blood fleeing in all directions regardless of the cost. However, the manifestations of the Divine Sword King and the Pujuan King had already closed in. Their terrifying auras intertwined into an inescapable net, trapping the 4 kings of the catacombs inside. Immediately after, countless stars crashed down upon them ruthlessly. The sky-rending Horn King's manifestation shattered on the spot, his dark gold single horn snapping in half. The Mist Phantom King wailed in agony as his misty manifestation was completely pierced through by the starlight. The other 2 kings of the catacombs were similarly devastated. After a long while, the astral sea slowly dissipated. Heaven and earth fell into absolute silence. All 4 kings were annihilated. The 3 kings stood upon the ruins, turning their gazes toward the battlefield. In an instant, silence fell over the entire area. The surviving creatures of the catacombs felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. The blade of a chitty wolf of the Bright Moon realm suddenly slipped from its fingers. A crisp metallic clang of the weapon hitting the ground echoed sharply through the dead silence. It trembled all over, staring in terror at the human kings. Its throat moved. Dead. They are all dead. It looked up at the ruined battlefield, at the 3 terrifying figures, and suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter grew louder and raspier. 5 kings. Dozens of marquises. Dead. All dead. Ha ha. All dead. It seemed to have gone mad, its words becoming increasingly incoherent. A beam of starlight silently descended, cutting the chitty wolf's voice short. It collapsed heavily to the ground. Instantly, chaos erupted among the beast horde. Run! Someone shrieked at the top of their lungs. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Spare us. Have mercy. Fear erupted like a bursting dam. They threw down their weapons, abandoned the corpses of their kin and their heavily wounded companions, and fled frantically in all directions. Starlight sword chi and halberd wind rained down mercilessly. The beast horde fell in swathes like wheat before a scythe. A moment later, the screams, wails, and pleas for mercy vanished completely. Every single creature of the catacombs that had stepped onto this battlefield was now annihilated. Marquis Jinbei closed his eyes and slightly tilted his head back. My friends, in this great battle, the human race has achieved a monumental victory. His voice was not loud, even carrying a hint of hoarseness, yet it spread clearly across the entire battlefield. But when those words fell, the entire Tieshua Pass fell silent for a brief moment. It was not a silence of despair, but of countless people holding their breath simultaneously, keeping those words in their throats, pressing them beneath their tongues, and clenching them in their palms, before letting them erupt. We won. We have won. Roars, cheers, weeping, and laughter intertwined over the ruins. Some knelt on the ground, clutching the blood-stained armor of their fallen comrades, weeping uncontrollably. Others leaned against shattered walls, gasping for breath as tears fell silently. In this war, despite numerous blessings and enhancements, Tieshua Pass had still suffered devastating casualties. The Divine Sword King and the others watched this scene in silence. Indeed, in this war the human race had completely annihilated all the participating creatures of the catacombs, and they were now on the verge of destroying the seventh passage. It could be said that after this battle the northern border would enjoy peace for at least several decades. Yet, the price paid was simply too high. It was so heavy that they even began to question whether the decision to lure the catacombs into actively attacking the northern border had truly been correct. Qin Feng stumbled to his feet looking at the tragic battlefield with a heavy heart. Jiang Yuanyi appeared beside Qin Feng at some unknown moment, patting him on the shoulder. Master and disciple stood shoulder to shoulder. A long time passed. Jiang Yuanyi's voice drifted from his side, calm and unhurried like an ordinary elder guiding a lost child. When I was your age I stepped onto the battlefield for the first time. That battle was incredibly brutal. I survived, but the older brother from my hometown who had saved my life countless times died right in front of me. Qin Feng turned to look at his master. Jiang Yuanyi did not look back, his gaze still resting on the scorched earth ahead. I sat by his corpse all night, unable to understand. Why did he die while I lived? Why did we have to pay such a heavy price when we clearly won? Why can those who died never return home? His voice was very soft, as if it might be swept away by the night wind at any moment. It took me many years afterward to finally understand one thing. Jiang Yuanyi paused. War is never about winning. War is so that more people will never have to step onto the battlefield. Qin Feng was stunned. Jiang Yuanyi turned around to look at his prized disciple. In those deep eyes the lingering starlight was reflected along with Qin Feng's exhausted face. Do not carry the regrets of the dead. Carry their legacy instead. The peace they never got to see, you will see it for them. The path they could not finish walking, you will walk it for them. Strive to become strong enough to withstand everything and completely pacify the catacombs. Looking at Jiang Yuanyi, Qin Feng slowly straightened his back. I will, master. I will make that day come as soon as possible. He gripped the void-cleaving saber tightly, his gaze regaining its steadfast resolve. Jiang Yuanyi smiled, his expression filled with anticipation. All right, now that the matters of the northern border are settled, it is time for us to go home. Yes. Amid the ruins the smoke of battle had yet to dissipate. Divine Sword King stood upon the broken city wall, gazing northward at the faint spatial rift in the distance, his thumb gently stroking his sword hilt. Yuan, the northern campaign has concluded. Leave the task of destroying the passage to me. You and Pejun may take your leave. Jiang Xian sheathed his sword, his voice calm and measured. Jiang Yuan nodded, offering no formalities. Qin Feng stood 3 steps away, his voidbreaker saber already sheathed, a trace of dried dark blood still clinging to the guard. He stepped forward and gave a slight bow to the 2 titled kings. I thank both seniors for coming to my aid. No need for thanks. We merely cultivated a few years longer than you. Divine Sword King raised an eyebrow. That final slash of yours, I saw it. In the Moon Halo realm, you managed to melt a hole in old Netherbone's palm. In 30 years your achievements will likely rival your master's. Pejun King gave a rare hint of a smile. 30 years is too long. Judging by his current pace, he will reach the pinnacle of Marquis the moment he ascends. Within 10 years he will step into the King realm. Qin Feng smiled. You 2 seniors overestimate me. Beyond Ironblood Pass, at the Molten Heart Valley, the former entrance to the secret realm had vanished entirely. All that remained was a stretch of scorched rock face laced with crisscrossing cracks carved by the void storm. Long you stood in the distance, frozen in place. The secret realm was gone. Such a vast secret realm, all of it gone. She instinctively took a step forward, then halted. Beneath her feet the scorched earth crunched with a faint brittle sound. That sound pierced the silence, so distinct that it left her momentarily dazed. How? She parted her lips, her voice forcing its way from the depths of her throat. Dry hoarse, alien, even to her own ears. How could it be gone? Her gaze fixed on the empty rock wall. There should have been a translucent silver glow, the void ripples marking the entrance to the secret realm. But now there was nothing. Impossible. She staggered forward a few more steps, stumbling as if tripped by something unseen. It was here just yesterday. As the words left her lips, a figure surfaced unbidden in her mind. Husband. But the thought flickered and vanished in an instant. Long Yu shut her eyes tightly as if trying to force something out of her mind. It can't be. She heard her own voice, fainter than before, barely audible. It can't be. Some thief must have taken the realm while father and my husband were away at war. Yes. It must be a thief. Long Yu fell silent. Then in the distance hurried footsteps approached, carrying an air of desperation. She did not turn around. Miss. The Demon Ape Lord. The Demon Ape Lord has. The voice rasped like a broken bellows. The messenger collapsed to his knees, 10 zhang away, drenched in blood, one arm severed at the elbow. How is my father? The scout prostrated himself, trembling. The Demon Ape Lord was slain in battle by the human prodigy Qin Feng. He could not continue. Long Yu spun around abruptly. There were no tears on her face, but within her silver pupils the last vestiges of warmth were draining away with terrifying speed. And my husband, she asked. The scout did not answer immediately. He bowed his head even lower until it nearly touched the scorched ground. Speak. Long Yu's voice was barely a whisper. The scout's spine shook violently. Lord Ingzheng. He paused. Ingzheng. Was Qin Feng. All of it. Everything before. Was his disguise. Boom. Darkness swallowed Long Yu's vision in an instant. She parted her lips, but for a long time no words came. so long that the scout thought she hadn't heard and was about to raise his head to repeat when he caught the faintest sound of an intake of breath. Like a drowning person finally breaking the surface, managing only half a breath. Long Yu stood motionless. In those silver pupils something within her congealed completely in that instant. She opened her mouth. No sound emerged. All she felt was a deafening roar inside her mind, so loud that it drowned out every other sound in the world. Then it makes sense. Then it's no wonder. All of Ing Zhang's peculiarities before she had attributed to his reserved nature. Never once had she imagined that from the very beginning. From start to finish, everything she had done was nothing but a cruel joke. She had foolishly believed it to be a place of belonging. Long Yu's body swayed. The scout looked up and saw her standing there like a candle hollowed of its wick, stubbornly refusing to fall. Then he watched as her eyes reddened at a visible pace. Not a gradual flush, but instantaneous, like blood seeping into white silk, flooding from the corners to engulf her entire gaze. Her silver pupils were drowned in crimson, red as if about to drip blood. Miss. The scout's voice trembled. Long Yu did not look at him. She simply stood there staring at the scorched earth beneath her feet, at the fragment of stone she had kicked aside, at the direction where the secret realm's entrance once stood. Her lips moved. No sound came. Then they moved again. This time the scout heard it. Only 2 words. So soft as a feather falling into a deep pool, sinking before it could even ripple the surface. Ing Zhang. Long Yu's body suddenly doubled over, as if struck from within by something invisible. The breath in her chest could no longer hold. Blood surged up from her throat. Unstoppable, impossible to swallow. A gush of heart blood sprayed forth. The scout scrambled to her side, reaching out to steady her, but she raised a hand to ward him off. Miss. Please, miss, grieve later. The scout knelt beside her, his voice shaking. This is no time for sorrow. We must retreat at once. The humans may search for us here at any moment. If anything happens to you, the chieftain's soul in heaven, I know. Long Yu's voice was soft. So soft it sounded as if she were speaking of something unrelated to herself. She slowly straightened up, wiping the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. The sleeve came away stained red, but she didn't look down. Instead, she drew 5 bone talismans from her storage ring. Each was palm-sized, translucent, as white jade etched with dense spatial runes. The patterns were ancient beyond measure, some already worn beyond recognition. These were her father's final safeguard left for her. 5 in total. Her father's words still echoed in her ears. Long Yu, should the day come when your father can no longer protect you, use this talisman to escape in times of danger. But she had been young then and had not understood the weight of those words. At the thought, Long Yu tilted her head slightly upward. A single bloody tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Father, where is your daughter to go now? Live on. Dimly, she seemed to hear her father's voice once more. Long Yu fell silent. A long moment passed. She steadied her heart, took out 1 bone talisman, and handed it to the scout. Take it. The scout froze. Miss, this is a void breaker talisman. Long Yu's voice was flat without inflection. Each one can teleport you 3 million li. Go flee for your life. But miss, what about you? I have more. Don't worry about me. Long Yu turned her back to him. She lowered her head, and the bone talisman gleamed with a faint silver light in the twilight. 4 void breaker talismans. Enough to carry her far away to a place no one could find. Away from this scorched earth, away from this land that had buried her father and her husband. Away from the one she no longer knew how to name. Husband. Ing Zhang. Qin Feng. She didn't even know whether her hatred should be directed at Ing Zhang or Qin Feng. In just one night, she had lost everything. Her heart was in chaos. The ruins of Tieshua Pass gradually receded into the distance. Jiang Yuni walked through the void with his hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe flapping violently in the fierce high-altitude winds. After traveling thousands of miles southward, Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand. A silver-white rift tore open in the void. Its edges were extraordinarily stable. Unlike the violent tearing of space one would normally seek, it was more like pushing open a door that had long existed. Jiang Yuni glanced at the rift. Master, let's go. Qin Feng stepped in first. Jiang Yuni nodded and followed with his hands behind his back. With a flash of silver light, the master and disciple stepped out of the void 10,000 li away. Jiang Yuni gave a slight, not a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. The lunar radiance realm and a fully realized void domain. He paused. When I was at this realm back then, I was not as good as you. Truly worthy of being my student. Qin Feng smiled. Compared to you, master, I still have a long way to go. He tore open another rift. A second, a third, a fifth. By the time the 10th rift closed behind them, the southern horizon no longer showed the vast mountains of the northern frontier, but the plains of the heartland of the Qin province. The Qin capital was not far now. At this moment, Jiang Yuni stopped Qin Feng from opening another spatial passage. For this last stretch of the journey home, walk with your master. Qin Feng nodded. The master and disciple landed beside a main road. Along the road were early spring wheat fields where tender green seedlings barely reached the ankles. In the distance, wisps of cooking smoke rose gently from a village. This was a corner of the human world untouched by war. Jiang Yuni walked along the field ridges with his hands behind his back. Qin Feng followed at his side. Feng, do you know that above the Seal King realm, there are still higher realms? Jiang Yuni suddenly spoke. Qin Feng turned his head. Please enlighten me, master. Qin Feng had heard some rumors about the realms above the Seal King. Jiang Yuni pondered for a moment, as if weighing his words. Above the Seal King is the sage. Sage. Qin Feng showed curiosity. He had already witnessed the power of a Seal King expert. How formidable must a sage above that be? Just the name sage sounded terrifyingly powerful. A Seal King cultivates a Dharma aspect using it to mobilize the laws of heaven and earth, Jiang Yuani said. But a sage is different. A sage embodies myriad powers in one being. They themselves are the law. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Themselves, the law. Below the sage, whether it be intent domain or Dharma aspect, all are borrowing the law. Jiang Yuani's voice was slow, as if he were breaking apart something extremely difficult to articulate piece by piece. A Seal King uses his Dharma aspect to mobilize a portion of the law. A Seal Marquis uses his domain to reflect the law. But a sage is far beyond that. He paused. Every word, indeed, every move they make affects the surrounding environment. Where they stand, that piece of heaven and earth will automatically operate according to their will. This is not mobilization, not borrowing. It is absolute control. So a sage is truly that powerful. Qin Feng couldn't help exclaiming. Master, how many sages does the human race currently have? Jiang Yuani shook his head. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Master, don't you even know? Perhaps only the sages themselves know, Jiang Yuani said with a sigh. Unfortunately, sages do not manifest in the world. All I know is that the Tian's Mansion and the Shunshao Mansion each have a sage in residence. As for the other domains, there has never been any news of a sage existing there. He paused. Sages have a lifespan of 10,000 years and possess incredible abilities. If they do not wish to reveal themselves, even a Seal King cannot sense their presence. Qin Feng nodded. What about above the sage? He asked curiously. Jiang Yuani turned to look at him, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Above the sage is the Emperor Lord realm. Emperor Lord. An Emperor Lord is one who uses his own being to open up a true world, creating his own cosmos. Jiang Yuani said, before an Emperor Lord, a sage's self-contained world is nothing more than a child stacking sand. I once discussed the Tao with the king of Qin and heard him lament. If this era of humanity had an Emperor Lord powerhouse in command, the underworld would not have been able to oppress us to such an extent. He paused, a trace of emotion in his tone. Unfortunately, after that great upheaval, no Emperor Lord has appeared for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Qin Feng mulled over these two words. What happened 10,000 years ago? Jiang Yuani fell into contemplation. I have combed through the Academy's classics and consulted several senior Seal Kings, but no one knows what truly happened 10,000 years ago. His voice was soft, as if speaking of something he himself could not be certain of. All we know is, a great upheaval occurred then. Great upheaval. A monumental war that swept across the human realm, the underworld, and many other realms. Jiang Yuani said. In that war, humanity joined forces with other realms to resist the invasion of the underworld. Qin Feng listened quietly. That battle was fought until the heavens darkened, and the earth trembled, realms shook, and countless powerhouses fell. Jiang Yuani's voice grew softer and softer. Seal Marquis fell like grass, Seal Kings like ants, and even sages. Many died as well. Qin Feng's breath caught. After that war, heaven and earth underwent great changes. Jiang Yuani raised his head and gazed at the darkening sky. The human realm, the underworld, and other realms. The laws and Tao rhythms plummeted, inheritance nearly severed, and powerhouses withered. Plummeted. Yes, and not just a little. It was a massive decline. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feng. Do you know what this means, eh? Qin Feng nodded. It meant that cultivation would become more difficult and breakthroughs would require more resources. With the same talent, one might have become a sage 10,000 years ago. But in this era, even reaching the Seal King realm is difficult. A glint of curiosity flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. How powerful must the geniuses born in that era have been? Jiang Yuani looked at him. You were born in an era where cultivation is harder than 10,000 years ago. But as of now, the path you have walked is faster and farther than those geniuses of 10,000 years ago. A hint of expectation appeared on Jiang Yuani's face. I have always believed that as long as you maintain your current cultivation state, one day, you will become a powerhouse comparable to a sage, or even an Emperor Lord. At that time, you will completely wipe out the underworld and restore peace to the human realm. I will aim for that, Master. The two talked for a long while, until Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. Master, when I was in the northern frontier, I acquired a secret realm. Jiang Yuani paused in his steps. A secret realm? Yes, Qin Feng said. It was the 8-armed demon ape's retreat prepared for a genius of the lunar radiance realm. Before I left, I refined and took away the entire secret realm. Jiang Yuani turned around. What kind of secret realm? Qin Feng took out a fist-sized crystal from his bosom. That was the core of the secret realm. Jiang Yuani took it, and with a single glance his pupils slightly contracted. This is... He was silent for a moment, as if confirming something. Then he raised his head. Feng, do you know the origin of this secret realm? Qin Feng shook his head. I only know it was a treasure of the 8-armed demon ape capable of accelerating the cultivation progress of both the domain and the lunar radiance realm. Jiang Yuani gently rubbed the void source crystal, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This is no ordinary secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, the core laws of the secret realm are extremely complete. The mist sea forms its own cycle, and the purity of the source crystal veins. Even 10,000 years ago, only the most top-tier powers could possess such a thing. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. 10,000 years ago. Yes. Jiang Yuanyi returned the source crystal to him. Such a secret realm cannot be forged by a Seal King even at the pinnacle of the Seal King realm. Its owner was at least a sage. Qin Feng was astonished. A secret realm left by a sage. He looked down at the source crystal in his palm, momentarily speechless. The eight-armed demon ape was indeed blessed with extraordinary fortune, Jiang Yuanyi said. Such a secret realm is enough to serve as a clan's heritage foundation. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. He probably never imagined that his son-in-law would move the entire home away. Jiang Yuanyi chuckled. The two continued walking. Before long they could already see the gates of the Qin Dragon Martial Academy. The carved dragon eyes on the lintel still emanated a powerful aura. With his current level of insight, Qin Feng could tell that these dragon eyes originated from a Seal King powerhouse. Master, Qin Feng paused slightly, these dragon eyes on the gate. Jiang Yuanyi followed his gaze, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. You noticed? Qin Feng stared at the dragon eyes. They carry the aura of a Seal King. Jiang Yuanyi stood with his hands behind his back. 300 years ago the king of Qin slew a true dragon at the late Seal King realm. His voice was calm, as if recounting an ordinary old tale. That battle lasted several days and nights, shattering the surrounding mountains for 300 li. In the end the king of Qin beheaded the dragon with a single sword stroke, and the dragon's blood stained half the sky red. Later, when the academy rebuilt its mountain gate, the king of Qin presented those dragon eyes to the academy, setting them here. Jiang Yuanyi looked up at the dragon eyes. A true dragon of the late Seal King realm, 300 years after death, its dragon might remains. Qin Feng remarked, Seal Kings are indeed powerful. If the Bone King had only just entered the Seal King realm, and was not yet familiar with the power of this realm, I might not have been able to hold out, until you came to rescue me. Late Seal King. It took several days and nights to slay. 300 years after death, the lingering might remains. However, Qin Feng was confident that his own strength would soon catch up to them. He had already made plans upon returning to the academy, and meeting those he wished to see, he would enter the secret realm for seclusion, striving to complete the Lunar Radiance path, as soon as possible, and perfect his void domain. At that time, if he broke through to Seal Marquis, his realm would directly reach the peak of Seal Marquis. Then if he encountered an underworld Seal King again, he would certainly let them test whether his treasured blade was sharp. After entering the academy, Jiang Yuan, he no longer walked alongside Qin Feng. Go meet those you wish to see, this old man won't interfere. A smile graced Jiang Yuanyi's face as he said this. The master and disciple parted ways there. Qin Feng wandered through the mountain gate alone, following the bluestone-paved main path inward. The scenery within the academy bore little difference from when he had left. Ancient trees still towered on both sides of the path, while several cultivation towers stood quietly in the distance. Occasionally, transcendent disciples would soar through the skies, stirring up gusts of wind. Just then Qin Feng looked up and noticed a large crowd gathered at the square at the end of the main path. Hundreds of people bustled about, their heads pressing tightly together. The Hidden Dragon ranking has been updated again. Hurry and take a look. Have the rankings changed this time? Senior Brother Jun will surely still be first, right? I heard he's already broken through to the late Dust Star stage. Not just Senior Brother Jun. Senior Sister Su and Senior Brother Xia have also broken through. This ranking is going to be completely reshuffled. Noisy discussions drifted faintly over. Qin Feng paused slightly. The Hidden Dragon ranking. He nearly forgot about this. Speaking of which, when he first entered the academy, he had also left his name on this ranking. He had heard there were credits to collect as well. But after going to the northern frontier, he never paid attention to it again. Qin Feng had originally planned to bypass the crowd and head straight for the Star Observing Pavilion, but as he lifted his foot, he stopped himself. It was not curiosity about the ranking that stayed his steps. Rather, among that crowd, he could vaguely recognize a few familiar auras. They were classmates from the recruit training camp. Qin Feng's gaze flickered slightly before he walked toward the square. He did not deliberately approach, only standing at the edge of the crowd, looking past several layers of people toward the bluestone stele that stood 3 zhang tall. Golden names shimmered upon the stele. Hidden Dragon ranking. Number 1 June Mo1, Late Dust Star. Qin Feng nodded slightly. He remembered that when he left the academy, June Mo1 was only at the mid-Dust Star stage. Breaking through a minor realm in over half a year was not particularly slow considering the long lifespans of transcendent beings. However, Qin Feng scanned the cultivation realms of the others on the ranking. From 2nd to 10th place, all were mid-Dust Star cultivators. From 11th to 20th place, early and mid-Dust Star cultivators were mixed together. Looking at it this way, June Mo1's first place was indeed a clear lead by reputation. Qin Feng's gaze continued downward. 13th place, Xia Shi, early Dust Star. 15th place, Su Qingwei, early Dust Star. A slight smile touched Qin Feng's lips. Both Xia Shi and Su Qingwei had broken through. Especially Su Qingwei. She did not come from as wealthy a family as Xia Shi, yet she could catch up to Xia Shi's pace so quickly, which showed just how formidable her talent was. It seemed her sword had grown sharper than before. Qin Feng continued scanning the ranking and discovered his own name had dropped from 17th to 20th place. However, the cultivation realm column displayed blank. It was likely because he had been away for so long that the academy could no longer confirm his current realm. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard discussions from within the crowd. Who is this Qin Feng? Why is his cultivation realm blank? Huh. You must be someone who got in through connections, right? That's the top freshman of this year. Xiaosher lost to him twice. Defeated senior brother Xia. How strong is that? Then why is he only 20th? I heard he went to the northern frontier. You all know that place. The underground demon beasts run rampant. It's extremely perilous. Someone lowered their voice. I heard. He may have already met with misfortune. No way. Why not? His cultivation realm column is blank, which means the academy doesn't even know his current realm. The person did not continue, but the meaning was already quite clear. It was very likely that something unfortunate had happened. Qin Feng stood outside the crowd listening to these discussions and twitched his lips. If these people knew he had slain several underground fortress marquises in the northern frontier, he wondered what their reactions would be. He shook his head. With his current cultivation realm, comparing himself to these young people would amount to bullying. The Hidden Dragon ranking was after all only a ranking of the Academy's younger generation. Looking across the entirety of Great Qin Mansion, or even the whole human realm, the names on these rankings were merely inexperienced juniors setting foot upon the path. Even Jun Mo1, who topped the list, could at most be described as this youth has the potential to achieve the title of Marquis. If he were truly to compete alongside these young people, it would be him doing the bullying. Qin Feng took one final glance at the names upon the ranking before turning and departing. His footsteps were light, his figure swift. Not a single person in the crowd noticed that he had been there. The Star Observing Pavilion. By the time Qin Feng reached the pavilion, the sky had already grown dark. Amidst the swaying bamboo shadows, he saw someone sitting at the entrance of the pavilion. No, two someones. One was a girl of about 14 or 15, wearing a pale cyan dress, resting her chin on her hand, and lost in reverie. The other was a dog. A large black dog, its coat gleaming darkly, was dozing at her feet. Qin Feng's footsteps halted. He stood within the bamboo shadows, quietly watching the girl. Having not seen each other for over half a year, Qin Xiaoyu had grown taller, her baby fat having faded considerably from her face, her features now taking on more of a young maiden's sharpness. But those eyes had not changed. Still so bright, still so pure. Qin Feng's lips curved upward of their own accord. Then he stepped forward, emerging from the bamboo shadows. Xiaoyu. His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly before the pavilion. Qin Xiaoyu's body stiffened slightly. She raised her head, looking toward where the voice had come from. Then her eyes lit up. Brother. Qin Xiaoyu nearly bounced to her feet. She closed the distance in 3 quick strides and threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace. Brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Her voice was muffled against his chest, carrying a hint of a sob. Qin Feng rubbed her hair gently. Qin Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. Qin Feng looked down at her and smiled. Brother is fine. Qin Xiaoyu sniffled and nodded forcefully. MMH. At that moment a black shadow darted over. Whoa, boss. Qin He threw himself at Qin Feng's legs, circling around him. A whining sound emanated from its throat, its tail wagging like a spinning windmill. Why did you stay away for so long this time? I missed you to death, Wu. I have never been separated from you for such a long time. Qin He tilted his head back, his dog eyes glistening with moisture, whining ceaselessly. Nowadays Qin He had already reached the burning blood realm and could speak human language with ease. Yet whenever he opened his mouth he appeared in this utterly wretched state. From the day it was born it had followed Qin Feng. In all these years they had never been apart for so long. Qin Feng twitched his lips, bent down, and patted Qin He's head. Alright, I'm back now, stop spinning, you're making me dizzy. Qin He said nothing, merely continuing to circle endlessly as though desperate to absorb every trace of Qin Feng's aura into its belly. Qin Feng shook his head with a laugh. This foolish dog. Qin Xiaoyu fetched 2 chairs, and the siblings sat at the pavilion entrance while Old Black obediently lay at their feet. The evening breeze brushed gently, bamboo leaves rustling softly. Qin Xiaoyu chattered on about everything that had happened over the past half year. Which new geniuses had emerged at the academy. The difficulties she encountered during her cultivation. Her progress as an alchemist. Old Black flirting with other people's puppies when she wasn't looking. Qin Feng listened quietly, occasionally nodding, occasionally smiling. Family reunions were always like this. Full of warmth and tenderness. The night deepened. Qin Xiaoyu finally grew tired of talking, leaning back in her chair as her eyelids began to droop. Qin Feng stood. Go inside and sleep. Qin Xiaoyu nodded sleepily and entered the pavilion. Then, Qin Feng walked to the bamboo grove beyond the pavilion, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The night wind rustled his cyan robes. Qin Feng looked up at the night sky. The Milky Way blazed with brilliance. He recalled his master's words from that day. Sage Emperor, 10,000 years of great change. Those cultivation realms, those past events, those unknown truths. The amount of information was substantial. My cultivation progress is ultimately too slow. I must accelerate things. At this thought Qin Feng's gaze gradually darkened. Tomorrow he would visit an old friend. Having not seen each other for over half a year, he wondered how much her swordsmanship had improved. After seeing her, Qin Feng looked down and spread open his palm. In his palm the secret realm origin crystal lay quietly, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible glow. It was time to enter seclusion. He should complete the radiant moon path as swiftly as possible and perfect his void domain. Then, break through to Marquis. Qin Feng closed his hand and looked up into the depths of the night sky. An emperor, is it? That day will come. The next morning sunlight filtered through the gaps between bamboo leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground before the star observation pavilion. Qin Feng stepped out of the pavilion and sat down on a stone bench by the door. He took out an exquisite tea box from his bosom, opened it, and found only the last pinch of tea leaves left inside. The leaves were a vivid green, still exuding a faint fragrance despite having been stored for over half a year. This was a gift from Su Qingwe. Qin Feng looked at the box and smiled faintly. It seems you're also reminding me that it's time to go see her. He poured the last of the tea leaves into a cup, used his true essence to warm the water, and took a gentle sip. The aroma of the tea spread between his lips and teeth. Qin Feng set down the cup and rose. The academy covered a vast expanse with student residences scattered across various locations. Qin Feng did not go to Su Qingyue's residence to look for her. Instead, he directly extended his divine sense. With his current cultivation, covering the entire academy with his divine sense was a trivial matter. However, as his divine sense swept through once there was no trace of Su Qingyue's aura, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Not in the academy. He swept again, but still found nothing. Gone on a mission, Qin Feng was about to retract his divine sense, when suddenly a somewhat familiar aura entered his perception. Su Mingzhu. Besides her, there were several other academy members gathered in a courtyard. Qin Feng initially intended to ignore them, but as his divine sense swept past, he happened to catch a sentence. Senior Sister Mingyue, why haven't I seen your cousin lately? The speaker was a young woman, her tone laced with curiosity. Su Mingzhu sat at the center of the crowd. Today she wore a bright dress, her makeup exquisite, gently smiling as she held a teacup. Hearing the question, she cast a subtle sidelong glance at Jun Mao and beside her, then let out a charming laugh. She's gone home to get married. As her words fell, Jun Mao's hand holding the teacup stiffened slightly. Qin Feng's divine sense also halted. Married. He stood still, brows tightly knitted. In the courtyard, the group showed surprise upon hearing this news. Married, the female disciple exclaimed, her eyes wide. Didn't Su Qingwe just break through to the Dust Star realm and rank 15th on the Hidden Dragon list? This is the prime time for her strength to grow. Given her personality, would she get married? Su Mingzhu pursed her lips in a smile, her tone as casual as if she were discussing something trivial. My sister has always been independent, doing as she pleases. Recently she took a liking to the second young master of the Mo family. They fell for each other, and the family just let her be. The group was astonished. The second young master of the Mo family. The Mo family of Qin province was considered a prominent clan throughout the entire Daqing prefecture, with a marquee-level powerhouse in their ranks, their foundation rivaling that of the Su family. But the reputation of this second young master. The people present were all signs of major families moving in the same circles and had heard some rumors about him. His reputation was rather poor. Jun Mao set down his teacup, his expression clearly turning grim. The second young master of the Mo family. His voice was low. Isn't he the notorious playboy of Daqing prefecture? Rumor has it he hasn't even broken through to blood ignition. He paused as if suppressing something. How could Qingwe? Before he could finish his sentence, a barely perceptible coldness flickered in Su Mingzhu's eyes, but she still wore a smile. Brother Jun, calling her Qingwe already. Her tone carried a coquettish reproach, but her eyes locked onto Jun Mao. I wasn't aware you two were so close. Besides, you could call her that before, but my sister is about to be married, and it wouldn't sound good if it got out. Su Mingzhu deliberately emphasized the word married. Jun Mao's face froze. The others exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, but none dared to speak. Su Mingzhu withdrew her gaze, picked up her teacup again, and gently blew on it. The aroma of tea curled upward. A cold smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Su Qingwe. Su Qingwe. No matter where she went, people always brought up Su Qingwe in front of her. She was the legitimate daughter of the Su family, yet since Su Qingwe entered the academy, she had always been compared to that concubine-born younger sister. They said Su Qingwe had better talent, breaking into the top 15 of the Hidden Dragon list in half a year, far surpassing her own ranking of 16th after 3 years of struggle. She was sick of those vile remarks. Moreover, back then Qin Feng had stood up for Su Qingwe, and on the arena using blood ignition, he had defeated her at Dust Star, severely injuring her in public. She had never forgotten that debt. Finally, she managed to latch onto Jun Mao. Jun Mao, first on the Hidden Dragon list, legitimate son of the Jun family, exceptional in talent, background, and appearance. She had put so much effort into hooking this genius. But during a mission, Jun Mao happened to encounter Su Qingwe. He fell in love with her at first sight. That infuriated Su Mingzhu to the point of fainting. How could she just do nothing? So she devised a small scheme, forging a letter from home claiming that Su Qingwe's closest aunt Su Ro was gravely wounded while supporting the northern border, urging her to return quickly. That fool Su Qingwe rushed back to the Su family that very night. Then Su Mingzhu went to her father, the clan head, and pestered him all night. The next day, the marriage alliance between the Su and Mo families was settled. The second young master of the Mo family. That waste. Perfect match for Su Qingwe. Su Mingzhu raised her teacup and took a small sip. The tea had gone cold, but her heart felt warm. Qin Feng stood still. He had heard everything. Married. The second young master of the Mo family. A playboy. There was no emotion in Qin Feng's eyes, but the air around him suddenly turned colder. The next moment, he took a single step. In the gathering area, the crowd was still buzzing with discussion. Speaking of the second young master of the Mo family, I've heard he's indeed not very accomplished. But the Mo family is wealthy and powerful, marrying into it wouldn't be a loss, right? That's not how you put it. With Su Qingyue's aptitude, she has a good chance of breaking through to marquis level in the future, yet now she's stuck with such a playboy. Becoming a marquis isn't that easy. Women, after all, must marry sooner or later. They chattered on. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the center of the courtyard. No warning. No fluctuation. It just appeared abruptly before their eyes. The crowd was startled. Who? Some even instinctively took a half step back. When they recognized the newcomer, Su Mingzhu's smile stiffened slightly. Qin Feng. Of course she remembered him. During the freshman training camp, she had been publicly slapped in the face by this arrogant newcomer, losing all face. Later she had thought of seeking revenge, but he suddenly went to the northern border, and she never found the chance. Unexpectedly, he had returned. A cold glint flashed in Su Mingzhu's eyes, but a smile quickly reappeared on her face. Before she could finish speaking, boom. A massive void hand condensed out of thin air and slammed down. Without any warning, Su Mingzhu was sent flying. The rockery 3 zhang away exploded, sending stones flying everywhere. She tumbled into the rubble, half of her face swollen, blood at the corner of her mouth, hair disheveled with none of her former charm. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Qin Feng calmly withdrew his hand, his gaze showing no expression. He had already held back greatly, as he still needed to question her. After a brief silence, someone finally reacted. You, Jun Mao, and shot to his feet, cold light blazing in his eyes. He was first on the hidden dragon list. Late Dust Star, the strongest of the younger generation in the academy. Someone dared to strike his people right in front of him. Who are you to act so recklessly before me? His voice was not loud, but it carried a profound resonance, making the ears of those nearby throb with pain. The other disciples nearby also snapped back to their senses, rising to their feet with righteous indignation. How dare you? Brother Jun is here, and you still dare to make a move. Brother Jun is the first on the hidden dragon list, yet you dare to cause trouble in front of senior Brother Jun. Seize him, they shouted, but no one dared to step forward. Su Mingzhu was no weakling, and she hadn't even had time to react to that last move. Even if it was a sneak attack, it proved the extraordinary skill of the person before them. Qin Feng didn't even glance at them. He walked straight towards Su Mingzhu, who was slumped in the rubble. Su Mingzhu clutched her swollen cheek, her eyes filled with terror and venom. You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? The Su family will not let you off. Qin Feng looked down at her. Why did Qingyue marry? His voice was calm as if asking about the weather today. But Su Mingzhu shivered inexplicably. She opened her mouth about to speak when, think carefully before you answer. Qin Feng's voice remained calm. I don't have much patience. Su Mingzhu's words got stuck in her throat. She looked into Qin Feng's eyes. There was no anger, no threat, no emotion in those eyes. But it was precisely that emptiness that sent a chill down her spine. Her instincts told her that if her answer failed to satisfy the man before her, she would die. At that moment, a sudden cry rang out from the crowd. That's Qin Feng. Everyone paused, turning to look at the speaker. He was a young scholar at the Burning Blood realm, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the one who ranked first in the freshman entrance examination. Hasn't he gone to the northern frontier? As soon as the words left his mouth, murmurs erupted through the crowd. The northern frontier. The one currently at war with the Earth Caverns. Rumors say the fighting there is ferocious. Countless brilliant moon experts have perished. Why has he returned at a time like this? Someone whispered, their tone growing subtly suspicious. Surely he hasn't become a deserter. The words hung in the air, and those nearby exchanged uneasy glances. Hiss. If that's true, it would bring shame upon the academy. The northern frontier is at war. Why would he run back? Those who went to the northern frontier did so under the academy's banner. Returning now would make him a deserter, tarnishing the academy's reputation. Whispers swelled around them. Qin Feng remained facing away, not turning his head. He didn't offer a single word of explanation. Jun Mo's expression had darkened to an extreme. It wasn't because of those rumors. It was because, from beginning to end, Qin Feng hadn't so much as glanced at him. He was number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. A direct descendant of the Jun family. Late-stage Dust Star. The strongest young warrior of the academy. From childhood to present, wherever he went, he was always the center of attention. Yet this person before him, who had struck his men to their faces, wouldn't even deign to look at him. Cold glint intensified in Jun Mo's eyes, a bitter laugh escaped his lips. You must be Qin Feng. His voice was low, laced with suppressed fury. Qin Feng still didn't turn around. Jun Mo drew a deep breath, his rage twisting into a sneer. Good. Very good. He stepped forward, his aura surging suddenly. I hear you previously laid hands on Mingzhu. A mere freshman champion, ignorant of heaven and earth. I've seen enough fellows like you who grow arrogant from a touch of talent. His voice grew louder, echoing across the entire courtyard. But I never expected you to be not only arrogant, but also a deserter. Truly a disgrace to the academy. He emphasized the word deserter with particular weight. The glances of those around grew even more complicated. Some nodded, some frowned, some whispered their agreement. Senior Brother Jun is right. Regardless, running back from the northern frontier at a time like this is hard to justify. Looks like this freshman champion isn't such a big deal after all. A pity. I had high hopes for him originally. Qin Feng slowly turned around. His gaze settled on Jun Mo. It was calm as if looking at a complete stranger. Jun Mo felt his temper flare at that dismissive look. To prevent you from continuing to disgrace the academy. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already moved. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Boom. A formidable aura exploded from his body. Intense pressure swept across the entire gathering. Those around them changed expressions in alarm. Is this intent? What overwhelming pressure! Senior brother Jun has not only broken through to late Dust Star, but his intent has reached 60%. Someone cried out in astonishment. At this rate, he's not far from fully mastering intent. This, as expected of the Academy's #1 prodigy. Gasps of awe rose one after another. Jun Mo when attacked with 60% intent from the start. He had no intention of holding back. He wanted to trample this arrogant freshman champion into the mud before everyone's eyes. Let everyone see who was truly the strongest in the Academy. Su Mingzhu slumped among the ruins, her face half swollen, yet her eyes gleamed with vindictive satisfaction. Her man had made his move. #1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, late Dust Star's 60% intent. Who did Qin Feng think he was? Just a country bumpkin who'd been at the Academy less than a year, a coward who fled from the northern frontier. She had actually feared someone like that. Simply ridiculous. Biting her teeth, Su Mingzhu shouted hoarsely, "Brother Jun, avenge me." Her voice was shrill and piercing, thick with bone-deep hatred. Jun Mo didn't respond, but his fist had already crashed forward. The fist's aura, wrapped in the crushing pressure of 60% intent, bore down on Qin Feng like a mountain. Intent energy stirred the heavens and earth, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. This single punch was enough to seriously wound an ordinary late Dust Star cultivator. It could even threaten a Dust Star peak expert. Everyone held their breath. Cruel anticipation flashed in Su Mingzhu's eyes. And then, Qin Feng moved. He gently raised his hand, releasing no aura whatsoever, no fluctuation of intent, just a casual flick. Boom. The fist's aura exploded midair and was crushed into nothingness. Jun Mo froze where he stood. His fist halted 3 feet from Qin Feng's body, unable to advance another inch. Qin Feng had merely raised his hand and hadn't even touched him. Jun Mo's pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? Terror seized him as he realized he couldn't move at all. It wasn't restraint. It was something far more terrifying. The world around him seemed to have ceased obeying his will. He stood there, yet felt as if the entire world had abandoned him. Qin Feng looked at him, still calm as ever. What did you just say? His voice was soft. Teach me a lesson. Such words are better left for your clan's ancestors to say. Qin Feng stepped forward. Jun Mo's chest felt as though struck by a massive blow, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the stone table at the center of the courtyard. Boom. The stone table shattered. Jun Mo rolled to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. The entire area fell deathly silent. This time it was truly dead silent. No one spoke. No one dared breathe. The vindictiveness on Su Mingzhu's face froze. Her eyes widened as she looked at the fallen Jun Mo and then at the young man, standing calmly in place, not even a thread of his robes disheveled. How was this possible? That was Jun Mo #1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Late Dust Star. 60% intent. How could it be that he couldn't even withstand a single move? Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. He didn't even look at Jun Mo again. He lowered his head and turned his attention back to Su Mingzhu, who lay slumped among the ruins. Can you speak now? His voice remained calm. Why did Qingwei get married? Su Mingzhu collapsed amid the ruins, trembling all over. She stared into Qin Feng's eyes, those eyes still devoid of any emotion. Yet it was precisely this calmness that terrified her to the extreme. Jun Maoan lay just a few zhang away, coughing up blood relentlessly, still unable to rise. That was Jun Maoan after all. Before Qin Feng, he couldn't even survive a single move. Su Mingzhu's teeth began to chatter. I'll talk. Her voice was hoarse and fragmented. It was me who forged the family letter, deceiving her that Aunt Su Ro was gravely wounded in the northern frontier, urging her to return post-haste. Qin Feng said nothing, merely watching her. Su Mingzhu swallowed hard and continued. I had my father arrange a betrothal with the Mo family overnight. Mo's second son, Mo Yuqing. Tomorrow, the wedding. Qin Feng listened to Su Mingzhu's words with an impassive face. He didn't even ask Su Mingzhu why she had done this. He simply raised his hand slowly. Crack. 2 crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Su Mingzhu didn't even have time to scream before her 2 legs twisted at grotesque angles. Her mouth gaped open, yet no sound came out. Agony curled her into a ball like a bug crushed underfoot. Qin Feng withdrew his hand. Tomorrow, he murmured, then shifted his steps. The crowd around instinctively recoiled, desperate to stay out of his path. Qin Feng didn't look at them. With a single step, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple spread through the void. The next moment, Qin Feng's figure vanished from where he stood. Qin Province, Qin capital. Located southwest of the Grand Qin Prefecture, 3,000 li from the Qin capital. The ancestral estate of the Su family sat here. As a long-established clan in Qin Province, the Su family occupied a vast expanse of land, their mansion stretching over 10 li, with pavilions, towers, and ornate carvings. Every detail exuding the heritage of a noble house. It was mid-afternoon. The Su mansion was festooned with lanterns and red silk, bustling with servants hurrying to and fro, carrying all sorts of congratulatory gifts. Tomorrow marked the auspicious wedding day between the Su and Mo families. As the 2 paramount clans of Qin Province, this union was being celebrated with great pomp. In the main hall of the Su residence, Su Jingye, the family patriarch, was in discussion with several clan elders. The Mo family has replied, the betrothal gifts will be delivered tomorrow. One elder stroked his beard, a smile on his face. The Mo family has been generous indeed. 30 chests of transcendent potions, 10 millennium spirit herbs, and 3 moon-grade magical artifacts. Su Jingyan nodded, a smile on his face. How is Qingwei? Locked in the embroidery tower, she made a fuss for 2 days, but has quieted down now. Another replied, rest assured patriarch, she won't escape. Su Jingye grunted in acknowledgement. Su Qingyue was his illegitimate daughter, talented, but never close to him. This alliance with the Mo family could be considered her contribution to the clan. As for her willingness, in noble families there was no such thing as willingness. But, one elder hesitated, Qingyue is truly gifted. In the future, she might well break through to marquis rank. Wouldn't it be a pity to marry her off to the Mo family like this? Su Jingye shot him a glance. Marquis, you think marquis rank is a cabbage? The Mo family still has a marquis realm ancestor alive. Marrying her off means she becomes the daughter-in-law of a marquis household. If Qingyue can bear a child or two in the future, the bond between the Su and Mo families will be sealed forever. This deal is not a loss. The elder fell silent, saying no more. The hall fell quiet once more. Then at that moment, boom. A thunderous crash came from the direction of the main gate. Su Jingye sprang to his feet. What's happening? At the main entrance of the Su mansion, the 2 vermilion gates, each 3 zhang tall, collapsed with a thunderous roar, smashing into the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Guards lay scattered in disarray, groaning in pain. Through the dust, a figure strolled forward. In a green robe, hands clasped behind his back, face devoid of expression. Who dares to break into the Su family? The guard captain, a dust star mid-stage cultivator, roared and lunged forward. Qin Feng didn't even glance at him. A massive, ethereal hand materialized in the void. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the guard captain was crushed to pulp before he could even cry out. Blood stained the ground. The Su guards who had rushed over exchanged terrified glances, none daring to step forward. Qin Feng continued walking. His pace was unhurried, yet every step seemed to land directly on their hearts. Stop! An aged voice rang out. A gray-robed elder swept out from the inner courtyard, landing 10 zhang in front of Qin Feng. The elder's aura was profound, clearly at the peak of luminous moon realm. He stared at Qin Feng, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He had seen that ethereal hand technique clearly. That was definitely not a move an ordinary luminous moon cultivator could use. Who are you, sir? The elder demanded in a deep voice. Why do you storm the Su family? Qin Feng stopped. I've come to see Su Qingyue. His voice was calm. The elder frowned. Qingyue is a woman of the Su family. You can't just see her as you please. If you're here as a guest, the Su family welcomes you. If you're here to make trouble. Before he could finish, Qin Feng raised his hand. The ethereal hand materialized again, slamming down from above. The elder's face changed drastically as he desperately defended. Boom. The ground cracked, and stones flew everywhere. The elder dropped to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his hands trembling. He looked up at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with horror. You? Qin Feng looked down at him. I said, I've come to see Su Qingyue. This time the elder's lips moved, but he could no longer utter a single refusal. The embroidery tower, located deep within the Su mansion, was the residence of the womenfolk. For burly matrons at the condensing Qi realm stood guard outside, all fierce-faced. Inside, Su Qingyue sat by the window. The window was sealed shut, layered with arrays. She had been locked here for 3 days. 3 days ago, she received a letter saying that her beloved Aunt Su Ro, who had always doted on her, had been gravely wounded in the northern frontier and was on the brink of death. She rushed back to the Su residence overnight. Then she was locked up. The wound, the danger, all of it was false. She had been deceived. Su Qingyue stared at the sliver of light filtering through the window, her eyes showing neither anger nor sorrow, only a chill. In 3 days, she was to be married off to that profligate. She didn't cry. Crying was useless. She was waiting for an opportunity. If she could find one, she would definitely escape. Even if she couldn't escape, she would never let them have their way. Su Qingyue lowered her head and looked at her waist. It was now empty. The treasured sword that had accompanied her for years had been forcibly taken by the family. Su Qingyue looked at the palm that had held a sword for so long. Her gaze grew ever more resolute. Even without a sword, I will fight my way out. To marry someone she didn't accept, Su Qingyue would rather die than compromise. It's just a pity. I wonder how Qin Feng is faring in the northern frontier, whether he's forgotten this friend of his. At this thought, Su Qingyue let out a rare sigh. Just then, boom. A thunderous crash sounded from the distance. Su Qingyue looked up. Then came a second, a third. Each one drew closer. Su Qingyue rose, walked to the window, and peered through the crack. Then she froze. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure was walking toward her. His green robe fluttered as he strolled with hands behind his back. His pace was unhurried, yet no one dared to block him. The Su clan's experts, including her father, could only keep their distance, not daring to step forward. He walked through courtyard after courtyard, past the panic-stricken crowd, through the scattered wreckage and debris, as if strolling through his own backyard. Watching that approaching figure, Su Qingyue's eyes lit up and the corners of her lips curved upward involuntarily. It was Qin Feng, it seemed. He had come to take her away. The dust gradually dispersed. Qin Feng came to a halt before the embroidered tower. Around him, the powerful members of the Su family encircled him from a distance, yet not a single one dared to step forward. Su Jingye, the patriarch of the Su family, stood at the very front of the crowd, his face grim, but he simply did not dare to make a move. He had witnessed the previous scene with absolute clarity. The Great Elder, a powerhouse at the peak of the Radiant Moon Realm, had been slapped to the ground vomiting blood by the young man before him. That was the peak of the Radiant Moon Realm. In the entire Su family, second only to the secluded ancestor, the Great Elder was the strongest. Yet before this young man, he could not even withstand a single strike. Su Jingye's heart sank to the abyss. Who was this man? Why had he come for Su Qingwe? He dared not ask, nor did he dare to block him. He could only watch helplessly as the man walked toward the embroidered tower. Qin Feng looked up at the embroidered tower, which was sealed by layers of arrays. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. The arrays shattered like paper, completely dissipating. The door swung open. Sunlight flooded into the dim, embroidered tower. Su Qingwe stood by the window against the light, looking at him with eyes full of smiles. Even though she had been trapped for 3 days, her eyes remained exceptionally bright. Standing there with her back straight, there was not a hint of dejection in her eyes, still maintaining her elegant and radiant demeanor. Looking at that familiar face, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. Su Qingwe smiled as well. "Why are you here?" she asked. "To take you home." Su Qingwe paused for a moment, and then her smile grew even brighter. "How did you know I was here?" "I heard about it." "From whom?" "Your dear elder sister." Su Qingwe raised an eyebrow. "She didn't stop you." "She tried. And then, and then she was no longer able to." Looking at Qin Feng's calm face, Su Qingwe suddenly burst into laughter. "You really are something." She shook her head and walked up to Qin Feng. The two stood face to face. Su Qingwe looked up at him. Having not seen him for over half a year, he seemed to have changed a bit. His gaze was deeper and his aura was more profound. But the way he smiled was still exactly the same as before. "Qin Feng," she said suddenly, her tone turning serious. "Moi. Thank you." Qin Feng chuckled softly. "Let's go." Su Qingwe nodded. The two turned around, preparing to leave. Just then, boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the Su family's ancestral land. The aura soared into the sky, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding members of the Su family were momentarily stunned, followed by sheer ecstasy. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. A look of relief, as if surviving a disaster, appeared on Su Jingye's face. Now that the ancestor had emerged, things would be easy to handle. A Marquis realm powerhouse was worlds apart from the Radiant Moon realm. No matter how strong this young man was, could he possibly surpass a Marquis? Su Jingye took a deep breath, instantly straightening his back. A figure came treading through the void from the depths of the ancestral land. It was a gray-haired elder, his face gaunt, but his aura was as vast and powerful as the ocean. With a single step, he arrived in the sky above the crowd. He was the ancestor of the Su family, Su Guangling. Early stage of the Marquis realm. Su Guangling looked down at the scene below. The ground was littered with debris, the gates were shattered, the family's powerhouses were dead or injured, and the great elder lay on the ground, his fate unknown. His face darkened instantly. "Who dares to trespass into my Su family?" His voice rumbled down like thunder. The surrounding members of the Su family fell to their knees one after another. Su Jingye quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Ancestor, it is this man." He pointed at Qin Feng. "This person forced his way into our Su family, wounded the great elder, killed the commander of the guards, and even intends to abduct a daughter of our Su family." Su Guangling's gaze landed on Qin Feng. "The Radiant Moon realm." He frowned slightly. Could someone in the Radiant Moon realm defeat the great elder of their Su family? Could the great elder have gone senile? "Which family's descendant are you?" Su Guangling said in a deep voice. "How dare you insult my Su family in such a manner?" Qin Feng looked up at him expressionless. "Who I am is not important," Qin Feng said calmly. "I came to pick someone up, and now we are leaving. Are you going to stop me?" "You still expect to leave?" Su Guangling sneered, having already grasped the situation. "When my Su family marries off a daughter, why should we require the consent of outsiders? Su Qingwe is a member of our Su family. Whomever she marries is for the Su family to decide. What kind of creature are you to dare interfere?" Qin Feng said nothing. A cold light gleamed in Su Guangling's eyes. "If you do not give us an explanation today, I fear you will not walk out of the Su family gates." As his voice fell, the overwhelming pressure of a marquee crashed down. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. Su Qingyue's expression shifted slightly. She subconsciously clenched her fists and looked sideways at Qin Feng. She saw that Qin Feng still stood in place with his hands behind his back, his face completely untroubled. It was as if only a gentle breeze had blown past. This put Su Qingyue's mind at ease. She took a deep breath, stepped out from behind Qin Feng, and slightly bowed her head with cupped hands toward the Su family ancestor. "Ancestor, the political marriage is not my wish. Please allow us to depart today." She paused, then raised her head to look directly at Su Guangling. "In the future, once I grow strong, I will also return the favor to the family." Su Qingwe spoke calmly, yet every word was crystal clear. Su Guangling's gaze landed on her, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had never paid much attention to this concubine-born daughter before. Looking at her now, she seemed more like a true descendant of the Su family than some of the direct line. Only it was a pity. Many things were not calculated in this manner. "Allow you to depart." Su Guangling withdrew his gaze, his voice turning cold. "You carry the blood of the Su family, have enjoyed the protection of the Su family, and grew up utilizing the resources of the Su family. Now that the family requires you to contribute, you speak of repaying us in the future. There is no such logic in this world. Su Qingwei raised her head and stared directly at this ancestor of the Su family. Ancestor, when I was 6 years old, my mother passed away from illness and no one in the clan cared. It was my Aunt Su Ro who brought me into her courtyard and raised me. The protection I received was given by my aunt, and the resources I used were saved by my aunt. It was only when my aptitude was tested at the age of 10 that the clan finally remembered my existence. Her voice remained calm, without resentment, merely stating facts. Over the years I have completed many missions for the family. Although those contributions have not been calculated in detail, I believe I owe nothing to the family. As for this marriage, she paused. I am unwilling. Su Guangling frowned slightly. He knew that what Su Qingwei said might indeed be the truth. But that was not important. In great aristocratic families, there was no room for such reasoning. What Su Ro gave you, was it not the property of the Su family? He said indifferently. Without the Su family, what would she have used to nurture you? As for your unwillingness, he glanced at Su Qingwei. Whether you are willing or not is of no importance. Su Qingwei fell silent, the very last shred of her affection for the family completely extinguished deep within her heart. She should have known this would be the answer. In great aristocratic families, women are treated as mere chess pieces. She had previously exerted all her strength to grow stronger precisely to escape such a fate, yet she had not expected this day to arrive so quickly. She spoke no more, silently stepping closer to Qin Feng's side. Seeing this, Qin Feng quietly reached out and clasped Su Qingyue's soft hand. Just as he was about to make his move and utterly suppress that old scoundrel, just then another aura rapidly approached from the distance. That aura was even stronger and more robust than Su Guangling's. In the blink of an eye, a figure landed in the sky above the Su family mansion. The newcomer was an elder clad in black, his expression sinister with a malevolent aura swirling around him. Seeing this person, Su Guangling's expression eased slightly. Brother Mo, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than the ancestor of the Mo family, Mo Chun, a mid-stage marquee powerhouse. Mo Chun swept a glance downward, his gaze lingering briefly on Qin Feng before turning to Su Guangling. Brother Su, I sensed battle fluctuations from afar and came to see what was happening. He paused and added, what occurred? Su Guangling let out a cold snort. Someone forcibly barged into the Su residence, demanding to take away the young masters and misses of our family. Mo Chun furrowed his brow. Whom does he wish to take? Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei, the one betrothed to my grandson. Precisely. Mo Chun's gaze fell upon Qin Feng, once more a chill glinting in his eyes. He had strongly supported Su Qingyue's marriage into the Mo family. Those lavish betrothal gifts, 30 crates of transcendent potions, 10 millennium-grade precious herbs, and 3 radiant moon-tier artifacts, had all been personally selected by him. Why? Because he was old. Mid-stage marquis sounded formidable, but his lifespan was nearly exhausted. In at most a few decades he would pass away in meditation. Within those decades he had to pave the way for the Mo family. Su Qingwei had the potential to become a marquis. Even if that chance was slim, he refused to let it slip away. If she married into the Mo family nurtured by its resources, she might take that step within decades. Even if she never became a marquis, with her talent combined with Mo bloodline, her offspring would be exceptional. This bargain was a guaranteed profit. Now someone wanted to ruin his plans. A cold gleam flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. Humph. He snorted and looked at Qin Feng. Su Qingwei is destined to be a member of the Mo family. You, mere radiant moon realm, dare to steal her away. He paused, his tone laced with disdain. I have slain many insolent whelps like you who overestimate themselves. Qin Feng raised his head. He glanced at Su Guangling, then at Mo Chun. 2 marquee powerhouses. One early stage, one mid-stage. Their words were quite similar. One said, you will not leave the Su residence alive. The other said, I have killed many like you. Qin Feng suddenly smiled. The smile was faint. Yet the Su family members standing around him felt the air turn colder by several degrees. Is that so? Qin Feng said softly. Then boom. A fully realized void domain erupted, and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. The moment the domain expanded, the entire Su mansion was enveloped. The sky changed color. Space began to warp. The expressions on Su Guangling's and Mo Chen's faces froze instantly. They felt as though the surrounding world had suddenly abandoned them. They were marquee powerhouses, supposedly masters of this very domain. Yet now, they could not even move a single finger. Uft, uft. 2 mouthfuls of blood sprayed out almost simultaneously. Su Guangling and Mo Chun plummeted from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The earth cracked, dust billowing. They lay in the pit, faces pale, eyes filled with sheer terror. This is... Su Guangling's lips trembled, unable to form complete words. Mo Chun shook even harder. As a mid-stage marquis who had lived for centuries, he had witnessed countless experts. But he had never seen a fully realized domain at the Radiant Moon Realm. And it was a void attribute domain. How was this possible? How could a young man who looked barely over 20 possess such strength? Qin Feng walked over to them, looking down at the two. His voice was calm. I've killed plenty of your kind in the northern frontier. Merely marquis. Su Guangling and Mo Chun shuddered. The northern frontier. Killed plenty. Merely marquis. They suddenly recalled the news from the northern frontier today. A prodigy descended the northern frontier, triumphant. All the marquee powerhouses in the underground caverns had fallen, and it was even rumored that several king-level experts had died. Could it be? Mo Chen's pupils contracted violently. He struggled to rise, ignoring the dust on his body, and directly knelt prostrate on the ground. As senior. His voice trembled severely. I was merely jesting. Merely jesting, just a joke. Su Guangling froze for a moment, then also scrambled up and knelt prostrate. Forgive me, senior. Two marquee powerhouses knelt before a young man, trembling uncontrollably. The surrounding Su family members were utterly stunned. Su Jingye stood frozen, his expression priceless. His ancestor, a marquee powerhouse, had knelt. The Mo family ancestor, a mid-stage marquee, had also knelt. Then this young man. Su Jingye's legs began to weaken. Qin Feng did not look at the two kneeling marquee. Arrogant before submissive after. They were merely two old cowards who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He turned to face Su Jingye. Su Jingye shuddered at the sight and collapsed to his knees with a thud. But he did not stop. He crawled on his knees to Qin Feng, then turned to Su Qingyue and kowtowed heavily. Thud, thud, thud. His forehead struck the stone slabs, each blow heavier than the last. Qingyue, Qingyue. His voice was choked with tears. Father was wrong. Father was momentarily foolish. For the sake of our father-daughter bond, spare me this once. Su Qingyue looked down at him. Her father, the patriarch of the Su family, now knelt before her, kowtowing and begging for mercy. There was no expression in Su Qingyue's eyes. She said nothing. Su Zhengyue dared not stop, continuing to kowtow as blood seeped from his forehead, staining the stone slabs red. Su Qingyue looked at this man whom her mother had still worried about on her deathbed, and felt a pang of disgust. She felt it was unworthy of her mother. After today I have no further ties with the Su family. Her voice was calm. You? Fend for yourselves. She turned to face Qin Feng. In her always cold eyes there now glimmered a relieved light, and the corners of her lips curved upward into a smile. Qin Feng, let's go. All right. They walked side by side toward the exit. When they reached the Su family's main gate, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. He looked back at the Su family members. My name is Qin Feng. His voice was not loud, but every person heard it clearly. His gaze swept over Su Jingye still kneeling, over Su Guangling standing amidst the ruins, over the Su clansmen who were silent as cicadas in winter. If anyone here is dissatisfied or seeks revenge, come find me anytime. I'll take them all on. Then he withdrew his gaze and stepped over the Su family threshold together with Su Qingyue. The moment his foot landed, boom. An invisible void force erupted from behind them, like an unseen giant hand gently gripping the entire Su residence. The pavilions and towers, the carved beams and painted rafters stretching for over 10 li silently and soundlessly crumbled into dust. Like sand sculptures meeting water, like smoke meeting wind. Everything returned to nothingness. Not even a speck of dust rose. In an instant the Su family was no more. On the empty ground, Su Jingye knelt in place, trembling, not daring to lift his head. The Su family ancestor opened his mouth, but could not produce a sound. What a sin! A mournful roar exploded. The Mo family ancestor staggered to his feet, bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Guangling. You treacherous Su! He rushed to Su Guangling in a single step, his withered hand grabbing his collar, voice trembling. You've ruined me. You've ruined my Mo family. Return my betrothal gifts. Return my betrothal gifts. Chengdu, Qingyun Pavilion. This was the most prestigious restaurant in Chengdu, and it was said that its backer wielded immense influence. Even the Su clan and Mo clan noble families of marquises had to show it due deference. Qin Feng and Su Qingyue settled into an elegant private room on the top floor. Through the window the entire vista of Chengdu unfolded. Distant verdant mountains draped in mist, and the intricate web of streets and alleys below. This restaurant serves exceptional cuisine. I used to come here often with my aunt. Su Qingyue lifted her teacup, took a gentle sip, and a hint of nostalgia softened her expression. After spending more than half a year in the northern frontier, a good meal would be most welcome, Qin Feng said with a smile. He paused. Does your aunt possess midhuiyue cultivation? Her personality is very similar to yours. Su Qingyue was slightly taken aback, lifting her gaze to look at him. How did you know? Qin Feng smiled. I met a woman named Su Ro at midhuiyue level in the northern frontier. At that time I felt your personalities were remarkably similar. Turns out she really is your aunt. He paused. On my return from the northern frontier, I sensed her presence. She was very stable and safe. Now that the northern frontier war has ended, I expect she is on her way back. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue's lips curved upward gently, and a tender warmth blossomed in her eyes. As long as she's safe and returns home. She lifted her teacup, took a sip, her voice carrying a touch of warmth. I was raised by my aunt, so naturally there would be some similarities in our personalities. Evening breeze gently wafted through the window, stirring her hair. Su Qingyue set down her teacup and shared amusing anecdotes about her aunt, her expression relaxed and content. Even the art of cultivating tea trees was taught to me by Aunt Ro. Su Qingyue's fingertips lightly traced the rim of her teacup, her gaze falling upon the tea leaves floating within. She said that a woman is like tea. The first brew is bitter, representing the trials one must endure in youth. The second brew brings sweetness, the reward after surviving hardship. Only the third brew reveals the true flavor. That is the refined self, the spirit that no one can take away. She lifted her gaze toward Qin Feng, a faint smile gracing her lips. Cultivation follows the same principle. Only those who can endure loneliness can withstand the brewing. As Su Qingyue spoke of this, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Speaking of tea trees, he retrieved an exquisite tea box from his chest and waved it. Qingyue, the tea you gave me. I've finished it all. Su Qingyue gazed at the empty tea box, slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. That was a full year's supply. I specially prepared extra for you. The northern frontier is cold, so I drank more. Qin Feng replied with impeccable confidence. Su Qingyue shook her head in helpless amusement, yet her eyes curved as she said, I'll prepare some more for you later. The two shared a knowing smile. Outside the window, twilight deepened and candlelight flickered within the private room. Su Qingyue lifted her teacup, her gaze, toward Qin Feng, growing serious. Just now at the Su clan facing the ancestor, I sensed you had conviction. She paused. I simply didn't expect that conviction to stem from your own strength. Qin Feng smiled. I had some modest gains in the northern frontier. Modest gains. Su Qingyue raised an eyebrow. A grand achievement, void domain, and you slapped 2 marquises until they begged for mercy on their knees. Is that what you call modest gains? Qin Feng smiled, but did not respond. Su Qingyue gazed at him, then sighed. In these 6 months I broke through to Dust Star thinking I had finally caught up to you a little. Turns out I'm falling further and further behind. Qin Feng recalled the ranking list he had seen at the academy. 15th on the Rising Dragon list in half a year. That's already remarkable. Su Qingyue shook her head. Such insignificant achievements still pale in comparison to yours. She lifted her teacup, her gaze determined. It seems I need to accelerate my cultivation, or else in the future, I might not even be able to catch a glimpse of your back. Qin Feng gazed at her earnest expression and smiled. Let's strive together. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over both of them. Qin Feng watched Su Qingyue across the table. She was quietly drinking tea, the sunlight casting a gentle halo across her profile. Those eyes, usually so cold and distant, now curved slightly with a hint of relief and ease. Qin Feng suddenly felt a sense of contentment. Very peaceful, very grounded. He thought back to a year ago. Back then he had struggled to survive in Blackstone City with his younger sister. Back then how could he have dared to imagine today? Now his sister's eyes had been healed. Old Hay, that foolish dog, had also reached the blood ignition realm. And this woman before him. He could now stand confidently in front of her, shielding her from the storms of life. Qin Feng lifted his teacup and took a light sip. The tea's fragrance spread across his lips and teeth. Perhaps this was the meaning of growing stronger. Not to trample upon others, not to compete for some supreme title, but simply to ensure that those he wished to protect could all live well. Simply to ensure that those he cared about would never have to bow their heads. Simply to be able to say when she needed him, I've come to take you home, and then truly be able to carry her away. Qin Feng set down his teacup and gazed out the window. The sunlight was perfect. He suddenly felt that this path of cultivation had been truly worthwhile. Just then a commotion erupted from downstairs. Young master, it's here. I saw your fiancée. She's on this floor together with a man. A chaotic sound of footsteps followed the stairs, groaning under rapid stomping. Immediately after, the door of the private room was kicked open. A slick-haired young man barged in, followed by 7 or 8 henchmen, each looking fierce and menacing. It was Mo Yuqing, the second young master of the Mo clan. That pampered wastrel. His gaze swept across the private room, falling upon Su Qingyue with a flash of admiration, then shifting to Qin Feng, his expression instantly darkening. You dare, Su clan woman. He pointed at Su Qingyue, cursing without restraint. The Mo clan has sent betrothal gifts. We marry tomorrow, yet you have the audacity to meet another man in secret. He then looked Qin Feng up and down, sneering. Where did this wild boy come from? How dare you lay a hand on the young master's woman? Do you know who I am? A direct descendant of the Mo clan. My grandfather is a marquis. Be smart and kneel down to kowtow 3 times, then leave this woman behind. If the young master is in a good mood, I might only break your 2 legs. Before he could finish, Qin Feng picked up a peanut. With a casual flick of his wrist, whoosh, the peanut shot through the air. Then thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled explosions rang out. All 7 or 8 henchmen screamed in unison, their bodies hurtling sideways, crashing through the private room's wall and falling from the 3rd floor directly onto the street. The worst off was Mo Yuqing. The peanut struck his dantian dead center. His entire body convulsed as if struck by lightning, flying backward dozens of meters, smashing through the signboard of the restaurant across the street, collapsing a tea booth, finally rolling to a halt in the middle of the street. Every meridian in his body shattered. His cultivation dispersed. Rolling on the ground, he screamed incessantly. The entire Qingyun pavilion fell into deathly silence. Qin Feng withdrew his hand and continued eating. Su Qingyue glanced at him, then toward that direction, her lips curving slightly. You certainly make things simple. Qin Feng chewed his food. Noisy. After this minor episode, the two departed Qingdu and returned to Qin capital along the way. At dusk, the mountain gate of the Great Qin Dragon Martial Academy came into view in the distance. The two landed before the academy's gate. Twilight gathered, the evening breeze cool. Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Qingyue. Su Qingyue turned to look at him. Qin Feng took something from his chest. It was a crystal the size of a fist, emitting a soft glow. It was that realm source crystal. What is this? Su Qingyue asked curiously. A realm, Qin Feng said. It can accelerate the cultivation of domain insights and domains. Su Qingyue was slightly taken aback. Accelerate the cultivation of domain insights and domains. Qin Feng nodded. What I obtained in the northern frontier, after returning to the academy, train inside it with me. Su Qingyue gazed at the crystal, then at Qin Feng. His expression was very natural, as if he were discussing something utterly ordinary. But she knew how precious this thing was. Across the entire human realm, it was probably the most top-tier treasure. He actually wanted to use it together with her. Su Qingwei was silent for a moment. Then she smiled. That smile was as bright as spring sunshine in March. All right. She did not refuse. Deaths don't crush the bearer. She took a half-step forward, gazing up at Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Qin Feng, then I'll be clinging tightly to your coattails. Qin Feng looked into those bright shining eyes and suddenly laughed as well. Hold tight. Don't let go. Su Qingwei burst into laughter. The two walked side by side through the academy's gates. Behind them twilight deepened. Ahead lights began to glow. Half a year later. The cultivation's secret realm. This was a minor world independent of heaven and earth where seas of mist surged and spiritual energy swelled like tides releasing pure power of laws day and night. Qin Feng entered this place to cultivate, bringing along Su Qingyue, Qin Xiaoyu, and Qin He. On this day, boom, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the secret realm. That was the aura of a domain. Consummation. And it was the consummation of 3 distinct domains. In the void, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, his surrounding aura as deep as an abyss and as vast as the ocean. Behind him the void warped, collapsing and regenerating continuously. Above the 9 heavens the thunder prison roared and purple lightning danced wildly like serpents. Around his body a divine wind howled as invisible wind blades sliced through everything. Void domain consummated. 9 heavens thunder prison domain consummated. The divine wind domain he had comprehended during this period was likewise consummated. The pressure of the 3 consummated domains intertwined, causing the entire secret realm to tremble gently. In the distance, Su Qingyue looked up at that figure, a glint of joy flashing in her eyes. Is he about to break through to the Marquis realm? Half a year. In a mere half a year, she had advanced from the early Dust Star stage to the peak of the Dust Star stage, only a single step away from the Bright Moon stage. This speed was already astonishingly fast enough to shame countless geniuses in the outside world. But compared to that guy, she shook her head, withdrew her gaze, and resumed her cultivation. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, her breathing and aura steady. Her speed of progress was equally phenomenal. With her Qi ignition consummation cultivation, she was but 1 step away from the Dust Star stage. Had Qin Feng not worried about her unstable foundation and insisted that she temper it further, she would have likely broken through to the Dust Star stage by now. Qin He lay at Qin Xiaoyu's feet. Seeing this, he rolled over and continued to doze. Woof! As expected of the boss, is he breaking through again? Such talent is terrifying. This doggy can't compare. This doggy is so envious. He kept saying how terrifying it was. Yet observing his aura revealed that Qin He was now shockingly in the late Dust Star stage. Even after reaching the Dust Star realm, his cultivation speed remained rapid. With the aid of the secret realm, it was barely any slower than when he was in the mortal realm. His talent, even across the entire exotic beast realm, was likely unparalleled. Qin Feng opened his eyes. Within his gaze lightning flashed, the void flowed, and a divine wind howled. 3 domains, all consummated. He looked down at his hands. Over the past half a year he had not merely been cultivating. He had perused every cultivation technique and manual he could find in the academy, consulted his teacher, Zhang Yuani, countless times, and with the assistance of the golden miniature figure deduced, verified, and refined them over and over. Ultimately, he created his very own cultivation technique. The 9 heavens void divine tribulation scripture. This technique fused the 3 laws of void, thunder, and divine wind, taking the void as its foundation, thunder as its blade, and the divine wind as its wings. The 3 complemented each other, generating an endless cycle. This was a path tailor-made for himself. In addition to this, there was also a blade technique. The void heavenly blade. With the void domain as its foundation, a single strike of the blade could rend heaven and earth. It perfectly accorded with his current realm and Dao path. Everything is ready. Next it is time to break through my own realm. Qin Feng took a deep breath and his surrounding aura began to retract. The 3 consummated domains were slowly drawn back into his body. He raised his head, looking toward the nothingness above the secret realm. Above the bright moon was the radiant sun. The radiant sun stage, also known as the Marquis realm. Those of the Marquis realm project their domains upon heaven and earth, influencing the laws with their own will. And he, Qin Feng, his 3 domains were all consummated. Once he broke through, he would immediately reach the peak of the Marquis realm. He would be only a single step away from the King realm. Qin Feng closed his eyes. The energy within his body began to boil. Within the secret realm, heaven and earth changed color. Buzz. Who knew how much time had passed? Perhaps it was an instant, perhaps a day. Boom. An unprecedented aura erupted from within Qin Feng. The aura soared into the sky, tearing through the sea of mist above the secret realm and rushing straight into the 9 heavens. The entire secret realm trembled. Su Qingwei snapped her eyes open. Qin Xiaoyu was startled awake from her cultivation. Qin He scrambled up, his fur standing on end. They saw Qin Feng slowly stand up. Behind him the projections of the 3 consummated domains intertwined and finally fused into one, transforming into a brilliant radiant sun. That radiant sun hung behind him, radiating boundless light and illuminating the entire secret realm. Marquis, radiant sun stage. And moreover, it was the peak of the Marquis realm. Qin Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was now as calm as still water, yet that aura made the entire heaven and earth bow in submission. He looked down at his hand. Clenching his fist, the void vibrated. Releasing it, the wind and thunder fell silent. A slight smile played at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. In the distance, Su Qingyue stood up and gazed at him from afar. Their eyes met. With a flash of his figure, Qin Feng appeared before her. Su Qingyue looked at him, fell silent for a moment, and then smiled. Marquis. Yes. Peak. Yes. Half a year to go from the bright moon stage to the peak of the Marquis realm. She shook her head. I finally understand now. Comparing myself to you is just looking for trouble. Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. Qin Xiaoyu ran over and grabbed his arm. Brother, you've broken through. Qin Feng ruffled her hair. Yes. Qin He also trotted over, excitedly circling around Qin Feng, with his tail wagging like a windmill. Boss, are you super powerful now? Qin Feng looked down at him. Not bad. Qin He's eyes lit up. Then can you help me find a wife? I have a dream. I want to find a true Dragon Dao companion, so she can bear me a pack of dragon dogs to show off. Qin Feng. Su Qingyue burst into laughter. Qin Feng raised his foot and gave him a light kick. Get lost. Qin He let out a whimper and rolled aside, his face full of grievance. Qin Feng raised his head, looking toward the sky above the secret realm. Through that sea of mist, he seemed to be able to see the outside world. The peak of the Marquis realm. Next is the King realm. Those of the King realm condense a Dharma aspect, using it to mobilize the laws of heaven and earth. That kind of power. A glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. That kind of power was still deeply etched in his memory. Now that his void domain had reached its limit, he had a premonition. The day he would condense his Dharma aspect was not far off. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Qingyue and Qin Xiaoyu beside him. Let's go. Let's go outside and see. Su Qingyue nodded. Qin Xiaoyu held Su Qingyue's hand. Qin He, still looking thoroughly aggrieved, trotted along behind them. The group stepped out of the secret realm. The sunlight was just right, and the academy remained as it always was. But Jiang Yuani was already waiting outside the star observation pavilion. Master. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Jiang Yuani's gaze fell upon him, surveying him from head to toe, a glimmer of gratification mingled with complexity flickering in his eyes. At the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. Yes. Jiang Yuani nodded, silent for a moment. Come walk with me for a while. The master and disciple strolled slowly along the bluestone path behind the academy. Ancient trees towered on both sides, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Fenger, Jiang Yuani suddenly spoke. Have you ever heard of the Myriad Heavens battlefield? Qin Feng's steps faltered. The Myriad Heavens battlefield. The center of that great war 10,000 years ago. Jiang Yuani's voice was slow, as if peeling back the layers of a long-buried history. That battle shook heaven and earth, destabilizing realms. Marquis were like grass kings, like ants, and even saints. Fell in numbers beyond counting. After the war, that battlefield was shattered into a space separate from all the myriad realms. Countless powerhouses perished within, leaving behind innumerable secret realms, inheritances, treasures, and veins of source crystals. He paused. Now it is the battleground for myriad races. Humans, dragons, elves, the royal and noble clans from the depths of the earth. All vie for resources and seize opportunities there. The Myriad Heavens battlefield. Qin Feng repeated. Jiang Yuani halted, turning to face him. Their reaching the Marquis realm is merely the starting point. Only the King realm guarantees survival. You might encounter prodigies of the same rank or ancient monsters at the King level. One day you may seize a secret realm, and the next be besieged by dozens. There are no rules, no righteousness. Only survival. Or death. His gaze settled on Qin Feng's face. Previously I would not have told you this. Knowing would be useless, going would be suicide. But now. He paused. You are ready to see that place for yourself. Qin Feng was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. Master, I have one more question. Moi. Aside from those in the earth abyss, are the other races friend or foe? Jiang Yuani was stunned. After a long moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. In principle, the stance of all races uniting against the earth abyss remains unchanged. He paused, looking at Qin Feng, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. However, he lowered his voice. True dragon meat is indeed quite nourishing. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yuani withdrew his gaze, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Aside from familiar human powerhouses, any living being could be an enemy. The dragon that fights alongside you today might attack you tomorrow over a secret realm. The elf who greets you with a smile one moment might stab you in the back the next. His voice deepened. The Myriad Heavens battlefield is unlike anywhere else. You must be cautious. Qin Feng nodded. I will, master. Qin Feng glanced back at the path they had come from. In that direction, Su Qingyue had already begun her sword practice. Qin Xiaoyu was waiting for him to return, and that silly dog. He withdrew his gaze. Master, I still have to come back to raise my dragon dog. The master and disciple walked a bit further. The entrances to the Myriad Heavens battlefield exist in every major city of the human realm. Jiang Yuani said. Qin Du has one jointly governed by the Academy and the Holy Lands. There are no restrictions on entry. Even kings can enter, but once inside they often keep a low profile. If you kill someone's juniors, they'll kill yours. If things escalate, no one can mediate. Over time, the kings have reached an unspoken understanding: either don't go in, or if you do, don't cause trouble. Of course. He paused. If you truly encounter it, death is still death. In short, all cultivation levels exist there. Marquis are the main force kings are not rare. Entering at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, you're not weak, but don't think you're exceptionally strong either. Qin Feng nodded. So most of them are at the Marquis level. Correct. Marquis are the backbone, kings are legends. Entering at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm is just right. Neither the weakest nor the strongest. Jiang Yuanyi produced a jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Qin Feng. This is intelligence I gathered in my early years. The distribution of various races' forces, known secret realm locations, and some veteran powerhouses to be wary of. All recorded within. Qin Feng took it and tucked it into his robe. Thank you, master. Jiang Yuanyi waved his hand. Go. Before you leave, visit those you should see. Once you go, who knows how long before you return. Qin Feng thought for a moment. There was indeed one more person in the academy he should see. When he first arrived, it was City Lord Jiang Poyu who had recommended him and gifted him considerable resources. His purpose was simple. He wanted Qin Feng to look after his daughter Jiang Xiaowan, who was studying at the academy. But Qin Feng had gone to the northern frontier, and upon his return had been caught up in the Su family affair, never having had the chance. Now that he was leaving, it was only proper to pay a visit. Qin Feng remembered Jiang Poyu mentioning that his daughter was somewhat timid, never fond of competing since childhood, though her talent was quite remarkable. He raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard gate. A soft, slightly flustered voice came from within, coming. The door creaked open a crack, revealing a delicate face. Jiang Xiaowan saw the unfamiliar man standing outside, and was visibly startled, her eyes holding a hint of wariness and bewilderment. You are. Qin Feng gave a slight nod. Qin Feng from Blackstone City. Jiang Xiaowan blinked. Having been reclusive for years, she clearly had no impression of the name. She hesitated for a moment, then pulled the door open and gave a somewhat awkward bow. Hello. Qin Feng nodded. Miss Jiang, City Lord Jiang entrusted me to look after you. I've been busy with various matters and haven't come until now. Please forgive me. Jiang Xiaowan was stunned. My father. She seemed surprised that her father would send someone to check on her, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice growing even softer. And no need. I'm doing fine. Qin Feng looked at her nervous demeanor and sighed inwardly. This personality truly was worrisome. He took out a vial of dragon marrow, several precious spirit herbs, and a moonlight gray protective artifact from his robe. I'm going on a long journey, and I don't know when I'll return. Keep these as a token of my regard. If you ever encounter difficulties, you can go to the Star Observation Pavilion and seek help from a dog named Qin He. Jiang Xiaowan stared at the items on the stone table, her eyes widening. Having been at the academy for over 3 years, she could recognize their value at a glance. This is too precious, I can't accept it. She waved her hands repeatedly, her face flushing with anxiety. Qin Feng pushed the items towards her. Take them. I too once received gifts from City Lord Jiang. Jiang Xiaowan opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't refuse, again, whispering a soft, thank you. Qin Feng nodded and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, he stopped again. Miss Jiang. Off. City Lord Jiang asked me to tell you. He is proud of you. Jiang Xiaowan stood frozen in place. Qin Feng didn't look back, continuing forward. Even after walking far away, he could still feel her gaze on his back. That evening, Star Observation Pavilion. Qin Feng told Su Qingyue and Qin Xiaoyu about his impending trip to the Myriad Heavens battlefield. Su Qingyue was silent for a moment, then smiled. Go. I'll be back, Qin Feng said. Qin Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve, her eyes rimmed with red. Brother, please be careful. Qin Feng ruffled her hair. I will. Qin He trotted over, tilting his head up to look at him. Boss, are there any true dragons on the Myriad Heavens battlefield? Can you bring one back for me? Qin Feng looked down at him. Bring what? A true dragon. A wife. Qin Feng raised his foot. Qin He let out a howl and rolled to the side. Boss, you don't love me. Qin Feng crossed his arms and said leisurely, depends on luck. Qin He scrambled to his feet, hugging Qin Feng's leg, his eyes blazing with excitement. Long live the boss. Qin Feng ignored him and turned to walk back. Behind him, Qin He chased his own tail in circles, muttering to himself. True dragon wife. True dragon wife. Su Qinghua laughed out loud. Qin Feng smiled too. He looked up, gazing at the vast starry sky. The Milky Way shone brilliantly. Tomorrow. Departure. Early the next morning. At the entrance to the All Heavens battlefield in the east city of Chengdu. The moment Qin Feng stepped into the teleportation portal, the world spun violently. Boundless chaos enveloped him as spatial turbulence roared past his sides. Had it not been for his strength at the limit Marquis realm, he might have struggled to maintain his footing. The 16 golden figures quietly observed the void's Dao rhymes. A moment later, his feet touched solid ground. Qin Feng opened his eyes. The sky was a dreary gray, devoid of both sun and moon. The dark red earth looked as though it had been soaked in blood for 10,000 years. In the distance, shattered mountain peaks levitated in midair with flames that had burned for an eternity, still flickering, while colossal skeletons lay half-buried in the soil, exposing their ghastly white bones. A faint scent of blood permeated the air, mingled with an indescribable aura of decay. The spiritual energy was several times richer than in the outside world, yet it was laced with violence and chaos. So this is the All Heavens battlefield. Qin Feng took a deep breath and expanded his divine sense. Within a 100-mile radius, everything was brought clearly into his view. 3 traces of battle, 17 auras of living beings. There were humans, subterranean dwellers, and some races he had never seen before. Qin Feng took out the jade slip given by Jiang Yuanyi and swept his divine sense into it. A massive map unfolded in his mind. The battlefield was divided into 9 domains. His current location was at the edge of the Burial Bone domain, roughly 800 miles away from the nearest human stronghold, Tianyong City. The jade slip marked the locations of various perilous lands, secret realms, and mineral veins, as well as some veteran powerhouses to watch out for. Qin Feng committed them all to memory one by one. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly frowned. 70 miles away, 2 of the 5 human auras had abruptly vanished. Immediately afterward, a wave of divine sense swept over, carrying a hint of panic. Fellow human cultivator, help! Qin Feng looked up. In the distance, 2 had already been slain. The remaining 3, covered in blood and filled with despair, were fleeing in his direction, pursued by a 3-headed giant ape. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng took a step forward. 70 miles away, the 3-headed giant ape's 3 heads roared in unison, sending earth-shattering sound waves through the air. It had been hunting this group of humans for a long time, devouring 2 of them, and the remaining 3 could not run much further. It relished this cat-and-mouse game. Ahead, the 3 humans were filled with despair. The leading mid-stage marquee man glanced back at the rapidly approaching giant ape and grit his teeth. We can't escape. Let's fight to the death. The other 2 also wore expressions of grim determination. Big brother, let's charge together. Even if we die, we'll knock out a few of its teeth. Yes, avenge our fallen brothers. Just then, a figure stepped out from the void, landing right in front of them. The 3 of them froze. With his back to them, Qin Feng looked at the charging giant ape. Seeing someone blocking its path, the giant ape bared its fangs in a hideous grin. It seems my luck is excellent today. I get a freebie after devouring 5 humans. Qin Feng ignored the beast and raised his hand, waving it. In the void, a colossal hand materialized out of thin air. Boom. The 3-headed giant ape was slapped deep into the ground, its 3 heads exploding simultaneously. Its corpse collapsed, and its fresh blood stained the dark red earth even deeper. The 3 of them stood frozen in place. They stared at the corpse, then at Qin Feng, as if looking at a monster. That was a mid-stage marquee, 3-headed giant ape. Even with 5 of them cooperating, 2 had died, yet this man had slapped it to death in a single blow. The leading mid-stage marquee man was the first to snap back to reality, hastily clasping his hands in greeting. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving our lives. I am Zhao Mo, and these are my 2 brothers, Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao. We are rogue cultivators from the great Zhou prefecture. Zhao Hu, a burly man, scratched his head and said naively, Brother, your strength is simply incredible. That beast chased us all this way, and you just slapped it to death. Zhao Bao, who was leaner but had exceptionally bright eyes, sized up Qin Feng. Big brother, this fellow cultivator must be at least at the peak marquee realm, right? Zhao Mo glared at him. Don't make wild guesses. Qin Feng shook his head. The strongest person they had ever seen in their lives was likely only at the late-stage marquee realm. A limit marquee was a legendary figure to them. Zhao Mo took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. We were somewhat famous back in the great Zhou prefecture, but only after coming to the all-heavens battlefield did we realize we were just frogs at the bottom of a well, completely ignorant of the vastness of the world. There are simply too many existences far stronger than us. Qin Feng did not reply. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. How did you provoke this thing? Zhao Mo sighed. It was just bad luck. We've been on this battlefield for 3 months, constantly searching for a source crystal vein. We finally found a clue a couple of days ago, only to run into this creature. Zhao Hu said resentfully. That beast was guarding a piece of source crystal, or? We only wanted to steal that one piece, but who knew it would chase us relentlessly? Zhao Bao added. We fled for 300 miles and lost 2 brothers. If not for you, fellow cultivator, we would have all perished here today. Qin Feng nodded. Zhao Mo composed himself, drew a fist-sized ore from his robes, and offered it with both hands. We have no way to repay you for saving our lives. This is the most valuable item on me. Please accept it, fellow cultivator. Qin Feng glanced at it. It was indeed a source crystal, but of the fire attribute, and its quality was mediocre, less than 30% purity. It was of little use to him. No need. Since you risked your lives to get it, keep it for yourselves. He turned, preparing to leave. Zhao Mo froze, then quickly called out, Fellow cultivator, please wait. Qin Feng paused in his tracks. Zhao Mo stepped forward quickly and clasped his hands. Fellow cultivator, we know of a secret realm. We learned about it 3 months ago from a dying rogue cultivator. That secret realm is said to be the resting place of an ancient king realm powerhouse. He paused, looking at Qin Feng. We cannot repay you enough for saving our lives today, so we offer this information to you, as a small token of our gratitude. Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao nodded repeatedly as well. Qin Feng glanced at them. You aren't going. Zhao Mo smiled bitterly. He looked back at the corpses of his 2 companions, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. We aren't going. The all-heavens battlefield is simply too brutal. The 5 of us came to this battlefield together thinking we could find some opportunities and strive for a future in the king realm. But after 3 months we've gained nothing and lost 2 of our brothers instead. He withdrew his gaze and sighed. If you hadn't intervened today, the 3 of us would have perished here too. This ordeal has made us realize that this all-heavens battlefield is not a place where cultivators of our strength can survive. Zhao Hu scratched his head and said naively, Big brother is right. I'd better go back to guarding my few acres of herb fields and my dozen Dao companions and just peacefully enjoy a life of leisure. Qin Feng. Zhao Bao also nodded. Life is more important than opportunities. Zhao Emo thought for a moment, and added, fellow cultivator, there is one more thing I must tell you. Oh, we aren't the only ones who know about that secret realm. Zhao Emo lowered his voice. 3 months ago we ran into another group near that area, the Rockfire clan. The Rockfire clan. Yes, one of the top 20 powerful clans among the myriad races, Zhao Emo said. The leader back then was a young man who looked under 500 years old, but his aura was terrifyingly formidable. We hid in the shadows and didn't dare show ourselves. We only found out later after asking around that he is the genius of this generation in the Rockfire clan, named Yin Lai, ranked 41st on the Heavenly Prodigy board. Zhao Hu added, it said he has already comprehended 90% of the Flame domain, and is not far from the Limit Marquee realm. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. 41st on the Heavenly Prodigy board. A 90% domain. Interesting. Zhao Emo clasped his hands, and said, though you are powerful fellow cultivator, that Yin Lai is no pushover. If you encounter him in the secret realm, you must be extremely careful. Qin Feng nodded. Understood. He turned, preparing to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He raised his hand, and 3 streaks of light flew toward Zhao Emo and his brothers. Zhao Emo caught them, and looked down to find 3 precious herbs. This is for healing. Qin Feng's voice drifted over. The journey back won't be entirely smooth. Heal your wounds as soon as possible. With those words, he took a step forward, merging into the void and vanishing from sight. Zhao Emo and his brothers stood frozen, staring at the medicine bottles in their hands, and then at the spot where he had disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, Zhao Hu sniffled. Big brother, this fellow cultivator is really a good person. Zhao Emo withdrew his gaze and carefully put away the medicine. Let's go. Heading home. Tianyong City. This is the only human stronghold in the Burial Bone domain. Qin Feng stood 3 li outside the city, gazing at the massive gray-black metropolis. The city walls rose about 30 zhang in height, constructed entirely of some kind of black boulders, their surfaces covered with traces of sword slashes and axe cuts, along with large patches of dried, darkened bloodstains. At the city gate, there were no guards, only a broken stone tablet bearing several large characters. Those who enter bear their own life and death. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and strode toward the city gate. The city was livelier than he had imagined. On the broad main road, people came and went, humans and other races alike. A lizard man covered in cyan scales walked past him, casting a cold glance. A few elven maidens with translucent wings brushed past, whispering and giggling. In the distance, a giant, nearly 3 zhang tall, sat cross-legged at the entrance of a tavern drinking. Qin Feng glanced over, then looked away. He walked along the main road and soon found his destination. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. It was a 3-story stone tower with a plaque above the door bearing the characters, Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. There were many people entering and leaving from all races. Qin Feng pushed the door open and went in. On the first floor, several long tables were arranged, each with an elder who looked like a steward seated behind it. A few people were quietly inquiring at the tables. Qin Feng walked to an empty table. The elder raised his eyes and looked at him. What intelligence do you need? Bone Valley Secret Realm. The elder nodded, retrieved a jade slip from under the table, and placed it on the table. Bone Valley Secret Realm, King Seal level, expected to open in 7 days. Known intel: the entrance is deep within Bone Valley, and upon opening there will be a pillar of light phenomenon lasting a quarter of an hour. Inside there is a King Seal skeleton suspected to carry an accompanying cultivation technique inheritance. Danger level grade A lower. How many spirit stones? 3,000 medium grade spirit stones. Qin Feng paid the spirit stones, picked up the jade slip, and extended his divine sense into it. The intelligence in the jade slip was more detailed than what the elder had said. The King Seal skeleton was suspected to be a Flame Spirit Clan's Blazing Sky Sword King from 10,000 years ago, renowned for his fire tribute sword arts. Apart from the inheritance, the secret realm might also contain his former sword and storage ring. But the most critical was a note. At least 3 factions have set their sights on this secret realm: Yin Lai of the Rockfire Clan Prodigy, List 41, Yu Ying of the Shadow Demon Clan Prodigy, List 38, and... Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. The third party was not named, only marked with 2 words, Unknown Powerhouse. He put away the jade slip and walked out of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Beside it was a tavern. Qin Feng walked in, found a seat in the corner, and sat down. The tavern was crowded with a mix of races, noisy and bustling. He ordered a pot of wine, drinking while listening to the surrounding conversations. Have you heard? That Yin Lai from the Rockfire clan has declared again that the Bone Valley Secret Realm belongs to him. Anyone who dares enter will die. Who does he think he is? He's just relying on the backing of his clan's King Seal. Don't say that. Although Yin Lai is arrogant, his strength is indeed considerable. Last year he killed a peak marquee. Prodigy List 41. How do you think he got it? The few people discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. At another table some were discussing the rankings of the Prodigy List. Peak marquee also varies in strength, you know. Obviously, who doesn't know that? I mean the specifics. At the same peak marquee level, a perfected domain is the foundation, but the domain's strength, application methods, cultivation techniques, martial arts, secret arts, and bloodline. These are the keys that determine who is stronger. Of course, among the top 50 on the Prodigy List, who doesn't have a record of killing a peak marquee? Without such strength, one can't even make the list. It said that the top 10 of the prodigy list are comparable to king seals, and the top 5 can even challenge king seals. Of course that's only hearsay. Qin Feng listened, took a sip from his cup. The top 50 on the prodigy list all had records of killing peak marquis. Yanlai was ranked 41, though presumably not weak. At that moment a middle-aged man carrying a pot of wine walked over, greeting with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, you look unfamiliar. Just arrived at the battlefield." Qin Feng nodded. The middle-aged man sat down with a familiar air, cupped his fists. "I am Zhou Yuan, a loose cultivator. What realm are you, fellow Taoist?" Qin Feng glanced at him, said in a low voice, "Mid-Marquis." Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, his attitude warming. "Mid-Marquis. Impressive. Are you planning to go to Bone Valley?" Qin Feng remained silent. Zhou Yuan lowered his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, take my advice. Although the Bone Valley secret realm is good, it's already been targeted by several factions. Yanlai of the Rockfire clan and Yu Ying of the Shadow Demon clan. Both are renowned figures on the prodigy list." Another person leaned in and interjected, "The most critical thing is, even if you can defeat them and kill them, do you think the king seals behind them will let you go? Offending 2 of the top 20 powerful races for a secret realm isn't worth it." Zhou Yuan nodded. "Right, it's not worth the loss. There are plenty of secret realms on the myriad heavens battlefield. Why wade into this muddy water? Why not come with us to explore some relatively safe secret realms?" Qin Feng listened, then shook his head. "Thank you for the advice." He raised his cup and said no more. Seeing that he was unmoved, Zhou Yuan and the others didn't press further, shook their heads, and returned to their own table to continue drinking. Well, another one who can't see his own strength. The myriad heavens battlefield is about to add another skeleton. Night fell. Qin Feng rented a room at an inn. He sat cross-legged on the bed, extended his divine sense into the jade slip, and carefully studied the intelligence on the Bone Valley secret realm. Yanlai, Yu Ying, and one unknown. 3 factions. He wasn't afraid of Yanlai. With a 9/10 domain, the peak marquis he had killed had been severely wounded anyway, so it didn't count for much. Yu Ying was 38, higher than Yanlai, presumably stronger. But that unknown powerhouse. Qin Feng frowned slightly. It wasn't written in the intelligence, but for the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to mark it separately, it meant at least a top 50 level existence on the prodigy list. He put away the jade slip and was about to close his eyes to cultivate when he suddenly felt a stir. His divine sense silently extended out the window. On the rooftop opposite the inn stood a figure. The figure was wrapped in a black robe, face indistinguishable, but exuding a faint cold aura. He was gazing toward Bone Valley, seemingly calculating something. After a moment, the black-robed figure turned and vanished into the night. Qin Feng withdrew his divine sense. The aura of the earth abyss. And very strong. He closed his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The next morning, Qin Feng left the inn and headed out of the city. At the city gate, he encountered a group of riders. Leading them was a young man with crimson hair, handsome features, and an arrogant gaze radiating a scorching aura. Behind him followed 4 elders at the late marquee stage, each with a steady presence. Rockfire clan. Yanlai. Qin Feng didn't pause his steps, brushing past the group. Yanlai didn't even glance at him. Qin Feng walked out of the city gate and looked back. The group had already disappeared at the end of the street, heading toward the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. He withdrew his gaze, took a step, and vanished into the void. Bone Valley, 730 li away. Qin Feng stepped out of the void and landed on a desolate mountain. From here, he could faintly see the massive rift in the distance. Bone Valley. People were already at the valley entrance. 3 figures stood guard on both sides, exuding cold, sinister auras. Shadow Demon Clan. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. The Shadow Demon Clan had arrived as well. He looked again deeper into the valley entrance. There a faint, elusive aura was lurking. Peak Marquis. And stronger than Yanlai, stronger than Yu Ying as well. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The black-robed figure from last night had already arrived first. 7 days later. Baigu Valley. Qin Feng lurked behind a desolate mountain 3 miles from the valley's entrance, shrouded in his void domain, completely concealing his aura. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the movements at the valley entrance. The crowd was growing larger by the minute. Aside from the Shadow Demon Clan, who had been guarding this spot for the past week, several other groups had arrived. A squad from the Rockfire clan, led by Yanlai, flew in ostentatiously from the horizon, landing directly in front of the valley entrance. Clad in a crimson robe with hair that flickered like living flames, he scanned the area, upon landing his gaze brimming with arrogance. "Listen up, everyone," he said. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "The Baigu Valley secret realm belongs to the Rockfire clan now. If you value your lives, leave immediately." Silence fell over the valley entrance. Over by the Shadow Demon Clan, a figure shrouded in a black robe sneered coldly, remaining silent. The rogue cultivators watching from afar exchanged glances, some muttered curses under their breath, while others quietly retreated. Yanlai withdrew his gaze, satisfied. Right at that moment, a pillar of fiery red light erupted from the depths of the valley, piercing the gloomy sky. The valley entrance shuddered as loose stones tumbled down. "It's open," someone shouted. Yanlai was the first to move, charging straight into the valley entrance, accompanied by 4 elders of the late Marquis realm. The Shadow Demon Clan did not budge. Their leader Yu Ying stood to one side of the entrance, staring coldly at Yanlai's retreating figure with a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "Let him lead the way." With a wave of his hand, 2 shadow demon cultivators silently followed, vanishing into the shadows of the valley entrance. He remained behind with the other 3, still guarding the spot. The rogue cultivators grew anxious. What do we do? Do we go in? Go in? Are you out of your mind? With Yin Lai and Ewing, they're going in is suicide. But what if there are treasures inside? You need to be alive to enjoy treasures. Amidst the clamor, 5 or 6 people gritted their teeth and rushed inside, while the majority chose to wait and see. Qin Feng remained motionless, biding his time, waiting for the black-robed man to show himself. Inside the secret realm, Qin Feng stepped out of the void, landing within a concealed crevice. Before him lay a vast subterranean expanse, sprawling in all directions with countless intersecting paths. The air was thick with a scorching heat, carrying a faint scent of sulfur. He swept his gaze around before heading deeper into the cavern. He had not gone far when the sounds of battle echoed from ahead. Concealing his aura, Qin Feng crept closer to investigate. In a spacious stone chamber, Yin Lai was locked in a fierce combat with a flame puppet. The puppet stood nearly 30 feet tall, its entire body composed of burning stone, each of its heavy punches unleashing a deluge of raging flames. Yet Yin Lai fought with effortless ease, cursing as he struck. A mere inanimate object dares block my path. He thrust a palm forward, condensing the flames into a massive claw that pinned the puppet against the wall. How could a creature like you hope to guard the legacy of the burning Heaven Sword King? The puppet struggled, letting out a silent roar. Yin Lai sneered, clenching his fist. Boom. The puppet exploded into a shower of fiery sparks. Clapping his hands, he turned to the 4 elders behind him. Let's go deeper. The 5 figures vanished down the end of the passage. Qin Feng emerged from the darkness, glanced at the pile of rubble, and continued to slip deeper into the shadows. He was not here to watch Yin Lai's performance. Venturing further, Qin Feng passed several battlegrounds. In one stone chamber, 2 shadow demon cultivators were battling a 2-headed flame python, their bodies covered in wounds as they hovered on the brink of death. In a corridor, the fresh corpses of 3 rogue cultivators lay sprawled on the ground, their blood not yet dry, their storage rings already plundered. In another pit trap lay 2 charred corpses of an unknown race, burned to ashes. He did not intervene, pressing onward until he suddenly halted his steps. Ahead was a colossal underground palace spanning thousands of feet. The high ceiling loomed overhead, and the walls were carved with ancient runes. In the very center stood a 30-foot-tall statue of a powerful warrior carrying a sword, the burning Heaven Sword King of the Flame Spirit clan. At the foot of the statue knelt a corpse, a member of the Shadow Demon clan. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. The figure knelt on the ground, head slumped forward with a fatal blade wound piercing through his chest from the back. The blood was still flowing. He had been dead for less than 15 minutes. Who killed him? Just then a chilling aura drifted from behind the statue. Qin Feng looked up. From the shadows of the monument, a figure slowly emerged. A black robe, the aura of the crypt. It was the black-robed man. He looked down at the corpse at his feet, raised his leg, and kicked it over. Shadow demon. Trash. His voice was soft, laced with casual indifference. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings. Anyone else? Show yourselves together. Qin Feng did not move, his void domain perfectly concealing his presence. But right then hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Yin Lai burst in. Shrouded in blazing flames, his aura was wild and violent, a clear sign that he had just slaughtered his way through the obstacles. Where is the legacy of the burning Heaven Sword King? The words caught in his throat, for he had spotted the corpse and the black-robed man. The black-robed man looked at him and smiled. Another one. Yin Lai's pupils shrank. A crypt royal clan. The black-robed man did not answer. He merely raised his hand and clenched his fingers in the air. Yin Lai's expression shifted drastically as he retreated in a flash. A dark blade light slashed out from the void, aiming straight for his throat. With a furious roar, Yin Lai unleashed his flame domain to its fullest, crossing his arms in a block. Boom. The shockwave erupted, sending Yin Lai reeling back several yards, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his arms trembled, and his face was filled with sheer disbelief. The black-robed man stood in place, completely unmoving. He looked down at his own hand, then back at Yin Lai. Rank 41 on the Heavenly Pride board. He shook his head. Is that all? Yin Lai's face turned ashen. Staring at the black-robed man, he gritted his teeth. Who are you? The black-robed man tilted his head as if looking at a talking ant. Mo Loya. He softly uttered the 3 syllables. Yin Lai shuddered violently. The Crypt Royal Clan. Mo Loya, rank 33 on the Heavenly Pride board. Mo Loya smiled. So you have some wits. Cold sweat beaded on Yin Lai's forehead. He instinctively took a step back. This secret realm. I yield it to you. Mo Loya's smile widened. Yield? He advanced toward Yin Lai step by step. His footsteps were light, yet each one felt like a heavy stomp on Yin Lai's heart. Does something Mo Loya desire require another to yield it? Yin Lai's face went pale. He suddenly spun around and fled outside in sheer desperation. Yin Lai possessed self-awareness. Though he could challenge an ordinary Marquis Pinnacle cultivator with his late Marquis realm cultivation, he was by no means a match for Mo Loya, a crypt royal, who was already at the Marquis Pinnacle. He was a genius, true, but Mo Loya was an even greater monster. Mo Loya did not give chase. Standing in place, he watched Yin Lai's fleeing figure, his eyes gleaming with the amusement of a cat playing with a mouse. Run. Run faster. Once you've drawn everyone here, I will slaughter you all together. His voice was quiet, yet it drifted clearly into Yan Lai's ears. Yan Lai stumbled slightly, speeding up his escape. Mo Lia withdrew his gaze and looked down at the shadow demon corpse. Where's the other one? He muttered to himself. Where is that Yuing hiding? He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the underground palace. Qin Feng stood in the shadows, completely motionless. Mo Lia's gaze swept past his hiding spot, lingering for a fraction of a second. Has he noticed me? Qin Feng was slightly surprised, yet his composure remained entirely unshaken. If he were discovered, he would simply slay him. However, Mo Lia merely glanced over before withdrawing his gaze, turning back toward the statue. Never mind. I'll let him live a little longer. He walked to the base of the statue and pressed his hand against it. Let me see. Where's the legacy of the burning heaven sword, King Hidden? Qin Feng watched this scene in silence. Mo Lia, rank 33 on the heavenly pride board, was indeed formidable and incredibly arrogant. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and quietly retreated. No rush. The mantis and the cicada are both present, and the oriole has arrived. Let us see who will walk out of this secret realm alive. Outside the underground palace, within a hidden crevice, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. He had not gone far. At the foot of the statue, the true legacy still lay hidden. Mo Lia believed he was the hunter, but he did not know that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. And behind the oriole, there is still the hunter. Qin Feng closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wait. At the same time, in another part of the secret realm, Yuing stood beside a corpse looking down. It was his subordinate. Of the two sent to shadow Yan Lai, one was dead, and the other's whereabouts were unknown. Mo Lia. He murmured the name, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Behind him, the remaining 3 shadow demon cultivators exchanged glances. My lord, what should we do? Yuing remained silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. What should we do? He looked up toward the depths of the secret realm. Let them fight. Once they are finished, we will clean up the bodies. As his voice faded, his figure dissolved into the shadows, vanishing completely. Inside the underground palace, Mo Lia was still examining the statue. He had searched for a long time, but failed to find the entrance to the legacy. It is hidden quite deeply indeed. He withdrew his hand, lost in thought. Right at that moment, a subtle whooshing sound came from behind. Without even turning his head, Mo Lia slashed backward with his blade. Clang! A black bone arrow was sliced in two. He spun around to face the direction of the arrow. From the darkness, a figure slowly stepped forward. A shadow demon. Yuing. Mo Lia raised an eyebrow. I thought you would hide until the very end. Yuing smiled. Hide. He walked into the center of the palace, stopping 10 yards away from Mo Lia. I am Yuing of the Shadow Demon Clan, rank 38 on the Heavenly Pride board. Though I am a few ranks below you, I am not easily intimidated. Mo Lia sized him up. Intriguing. Yuing raised his hand, black mist condensing in his palm. Mo Lia, this secret realm is the resting place of a flame spirit clan king. Can you swallow it all by yourself? Mo Lia smiled. Whether I can swallow it or not, you are welcome to find out. The two locked eyes. The air in the underground palace seemed to freeze. Just then a loud boom shook the palace. The ground at the foot of the statue suddenly split open, revealing a flight of stairs leading downward. The entrance to the legacy had opened. Mo Lia and Yuing looked at the stairs at the same time, smiles spreading across their faces. Then both of them moved simultaneously. The very instant the stairs emerged, Moloi and Yuing moved simultaneously. Moloi's figure flashed as he lunged directly toward the fissure. Yuing was even faster. Belonging to the Shadow Demon Clan, his movement technique was bizarre and unpredictable. In a split second, he merged into the shadows, rushing toward the entrance from another direction. The two of them reached the edge of the stairs almost at the same time. Boom. Their domains collided. Black mist clashed with Yuing's shadow force, exploding into a ring of shockwaves. Moloi retreated half a step, while Yuing was forced back by 10 feet. The disparity in their strength was instantly clear. Yuing's expression remained unchanged. With a flicker of his body, he vanished into the shadows once more. Moloi sneered, backhanding a saber strike toward the void behind him. Clang! Yuing tumbled out of the shadows, crossing his arms to block the blade as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. 38th on the Heavenly Pride roll, is that all you've got? Moloi looked down upon him. Yuing wiped the blood from his mouth and suddenly smiled. Did you think I came here to risk my life fighting you? Moloi frowned. Right at that moment, 3 dark figures lunged out simultaneously from 3 different directions of the underground palace. They were Yuing's 3 subordinates. Moloi's pupils contracted slightly. Seeking death, he raised his hand and slashed his blade toward the nearest one. The shadow demon didn't even try to dodge, taking the strike head-on with his body and tightly gripping the blade before he died. Moloi's expression shifted. The other 2 shadow demons had already lunged in front of him, detonating themselves at the same time. Boom, boom. 2 clouds of black mist erupted as a terrifying shockwave swept through the entire underground palace. Moloi was blasted backward, crashing into a statue with blood spilling from his mouth. Yuing seized the opportunity to rush toward the stairs. The inheritance is mine. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure stepped out from the void, blocking his path. Yuing's pupils shrank. Who? The person did not speak. He merely raised his hand. In the void, howling winds roared. A massive hand condensed from the wind materialized out of air, slapping down. Boom. Yuing was swatted away, crashing into the wall of the underground palace. Embedded deep in the stone wall, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Molloy scrambled up from beneath the statue. Seeing this, he was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Interesting. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked toward Qin Feng. To hide from my perception for so long. It seems you possess a special secret technique to conceal your aura. He licked his lips. But it doesn't matter anymore. Killing one is no different from killing two. Once I kill you, that secret technique will be mine. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly looking at him with a gaze of mock appreciation. Meanwhile, Yuying struggled to climb out of the ruins, his crimson eyes filled with venomous malice. Listen, you damned human, you will pay the price for your insolence. Qin Feng casually smiled. Oh, really? How terrifying. His tone was as perfunctory as shooing away a noisy fly. Yuying was enraged. At this moment, Molloy completely lost his patience. Unwilling to waste any more words, he raised his long saber and pointed it from afar at Qin Feng and Yuying. The tip of the blade gleamed with a cold, eerie light in the dimly lit palace. You two pieces of trash, are you ever going to stop babbling? A playful smile played on his lips, yet his eyes were filled with nothing but freezing intent to kill. Come at me together. Do your best to entertain me. As his voice fell, Molloy slashed out. The black blade light cascaded like a waterfall, carrying with it a dark domain at the perfection stage, sweeping directly toward Qin Feng and Yuying. Wherever the blade glow passed, even light was swallowed. In an instant, Yuying felt as though he was facing a mortal foe. He immediately activated his life-saving secret technique, pushing his domain to its absolute limit. Is this the royal clan of the catacombs? Even though our rankings are so close, he is actually this terrifying. Molloy had used a full 70% of his power for this single strike. In his eyes, this was more than enough to deal with the two before him. Qin Feng looked at the incoming blade light and gently raised his hand. In an instant, howling winds roared, condensing into an invisible wall. The blade light clashed against the wind wall, producing a piercing, grating sound. Then, like glass shattering against an iron plate, Molloy's blade light erupted into a sky full of black fragments. What a... Molloy's pupils contracted. His dark domain, which had always been invincible, was actually so fragile when pitted against this human's wind domain. Has no one ever taught you that it is very impolite to interrupt others? Qin Feng gave him no time to react and waved his hand. Invisible wind blades slashed toward Molloy from all directions. Molloy's expression changed dramatically as he frantically swung his saber to parry the collision of the two domains, instantly producing a deafening roar. But the wind blades were too numerous and dense. One wind blade grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody streak. Two more slashed his arms, cutting deep enough to expose the bone. 3 wind blades pierced through his defense, blooming 3 flowers of blood upon his chest. Molloy retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Who on earth are you? You don't even exist on the heavenly pride roll. Qin Feng did not answer. He raised his hand again, and howling winds gathered in his palm, ultimately condensing into an invisible wind blade. His voice was calm, as though he were merely stating a fact. 70% of your dark domain's power lies in darkness and 30% in corrosion. As for my divine wind domain, 100% of its power lies in speed. He took a step forward. Your saber cannot catch my wind, and your darkness cannot swallow my speed. How can you win? Molloy's face turned ash pale. He opened his mouth to retort, but no words came out, because what Qin Feng said was the absolute truth. In the clash, just now, he hadn't even touched the hem of Qin Feng's clothes, yet he himself had almost been sliced into a sieve. Taking a deep breath, a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Don't get ahead of yourself. Gripping his saber with both hands, his dark domain surged wildly. Darkness devouring the sun. He slashed out. This strike was his ultimate trump card. The darkness condensed into a colossal blade glow, swallowing all light in its path. Qin Feng nodded as he watched the strike. Not bad. Then he pointed a single finger. The divine wind condensed into a single line, thin as a strand of hair and swift as flowing light. The blade glow and the wind line collided. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening boom, the wind line pierced through the blade glow, driving straight through Molloy's chest. Molloy froze in place, looking down at his chest. There stood a finger-thick bloody hole piercing all the way from his chest to his back. The residual energy within the wound was violently ravaging his body. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but could only spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to his knees, his eyes filled with absolute resentment. I am a prodigy of the Catacomb Royal Clan. Qin Feng looked down at him. A prodigy. His voice was dead calm. It is precisely prodigies that I kill. Molloy let out a final resentful roar, then collapsed to the ground. His aura faded completely. At this moment, Yuying, who was still struggling to resist Molloy's previous strike, trembled uncontrollably as he witnessed this. He stared at Qin Feng as if looking at a monster. How is this possible? Molloy was dead. Molloy, who ranked 33rd on the Heavenly Pride roll and belonged to the Catacomb Royal Clan, someone he didn't even dare to face head-on, had died just like that. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon him. Yuying instantly shuddered all over, looking like a chicken seized by the throat. My father is a king realm expert, a king of the Shadow Demon clan. He can pay you a ransom, any amount. I can be your slave, I can. He instinctively shrank back, only to find his back pressed against the rubble. Qin Feng did not speak. He exerted a fraction of his power, and the divine wind domain instantly engulfed Yuying. No. The howling wind poured into his body, rushing in through his 7 orifices, his pores, and every inch of his skin, and then exploded. Boom. Yu Ying's physical body was completely torn to shreds, turning into a mist of blood that filled the air without leaving even a single intact bone behind. The underground palace returned to silence. Only then did Qin Feng withdraw his gaze, letting it fall on the stairs not far away. At the end of the stairs was the final resting place of the Yanling clan's heaven-burning Sword King. A King Realm powerhouse from 10,000 years ago whose fire attribute sword techniques shook the heavens. The jade slipped, the longsword, and the storage ring. They were all waiting for him below. The secret valley of White Bone's deepest level of the underground palace. Qin Feng stepped down the stone stairs, each footfall landing on the most fragile spatial nodes, ensuring he could retreat in an instant if needed. A habit forged over years of battlefield experience, always keeping an escape route. At the end of the stone steps lay an underground palace spanning 100 zhang in every direction. The walls were carved with flame patterns, and though they had lain dormant for 10,000 years, they still radiated scorching heat. At the center of the chamber sat a skeletal figure in meditation, spine rigid and unyielding, maintaining the pride of life even after 10 millennia of death. The heavenly scorching Sword King. To the skeleton's right, a long sword was planted in the ground, its blade crimson, with faint flames spiraling along its length. To the left, a jade slip hovered, emitting a soft glow, and on one of the finger bones rested a simple storage ring. Qin Feng did not rush forward. He stood at the entrance of the underground palace, his void domain expanding inch by inch, scanning every corner of space. No danger. He frowned slightly. Not disappointment, but wariness. How could a sealed king's place of passage lack protection? Either the trap was so sophisticated that his void domain couldn't detect it, or the trap wasn't outside but within. His gaze fell upon the jade slip. The light from the jade slip pulsed like breathing, fading and brightening in rhythm. Qin Feng counted 3 heartbeats in silence before stepping forward. Nothing happened. 2 steps. 3 steps. When he reached within 3 feet of the skeletal figure and his hand brushed the jade slip, boom. 2 crimson flames erupted from the eye sockets of the bones. 10,000 years. An ancient voice detonated within his consciousness. I finally waited for a suitable vessel. Qin Feng retreated violently, but it was already too late. A crimson phantom surged from the bones, bypassing physical defenses entirely as it crashed into his consciousness. Soul seizure. Deep within his sea of consciousness, Qin Feng's soul sat in meditation upon the void, surrounded by 16 golden figures that circled in silent reverence, much like the stars of countless heavens paying homage to the central sun. The crimson phantom burst inward, materializing as an elderly figure with wild flowing hair and beard, the heavenly scorching Sword King, or rather the heavenly scorching saint. Ha ha ha. 10,000 years. A full 10,000 years. The heavenly scorching Sword King threw back his head and laughed to the heavens. I have waited 10,000 years, and at last I have found a prodigy who satisfies me. His physical foundation is perfect, his soul's strength far exceeds those at his cultivation realm. He was practically crafted for me. Click. The heavenly scorching Sword King's laughter suddenly ceased. Because before him stood 16 golden figures arranged in a circle. 16 golden figures, each radiating a faint luminescence, hovering motionless around Qin Feng's soul, like pairs of watchful eyes. At this moment, all 16 turned their gaze simultaneously toward the heavenly scorching Sword King. He froze. In his 10,000 years of existence, he had encountered countless prodigies, witnessed innumerable secret techniques, and even observed saints clashing and lords of heaven wielding their power. But he had never encountered anything like this before. The 16 golden figures showed no movement, launched no attack. They simply floated in silence. Yet they filled him with a bone-chilling dread. It wasn't fear. It was instinct. The same primal recognition a prey animal feels when a hunter fixes its gaze. The remnants of the heavenly scorching Sword King's soul instinctively retreated half a step. Then awareness returned, and his expression darkened to ash. Who did he think he was? He was a saint who had dominated the heavens 10,000 years ago. Even as a fractured remnant of his soul, no cultivator barely reaching the Marquis-sealed realm should intimidate him. Tricks. The heavenly scorching Sword King snorted coldly, his hands forming seals as crimson flames erupted from his spectral form, aimed at consuming Qin Feng's consciousness. Then he witnessed it. The 16 golden figures opened their eyes in unison. A hum resonated through the space as 16 beams of golden light surged forth, weaving together before Qin Feng's soul to form an impenetrable barrier. The heavenly scorching Sword King's flames struck the barrier and hissed like water hitting red-hot iron, dissipating without effect. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're only at the threshold of Marquis ceiling. How could you possibly resist my soul fire? Qin Feng remained silent. With a mere thought, the 16 golden figures spun simultaneously, their lights interweaving into a net that descended upon the heavenly scorching Sword King. He recoiled desperately, but this was Qin Feng's domain. The sea of consciousness belonged to its master alone. The golden net closed in an instant, trapping him within. You? What secret art is this? The heavenly scorching Sword King struggled frantically, but the net tightened with each inch of contraction, and with every contraction his spectral form grew increasingly dim. Qin Feng rose to his feet and advanced toward the heavenly scorching Sword King. With each step he took, the 16 golden figures pressed forward 10 yards, and with each advance the Sword King's resistance weakened further. Young friend, let us reason this out. The heavenly scorching sword king finally felt genuine fear. I can offer you my true inheritance. That jade slip was a false one. The real inheritance lies within my storage ring. Spare my life, and I will give you everything. Now reduced to nothing more than a wisp of remaining soul, his temperament and mind were shadows of their former peak. All that mattered now was survival. Qin Feng paused at these words. Your true inheritance. Yes, yes. The heavenly scorching sword king nodded frantically. My sword, my techniques, my treasures. All yours. And the truth behind the cataclysm of 10,000 years ago. Don't you want to know how I perished? I shall tell you everything. Qin Feng fell silent for 2 breaths. Speak. The heavenly scorching sword king panted, his spectral form dimmed by more than half, yet he forced a smile. Young friend, first release me, and I will explain slowly, here and now. Qin Feng cut him off. You have half an incense stick's time. If you fail to finish, or if you deceive me, I will continue refining you. The heavenly scorching sword king's expression stiffened. But he dared not bargain, so he began. 10,000 years ago there was a great war across the myriad heavens and realms. In that war many perished. Marquises fell like worthless weeds, kings died like ants, saints. Countless perished. Do you know why? Qin Feng remained silent. The heavenly scorching sword king answered his own question. Because of a Lord of Heaven. A Lord of Heaven. Qin Feng's brows shifted slightly. Yes, the Lord of Heaven realm. Fear flashed in the heavenly scorching sword king's eyes. That Lord of Heaven came from the earthly abyss. The earthly abyss. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. The earthly abyss does not belong to the myriad realms. The heavenly scorching sword king spoke grimly. They are a power from a higher plane. 10,000 years ago they forcibly invaded the heavens, attempting to refine the myriad realms, using the myriad races as nourishment, so that their Lord of Heaven could break through to a higher realm. Humanity, the dragon clan, the elves. All the native races were forced to join forces against the earthly abyss Lord of Heaven. That battle lasted 300 years. In the end we won, or rather we believed we had. The heavenly scorching sword king smiled bitterly. That Lord of Heaven was sealed. But those who sealed him also lost more than half their numbers. I was wounded in that great war. My cultivation fell from saint to king sealed. And then oi? Qin Feng asked. And then oi? The heavenly scorching sword king's eyes flashed with resentment. And then those surviving bastards immediately began dividing the spoils. A crippled outcast like me became their target. I was singled out by a saint of the dragon clan. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. The dragon clan. A saint. The heavenly scorching sword king sneered. Unexpected, isn't it? Those who fought side by side with me 10,000 years ago became the first to strike me down after the war. We only joined forces because that Lord of Heaven was too powerful. Once he was sealed, they immediately began devouring their allies' legacy. Before I died, I preserved a wisp of my soul and hid it deep within this underground palace. I waited 10,000 years and finally I found you. He looked at Qin Feng, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Young friend, those 16 golden figures of yours. What are they? Qin Feng did not answer. The heavenly scorching sword king waited a moment, wisely refraining from pressing further. But a suspicion stirred in his heart. That thing is absolutely extraordinary. If I could obtain it. Ha ha ha. A grin spread across the heavenly scorching sword king's lips as he involuntarily began to fantasize about the glorious future ahead. Deep within the underground palace, Qin Feng opened his eyes. The conversation within his consciousness, he had taken merely a single breath in the outside world. He lowered his gaze to the jade slip in his hand. Its radiant glow had faded, leaving naught but an ordinary stone. Just as I suspected, Qin Feng casually crushed the jade slip to dust. He turned his gaze upon the skeletal remains of the blazing heaven sword king, reaching out to claim the storage ring. His divine sense delved within. The space within the ring was vast beyond measure, spanning 1,000 zhong in every direction. Treasures lay piled in abundance. Source crystals stacked like small mountains, precious herbs bound in bundles, over a dozen king-tier weapons resting upon weapon racks, and a heap of forging materials gathered in the corner. At the very center, a jade slip floated suspended in the air. It emanated a faint golden radiance, utterly out of place amidst its surroundings. Qin Feng retrieved the slip and extended his divine sense within. The blazing heaven sacred scripture, a saint-grade cultivation method. It was no trap, it was genuine. Qin Feng carefully sensed its contents, a subtle glimmer shifting within his gaze. Although he walked the 3 paths of void, thunder, and divine wind, never having cultivated the domain of flame, the inherent value of a saint-grade cultivation method far surpassed mere practice. The blade doctrines, combat experience, and law comprehension recorded within held immense referential worth to him, especially those insights into the nature of laws. Even the merest fragments were enough to spare him countless detours along his journey. Qin Feng stored away the jade slip, then turned his gaze upon the long sword embedded in the ground. Its blade was crimson red, and 2 ancient seal script characters were engraved upon the hilt. Saint weapon. Blazing heaven. A smile spread across Qin Feng's face as he reached out to grasp the hilt. Whoosh. The blade trembled faintly, and a searing surge of heat flooded through the hilt into his body. The white warm current within Qin Feng's body surged forth of its own accord, meeting that foreign energy, and then devouring. The white warm current enshrouded the energy, refining it, and returned it to Qin Feng as pure concentrated power. Qin Feng paused in slight astonishment. The white warm current can now refine even sword intent. He lowered his gaze to his own hand. 16 golden figures rotated silently within his consciousness, while the white warm current flowed gently through his body. As for the origin of this thing, he still had no answer. But one thing he knew, since the blazing Heaven Sword King claimed this underground cavern came from a higher plane, then the truths he had yet to uncover in this world were greater still. But that was of no consequence. He would uncover them all in time. With a thought from Qin Feng, the Saint-grade longsword transformed in an instant into a long saber. This saber, from this day forth you shall be called Void-rending Heaven. As he spoke, Qin Feng infused the essence of his domains into the Void-rending Heaven saber. Boom. It was in that very moment. From beyond the underground palace, a violent explosion thundered through the air. Qin Feng looked up, his void domain expanding outward in an instant. At the entrance of the underground palace, Yan Lai rushed in, accompanied by an elderly figure. The old man's aura was terrifying. With every step he took, the very space around him warped and distorted. A sealed king. Lizhan, king of the Rockflame tribe. Yan Lai's face was twisted with fury. Ancestor, that bastard who slaughtered our people is in there. I want to kill him with my own hands. Before he even finished speaking, he laid eyes upon Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood before the skeletal remains of the blazing Heaven Sword King, Void-rending Heaven Saber, in his right hand, casually toying with the storage ring in his left, his gaze calmly fixed upon them. Right on time, Qin Feng stowed away the storage ring and held the Void-rending Heaven Saber across his chest. I've just acquired a new blade and I was eager to test its might. Lizhan King narrowed his eyes. Peak Marquise. You're the one who slaughtered my people. That's right. Excellent. Lizhan King let out a cold laugh. You kill my kin, seize the inheritance our tribe had claimed. Today you will not leave this underground palace. Qin Feng looked at him and suddenly broke into a smile. What a coincidence. The Void-rending Heaven Saber rose Tao resonance flowing along its blade. I had no intention of letting you leave either. Boom. The underground palace exploded apart as 3 domains surged skyward. Above the ruins within 1,000 zhang, the 3 domains clashed violently against the king's Dharma aspect. Lizhan King's flame Dharma aspect towered 1,000 zhang tall, burning through the very void itself. Qin Feng's 3 domains, void as the foundation, thunder as the edge, divine wind as the wings, stood firm against the sealed king. A single slash, the 3 domains upon the void-rending Heaven Saber converged into a single 100 zhang blade light, forcibly tearing open a gash through Lizhan King's flame Dharma aspect. Lizhan King's face turned ashen. He realized that Qin Feng's assault was growing ever more ferocious, each strike surpassing the last. It reminded him of the monsters at the top of the heavenly prodigy rankings. Those true prodigies who crossed realms in battle as easily as drinking water. A marquis slaying a king was not unheard of, but those were merely rumors. Today he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Lizhan King retreated 100 zhang, his gaze locked fiercely upon Qin Feng. Who the hell are you? Qin Feng gave no answer. He took a single step forward and struck again with his saber. Lizhan King gritted his teeth, burning his very origin. His Dharma aspect surged by 30% as flames coalesced into a 10,000 zhang flaming phoenix that dove toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng's gaze remained utterly calm. The void-rending Heaven Saber descended. Upon its blade, the 3 domains of void, thunder, and divine wind blazed to life, simultaneously converging at the edge into a minuscule vortex. That vortex was no larger than a fist, yet black as the abyss itself, as though it could devour all things. The flaming phoenix collided with the vortex. No explosion. No thunderous roar. The flames were drawn in as if siphoned away, pouring frantically into that tiny vortex, vanishing without a trace. Lizhan King's pupils constricted sharply. What is this? Qin Feng offered no explanation. He himself did not know what it was. It was merely that after the 3 domains reached perfect fusion, this strike had come forth naturally of its own accord. The blade fell. The void split, thunder died, divine wind ceased. Then everything returned to nothingness. Lizhan King turned and fled. He was afraid. In the 2,000 years since his breakthrough to sealed king, he had witnessed countless mighty experts, yet never once had a peak marquis instilled fear in him. Today he had. But Qin Feng did not let him escape. The void domain unfolded. Within 1,000 li, space itself froze solid. Lizhan King slammed headlong into the solidified wall of space, staggering backward. Qin Feng had already appeared before him. You? Before Lizhan King could finish his words, the void-rending Heaven Saber had already pierced through his chest. Not a fatal wound, but the tiny vortex upon the blade was now frantically devouring his life, force, his origin, his Dharma aspect. No. Lizhan King let out a blood-curdling scream as his body shriveled before the naked eye. After 3 breaths, his flame Dharma aspect dissipated entirely. After 5 breaths, Lizhan King had become nothing more than a desiccated corpse plummeting from the sky. Qin Feng withdrew the void-rending Heaven Saber, lowering his gaze to the vanished vortex upon its blade, lost in thought. The power of that single strike had far exceeded his expectations. He raised his head and gazed into the distance. There an even more formidable presence was closing in. Ying Yuan, a mid-stage sealed king of the Shadow Demon tribe. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, then lowered his gaze to Yan Lai, who was trembling amidst the ruins of the underground palace. Yan Lai met his eyes, shuddered violently, and turned to flee. Qin Feng did not pursue. He withdrew his gaze and fixed it upon the shadowy figure, drawing ever nearer. Ying Yuan's aura was far more formidable than that of the early-stage Lizhan King. Perfect timing. Let me see the limits of my own power. Qin Feng gripped the void-rending heaven saber tightly and drew a deep breath. That last strike had consumed nearly half of his energy. But the 16 golden figures were now spinning at a furious pace, the white warm current surging through his body, replenishing him at a speed far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Within 10 breaths at most he would be restored to peak condition. At the edge of the sky the void tore open. A figure in black robes stepped forth from the rift, Ying Yuan. His gaze swept across the battlefield, landing upon Lizhan King's corpse, and his pupils contracted slightly. Then he looked at Qin Feng. My son Ying, you killed him. It was not a question, it was a statement of fact. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, I did. Ying Yuan fell silent for a moment. And Lizhan King, you killed him too. Yes. Ying Yuan regarded him with a long, deep look. Slaying a mid-stage sealed king. That was a feat befitting only the top 3 of the heavenly prodigy rankings. You are worthy of having me remember your name. Ying Yuan slowly drew his long blade. Qin Feng gripped the void-rending heaven saber, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. Human race, Qin Feng. Ying Yuan gave a curt nod. The next instant blade light flashed. His darkness Dharma aspect enshrouded 1,000 li, dozens of times more oppressive than the darkness of Moro night. Qin Feng did not retreat, he advanced. A single slash, and all 3 domains erupted simultaneously. A tricolor blade light crashed into the boundless darkness. Boom. The heavens and earth fell silent. Then came a cataclysmic tremor that shook the very foundations of the world. The Bone Valley Secret Realm, a place where a sealed king had passed into legend standing for 10,000 years, collapsed in ruin beneath the head-on collision of 2 supreme forces. The earth split apart, the void warped and twisted, and countless demonic beasts and rogue cultivators who failed to flee in time were swallowed by spatial rifts, ground into dust, without even a chance to scream. Dust and smoke filled the heavens, obscuring all sight. After a long while, the dust slowly settled. Ying Yuan stood in place, and within 1,000 zhang of him all was undisturbed. His face was expressionless, his long blade drooping slightly, his gaze calm as he looked ahead. There no one stood. Only a void rift not yet fully healed, slowly closing upon itself. 10,000 li away. A void rift suddenly tore open. Qin Feng staggered out from within, blood at the corner of his mouth, his robes and tatters crisscrossing wounds laid bare upon his body. But his eyes burned bright, and the corners of his lips even carried a hint of a smile. He glanced back in the direction of Bone Valley, muttering to himself, truly worthy of a mid-stage sealed king. It seems I still have a ways to go before I reach that level. With that he coughed twice and spat out half a mouthful of stagnant blood. Then choosing a direction, he tore through the void and vanished from the spot once more. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yan Lai, having unleashed a secret art at the cost of burning his own vital essence, fled in mad desperation without looking back. He only wanted to escape this accursed place, to flee from that monster called Qin Feng. And he would carry the news back with him, to tell the world. A remarkable young man has arrived upon the battlefield of all realms. Shadow Abyss had been pursuing relentlessly. 3 days now, since the Bone Valley, that mid-stage king aura had clung to Qin Feng like a persistent shadow. Qin Feng tore through the void to flee, and Shadow Abyss ripped space apart to follow. When Qin Feng concealed his aura in deep mountain, Shadow Abyss swept his Dharma body across 1,000 miles to force him out. Under the cover of night, Qin Feng slipped into an underground river, and Shadow Abyss collapsed the entire mountain. The void split again as Qin Feng stepped out, glancing back. That aura remained. Truly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He won't stop until I'm dead. Give up. Shadow Abyss naturally refused to give up. The blood debt of his son could not be abandoned. Nor could that long blade faintly radiating a saintly aura. And the inheritance within that king's meditation ground. In the darkness, Shadow Abyss murmured to himself, a scorching gleam flashing in his eyes. What inheritance lies in there? He did not know it was a saint-level inheritance. But from the aura of that heavenly blade, the strength of that burning sky sword king was definitely above his own. Possibly even a peak-stage king. Kill my son, steal my fortune. Shadow Abyss's voice grew colder, the void beneath his feet trembling. Little beast, do you think you can escape? Such things were enough to drive a mid-stage king mad. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng stumbled out of a spatial rift drenched in blood, but his eyes were bright. He glanced down at himself. The deepest wound ran from his left shoulder to his right ribs, already scabbed over, but still throbbing with pain. A mid-stage king is indeed troublesome. He twitched his mouth and sensed behind him. 10,000 miles away, Shadow Abyss's aura was still approaching, but had been shaken off by at least half an incense stick's time. Enough. Qin Feng raised his head. At the edge of his vision, a majestic giant city stood silently in the twilight. The city walls were 100 zhang high, built entirely of silver-white jade engraved with life runes unique to the elves, with a faint emerald light flowing. Those runes climbed the entire wall like vines, and every 100 zhang was embedded with a fist-sized life source crystal radiating a gentle yet vast aura. On the gate tower, 3 ancient seal-script characters danced boldly. Moon-hidden city. One of the 36 ancient cities of the elves, a neutral ground. The city allowed entry to any race, except those from the abyss. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, blurred, and vanished. Half an incense stick later Shadow Abyss appeared 100 miles from the city gate. He looked at that silver-white giant city, his face ashen. Moonhidden City. Elven territory guarded by a late-stage king. He dared not cause a commotion inside, but he could wait. Shadow Abyss sneered, his figure fading into the void. I don't believe you won't come out. When Qin Feng entered the city, night had fully fallen. The night of Moonhidden City was beautiful, but Qin Feng had no mood to appreciate it. He moved through the city for half an hour, finally stopping at the entrance of a tavern. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. A few patrons sat sparsely. In a corner, a lizard man snored face down on a table. Near the window, two elven women conversed in low voices. Behind the bar, a white-haired elder lazily wiped the glass. A human marquis. Qin Feng walked to a corner and sat down. A pot of Qingxing tea. The white-haired elder lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, said nothing, and turned into the back kitchen. Shortly after the tea arrived, Qin Feng poured a cup and took a gentle sip. Bitter, faintly sweet, with a familiar fragrance. Not as good as what Su Qingwei grew. Holding the cup, his gaze drifted out the window, listening to the surrounding chatter. The tavern gradually filled. At the next table, 3 rogue cultivators sat down and loudly demanded wine. After a few cups, tongues loosened. Heard the news? The Heaven's Pride list has updated. Obviously, who hasn't? The third place changed. Who exactly is this Qin Feng? A marquis at the peak, jumping straight to third. The top 3 haven't moved in years. Heard he's from the human race. Killed Moro Knight, killed Shadow, killed Lizhan King. All by himself. Lizhan King. The early stage king of the Rockflame clan. He killed him. Yes. Someone claimed to have seen Lizhan King's corpse fly out of the Bone Valley, shriveled, as if drained dry. Hiss. Then what strength is he now? A peak marquis can kill a king. Which of the top 3 on the Heaven's Pride list can't kill a king? The speaker lowered his voice. Elena killed an early stage king 3 years ago. Moro Tian is even more absurd. He once fought 2 early stage kings simultaneously and killed both. Moro Tian is a royal of the abyss. Different case. True. But this Qin Feng. His voice dropped even lower. According to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Qin Feng is suspected to have perfected 3 domains, void, thunder, and wind, and holds a saint-level weapon, possibly inheriting all of Burning Sky Sword King's legacy. The tavern fell silent for a moment. Burning Sky Sword King. The suspected peak stage king. Yes, the Bone Valley is where he passed away. Then this Qin Feng. Isn't he loaded? Loaded or not, I do know one thing. The speaker took a sip of wine. Shadow Abyss is hunting him. Shadow Abyss. The mid-stage king of the Shadow Demon clan. That's him. His son Shadow was killed by Qin Feng. Shadow Abyss is now chasing Qin Feng like a madman, reportedly for 3 days. Qin Feng held his tea, gaze fixed outside, as if admiring the view. But his ears remained sharp. Moro Tian. Abyss royal, first on the Heaven's Pride list, peak marquis. Killed 2 early stage kings. Arriving at a room in the inn, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. Domain formation. The fused grand yin-yang domain. He repeated silently in his mind. He recalled the words Burning Sky Sword King had spoken these past days. At the peak marquis stage, the deeper the accumulation, the thicker the foundation, and the stronger you become upon breaking through to king. That Abyss royal had evidently taken the same path. Interesting. Qin Feng set down his cup and rose to pay the bill. In the inn room, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. In his sea of consciousness, 16 golden figures operated silently, while a warm, white current flowed slowly through his body. The injuries from the 3-day chase had healed, his spirit, energy, and essence had all returned to peak condition. He took out the jade slip of the Burning Sky Saint scripture and extended his divine sense into it. This saint-level cultivation method, though vastly different from his own path, contained the Sword King's insights, experiences, and understanding of laws. Every segment enriched him immensely, especially the exposition on kings. At peak marquis, the deeper the accumulation, the thicker the foundation, the stronger after breaking through. This was no secret, but very few could achieve it. Because the lifespan of a peak marquis was only 3,000 years. Who would gamble limited time on infinite accumulation? What if one died before breaking through? But Qin Feng was different. He had the capital. Wait a little longer. Qin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze calm. Grand yin-yang domain. Qin Feng looked down at his hand. The aura of his 3 domains swirled in his palm. Void as foundation, thunder as edge, wind as wings. Intertwined, showing a faint tendency to merge. Not enough. His 3 domains, though capable of fusion, were merely merged. 3 forces twisted into one, doubling the power, nothing more. But it remained unsystematic, unable to unleash his battle strength to the utmost. Whereas Moro Tian's grand yin-yang domain was a complete system. Yin and yang were not simple superposition, but mutual transformation and mutual nourishment. When yin exhausts, yang is born. When yang wanes, yin grows. What I lack is exactly this. Qin Feng rose and walked to the window. Outside, the night of Moonhidden City was serene and peaceful. Pale blue light motes drifted in the air, and in the distance faint elven songs echoed. He looked at his own reflection and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, but his eyes sparkled. The heroes of the world are truly as numerous as fish crossing the river. On the path of domains, I am still far from the end. He lifted his head, gazing into the night sky beyond the window. I can still go further. In the guest room, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. Before him floated the jade slip he had obtained from the Bone Abyss. The The Blazing Sky Sacred Codex, a saint-level cultivation method. Outside the window the night was deep. Moonlight streamed through the lattice, casting a faint silver sheen upon him. Yet he had no mind to admire it. His divine sense was fully immersed in the jade slip, savoring word by word the writings left by the Blazing Sky Sword King. The essence of the Blazing Sky Sacred Codex, though focused on the path of fire, contained in detail the Sword King's insights into other great Taoists. These past days Qin Feng had perused the Sacred Codex countless times. Each reading yielded new enlightenment. But tonight his attention was fixed on a single point. The Dharma form is like a tree, the domains are like branches. A tree may have myriad branches, yet only one root. Qin Feng opened his eyes, lowering his gaze to his own palm. 3 streams of energy flowed forth. The void as foundation, profound and unfathomable. Thunder as edge, fierce and violent. Divine wind as wings, ethereal and ever-changing. The 3 interwove and intertwined, forming a minuscule cycle in his palm. The void nurtured thunder, thunder rent the void, divine wind circulated between them, in turn nourishing the void. The cycle was complete. But Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. No, he said. He dispersed the energy in his palm and closed his eyes once more. The cycle is there, but it feels as if a link is missing. It's like a great cauldron standing on 3 legs, yet it seems not weighty enough. What was missing? Qin Feng pondered repeatedly, but found no answer. In the dead of night from outside the inn occasionally drifted the night songs of the elves. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked out the window. The night of Moonvale City was beautiful. Pale blue lights floated in the air like countless fireflies dancing. But his gaze passed over those sights, fixing on the sky farther away. 100 li outside the city, that cold, sinister aura remained. Shadow Abyss. Quite patient indeed, Qin Feng murmured. Since the day he had entered the city, Shadow Abyss had been waiting outside, never leaving. That mid-stage king realm aura was like a nail firmly driven into the ground outside Moonvale City, waiting for him to come out. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and looked again at the jade slip before him. The words left by the Blazing Sky Sword King surfaced one by one in his mind, and the golden figures continuously deduced their meaning. Suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his heart. In that instant a flood of enlightenment surged through Qin Feng's mind. The path of flame can give rise to all things. Burning wood to create wind, scorching stone to form earth, melting metal to become water. The 5 elements generate each other, forming a world of their own. Qin Feng's heart gave a sudden leap. 5 elements. He sat bolt upright, a bright light flashing in his eyes. The void carries all things, a thunder destroys all things, a divine wind flows through all things. But what are the things themselves? They are the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Everything in heaven and earth is composed of the 5 elements. The void is emptiness, not substance. Thunder is change, not essence. Divine wind is motion, not form. They can act upon all things, command all things, destroy all things. But they themselves are not all things. So that's it. Qin Feng murmured, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. I have been striving to make these 3 paths stronger, sharper, more perfect, but I forgot to ask myself, what is it they act upon? He lowered his head to look at his hand, once again channeling the 3 energies. Void, thunder, divine wind. They still flowed, still cycled, still powerful. But this time Qin Feng's gaze upon them was different. You are blades, swords, and spears, he said softly. But a blade must be held in a hand to kill. What was the hand? It was the foundation, the vessel, that which allowed these 3 paths to truly unleash their might. It is the 5 elements. Qin Feng's heart was filled with joy. If he could comprehend the 5 elements thoroughly, using them as the foundation, he could construct a complete framework of heaven and earth. Then the void would be emptiness, carrying all, thunder would be judgment, destroying all, divine wind would be change, flowing through all, and the 5 elements would be substance, constituting all. The 4 would operate in parallel without interference, complementing one another. What would that become? Qin Feng did not know, but he knew one thing. This path is worth treading. He rose and walked to the window, pushing it open again. The night breeze rushed in, carrying the fragrance of plants. Qin Feng gazed toward the direction of that aura outside the city. Let him wait another 3 months. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. In 3 months it remains to be seen who kills whom. Qin Feng sat down cross-legged once more. He took up the jade slip of the Blazing Sky Sacred Codex, his divine sense probing into it again. This time he ignored the fire-related techniques and insights, focusing only on the expositions regarding the 5 elements, heaven and earth, and the nature of all things. Although the Blazing Sky Sword King had walked the path of flame, he was after all a saint. A saint's understanding of heaven and earth and their insight into the essence of all things far surpassed that of a king. Those scattered words were for Qin Feng at present the finest guidance. The 5 elements are the foundation of heaven and earth. Metal is mutable, wood is straight and curved, water is moistening and descending, fire is blazing, and ascending, earth is for sowing and reaping. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. The 5 elements generate each other, endlessly continuing. Qin Feng read word by word, sometimes frowning, sometimes suddenly enlightened, sometimes falling into long contemplation. 16 golden figures operated quietly in his sea of consciousness, each one deducing what he read. Some deduced the sharpness of metal, some the vitality of wood, some the resilience of water, some the ferocity of fire, some the weightiness of earth. 16 versions of him, all comprehending simultaneously. Outside the window the night of Moonvale City deepened. The lights gradually dimmed, the night songs gradually ceased. But Qin Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. 10 days later Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a drop of water appeared in his palm. Clear and transparent, hovering silently, not a trace of energy leaking out. Yet the moment it appeared the very air in the room grew moist. Water element domain. Perfected. Qin Feng looked at the drop of water, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The first. He dispersed the water drop and closed his eyes once more. In his sea of consciousness the 16 golden figures were still in operation. Several had already begun to deduce the next element. Fire. The blazing sky sword king's specialty. With the sacred codex in hand it should not be difficult. Another 10 days passed. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a flame appeared in his palm. Vivid red, blazing and flamboyant, yet no searing heat leaked from it. It simply burned quietly like a newly born life. Fire element domain. Perfected. Qin Feng looked at the flame, then glanced at the water beside it. Fire and water are incompatible. With a thought both water and flame materialized simultaneously. The water drop fell into the flame. It did not extinguish nor did it evaporate. Water and fire coexisted peacefully in his palm. Qin Feng smiled. The mutual generation of the 5 elements is truly profound. He dispersed the water and flame, closing his eyes again. Next wood element. 7 days later. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a seedling appeared in his palm. Tender, green, fragile, as if a gust of wind could break it. But the moment it appeared, Qin Feng felt a surge of vitality flow from his palm into his body. The power of the wood element. The path of vitality. It stood in opposition to slaughter. Qin Feng looked at the seedling, and suddenly a person came to mind. Qin Xiaoyu. He thought of his sister's eyes, once blind now healed. He thought of the herbs she planted, the light that bloomed in her eyes whenever she saw him, the smile on her face when she said, "Brother, you're back." Protection. That too was a Tao. The seedling swayed gently, as if responding to his thoughts. Wood element domain. Perfected. Then using the void domain as his foundation, Qin Feng comprehended the weightiness of earth. The void carries all things, earth element bears the weight of all things. The two were connected, one void, one solid. Metal element governed slaughter, echoing the thunder domain. Thunder destroys all things, metal severs all things. The two were connected, one hard, one soft. Several days passed. Qin Feng opened his eyes once more. Earth element domain. Perfected. Metal element domain. Perfected. At this point, all 5 elements were complete. Qin Feng rose to his feet, and a 5-colored ring of light appeared in his palm. Metal white, wood green, water black, fire red, earth yellow. The 5 colors circulated, revolving ceaselessly like a miniature world turning in his palm. Grand 5 elements domain. Formed. Qin Feng looked at the 5-colored ring, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. But soon his brow furrowed. The 5 elements were complete, but how could the void, thunder, and divine wind be integrated? He tried to inject the power of the void into the 5-colored ring. The ring shuddered violently, and the 5 elements nearly collapsed. He tried to use thunder as a blade to cut into the 5-element cycle. The 5-colored ring trembled violently, nearly falling apart. He tried to use divine wind to flow and drive the 5-element cycle. This time it was slightly better, but still awkward, like something forcibly pieced together, ready to fall apart at any moment. No. Qin Feng dispersed the ring, his brow tightly knit. The approach was wrong. He reopened the blazing sky sacred codex, reading word by word, searching for the answer. Until he came across that line. The 5 elements give birth to heaven and earth embrace all things. Qin Feng was stunned. Then he smiled. So that's it. He murmured, the light in his eyes growing brighter. The 5 elements are the root, void, thunder, and divine wind are the application. There was no need to integrate them into the 5 elements. Rather, let the 5 elements carry them. With the 5 elements as the foundation, construct a complete framework of heaven and earth. That was the true system. Qin Feng closed his eyes and began to reshape. In his sea of consciousness, the 16 golden figures spun madly, deducing this new framework. A month later, Qin Feng opened his eyes. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, Moonvale City was still peaceful and serene. Pale blue lights drifted in the night sky, and in the distance the songs of the elves could be faintly heard. Qin Feng looked down at his hand. In his palm, a 5-colored ring of light revolved quietly. Within the ring, 3 auras flickered faintly. The void profound, the thunder violent, the divine wind ethereal. The 4 operated in parallel without interference, yet subtly interconnected. Like a miniature world. Qin Feng looked at it, and suddenly smiled. This path shall be called the Grand 5 Elements, Void, Thunder, Tao. He raised his head, gazing toward the direction of that aura outside the city. 3 months had passed and Shadow Abyss was still waiting. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and turned toward the door. It's time to go out. He pushed open the door, and the night wind rushed in. I wonder if these 3 months of bitter cultivation are enough to send you on your way. At the city gates of Awaken City, a ceaseless stream of creatures from various races flowed in and out. The shouting of merchants, the chatter of adventurers, and the roars of demonic beasts interwove, merging into a bustling din. A young man with an ordinary face blended into the crowd, walking slowly toward the outside of the city. Pointed ears, silver hair, and emerald green pupils, the quintessential appearance of the elven race. His aura was merely that of an ordinary peak marquee, the type that would instantly vanish if thrown into a crowd. No one spared him a second glance. The moment he stepped out of the city, a cold divine sense swept over from afar. Ying Yuan. Qin Feng did not break his stride, his expression remaining unchanged as he continued forward. That divine sense lingered on him for a brief moment, slightly longer than last time, before moving away. A faint smile played at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. It had been 3 months. Ying Yuan had stood guard outside for 3 months, scanning countless passing creatures with his divine sense every single day. An ordinary elven marquis was simply not worth his attention. Walking with an easy grace, Qin Feng gradually distanced himself from the city gates. 50 miles, 30 miles, 10 miles. When he was a mere 10 miles away from where Ying Yuan sat cross-legged, he came to a halt. At this distance to the divine sense of a mid-stage king, it was as close as standing face to face. Yet when Ying Yuan's divine sense swept over him, it only lingered for a brief moment before moving on. A slight smile curved Qin Feng's lips. Next it was time to use the technique taught to him by his second-generation father-in-law through a lesson paid for in blood. In the next instant, Qin Feng's figure vanished into thin air. Void step. A distance of 10 miles was traversed in the blink of an eye. A sneak attack. Ying Yuan sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes half-closed, still casually scanning the direction of Yuan's city with his divine sense. Suddenly alarm bells rang violently in his heart. The instincts forged from 3,000 years of slaughter made him dodge to the side without a moment's hesitation. Yet he was still too late. A blade light slashed out from the void, striking him directly in the back. Puffed. Spewing a mouthful of blood, Ying Yuan was sent flying. A bone-deep gash stretched from his back to his chest, raining black blood across the sky. Who is it? Ying Yuan roared in fury, turning around as his dark avatar instantly manifested around him. He then saw that the elven marquis, who had just walked past right under his nose, was now standing where he had previously sat, holding a long saber in his hand. That unfamiliar face was smiling at him. Ying Yuan. Qin Feng shed his disguise, revealing his true appearance. You've waited for 3 months. It must have been hard work. Ying Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. You little beast. Laughing in extreme anger, Ying Yuan unleashed his dark avatar, which soared into the sky and enveloped 100 miles of the void. Did you think you could escape just by slipping past my nose? Today I will ensure you die without a grave. Boom. The dark avatar transformed into a 1,000-foot colossus, pressing down toward Qin Feng. The full-force strike of a mid-stage king caused even the void to collapse. Yet Qin Feng stood in place, completely motionless. Just as the dark avatar was about to crash down, he raised his hand. In his palm, a 5-colored halo emerged. Metallic, white, wooden, green, watery, black, fiery red, and earthy yellow. The 5 colors circulated, rotating endlessly. Boom. The dark avatar collided with the 5-colored halo, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. And then, it was blocked. Ying Yuan's pupils shrank violently. How is this possible? His avatar of a mid-stage king was casually blocked by a mere peak marquee. Furthermore, he did not even recognize that 5-colored halo. It was not void, nor lightning, nor divine wind, but an entirely unfamiliar power. What domain is this? Qin Feng did not answer. He merely gazed at the 5-colored halo, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The Great 5 Elements domain. This was his first time using it against an enemy. The result was even better than expected. Continue, Qin Feng said with a smile, looking at Ying Yuan. Show me your limit. Ying Yuan's face turned ash pale. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals, and his dark avatar expanded violently, once more growing over 50% stronger than before. Little beast, do not gloat. That was merely a probe. Now I will show you what a true king is. Boom. The dark avatar transformed into a 10,000-foot behemoth, opening its massive maw to swallow Qin Feng. This single blow was powerful enough to crush an ordinary king. Qin Feng raised his hand once more, and the 5-colored halo soared into the sky, colliding with the dark behemoth. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled as the void collapsed. Within 100 miles, mountains crumbled and the earth split. As the dust settled, Qin Feng stood in his original spot, completely unmoving. The 5-colored halo rotated slowly above his head, its light shining even brighter than before. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan's dark behemoth had mostly dissipated. Impossible. Ying Yuan cried out in disbelief. He was a mid-stage king who had cultivated for 3,000 years. His opponent was merely a peak marquee. How many years had he cultivated? 100 years. 200. How could he block his full-force strike head-on? Qin Feng looked at him and suddenly smiled. 3 months ago you held the upper hand, but now the tables have turned, Ying Yuan. It seems you will be staying here today. Ying Yuan's eyes twitched. In his 3,000 years of life, he had never been so humiliated by a mere peak marquee. Little beast, you court death. Roaring in rage, he burned his origin source. The dark avatar swelled violently, once more becoming a full 2 times stronger than before. He was putting everything on the line. Qin Feng watched him, his gaze remaining calm. Then he dispersed the 5-colored halo. Ying Yuan froze for a moment, then fell into wild joy. Giving up resistance. Too late. The dark avatar crashed down with a thunderous roar. However, in the next instant, a brand new light erupted around Qin Feng. The 5-colored halo emerged once more, but this time 3 additional auras lingered within it. The deep void, the violent thunder, and the ethereal divine wind. The four elements coexisted without interference, yet they were subtly interconnected, resembling a miniature world. A smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Great five elements: void, thunder, Tao. Open. Ying Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant he sensed an aura that made his heart shudder with dread. This is... He had no time to think. The great five elements void, thunder, Tao condensed upon the edge of his blade, unleashing a five-colored slash. Wherever the blade light passed, five-colored divine light flared, the void collapsed, thunder exploded, and the divine wind howled. The moment the dark avatar met the blade light, it abruptly shattered and dissipated. Ying Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body retreating violently. His avatar was shattered. An avatar forged from 3,000 years of bitter cultivation had been shattered with a single strike by a mere peak marquee. You. Ying Yuan pointed at Qin Feng, his lips trembling, unable to utter another word. He discovered to his horror that the aura radiating from Qin Feng was now not inferior to a mid-stage king in the slightest. It was perhaps even stronger. Impossible. Impossible. Ying Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. 3 months ago this person was fleeing miserably from him, hunted across the heavens. 3 months later this same person had shattered his avatar with a single strike. 3 months. It had only taken 3 months. Just what kind of monster is he? Qin Feng looked at him without answering. He merely raised his hand once more. The blade light rose again. Ying Yuan was scared out of his wits. Without a second thought, he burned his origin source, and even his essence, blood fleeing backward with all his might. Qin Feng missed, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. Taking a step forward, he pursued, fully unleashing his void domain, covering 100 miles in an instant. As Ying Yuan fled frantically ahead, sensing the aura closing in from behind, a wave of despair washed over him. He was a mid-stage king who had lived for 3,000 years. Yet now he was being chased like a dog by a mere peak marquee. Who would believe it if word got out? But the reality was right before his eyes. Qin Feng was faster than him and stronger than him. Even escaping was out of the question. At this moment, facing a mere junior at the marquee realm, Ying Yuan actually felt a pang of terror. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ying Yuan gritted his teeth and pulled a jade talisman from his robes. This was a life-saving talisman crafted by a saint capable of instantly teleporting him hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was Ying Yuan's ultimate trump card, and he would never have used it unless pushed to a life-or-death crisis. I will remember today's humiliation. The next time we meet, I will make sure you beg for death, yet find no release. The moment his voice fell, the jade talisman exploded. A vast aura swept out, wrapping around his body as it tore through the void, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks, looking in the direction where Ying Yuan had vanished, his brow furrowing slightly. He talks big, but he flees fast. Sheathing his void-breaking heavenly saber, Qin Feng exhaled a long breath. Indeed, none of the powerhouses who have attained the king realm are easy to kill. He looked down at his hands, feeling the power still boiling within his body, his heart growing increasingly light. 3 months of bitter cultivation had not been in vain. The great five elements void, thunder, Tao was even stronger than he had anticipated. With that, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and prepared to depart. Just then, the sky suddenly echoed with a commotion. He looked up to see numerous figures rushing toward a certain direction in the distant void. Dragons, elves, humans, and creatures of the other myriad races. There were dozens of peak marquee and even a few faint looming auras of kings. Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. What is happening? With a thought, Qin Feng retracted his aura once again, transforming into that ordinary elven marquee. Then, taking a step forward, he hurried toward the nearest group of people. Moments later, he stopped a dragon marquee. Brother, may I ask what has happened ahead? Why is everyone rushing in that direction? The dragon marquee glanced at him. Seeing that he was an elf, he let down his guard and replied casually. You don't know? The saint's abode is about to open. A saint's abode, eh? Yes. An excited gleam flashed in the dragon marquee's eyes. Deep within the endless sea, 30,000 miles beneath the ocean floor, it is said to be the resting place of an ancient saint. That saint was famous for his collections back then, and his treasury is stacked with natural treasures, saint-grade techniques, source crystal veins, saint herbs, and king armaments, everything you could imagine. Now that the news has spread, powerhouses from the myriad races are all rushing there. Several of the top 10 on the Heavenly Pride board have already gone, and kings are secretly keeping watch as well. If we don't go now, we won't even get a sip of soup. Having said that, he cupped